The Venerable Swordsman Chapter 1080 to Chapter 1135. The pawnshop suddenly fell silent. Xian looked at Xiao Dao and waited for Xiao Dao's answer. Xiao Dao shook her head and said softly, "She's too strong. Heaven's secrets are unfathomable." Xian fell silent. Xiao Dao glanced at the mirror of misfortune in her hand and said, "Keep this mirror well. It'll be very useful to you." Xian nodded and put the mirror of misfortune away. As if thinking of something, he took out the book of divination. "Xiao Dao, what's this book of divination?" Xiao Dao glanced at the book of divination and said, "This is a divine item of the Phantom Valley path. It's not suitable for you." As she spoke, she looked at Amu. "You can give it to her." Amu blinked and stretched out her hand. Xian didn't think much of it. He passed the book of divination to Amu and said, "What's the Phantom Valley path?" Amu smiled and put the book of divination away. The Phantom Valley path is a person, a legendary person. It's said to be from the era of Tendo. In any case, this person is very powerful. He even schemed against Tendo. Xian asked hurriedly, "And the result?" Amu smiled. After Tendo was schemed against, he beat him to death. Xian was speechless. At this time, little Daoist suddenly said, "The heavenly Dao's sinister tricks were learned from this book of divination." Xian hesitated for a moment and looked at Amu. "I want to learn it too." Xiao Dao said indifferently, "You don't have to learn it. You're self-taught." Xian was speechless. Amu suddenly said, "We'll learn it together." Xian nodded. "All right." Amu is still more considerate. At this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly said, "Show me the God King's throne." Xian nodded before taking out the God King's throne. It had to be said that he was extremely curious about the God King's throne because he still did not know its use. Xiao Dao sized up the Divine King's throne and said, "This is the throne of the deity race's first Divine King. It's a symbol of status for the deity race." Xian quickly asked, "What's the use?" Xiao Dao sat on the God King's throne. In the next moment, a white halo suddenly enveloped the entire pawnshop. Under the cover of this white halo, Xian instantly felt a formless pressure. Xiao Dao looked at Xian. "Try drawing your sword." Xian nodded and unsheathed his sword. As the sword slashed down, he was stunned. Because his sword intent and sword chi were completely gone. All that was left was a simple strike. Moreover, the might of this strike that was executed with physical strength was at least a few times weaker. Xian looked at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao said indifferently, "This is the God domain. It can suppress the opponent's cultivation and strength. If the two races were to fight, you would realize that within the range of this deity territory, the battle strength of the opponent would be weakened by at least half. If a super expert were to use this deity prison, the opponent would be weakened to the point that they would be no different from an ordinary person." Xian was visibly moved when he heard this. He hadn't expected the God King's throne to be so powerful. It was simply a divine weapon for group battles. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, "The God King's throne has always been an existence that my Wu clan is rather wary of. Fortunately, Hao Tian doesn't have the same strength as Miss Xiao Dao. Otherwise, my Wu clan would probably be beaten to the point of not being able to fight back." Xiao Dao stood up and continued, "The God King's throne's might will become even stronger in the future because that little fellow has strengthened it. It's breaking through now. If it succeeds, its might will increase by another qualitative leap." As she spoke, she looked at Xian. "This is a good thing. Keep it well." Xian nodded and put the God King's throne away. After that, he took out the Ares axe. "What about this?" Xiao Dao glanced at the Ares axe and said, "This axe isn't bad either. Among all the axes, it's only inferior to the legendary Sky Splitter." As she spoke, she suddenly looked at Xian who was about to speak. "Don't ask me what Sky Splitter is. Wait for me to finish first before you ask questions. Understand?" Xian was speechless. At the side, Amu glanced at Xian and covered her mouth as she laughed. Xiao Dao continued, "The first owner of this axe was called Gu Xing. He was an extremely impressive fellow with great combat strength. Actually, he was from the deity clan back then. Later on, in order to fight for the position of Divine King, he fought with that person for nearly a month until he died. It was also because of that battle that this god's axe was heavily injured. Yixian glanced at Xiao Dao. Died in battle? Xiao Dao looked at Yixian. He died in battle, but that doesn't mean he was weak. He was stubborn and didn't know how to be flexible. If he had changed a little back then, he wouldn't have died. Furthermore, his strength was truly formidable. If he fought Arrow one-on-one, they should be evenly matched. Evenly matched. Upon hearing this, Yixian's expression changed. He didn't know Gu Xing's strength, but he knew Arrow's strength wasn't just for show. Amu suddenly said, yes, that Gu Xing was known as the god of war back then, a true god of war. Even when he faced the divine king of the deity clan, he didn't take a step back and fought until he breathed his last. Yixian was puzzled. But I don't think the relationship between the Gu Xing clan and the deity clan is that bad. Xiao Dao said calmly, that's because of the Wu clan's existence. As she spoke, she glanced at Amu. Because the Wu clan is strong enough, the deity clan and the Gu Xing clan have no choice but to join forces. Amu giggled. We're not particularly strong. At least in front of Miss Xiao Dao, we're insignificant. Xiao Dao was expressionless. Miss Amu is too humble. The strength of your Wu clan's first witch god is rarely seen since ancient times. Yixian hurriedly asked, can you beat Xiao Dao? Xiao Dao looked at Yixian. Why don't you ask me if I can beat him or not? Yixian was speechless. Xiao Dao shot a glance at Yixian. You're asking so many questions every day. As she spoke, she looked at Amu. If it weren't for the fifth dimension tribulation back then, the Wu clan and the deity clan would only have one clan left. Amu nodded. Back then, our two clans were ready to fight it out. But we didn't expect the fifth dimension tribulation to come. Xiao Dao looked at Amu. Now, the fifth dimension tribulation is coming again. What do you think? Amu said with a smile, Miss Xiao Dao, do you want our two clans to continue living in peace? Xiao Dao softly said, if you have this intention, then this matter is possible. Yixian didn't know the status of the high priest, but she did. The high priest of the Wu clan had a supreme position in the Wu clan. The Wu clan's patriarch was the leader of the Wu clan, but the high priest was the spiritual leader of the Wu clan. This was because the high priest could directly communicate with the witch god. As for the witch god, thinking of the witch god, Xiao Dao couldn't help but shake her head. Amu suddenly smiled. Miss Xiao Dao, if I'm not wrong, the deity clan is definitely thinking about how to kill me first. What do you think? Xiao Dao was silent. Amu said, unless Miss Xiao Dao is willing to intervene and mediate the conflict between our two clans, I'm afraid this matter is impossible. Xiao Dao shook her head, I'm not interested. Yixian immediately said, Miss Xiao Dao, you can give it a try. Xiao Dao looked at Yixian, are you willing to return all the divine objects to the deity clan and pay for the lives of the heavenly dragon race's dragons? Yixian hurriedly shook his head, I'm not willing. Xiao Dao spread out his hands, then that's it. You stewed the heavenly dragon race's sky dragon, they will definitely not let this matter rest. As for the grudge between the deity clan and the Wu clan, that is not something that I can mediate. Yixian looked at Amu. Amu nodded, the grudge between our two clans is very difficult to mediate. Furthermore, if my guess is not wrong, the deity clan is probably already plotting how to kill you and me. Yixian blinked, then said, I'm not going out. Xiao Dao's face was expressionless, if you like to live here, then live here. Hearing that, Yixian was overjoyed, but at this time Amu suddenly said, they will force you out. Use your friends and family outside. Yixian's face immediately darkened. Yixian looked at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao smiled slightly, I don't help people fight. Yixian said in a deep voice, didn't you make a move earlier? Xiao Dao looked at Yixian and blinked, that little fellow, she's not a human. Yixian, Xiao Dao walked in front of Yixian and gently patted Yixian's shoulder. Then, she said, since you caused this trouble, you have to solve it yourself. Yixian said in a low voice, Miss Xiao Dao, you're an accomplice. Xiao Dao blinked, if they come looking for me, then so be it. I'll just beat them to death. The corners of Yixian's mouth twitched. What's this called? This is called being willful with strength. At this moment, Amu, who was beside Yixian, suddenly said, we can't leave the endless city now. Because there will definitely be their experts outside the endless city. As he spoke, he looked at Xian. It won't be long before they think of a way to force you out. Xian said, then what should we do? Amu said, the best way is to call for help. Xian frowned slightly, a woman in a plain dress? Amu blinked, if you can call for help, then it would definitely be great. Xian spread his hands, I can't. After a moment of silence, Amu said, we have to think of a way to return to the Wu clan. But the problem is, they definitely won't let us return to the Wu clan. Xian said, you can ask the Wu clan's experts to come. Xiao Dao suddenly said, if she can come, why is she still saying all this to you? Xian was a little puzzled and looked at Amu. Amu blinked, not saying anything. Xiao Dao looked at Xian, do you know why she woke up earlier than the celestial race's god adept? Xian shook his head, I don't know. Xiao Dao said lightly, because she wants to take the initiative. And the price of this is that the Wu clan's experts will wake up later. Simply put, she will wake up first at the cost of the Wu clan's experts waking up later. Do you understand? Xian was stunned, then said, the Wu clan's experts are still sleeping. Why didn't the celestial race get rid of them? Xiao Dao said lightly, because the celestial race's god adept made a blood oath with her. As long as the person in the grave hasn't woken up, neither side can violate her. Xian frowned, a blood oath? Xiao Dao was expressionless, do you think it's the same as the oath you made? Your oath is like fart, but her oath is different. It's real. If the celestial race touches the Wu clan's experts now, the god adept will immediately die. Xian blinked. That can't be. I always make vows. Xiao Dao glanced at Xian, is there any difference between swearing and fart? Is there? Xian, P.S., I hope the epidemic will pass soon. You guys have to be careful and don't go out. An oath, it has to be said that Xian is indeed somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that in the god and demon era, the power of an oath would be so great. As if thinking of something, Xian asked again, Miss Xiao Dao, are god teachers and high priests that important? Xiao Dao said lightly, you can ask your families Amu. Xian turned to look at Amu. Amu nodded, it's very important. In the past, I made a blood oath with the god race's god teacher. No matter who wakes up first, they are not allowed to harm the unconscious. No matter if it's her or me, we don't dare to violate this oath. And the people of our two clans don't dare to. Xian said in a deep voice, but if they violate the oath now, they can sacrifice a god teacher and destroy the entire Wu clan. Amu smiled, they won't sacrifice their god teacher because the god teacher is very important. The god teacher is the spiritual leader of the celestial clan. Their prestige in the celestial clan is extremely high. They even have the power to remove the 100 clan leader from his position. Xian said in a deep voice, why? Amu blinked, first, the future of the celestial clan is planned by the god teacher. Second, the celestial clan's god teacher is very good at fighting. Very good at fighting, Xian looked at Amu and blinked, then why don't you fight? Amu giggled. Fighting and whatnot, it's very boring. Xian, at this moment, little Taoist suddenly said, although she can't fight, she can support. You're not particularly strong now. If you're a little stronger, you'll find that she's the best equipment in the world. There's no one else like her. Amu smiled and didn't say anything. Xian nodded slightly. Amu's supportability was still very strong. The various upgrades were really a bit abnormal, and there were no side effects. Xiao Dao looked at Xian, you need to understand one thing, you have obtained the treasures of the various Tian clans, they will not let this matter rest, because every single treasure on your body can be said to be the symbol of their clan's divine object. They won't give it to you for free, especially when you're a wizard's attendant of the Wu clan, and the powerhouses of the Wu clan haven't fully woken up yet. The two of you are in great danger now, do you understand? Xian was silent. Amu was also silent. Both of them were in a terrible situation. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, we can transfer the aggro. Xiao Dao looked at Amu. Amu giggled and said, the two of us definitely can't deal with the entire Tian clan, so we have to find an opponent for them. Xian blinked, don't tell me you're looking for Xiao Dao. Amu rolled his eyes at Xian, how can you trick your friends like this? Yi Xian was a bit puzzled. Then who should we look for? Let me say this first, I can't find the plain-dressed woman. Amu turned his head and looked outside, softly saying, only the powerhouses of the Tendo era can fight against the Tian clan of the God and Demon era. The Tendo era, hearing this, Xiao Dao frowned, what do you want to do? Amu looked at Yi Xian and smiled, we're going to Buzhou Divine Mountain. Buzhou Divine Mountain, Yi Xian frowned, what is that place? Xiao Dao suddenly said, that is the only remnant of the Tendo era. Saying that, she stared at Amu, you have to think clearly, that place doesn't recognize your high priest status. Amu nodded, I know, but we have no other way, right? Xiao Dao was silent. Amu turned his head and looked at Yi Xian, if we go there, we can lead the Tian clan powerhouses away. That place can be said to be a forbidden area. Forbidden area? Yi Xian asked, there's still a forbidden area? Xiao Dao suddenly said, that place is different from other places. It is a sealed place, and it was personally sealed by the Tendo. If you go there, from a certain point of view, you are violating the Tendo's taboo. So, it's better to think clearly. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Xiao Dao. He hesitated, wanting to say something, but stopped. Xiao Dao was expressionless, what do you want to say? Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao, Miss Xiao Dao, are you really not a Tendo? Actually, he had always suspected that Xiao Dao was a Tendo, because this Xiao Dao is too powerful. In his opinion, only a Tendo would have such great ability. Xiao Dao was expressionless, what do you think? Yi Xian blinked, I think you are a Tendo, because you are called Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian, is calling Xiao Dao a Tendo? Yi Xian asked, then if you are not a Tendo, why are you called Xiao Dao? And the pawnshop even uses the name of a Tendo. Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Xian, what does my name have to do with you? Are you pissed? Do you want to fight one-on-one? Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Amu suddenly laughed, Miss Xiao Dao is not a Tendo. Yi Xian looked at Amu, and Amu looked at Xiao Dao, then said, I don't know Miss Xiao Dao's real identity, but I can be sure that she is not a Tendo. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao, and Xiao Dao suddenly glared at him, what are you looking at? Do you want to fight one-on-one? Yi Xian was speechless. This woman definitely wanted to beat him up, he had better keep his mouth shut, or he would definitely be beaten up. Although his physical body was already indestructible, he was confident that he could withstand Xiao Dao's fists. When it was time to be a coward, he still had to be a coward. Seeing that Yi Xian did not speak, Xiao Dao felt a little bored, and she waved her hand, if you want to go to Mount Buzhou, then hurry up. I won't be sending you off. At this moment, Amu gave Yi Xian a look. Yi Xian understood, and he walked in front of Xiao Dao, chuckling, Miss Xiao Dao, please send us off. Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Xian, why? Yi Xian blinked, then chuckled, Miss Xiao Dao, if you don't send us off, we will be beaten to death. Xiao Dao expressionlessly said, I won't send you off. Yi Xian said, next time I see that little guy, I will help you get more purple gas. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian said, I am serious. After a moment of silence, Xiao Dao said, go find that one-legged woman. With that, a mysterious force suddenly sent Yi Xian and Amu out of the pawn shop. Yi Xian was stunned. At this moment, Amu said, let's go find her. Yi Xian nodded, and he looked around. Soon, he found the one-legged woman's position. Yi Xian took Amu and disappeared on the spot. Soon, the two arrived at the riverside, and the one-legged woman was still washing clothes. Yi Xian quickly walked to the one-legged woman's side, and snatched the clothes from her hands. Senior, how can you do this kind of rough work? Let me do it, let me do it. The one-legged woman looked at Yi Xian, and did not say a word. Amu looked at Yi Xian, who was trying to curry favor with her, and covered her mouth and smiled. The one-legged woman suddenly turned to look at Amu, what's the matter? She did not want to talk to Yi Xian. Amu nodded, I would like to ask for your help. The one-legged woman looked at Amu, help with what? Yi Xian suddenly said, send us on our way. The one-legged woman looked at Yi Xian, shut up. Yi Xian, the one-legged woman turned to look at Amu, and Amu said, please send us on our way. The one-legged woman said, Xiao Dao asked you to come? Amu nodded. The one-legged woman remained silent. Amu looked at the one-legged woman, and did not say a word. Yi Xian wanted to say something, but stopped. He finally understood. This one-legged woman and Xiao Dao did not welcome him, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand. When did he become so unpopular? At this moment, the one-legged woman suddenly said, "I'll send you there." Hearing this, Xian was delighted, and he quickly put down the dress in his hands. At this moment, the one-legged woman suddenly turned to look at him. "Wash it clean." "Wash it clean, Xian." An hour later, Xian finally washed the one-legged woman's dress clean. The one-legged woman brought Xian and Amu to the starry sky, and with a wave of her palm, a huge starship appeared in front of the three of them. Xian looked at the one-legged woman. "Miss, why don't you use the teleportation array?" The one-legged woman was expressionless. "There is no teleportation array. That place is a forbidden area, sealed by Tendo, and there is no teleportation array that leads there." Xian pointed at the starship in front of him. "Is it safe for us to take this?" The one-legged woman said calmly, "There's no other way even if it's not safe." Xian wanted to ask something, but the one-legged woman suddenly said angrily, "Why do you always have so many questions?" Xian, the one-legged woman directly boarded the starship with Amu, and seeing this, Xian hurriedly followed. The one-legged woman waved her right hand, and the starship trembled violently, then disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. It was extremely fast. It was so fast that Xian was a little surprised, because it was too fast. It was even faster than his sword kinesis. On the starship, the one-legged woman suddenly said, "High Priest, that place is not simple. Are you really going to bring him there?" Amu nodded. "This is our last chance." The one-legged woman nodded slightly, and did not say anything else. Xian turned to look at Amu. "What kind of place is Mount Buzhou?" Amu said softly, "A relic, the last relic of the Tendo era. That place was once sealed by Tendo himself, not allowing outsiders to set foot in that place." Xian blinked. "Then will something happen if we go?" Amu looked at Xian, and said with a smile, "Probably not. Because you have a good fate with Tendo." Xian thought for a moment, and then said, "Amu, you have another purpose for going to that place, right?" Amu nodded, "Yes." Xian nodded slightly, and did not say anything else. Amu suddenly said, "Why don't you ask me what my purpose is?" Xian smiled, "You won't harm me, right?" Amu looked at Xian, and did not say anything. Xian said with a smile, "Your goal is my goal." Hearing that, the corner of Amu's mouth lifted slightly, "Yes." At the side, the one-legged woman suddenly said, "Collusion." Xian's face darkened. That did not seem to be the right word to use. At that moment, the one-legged woman glanced at Xian again. "Snakes and rats in a nest." Xian, at that moment, Amu suddenly turned her head, and in the depths of the distant starry sky, a huge silhouette of a heavenly dragon quietly appeared. Seeing this, Amu frowned. "It's here." Saying that, she looked at Xian. 8th Division Heavenly Dragon. 8th Division Heavenly Dragon. Xian looked up. The heavenly dragon was huge. Its head spanned across the entire star sector and it emitted a formless aura. Heavenly Dragon Suppression. The strongest 8th Division Heavenly Dragon in the Heavenly Dragon tribe was the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon. It was also the only one. The 8th Division Heavenly Dragon looked down at Xian and the other two. "High Priest, where are you going?" Amu blinked and smiled. "I'm going for a stroll." The 8th Division Heavenly Dragon suddenly laughed. "Stroll? High Priest, you sure have a lot of free time." As he spoke, he suddenly roared at the ground. Boom, a wave of dragon suppression swept down from the heads of Xian and the other two. At that moment, the entire star sector was boiling. At the sight of that, Xian put on a serious face. The 8th Division Heavenly Dragon was stronger than he had expected. Amu looked at the one-legged lady and the one-legged lady looked at Xian. Xian was silent for a moment. Then, he stomped his right foot and transformed into a sword beam that shot up into the sky. Slash! In the starry sky, a snow-white sword beam slashed down and the dragon suppression was shattered by the sword. The 8th Division Heavenly Dragon looked down at Xian. Xian stood with his sword in hand. He looked at the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon without a hint of fear in his eyes. The 8th Division Heavenly Dragon suddenly disappeared. At that moment, a burly middle-aged man appeared in front of Xian. He transformed into a human. The 8th Division Heavenly Dragon looked at Xian. "Human, is the meat of a heavenly dragon delicious?" Xian smiled. The taste is not bad. The 8th Division Heavenly Dragon nodded. I will eat your meat bit by bit and let you watch me eat. That feeling must be amazing. Yi Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Who do you think you are? As soon as he finished his sentence, he suddenly disappeared. The 8th Division Heavenly Dragon punched out, boom. This punch caused the entire starry sky to tremble. At that moment, Yi Xian's sword arrived, boom. Yi Xian was instantly sent back to his original position, while the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon retreated a few hundred feet. At the same time, there was a deep sword wound on his fist that was stained with blood. The 8th Group Heavenly Dragon looked at his fists and frowned. He was well aware of his physical body. In the Heavenly Clan, his physical body was definitely in the top 3. Not to mention the Tian clan, even in the entire God and Devil era, his body was second to none. He didn't expect that he would be injured by Yi Xian. The 8th Group Heavenly Dragon looked at the executing heaven sword in Yi Xian's hand and squinted his eyes. No wonder the Heavenly Dragon of my Heavenly Dragon race is no match for you. So it's because of this divine sword. As he spoke, he slowly clenched his right hand. Suddenly, a mysterious power appeared in the surrounding starry sky. This power gathered towards the 8th Division spiritual dragon like a tidal wave. Soon, an illusory dragon-shaped fist appeared above his head. Seeing this, Yi Xian frowned. What kind of mystique was this? At that moment, Amu's voice suddenly sounded. This is the Heavenly Dragon Fist, the ultimate skill of the Heavenly Dragon race. Be careful. Yi Xian nodded. He didn't dare to be careless. His right hand gripped the executing heaven sword tightly. A powerful sword intent and power quietly gathered. At the same time, he suddenly disappeared from his spot. A cold light appeared in front of the 8th Group Heavenly Dragon. The 8th Group Heavenly Dragon narrowed his eyes and punched out, boom. In an instant, the entire star domain turned illusory, unable to withstand the power of the punch. Rumble. The sword beam shattered and a figure was sent flying. It was Yi Xian. This flight covered a distance of several thousand feet. After Yi Xian stopped, he looked at the 8th Group Heavenly Dragon. At that moment, the 8th Group Heavenly Dragon's expression was a little ugly. He realized that his punch had not caused any substantial damage to Yi Xian. The 8th Group Heavenly Dragon stared at Yi Xian. You also have the indestructible golden body. Yi Xian patted his chest and smiled. Then, he suddenly disappeared from his spot. The next moment, a sword slashed down on the 8th Group Heavenly Dragon's head. The 8th Group Heavenly Dragon was expressionless as he raised his right arm to block. Boom, the executing heaven sword slashed the right arm, causing the 8th Group Heavenly Dragon to retreat hundreds of feet away. There was a deep sword wound on his right arm, but it recovered in an instant. Seeing this, Yi Xian frowned. Amu suddenly said, the 8th Group Heavenly Dragon has the ability to heal himself. You can't kill him. He can't kill you either. Yi Xian fell silent. From the previous exchange, he could tell that he couldn't do anything to the 8th Group Heavenly Dragon, and the other party couldn't do anything to him either. A fight between two indestructible golden bodies could only be described as boring. The 8th Group Heavenly Dragon's expression turned ugly as he realized that he couldn't kill Yi Xian. If he wanted to fight to the death with Yi Xian, he would have to fight for at least 10 days and 10 nights. At this moment, Amu suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Let's go. Yi Xian retreated back to the starship. At this moment, the 8th Group Heavenly Dragon suddenly returned to his original form. Immediately after, he dived down from the sky and crashed into the starship. Amu looked at the one-legged lady. Miss, let's go. Perhaps it was too late. Both her hands formed a strange hand seal as she chanted. All of a sudden, a mysterious force enveloped the starship. In an instant, the starship disappeared from the starry sky, while the 8th Group Heavenly Dragon crashed into a lonely figure. Seeing the starship disappear, the 8th Group Heavenly Dragon's expression turned grim. He turned to look. Why didn't you make a move? Unknowingly, a middle-aged man had appeared there. Hao Tian, beside Hao Tian were Abzang and Gu Zhantian. Hao Tian looked into the distance and said softly, indestructible golden body. This person is indeed a monster. The 8th Group Heavenly Dragon said in a low voice, this person is not simple. Hao Tian laughed. Of course he's not simple. This person has reached the indestructible golden body at such a young age. Even in our era, this talent is amazing. Other than that, this person's identity is even more extraordinary. In the past 2 days, I've already investigated this person. This person seems to have cheated his entire life, and there are countless experts behind him. Against this person, we can't be careless. Abzang suddenly said, "When will the God Teacher awaken?" God Teacher, hearing this, the expressions of the few people present changed. Hao Tian shook his head. "I don't know for now." Abzang said softly, "The High Priestess sacrificed the Wu clan's awakening to allow her to wake up first. This move is really hard to understand. Also, this Xian has great karma on him. If we make an enemy out of him, I'm afraid we'll be tainted with bad karma." Hao Tian fell silent. If the celestial God Teacher was here, they would know what to do. But now, the God Teacher had yet to awaken. Gu Zhantian suddenly interjected, "What karma does this have to do with him? This person has already joined the Wu clan, which means that he's an enemy of our heavenly clan. Not only that, this person has seized the supreme treasure of our clan. Are we just going to hand it over to him? In my opinion, why don't we act directly and kill him? And that High Priestess, without her, how will the Wu clan contend against our heavenly clan in the future?" Abzang shook his head. "I still feel that this matter isn't so simple. Firstly, everyone should have some understanding of the High Priestess. If she was so easy to kill, we wouldn't have waited until now. There must be a deeper meaning behind her choosing Yi Xian to be her shaman attendant. In my opinion, we should wait for the God Teacher to awaken before discussing what to do next." "That's not appropriate." Gu Zhantian abruptly shook his head. "At this moment, the experts of the Wu clan have yet to awaken. This is the best opportunity for us to kill Yi Xian and the High Priestess. If we miss this opportunity, the moment the experts of the Wu clan awaken, it would be too late even if we wanted to kill the High Priestess." Abzang shook his head again. "I feel that there must be a deeper meaning behind the High Priestess' actions. We should wait for the God Teacher to awaken." Gu Zhantian's Tendo spoke, "That High Priestess naturally isn't simple. However, Abzang, you must know that the experts of the Wu clan have yet to awaken. This is an extremely rare opportunity for us. If we lose this chance, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens if we want to eliminate the High Priestess in the future." Abzang turned his head and glanced at Hao Tian. "What do you think?" Hao Tian replied in a light voice, "You guys have neglected one point. That is Yi Xian and Xiao Dao." Xiao Dao, Abzang and Gu Zhantian both fell silent. What they could be sure of was that Xiao Dao's strength was definitely above the three of them. Hao Tian spoke in a light voice, "That woman is simply too mysterious. I'm afraid that only the God Teacher would know of her true identity." At this moment, Gu Zhantian suddenly interjected, "No matter what, we have to make a decision now. Should we pursue this person or wait for the God Teacher to awaken? If we want to pursue this person, we have to act fast. With the three of us and the 8 groups Heavenly Dragon, even if the Xiao Dao acts, we will still be able to kill Yi Xian and the High Priestess. We should act now because it's obvious that Yi Xian and the High Priestess are going somewhere to seek protection." Abzang nodded. "We have to make a decision. My suggestion is to wait for the God Teacher to awaken." Hao Tian fell silent, as though he was hesitating. At this moment, the 8 groups Heavenly Dragons suddenly spoke, "Even if the God Teacher awakens, she will still choose to kill Yi Xian and the High Priestess. Everyone, don't forget that Yi Xian has already joined the Wu clan, becoming a shaman attendant of the High Priestess. Not only that, this person stewed a Heavenly Dragon of our Heavenly Dragon clan and stole the supreme treasure of our clan. Could it be that there's still a chance for us to reconcile with him? And now is the best time for us to kill him and the High Priestess. If we lose this opportunity and a single Wu clan expert awakens, it would be extremely difficult for us to eliminate them." "Extremely difficult." Gu Zhantian nodded. "We cannot miss this opportunity." Abzang wanted to say something but hesitated. It was undeniable that to the heavenly race, this was indeed a heavenly opportunity. Hao Tian suddenly spoke, "Kill them then." As he spoke, he inclined his head and stared at the horizon. 8 groups Heavenly Dragon, detain them." Hearing this, the 8 groups Heavenly Dragon nodded. He was about to chase after Yixian's starship when suddenly, a woman appeared not far away from the 8 group's heavenly dragon. The woman had a petite figure and was clad in golden armor. She held a sword in her hand and exuded a heroic aura. The person who appeared was none other than Arrow. Seeing Arrow, the 8 group's heavenly dragon narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Arrow looked at the 8 group's heavenly dragon expressionlessly. I'll stop you for a while. The 8 group's heavenly dragon's lips curled into a disdainful smile. With just you? Arrow suddenly slashed his sword across his throat. Chi, in the distance, the 8 group's heavenly dragon's body suddenly split open, and a stream of blood spurted out. P.S. I just want to hear some compliments. The expressions of Hao Tian and the other 2 instantly turned heavy when they saw this scene. As for the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon, the terror in his heart had reached the extreme. That sword strike had directly broken through his body. If that sword struck him again, he would die for sure. Hao Tian and the others stared fixedly at Arrow. Who exactly was this woman before them? At this moment, Hao Tian suddenly asked, Who are you? Arrow ignored Hao Tian. She turned and glanced at the starry sky before she spoke. That's enough. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and left. Hao Tian's eyes narrowed. Please provide me with your guidance. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Chi, the space behind Arrow suddenly split apart as a ray of golden light shot out. Arrow had no expression on his face as he slashed out with his sword. Bang, the ray of sword light instantly shattered, and Hao Tian had already returned to his original position. At this moment, the heaviness in his eyes grew even more intense. Arrow stared at Hao Tian. She suddenly opened her palm as her sword shot out like a bolt of lightning. In the distance, Hao Tian took a step forward and punched out with his fist. Resplendent golden light erupted forth from his fist, and within this golden light were countless strange golden runes. Rumble, along with the sound of an explosion, the golden light suddenly exploded apart as the sword pierced straight towards Hao Tian. Hao Tian's eyes narrowed. He clenched his right fist as a golden shield made of runic symbols suddenly appeared before him. Boom, Arrow's sword was blocked. At this moment, Arrow opened her right palm and the sword returned to her hand. But in the next instant, the sword shot out once more with a speed so fast that it caused the expressions of everyone here to change. Boom, the golden shield before Hao Tian instantly shattered. At the same time, Hao Tian retreated 100 meters back, and the space before him was directly transformed into nothingness, suppression. Upon seeing this scene, the countenances of Abukang and Gu Zhantian turned heavy once more. At this moment, other than the heaviness in Hao Tian's eyes, there was also a trace of fear. Arrow didn't attack again and turned to leave. Gu Zhantian was about to act when Hao Tian suddenly shook his head. Gu Zhantian glanced at Hao Tian. Hao Tian spoke in a light voice, She wants to stop us from chasing after Yixian. Don't be fooled, our target is Yixian. After saying that, they disappeared on the spot. Yixian, after being stopped by Arrow, Hao Tian was even more determined to kill Yixian. This person was too mysterious. If they didn't eliminate him now, he would become a great calamity for the Tian clan in the future. In the distant starry sky, Arrow suddenly stopped. She turned around and saw a woman standing there. Xiao Dao sized up Arrow and said with a smile, as expected of the undefeatable Arrow. Hao Tian is much weaker than you. Arrow looked at Xiao Dao. What's the matter? Other people might be afraid of Xiao Dao, but she wasn't. Naturally, she also didn't want to be enemies with Xiao Dao. After all, Xiao Dao had helped Yixian many times before. Xiao Dao laughed. Arrow, do you really want to interfere in his matters? Arrow had no expression on his face. Can't I? Xiao Dao shook her head. Naturally you can. It's just that, Arrow, I don't recommend you to interfere in his matters. Arrow stared at Xiao Dao. You are talking about the karma on him? Xiao Dao nodded. Arrow narrowed his eyes. What are you trying to say? Xiao Dao spoke in a light voice. Only when the Grand Priestess came looking for him did I discover that I have underestimated him. After speaking, she shook her head and laughed. Many people, including the Grand Priestess, felt that everything was within their calculations. But little did they know, they were already in the plans of others. What they thought was actually what others wanted them to think. Arrow suddenly exclaimed, Prophet! Xiao Dao nodded. Arrow looked at Xiao Dao. Are you sure the prophet won't come back? Arrow nodded. He won't. First, he never thought of coming back. Doing so would mean sacrificing himself. Second, even if he wanted to come back, he wouldn't be able to. Arrow said, the plain-clothed woman. Xiao Dao nodded. Not just the plain-clothed woman. There are others as well. As she spoke, she suddenly looked at the far end of the starry sky. I discovered that the prophet's chess game is very big. It's bigger than we expected. Arrow was silent for a moment. If he has a goal, why would he sacrifice himself like this? Wouldn't he be more powerful if he was alive? Xiao Dao smiled. That's true. But there is someone who won't give a damn about him. Arrow looked at Xiao Dao. The plain-clothed woman. Xiao Dao nodded. If I'm not wrong, what he wants to do must involve this plain-clothed woman. Arrow shook his head. That woman won't be schemed against by him. Xiao Dao looked at Arrow. That is when she is invincible. Hearing this, Arrow's pupils shrank. All of a sudden, she understood something. Xiao Dao suddenly said, actually, it's not really a scheme. No one can control everything, calculate everything. Especially that woman. She has already severed her own karma. Arrow suddenly said, can the fifth dimension tribulation kill her? Xiao Dao shook her head and smiled. What a joke. Arrow said in a deep voice, the prophet's true goal isn't the fifth dimension tribulation. Xiao Dao shook her head again. No, his true goal is the fifth dimension tribulation. But what happens after the fifth dimension tribulation? Arrow looked at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao softly said, the fifth dimension tribulation is a tribulation of the human heart. There is an ancient saying, natural and man-made disasters. The fifth dimension tribulation is a natural and man-made disaster. At this point, she suddenly smiled and said, but, there is an even bigger man-made disaster. Arrow stared at Xiao Dao. Who are you? Xiao Dao smiled. You won't know me even if I tell you. Arrow was silent. Xiao Dao looked at Arrow. Arrow, I said so much to let you know that you don't need to worry about him. Whoever kills him will suffer 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Arrow was silent for a moment, then said, what does Tendo think? The little Taoist smiled and said, the heavenly Tao has already helped him many times. What do you think he thinks? Arrow nodded. I understand. Xiao Dao suddenly said, why don't you sever your karma with him? If you do so, your sword Dao will be even stronger. Arrow looked at Xiao Dao. If the plainly dressed woman severed her karma with him, what would happen? Xiao Dao was silent. Arrow said, if he treats me sincerely, I will treat him sincerely. With that, she turned to leave. As if thinking of something, she stopped and said, what about you? You can see through everything and know everything. What is the purpose of your existence? Xiao Dao was silent. Arrow said, it's fine if you don't tell me. With that, she walked away. At this time, Xiao Dao suddenly smiled. Actually, I just want to heal my injury. Arrow turned to look at Xiao Dao. After so many years of healing, you still haven't healed? Xiao Dao smiled. No. Arrow asked, why are you injured? Xiao Dao smiled. I fought with someone. Arrow looked at Xiao Dao. How much of your strength is now? The little Taoist blinked. Less than 10%. Hearing this, Arrow couldn't help but tighten his grip on the immortal sword. At the end of the starry sky, Xian and the other two were on a starship, speeding through the vast Milky Way. On the starship, Xian turned to look. He frowned. They didn't chase after us? Amu shook her head. Someone stopped them. Xian looked at Amu. Who? Amu blinked. A woman with a sword. Arrow. Xian's first thought was Arrow because it couldn't be the plain-dressed woman. If it was a plain-dressed woman, he wouldn't have stopped them, he would have killed them, Xian said in a deep voice, is she in danger? Amu shook her head. No. Xian relaxed a little when he had heard that. Amu suddenly said, how did you get to know so many powerful women? Xian, from afar, the one-legged woman suddenly said, they're chasing after us again. Amu turned to take a look and nodded. Yes. Yi Xian's face darkened. He looked at the one-legged woman. How much longer until we reach Mount Buzhou? The one-legged woman looked into the distance. 1 more day's journey. 1 day, Yi Xian frowned. He turned to look at the end of the starry sky. Is it still that 8th-division heavenly dragon? Amu shook her head. Other than him, there's Hao Tian from the Sky race, Abzang from the Underworld, and Gu Zhantian from the Gu Xing race. Saying this, she looked at Yi Xian. You can't beat any of them. Yi Xian, at this moment, Amu suddenly pinched her fingers. She silently chanted an incantation. Soon, the starship sped up again. This time, the speed was a little faster. It was so fast that the starship couldn't bear it anymore. The one-legged woman looked at Amu. At this speed, this starship will be incinerated in 4 hours. Amu nodded. I know. But if they catch up, it will disappear now. The one-legged woman said, 4 hours. Think of a way. Yi Xian suddenly said, let's fight them. Saying this, he looked at the one-legged woman. Senior, you fight too, I'll fight one. The one-legged woman looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Amu suddenly laughed. It's useless. Because we'll be the ones to die in the end. Saying this, she gave Yi Xian a look. Yi Xian understood. The one-legged woman was only sending them off. This matter had nothing to do with them. They couldn't drag them down with them. Otherwise, it would be too wicked. Yi Xian looked at Amu. You're so calm. You must have a way, right? Amu giggled. I have a way. But I need your help. Yi Xian asked, what help? Amu turned her head and said softly, provide me with mystic qi. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, what are you going to do? Amu said, set up the array. Saying this, she slowly closed her eyes. At the same time, she took out her staff and waved it quickly. Sorcerer God. Help me. Hearing this, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. This was Xiao Dao's incantation. At this moment, the starry sky in front of little Daoist suddenly trembled. Then, countless black runes suddenly appeared out of thin air. These strange runes rapidly rotated, and in an instant, a mysterious rune net suddenly appeared in the entire starry sky. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. What is this? Amu said, the Wu clan's array. Yi Xian said, can it stop them? Amu shook her head. No. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Then what's the use of this? Amu blinked. It's useless. I just think it's fun. Yi Xian was speechless. Hearing Amu's words, Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Amu suddenly laughed, I'm just teasing you. As she spoke, she looked at the runes in the sky and said softly, this is an illusory array. Entering here is equivalent to entering the illusory array. This way, they can buy us some time. Yi Xian nodded, do you need spiritual energy now? Amu nodded slightly, give me spiritual energy, I need to keep setting up the array. Yi Xian walked to Amu's side, placed his right hand on Amu's shoulder, and a stream of pure spiritual energy flowed into Amu's body. Amu set up the array again. Along the way, Amu set up countless illusory arrays, but after more than a market, the starship they were riding on had already begun to burn. At the same time, a powerful energy fluctuation came from the starry sky behind them. On the starship, Yi Xian held his sword, looking at the starry sky. At this moment, the rune arrays set up by Amu were rapidly disappearing. In the distance, the one-legged woman was expressionless, still controlling the starship to continue flying. Amu's expression was calm, but from time to time, her brows furrowed. No one knew what she was thinking. No matter what, he, Yi Xian, was ready to fight. Amu suddenly turned to look at the one-legged woman, Miss, how much longer until we arrive? The one-legged woman glanced into the distance, if you don't think of a way to stop them, we definitely won't be able to arrive. Amu was silent. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, let's stop here. The one-legged woman and Amu looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian looked at the one-legged woman, smiling, Miss, let's stop here. The one-legged woman looked at Yi Xian, are you sure? Yi Xian nodded, then he pointed to the right, you drive the starship this way. The one-legged woman narrowed her eyes, you want me to attract the firepower? Yi Xian flicked his finger, and 50 strands of pure purple energy fell in front of the one-legged woman. The one-legged woman glanced at the 50 strands of purple gas and didn't say anything. Xian said, "This is to thank Miss for sending me off." With that, he flicked his finger again, and 100 strands of violet energy landed in front of the one-legged woman. "Miss, I don't know exactly how strong you are, but I know that those 3 people definitely can't kill you. Moreover, their target is not you, so when they discover that we are no longer on the starship, they will definitely not attack you." With a sweep of her right hand, the one-legged woman collected the 150 strands of purple gas. Xian cupped his fists. "Thank you." After that, he disappeared with a moo. The one-legged woman looked into the depths of the starry sky in the distance, then steered the starship in another direction. Soon, Hao Tian and the others appeared in the starry sky. Hao Tian glanced at the distant starry sky and was about to give chase when Abzang suddenly said, "There's no more illusory formation in that direction." Hao Tian squinted his eyes. "They didn't go that way." Abzang nodded. Hao Tian asked in a low voice, "Where are they going exactly?" Abzang glanced at the starry sky around him and slowly closed his eyes. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes. "They're going to the Buzhou Divine Mountain." Buzhou Divine Mountain. The expressions of everyone here changed when they heard this. They were naturally familiar with this place. This was the last remnant of the Tendo era, and to those from the Fiend God era, it was a forbidden ground because it was sealed by Tendo. At this moment, Gu Zhantian suddenly spoke, "Are they courting death?" Abzang shook his head. "There must be a deeper meaning to the high priest bringing that young man to that place." Gu Zhantian frowned. "What deeper meaning?" Abzang fell silent. Hao Tian suddenly spoke, "The high priest is intelligent and full of schemes. There must be a reason for him to bring that young man to that place. Also, if they really go to that place, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to kill them. They didn't dare to enter. The high priest dared to bring Yixian to the Buzhou Divine Mountain, but they didn't dare to enter. Tendo, that wasn't a joke." At this moment, Hao Tian suddenly spoke, "Since they can go to the Buzhou Divine Mountain, why can't we?" Abzang frowned. "This is a little risky." Hao Tian glanced at Abzang. "I don't know what the high priest wants to do, but I know that if we don't get rid of them now, we won't have any more chances in the future. Also, the supreme treasures of our various races are in the hands of that Yixian. If he dies in the Buzhou Divine Mountain, what will happen to those treasures?" Abzang fell silent. Hao Tian turned his head and stared in the direction of the Buzhou Divine Mountain as he spoke in a light voice, "Those 2 must die." After speaking, he directly vanished into the depths of the starry space. Abzang, Gu Zhantian, and the 8 groups Heavenly Dragon also chased after him. Far away in the depths of the starry space, Yixian carried a moo on his back as he rode on his flying sword. With a moo's help, his speed was only slightly slower than the speeding up starship. On the way, Yixian suddenly spoke, "Amu, why don't you enter the pagoda?" Amu blinked his eyes, "No." Yixian was puzzled, "Why?" Amu chuckled, "It's comfortable to carry me on your back." Yixian, Amu gazed into the distance, "Your plan is good, but you won't be able to fool them." Yixian fell silent. Amu laughed, "This time, the Wu clan's experts have yet to awaken. This is the best opportunity for them to kill me. They will definitely not let go of this opportunity, unless that God-tier consolidating equipment master wakes up." Yixian frowned, "If that God-tier consolidating equipment master wakes up, won't she kill you?" Amu smiled, "No, God-tier consolidating equipment master will kill me, but she won't kill you." Yixian was puzzled, "Why?" Amu blinked his eyes, "Because she is also very smart. Not only will she not kill you, but she will also obtain you." Yixian was speechless. What was she talking about? Amu laughed, "Unfortunately, God-tier consolidating equipment master hasn't woken up." Yixian said in a low voice, "Miss Amu, why won't God-tier consolidating equipment master kill me?" Amu blinked, "Guess." Yixian shook his head, "I won't guess." Amu smiled, "Hao Tian and the others can only see the immediate benefits, but God-tier consolidating equipment master can see the future." She paused, then continued, "No matter what, you must remember one thing, live well." Hearing this, Yixian frowned, Hey, why do you sound like you're saying your last words?" Amu smiled, not speaking. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Amu, don't do anything stupid. We will definitely reach Buzhou Sacred Mountain. Amu was silent. Yi Xian suddenly stopped, he turned to look at Amu, don't do anything stupid. Amu smiled, I won't. Yi Xian said in a low voice, either we go to Buzhou Sacred Mountain together, or we die together. Amu blinked, die together? Yi Xian nodded, I'm serious. I don't want you to sacrifice yourself for me to live. Understand? Amu was silent. Yi Xian carried Amu on his back, disappeared into the horizon on his sword. On the way, Yi Xian suddenly said, Senior 9th floor, do you have any ideas? They definitely couldn't fight, he and Amu definitely couldn't beat those people. After a moment of silence, 9th floor suddenly said, there's no way. Yi Xian, Amu suddenly said, in 15 minutes at most, they will catch up to us. Yi Xian turned to look, at this moment, he already felt a pressure, although it was still very small, it was growing. Growing. Yi Xian's face darkened. Somewhere in the starry sky, a woman was watching Yi Xian, who was running for his life in the distance. This woman was Xiao Dao. At this moment, the one-legged woman appeared next to Xiao Dao. The one-legged woman looked into the distance, why help me? The one-legged woman smiled, you're thin-skinned, if not for this, you would never have asked him for violet energy. The one-legged woman turned to look at Xiao Dao, why help me? Xiao Dao smiled, you're a good person. The one-legged woman turned to Xiao Dao, he can't beat them. The little Taoist said calmly, that's his own business. The one-legged woman looked into the depths of space, what is in Mount Buzhou? Xiao Dao smiled, what do you think? The one-legged woman said softly, Tendo? Xiao Dao shook her head, Tendo is not there. The one-legged woman frowned, then what is there? The one-legged woman smiled, did not speak. The one-legged woman looked at Xiao Dao, you really deserve a beating. Xiao Dao laughed, at this moment, she turned to look, in the distance, she saw a few people, it was Hao Tian and the others. Seeing this scene, the one-legged woman frowned. She knew that Yi Xian and Xiao Dao had been caught. At the end of the distant starry sky, Yi Xian and Amu suddenly stopped, he turned to look, at this moment, Hao Tian and the others appeared in front of him and Amu. Hao Tian looked at Amu, smiled, High Priest, where are you going? Amu smiled, to Mount Buzhou. Hao Tian stared at Amu, why are you going to Mount Buzhou? Amu blinked, make a guess. Hao Tian shook his head, High Priest, you must understand, the Wu clan powerhouses have yet to awaken. Amu nodded, I know. Hao Tian looked at Amu, I'll ask you one last time, why are you going to Mount Buzhou? Amu smiled, I'm really just running for my life. Hao Tian looked at Amu, his right hand slowly clenched. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly pulled Amu was about to speak, but he directly sent Amu into the prison pagoda within his body. At the same time, the prison pagoda was sealed. Within the prison pagoda, Amu was stunned. Looking at Hao Yan in the distance, Yi Xian said with a smile, Hi, guys. Hao Tian looked at Yi Xian, you want to fight 1 against 3? Yi Xian shook his head, I can't win. Hao Tian smiled, we allow you to call for reinforcements. Yi Xian looked at Hao Tian, I want to fight 1-on-1. 1-on-1, Hao Tian suddenly smiled, I don't think there's a need, because you can't beat me. Besides, I think there's no point in fighting 1-on-1. So, you can either run now, or call for reinforcements. Yi Xian was silent. Hao Tian stared at Yi Xian, are you sure you don't want to call for reinforcements? Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, Senior, if I fight the 3 of them, what are my chances of winning? 9th floor said, 100%. Yi Xian was stunned, really? 9th floor said, in your dreams. Yi Xian, at this moment, Hao Tian suddenly smiled, Yi Xian, rumor has it that you have countless experts backing you. Now that I'm giving you a chance, are you sure you don't want to call for reinforcements? Yi Xian looked at Hao Tian, do you really want me to call for reinforcements? Hao Tian stared at Yi Xian, if you don't, this god will look down on you. Yi Xian nodded slightly, I didn't want to call for reinforcements, but since you said so, I feel like I'm letting you down if I don't call for reinforcements. After saying that, he took out a black box, P.S. Let's hope the epidemic passes soon. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to guard against an arrow in the dark. Hao Tian did this because he knew that it was impossible for him to kill Yi Xian and High Priest Mu so easily. Both of them had someone backing them. He hoped that the other party was in the open and not in the dark. This was because he could sense that there was an expert hiding in the dark who had yet to reveal himself. Yi Xian stared at the black box in front of him in silence. This was left for him by the little white fellow. What was inside, he had no idea. He only knew that when the little white fellow was angry, it would want to open the box. This box was definitely not simple. He had initially wanted to save this box for a crucial moment, but he had no choice but to use it now. After all, he really couldn't defeat these people in front of him. Yi Xian gently opened the box. A beam of black light floated out of the box. Soon, a black little girl suddenly appeared in the beam of black light. The little girl was dressed very strangely. She was wearing a shirt with an unknown monster printed on it. The shirt had no sleeves, and it was short, just above her arms. She was wearing a pair of blue skin-tight pants. These pants were a little special because there was a small hole on the knee of her right foot. It seemed like it was done on purpose. On the little girl's feet was a pair of human-shaped flip-flops. Her 2 jade-white feet were exposed to the air without any scruples. What was worth mentioning was that the little girl had a horn on her head and a tail on her back. Somewhere in the darkness, Xiao Dao stared at the little girl. No one knew what he was thinking about. The one-legged girl beside him suddenly asked, "Who is she?" Xiao Dao was expressionless. "Let me correct you. She is not human." The one-legged girl, from afar, Hao Tian and the rest were also staring at the little girl who had just appeared. Hao Tian, Abzang, and Gu Zhantian didn't notice the expression on the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon's face. His eyes were filled with fear. Yi Xian was also staring at the little girl. He naturally knew who she was. This little girl was in cahoots with the little white fellow. The little girl yawned all of a sudden. Then she looked around. In the end, she laid her eyes on Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned. "Hello." The little girl sized up Yi Xian and frowned slightly. "Why are you still so weak?" Yi Xian was speechless. The little girl looked around again. "Where's Bai?" "Little fellow," Yi Xian's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly said, "She left." The little girl looked at Yi Xian. "He left?" Yi Xian nodded. "Let's go." The little girl shrugged. "Then I'm leaving too." With that, she turned around and left. Meanwhile, Yi Xian hurriedly stopped the little girl, and the little girl turned around to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Can you help me fight?" "Fight?" The little girl's eyes lit up, but soon, she shook her head. "No." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why?" The little girl pouted. "Brother said not to always help you. You have to learn to face it yourself." Yi Xian blinked. "Who's your brother?" The little girl said, "It's you." At this point, she suddenly stopped and did not speak. Yi Xian was speechless. The little girl looked at Yi Xian. "Were you bullied?" Yi Xian nodded frantically. "Yes." With that, he hurriedly pointed at Hao Yan and the others in the distance. They bullied the weak. 4 against 1. The little girl turned to look at Hao Yan and the others. Then, she looked at Yi Xian. "They're so weak. Can't you beat them?" Yi Xian was speechless. The little girl suddenly said, "Brother didn't let me help you fight. He said you have to grow on your own. I'm leaving." With that, she turned around and left. At this moment, Yi Xian hurriedly pulled her back. He took out a candied haw and handed it to the little girl. The little girl took the candied haw and blinked. "What do you mean by this?" "I'm telling you, I can't be bought over with a candied haw." Yi Xian suddenly took out another candied haw and handed it to the little girl. The little girl kept the candied haw without batting an eyelid. Then, she said, "Are we just going to fight them?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes. But, there are 4 of them." The little girl glanced at Hao Yan and the others. Then, she said, "Don't be afraid." With that, she walked towards Hao Yan and the others. Looking at the little girl walking over, Hao Yan was expressionless. Suddenly, he disappeared on the spot. In the distance, the little girl stopped in her tracks. She flew up and punched. Boom, with one punch, the starry sky was destroyed. The starry sky within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was destroyed in an instant. Countless stars were shattered. The entire star field turned pitch black. An enormous black hole had been born just like that. On the other hand, Xianxia was blasted over 5,000 kilometers away. When he finally stopped moving, his body had split apart and blood sprayed out. This punch instantly stunned everyone here. Xianxia was dumbstruck as well. How could this little girl be so strong? Is she even human? In the shadows, Xiao Dao's face was expressionless. On the other hand, the single-legged woman by her side had an extremely heavy expression on her face. The little girl's strength had greatly exceeded her expectations. The might of this punch was truly capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Most importantly, it wasn't even her true body. As for Abzang, Gu Zhantian, and the 8 groups Heavenly Dragon, all of them had unprecedentedly heavy expressions on their faces. Moreover, there was even fear amidst that heaviness. As for Xianxia himself, he was even more dumbstruck. A single punch, his body was blasted apart by a single punch. What sort of monster is this? The little girl peeled off a candied haw and licked it lightly. After that, she turned around and gazed at Xiao Dao. You're here as well. Xianxia glanced at the path in the distance. Then he said, do you know her? The little girl nodded. She had designs on Bai in the past. Xianxia blinked. What do you mean? The little girl replied, she's a little bad. Xianxia was speechless. Xiao Dao gazed at the little girl and remained silent. The little girl glanced at Xiao Dao. Do you want to fight? Xiao Dao's face remained expressionless. Up to you. Xianxia's expression changed. He was just about to say something when the little girl suddenly smashed her fist forward. At the instant that her fist shot forward, a powerful force suddenly blasted Xianxia over 10 kilometers away. Meanwhile, Xiao Dao took a step forward, and then he pressed his fingers together and tapped forward. At this moment, this expanse of the starry sky suddenly stopped moving. A finger tore through the starry sky and tore it apart layer by layer. In next to no time, a world-shaking explosion resounded like a thunderclap from within the pitch-black spatial black hole. Rumble. The stellar region which had been transformed into a black hole shook violently, and then it exploded apart. Xianxia, Abzang, and the others were blasted backwards repeatedly. The little girl suddenly put the candied haw away, and then her figure shot explosively towards Xiao Dao like a cannonball. Everywhere she passed was obliterated into nothingness. She'd truly vanished. All matter had vanished. Her strength was too formidable. Xiao Dao's face remained expressionless. Her eyes narrowed slightly when the little girl arrived in front of her, and then she clenched her right fist and smashed it forward. She was going head-on against it. Rumble. As soon as their fists collided, the entire stellar region suddenly fell silent as if it had been frozen. Suddenly, Xiao Dao's figure turned illusory, and then her fist smashed against the little girl's chest. Bang! The little girl's figure shook violently, but she didn't take a single step back. Conversely, Xiao Dao retreated by over 300 m. However, she didn't stop, and her figure turned illusory again. The little girl's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she turned around and swung her leg. Bang! A figure was blasted back. Meanwhile, the little girl suddenly frowned, and then she suddenly turned around. Meanwhile, a finger suddenly pressed against her throat. Bang! The little girl's figure shook, and then her figure instantly became slightly illusory. However, at practically the exact same moment, her fist smashed against Xiao Dao who'd suddenly appeared in front of her. Bang! Xiao Dao instantly retreated by 3 km, the little girl touched her throat, and there was a fingerprint there. She raised her head to look at Xiao Dao, and then she suddenly smashed her fist forward and roared furiously, "Shake the heavens and earth." Her fist descended. Rumble, a destructive power suddenly swept across the field. Xianxia's expression changed drastically at the sight of this power, and he retreated frantically. Xianxia, Abzang, and the others also retreated explosively. This force was truly too powerful. It was truly capable of destroying the world. In the distance, little Daoist narrowed her eyes. She stretched out her hands and pointed downwards. Then, she slowly closed her eyes. When the powerful force was several thousand feet away from her, she suddenly opened her eyes and pointed out a finger. Destroy. A speck of black light appeared on the tip of her finger. Bang! Suddenly, a deafening explosion resounded, and then 2 figures retreated explosively. It was Xiao Dao and the little girl. Around 15 minutes later, the surroundings gradually calmed down, and Xiao Dao and the little girl returned to their original positions. Xiao Dao gazed at the little girl emotionlessly. The little girl took out a stick of candied hawthorn and started to lick it. Meanwhile, Yi Xian hurriedly appeared by the little girl's side. He glanced at Xiao Dao and said, "Are both of you all right?" Xiao Dao remained silent. The little girl said, "I'm fine." Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. He couldn't figure out why the little girl wanted to hit Xiao Dao. The little girl gazed at Yi Xian. "I've used up all my energy. I'm going to vanish." Yi Xian was speechless. The little girl gazed at Xiao Dao. "I'll come find you in the future." Xiao Dao spoke indifferently, "I'll be waiting for you." The little girl licked the candied hawthorn, and her body grew more and more ethereal. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Do you know how to charge it?" "Charge it?" The little girl blinked. "How do you want to charge it?" Yi Xian hurriedly dragged number 9 out. Number 9, he'd never forgotten this woman. She was a woman who was very good at fighting. Her strength was a mystery as well. The little girl sized up number 9, and it didn't take long for her eyes to light up. Wow! She actually exists. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, "Do you know what she is?" The little girl nodded. "I do." Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "How do I charge her?" The little girl sized up number 9 carefully, licked the candied hawthorn, and then looked at Yi Xian. "I observed her carefully. She doesn't have a charging port, so you might have bought a fake. I suggest you return it." "Return it?" Yi Xian was speechless. A refund. Yi Xian put on an odd expression when he had heard what the little girl had said. Meanwhile, the little girl gazed at Yi Xian. "Let's return it." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "I picked it up." "Picked it up?" The little girl blinked. "You didn't buy it?" Yi Xian nodded. "I didn't buy it. Help me see how I should charge it." The little girl sized up number 9 once more, and then she gazed at Yi Xian. "How's her IQ?" Yi Xian said, "Very, very high, and she's very strong." The little girl said softly, "It should be a solar charger." "Solar?" Yi Xian blinked. "What do you mean?" The little girl said, "It's a solar charger." Yi Xian was speechless. The little girl glanced at the surroundings. It was pitch black without a trace of sunlight. The little girl said, "Take her to bask in the sun." Yi Xian nodded. "That's the only way." The little girl licked the candied fruit, and then she passed it to Yi Xian. "Keep it for me. I'll ask for it from you next time." As soon as she finished speaking, her body became completely ethereal, and it didn't take long for her to vanish. Yi Xian was speechless. The little girl had left. Yi Xian gazed at number 9, and then he glanced at the surroundings. "I have to find some time to bask her in the sun." As if he'd thought of something, he turned around to look at where Hao Tian and the others were. They hadn't left. Hao Tian's body had been destroyed. Yi Xian gazed at Hao Tian whose body had been destroyed, and he chuckled. "You asked me to call for help. Hee hee." As soon as he finished speaking, he put number 9 away, turned around, and ran. Hao Tian's expression was extremely unsightly. Of course, there was even more fear and terror on his face. The little girl that Yi Xian called out just now was truly heaven-defying. He didn't dare to chase after Yi Xian, he really didn't dare. A moment later, Hao Tian suddenly said, "Go back." With that, he turned around and left. On the battlefield, Abukang, Gu Zhantian and the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon vanished as well. Xiao Dao and the one-legged woman were still there. The one-legged woman looked at Xiao Dao. "What kind of monster is she?" Xiao Dao said calmly, "Evil beasts." The one-legged woman frowned. "Exalted goddess?" Xiao Dao shook his head. "No." As she spoke, she looked into the distance with a complicated expression. "The ancestor of evil beasts." After a moment of silence, the one-legged woman said, "I'm afraid the Tian clan won't dare to cause trouble for him anymore." Xiao Dao shook his head slightly. "It depends on the priest's attitude. If she wants to target us, the Tian clan will not hesitate to pay the price." The one-legged woman asked, "Will she? I wonder what that woman is thinking." Xiao Dao said softly. The one-legged woman fell silent. In the distance, Yi Xian was sprinting madly. When he confirmed that Hao Yan and the others weren't chasing after him, he heaved a sigh of relief. After that, he released a moo. Amu looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian said softly, "Are you angry?" Amu shook his head. "You did it to protect me. Why would I be angry? However, don't do this again. If there's anything, I will face it together with you." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." Amu looked at Yi Xian. "It's a promise." Yi Xian said seriously, "It's a promise." Amu smiled and said, "That girl just now left. Is she gone?" Yi Xian nodded. "She left. I wonder when I can see her again." Amu said softly, "She is very light. That Xiao Dao is very strong too." Xiao Dao, at this moment, he suddenly remembered something, and that was little Daoist. While he was shocked by the girl's strength, he almost forgot about Xiao Dao. This Xiao Dao was also very terrifying. He was evenly matched with that girl, who was Xiao Dao. This was also a mystery. Amu suddenly said, "Let's go to Mount Buzhou." Yi Xian looked at Amu. "We're still going? I think the Celestials wouldn't dare to find us now." Amu smiled. "Let's go." Yi Xian looked at Amu. "What's your goal?" Amu smiled. "You'll know when we get there." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." At this moment, Xiao suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao pulled him into the prison pagoda. Amu hurriedly followed them into the prison pagoda. Xiao brought Yi Xian and Amu to the third floor. On the third floor, Yi Xian saw the heaven-warring beast. At this moment, this heaven-warring beast was at least several times bigger than before. At the same time, its body exuded a terrifying pressure. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Xiao looked at the heaven-warring beast. "It seems to have grown up." Yi Xian nodded. "I can see that." Xiao said again. "I just gave it some pills." Then, at this point, she stopped abruptly. Yi Xian asked. "Then what?" Xiao walked behind the heaven-warring beast. She grabbed its long tail and dragged it in front of Yi Xian. Xiao pointed at the heaven-warring beast. "It ate all the spirit fruits. And it still wants to eat them. I don't know how to raise it." Yi Xian, the heaven-warring beast, lay on the ground, shivering. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, "It is going to evolve." Yi Xian looked at Amu. Amu said softly, "After it received the help of that little girl, it has broken through its bloodline. Now it is in a very critical period. If it has enough spirit qi, it will evolve and completely surpass its ancestor." "Spirit qi," Yi Xian said in a deep voice. "How much spirit qi?" Amu blinked. "I don't know. But the more, the better, because the more it has, the more powerful it is." Yi Xian looked at Xiao Xiao spread her hands. "It has eaten all the fruits and pills." With that, she gently kicked the heaven-warring beast with her little foot. "What a foodie." The heaven-warring beast lay on the ground and gently rubbed against Xiao trying to please her. Xiao was a little helpless. Then she looked at Yi Xian. "What should we do?" "It will eat us poor." At this time, the heaven-warring beast hurriedly ran to Yi Xian's feet and gently rubbed against Yi Xian's feet. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "I'll think of a way." Amu looked at Yi Xian. "What way?" Yi Xian glanced at the heaven-warring beast in front of him, then looked at Amu. "Can the Wu clan afford to raise it?" Amu blinked. This, Yi Xian looked at Amu. "It is ours, and also the Wu clan's." After a moment of silence, Amu said, "Raise it." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression suddenly relaxed. Although he was very rich, he still underestimated this heaven-warring beast. This guy really could eat. It should be known that Xiao had saved countless spirit fruits and spirit items, but they were all eaten by this heaven-warring beast. Amu looked at the heaven-warring beast. If it is allowed to advance, it will become very powerful, but it really can eat. At this time, the heaven-warring beast suddenly stood up. It waved its fists as if to express something. At this time, Xiao suddenly said, "It said it can fight very well when it grows up." Yi Xian was speechless. Amu suddenly said, "How about this? When I return from Mount Buzhou, we will bring you to the Wu clan. At that time, you can eat to your heart's content." The heaven-warring beast hurriedly nodded. Amu smiled slightly, then looked at Yixian. Let's go. Yixian nodded, then left the prison pagoda with Amu. Inside the pagoda, Xiaoling looked at the heaven-warring beast and sighed. Eat less. Heaven-warring beast. Outside, Yixian was flying on his sword, and Amu was right beside him. Yixian looked into the distance. Amu, I heard you say that Mount Buzhou is the last remnant of the Tendo era? Amu nodded. Yes. Yixian said in a deep voice, even Tendo can't avoid the fifth dimension tribulation? Amu said softly, I don't know. I only know that she is very mysterious and very powerful. If it weren't for you, I definitely wouldn't have come to Mount Buzhou. Yixian was a little puzzled. Why? Amu chuckled. Because she won't harm you. If you come here, she might give you some face. If I came alone, she definitely wouldn't give me face. Yixian was a little curious. Amu, why are you going to Mount Buzhou? I'm really curious. Amu blinked. You'll know when the time comes. Yixian shook his head. All right. Amu turned his head and looked, then said, after this time, the Tian clan will definitely restrain themselves. Yixian smiled. I hope so. Amu looked at Yixian, wanting to say something but hesitating. Yixian said softly, Amu, what do you want to say? Amu was silent for a moment, then said, by now, you should already know that your identity is a bit special, right? Yixian nodded. Amu looked at Yixian. You seem safe, but in reality, danger lurks everywhere. Your current strength is far from enough to deal with these dangers. As for that woman in the plain dress, I've thought about it for the past few days. There must be a deeper meaning to her not coming to the fifth dimension. And to be able to delay her footsteps, it is definitely not an ordinary person or matter. The people behind you are each stronger than the last, but this also means that in the future, your opponents will definitely be extremely strong. Yixian frowned. Future opponents? Amu looked at Yixian. All the eras are converging, and the fifth dimension tribulation is about to arrive. Haven't you noticed that something big is about to happen? Yixian said in a deep voice, is it just the fifth dimension tribulation? Amu shook her head. It's definitely not just the fifth dimension tribulation. As she spoke, she turned to look at the distant depths of the starry sky. Her eyes were filled with deep worry. Yixian asked, Amu, did you discover something? Amu shook her head and smiled, not saying anything. Yixian was about to speak, but at this time Amu suddenly raised her head and looked into the distance. We've arrived. Yixian looked into the distance. In the depths of the starry sky, he could vaguely see a huge mountain. That huge mountain stood in the middle of the starry sky. Around that huge mountain, there were countless smaller mountains. In that area, dark clouds covered the sky, and the light was extremely dim. It gave people an invisible feeling of oppression. In addition, Yixian also discovered that on top of that Buzhou sacred mountain, there was a huge sleeping dragon. Yixian looked at Amu. Amu said softly, this is Buzhou sacred mountain. P.S. Being too handsome is too troublesome. You can't understand. Yixian looked at the huge dragon occupying Buzhou sacred mountain. Amu, this is? Amu said softly, the last true dragon of the Tendo era. True dragon, at this moment, he thought of the true dragon bloodline. There were 3 main bloodlines in the world, his mad demon bloodline, mortal bloodline, and the true dragon bloodline. True dragon, Yixian asked, what's the difference between a true dragon and a heavenly dragon? Amu said with a smile, there's a big difference. There are many types of dragons. Among them, true dragons are the highest level because their bloodline is the purest. Next are demonic dragons. Demonic dragons are also true dragons, but they have darkened. And then there's the heavenly dragon. Whether it's strength or bloodline purity, a heavenly dragon is far inferior to a true dragon. Yixian looked at the true dragon and said, why is it here? Amu smiled faintly, I made a mistake. I was imprisoned here by the Tendo to guard Buzhou mountain. Hearing this, Yixian's eyelids twitched. I made a mistake, Amu said softly, the Tendo is much stronger than you think. After all, it's the Tendo of our fifth dimension. Yixian looked at the still sleeping true dragon and said, Amu, what's your goal? Amu said, "Follow me." After saying this, she walked towards a rugged path in the distance. Xian hurried to catch up. This place was extremely dark, and there was an oppressive atmosphere everywhere. The true dragon in the distance was still sleeping, and there was no sign of it waking up. Xian asked, "Amu, if it wakes up, will it attack us?" Amu looked at the true dragon and nodded, "It definitely will." Xian, Amu said with a smile, "It's fine. As long as we don't provoke it, it shouldn't wake up for the time being, unless the Tendo wakes it up." Tendo, Xian looked around. "Does the Tendo know that we are here?" Amu blinked. "Maybe." Perhaps. Xian was speechless. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, "We have to speed up." Xian looked into the distance. "Just on foot?" Amu nodded. "Let's walk. If we ride on the sword, we'll easily alert the true dragon. With your current strength." At this point, she suddenly stopped talking. Xian asked, "Is there a big gap between us?" Amu nodded slightly. "After all, it's a true dragon. According to the ranking of the heavenly dragon race, he should be at the 9th vein. 9 patterns." This time, Xian knew what was going on. Amu sped up and looked into the distance. "We're almost there." Xian did not ask any more questions. About an hour later, Amu brought Xian to a stone door. The stone door was thick and heavy. On it, there were unknown runes. Xian looked at Amu. Amu smiled. "We're here." Xian said, "Amu, this is?" Amu did not say anything. She walked to the stone door and looked at the runes on it. Her eyebrows gradually furrowed. Xian was also proficient in runes. He looked at the stone door. The runes on the stone door were very strange, and he had never seen them before. Amu said, "We must unravel these runes." Xian asked, "Can't we just barge in?" Amu shook her head. "No." With that, she approached the stone door and gently stroked the mysterious runes on it. "Interesting." Xian said, "Can you understand it?" Amu said softly, "I have to study it." With that, she took out an ancient book and flipped through it. Xian also helped to read it. At first, he did not understand, but fortunately, Amu would explain it to him. Just like that, after about a market, Amu suddenly stood up. She quickly pressed her hands on the stone door. Soon, the runes on the stone door lit up. It was activated. Amu turned to look at Xian and grinned. "It's a success." Xian nodded. He looked at the stone door and it slowly opened. Soon, a dark wind drifted out. Xian pulled Amu behind him. A sword intent appeared out of thin air and blocked the cold wind. Amu suddenly said, "Let's go in." With that, she pulled Xian's hand and quickly walked inside. The two of them walked along the small path, and before long, they arrived in front of a stone temple. In front of the stone temple, there was a statue of a man. The man wore a simple black robe, and in his left hand was an ancient diagram, while in his right hand was a round shield that was intersecting black and white. Xian looked at Amu. Amu said softly, "Salute." With that, she respectfully saluted the statue of the man. Xian hesitated for a moment and then also saluted. Amu said softly, "You must be very curious about who he is." Xian nodded. "Yes." Amu said, "He is called Shi. He is one of the founders of our human civilization. At the beginning of the birth of the 5-dimensional universe, there were only Tendo and some other creatures. But later on, there was the human race. And at that time, humans did not have spiritual wisdom. Their behavior was no different from wild beasts. Later on, some outstanding human powerhouses appeared on this land. She was one of them. At that time, humans were weak. It was they who led humans to fight against heaven and earth, against the ancient demon beasts, and created the human civilization. As she said this, she looked at Xian. Strictly speaking, they are the ancestors of our human race. They are worthy of the respect of all human powerhouses. Moreover, all humans should remember them. Xian said softly, "So that's how it is." As he said this, he turned to look at Amu. "You came here to see him?" Amu suddenly pulled Xian's hand and walked in front of Shi. She looked at the statue of Shi and said, Emperor Shi, the person beside me is kind and loyal. He is qualified to take on the responsibility of the future of the human race. If Emperor Shi is willing, you can hand over the 8 trigrams and the Tai Chi shield to him. He will not disappoint Emperor Shi and revitalize the human race. Yi Xian was speechless. The statue did not respond. Amu hesitated and then said, Emperor Shi, are you really not going to consider it? The statue still did not respond. Amu was silent. Yi Xian smiled and said, it's okay. I already have many treasures. Amu shook her head. It's not the same. Yi Xian was puzzled. What's the difference? Amu shook her head slightly. She looked at the statue of Emperor Shi and slowly closed her eyes. She seemed to be saying something, but Yi Xian could not hear her. Yi Xian looked at Emperor Shi. At this moment, Amu suddenly opened her eyes. She looked straight at Emperor Shi and muttered something. Yi Xian could not hear a single word. After a while, Amu suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. Are you willing to fight for the human race? Fight for the human race? Yi Xian was stunned. Amu looked at Yi Xian. If you agree to fight for the human race, from this moment on, you will shoulder the heavy burden of the human race's civilization. You will become the true king of the human race, the king of the human race. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Amu. Amu looked straight at Yi Xian. Answer me. Answer me seriously. This is not a joke. Once you agree, you will bear a huge burden. Not only that, you will become the king of the human race. You will have a heavy burden on your shoulders. Fight for the human race. Yi Xian was silent. He knew that Amu was not joking. Once he admitted to it, Yi Xian would have to bear more responsibility. For the human race, Yi Xian said in a low voice, Amu, I am a selfish person. Amu said, but from this moment on, you can change yourself. From now on, not only will you fight for yourself and your family, but you will also fight for the entire human race. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Amu, I don't have that strength. He could lie to others, but he did not want to lie to Amu. Amu shook his head. Strength is not a problem. The problem is whether you have the heart. Yi Xian looked straight at Amu. I don't. He said whatever he wanted to say. Right now, he really did not think about why he would fight for the human race. This was too great. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Amu turned to look at the statue of Emperor Shi. At this moment, the statue suddenly split open. Then, a shadow appeared in front of Yi Xian and Amu. It was Emperor Shi. Emperor Shi glanced at Amu, then looked at Yi Xian. He smiled and said, Young man, you are quite honest. Yi Xian bowed slightly. Greetings, elder. Emperor Shi floated in front of Yi Xian. He looked at Yi Xian. After a moment, he said softly, You are quite considerate. Yi Xian was completely confused by her words. Emperor Shi looked up, his eyes full of worry. The greatest enemy of this world is not others, nor is it the impending catastrophe, but ourselves. Whether it is the human race or other races, the greatest enemy is ourselves. But all living beings and races have no other way. Because we have to survive. As he said this, he looked at Yi Xian. There was a hint of complexity in his eyes. Back then, I was not as good as you. As he said this, his body gradually became illusory. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, Bow. Yi Xian hesitated, then bowed respectfully. Emperor Shi looked at Yi Xian. When you are powerful enough, remember that you are a human. Although we humans have internal strife and kill each other, remember that the human civilization should not disappear from this universe. And you are the inheritor and guardian of the civilization. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Elder, the human race will not recognize what you said. Emperor Shi smiled slightly. They will recognize it. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, Hurry up and thank Elder Emperor Shi. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then he bowed respectfully. I can't guarantee anything, but I will try my best. Emperor Shi smiled slightly. That's enough. As he said this, his body became completely illusory. At this moment, an ancient map and a round shield suddenly fell in front of Yi Xian. In addition, there was also an ancient seal. The seal was only the size of a fist, and its four sides were engraved with mountains and rivers. As for Emperor Shi, he had disappeared without a trace. Yixian looked at Amu. Amu opened her right hand, and the ancient map appeared in her hand. Looking at the ancient map in his hand, she whispered, 8 trigrams map. Yixian quickly asked, what's the use of it? Amu said softly, I'll tell you later. As she said this, she picked up the seal and said, this is the seal of the human ruler. With this seal, you can summon the 12 generals to fight for you. Not only that, but from now on, any seal, enchantment, and matrix in the world will be ineffective against you. Most importantly. As she said this, she looked at Yixian. This seal can let you obtain the power of faith of the human race. Human's power of faith. Yixian was somewhat puzzled. What is human's power of faith? Amu said softly, it is a special type of cultivation power. The more people that believe in you, the stronger you will be. If the entire human race believes in you, your strength will be very, very terrifying. Saying that, she paused, then continued, however, this is very difficult. Now is not like the past, the human race itself is fighting amongst themselves, the people's hearts are lax, wanting the entire human race to believe in you is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yixian said in a deep voice, that is to say, this is useless? Amu shook her head, how can that be? This is the human ruler seal, it is the symbol of your identity. This seal is extremely useful to you, do not lose it. Yixian nodded, I will keep it well. Saying that, he looked at the 8 trigrams diagram and the Taiji shield in his hands. Amu took the Taiji shield from Yixian's hands, for now, this shield is the most useful to you. Yixian looked at the Taiji shield, how is this shield compared to the torch dragon shield? Amu rolled her eyes at Yixian, how can your torch dragon shield be compared to this shield? Yixian blinked, this shield is much stronger than the torch dragon shield? Amu nodded, the strength of this shield is far beyond your imagination. Come, drip a drop of your blood, let it recognize you as its master. Yixian nodded, with a point of his finger, a drop of blood flew into the Taiji shield. Boom, the Taiji shield trembled violently, then directly turned into a white light of intersecting black and white, entering the space between Yixian's eyebrows. Yixian was stunned in place. Soon, a mass of white and black gas appeared around his body. These two masses of gas revolved around his body, gradually, an illusory black and white shield appeared around him. Taiji shield, this Taiji shield was not real, but illusory. Yixian glanced at the illusory Taiji shield. With a thought, the Taiji shield immediately disappeared. Yixian looked at Amu. Amu chuckled and said, this is the toughest shield known so far. Other than that, this shield also has Emperor Shi's divine power. It is truly impenetrable. Yixian looked at Amu. Invincible? Amu nodded, even the legendary Tendo blade can't hurt it. With this shield, you're invincible, except for a few extremely strong people. Yixian was silent for a moment. Then, he took out the executing heaven sword and gently slashed it against his Taiji shield. The sword slashed down, but the Taiji shield was not damaged at all. It was as if his sword had slashed onto cotton. Yixian was truly shocked at this moment. One had to know that his executing heaven sword could even break through the defense of the 8th-division heavenly dragon. However, it could not hurt this Taiji shield at all. At this moment, Amu said again, even if your sword was 10 times stronger, it would not be able to hurt this shield. Hearing this, Yixian's face was full of shock. It's that terrifying? Amu nodded slightly, this shield contains endless mysteries. It's known as the #1 shield of the human race. Yixian blinked. Amu, aren't you from the Wu clan? How did you become a human? Amu smiled and said, whether it's the Wu clan or the deity clan, we are all humans in essence. It's just that we are from different camps. But in the end, we are all humans. Hearing this, Yixian understood. As if thinking of something, Yixian hurriedly asked, Amu, can Hao Yan and the others break my shield? Amu shook his head, they can't. Hearing this, Yixian was delighted. At this moment, Amu said again, but if you fight them, you'll definitely be the one to die. Yixian blinked. Why? Amu rolled his eyes at Yixian. Because you can't do anything to them. This shield can only guarantee your safety, but it can only be used for defense. If they fight you, they can exhaust you to death. Do you understand? Yixian nodded slightly, understood. Simply put, they couldn't beat him to death, but they could exhaust him to death. Yixian picked up the 8 trigrams and said, Amu, what's this? Amu said, the 8 trigrams contains a set of arrays. Yixian blinked. Arrays? Amu nodded, 8 trigrams array. Yixian asked, the human race's first array? Amu said with a smile, the 8 trigrams array can only be considered the human race's second array. Yixian quickly asked, what's the human race's first array? Amu rolled his eyes at Yixian. I knew you would ask this. Let me tell you, the human race's first array is at Tendo. And this 8 trigrams array is mainly for defense. Once this array is activated, even the 5th dimension tribulation can be resisted. What? Yixian suddenly said in astonishment, it can even resist the 5th dimension tribulation? Amu glared at Yixian. Let me finish. This array can resist the 5th dimension tribulation, but only in a very small area. For example, this Buzhou God Mountain. If the 5th dimension tribulation comes, this array can protect Buzhou God Mountain, but outside of Buzhou God Mountain, it doesn't have this ability. Hearing this, Yixian understood. The Taiji shield was a single-target defense, but this 8 trigrams array was a full-body defense. Amu suddenly said seriously, let me tell you, you promised Emperor Shi that you would protect the human race in the future. Yixian nodded. I will do my best. Amu nodded. As long as you do your best. Yixian looked around, then said, let's go back. Amu shook her head. I still need to bring you somewhere else. After saying this, she pulled Yixian's arm and walked outside. When they were outside, Yixian discovered that the true dragon was still sleeping. Looking at this true dragon, Yixian suddenly thought of that true phoenix. That true phoenix was also very strong, but unfortunately, its brain wasn't very good. It had just been freed, but it wanted to say harsh words to Tendo. Even though it couldn't defeat its opponent, it still wanted to say harsh words. In his opinion, this was stupid. Amu led Yixian towards a small path in the distance. Right at this moment, lightning suddenly flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Yixian raised his head and looked up. Within the dark clouds, lightning was densely packed, and strands of invisible might swept down. Amu suddenly said, according to the ancient records, this Mount Buzhou was once a pillar that connected the heavens and the earth. Unfortunately, it was smashed apart. Smashed apart, Yixian's eyelids twitched. Who was that powerful? Amu smiled and said, an expert from the Tendo era. As for his name, I don't know either. That's because even we don't know much about the Heavenly Law era. I only know that there were quite a few experts from that era. Yixian said softly, era after era was destroyed by the 5th dimension calamity. And now, the 5th dimension calamity is coming again. Amu looked at Yixian. Are you afraid? Yixian nodded. A little afraid, because I don't want to die. Amu smiled and said, then you have to work hard to become stronger. Yixian nodded. The current him, his only goal was to become stronger. Amu suddenly pointed into the distance. Do you see that small mountain? Yixian looked in the direction where Amu was pointing. In the distance, there was a small mountain. The small mountain was lying between 2 large mountains. From time to time, lightning would fall on the small mountain. However, the lightning did not destroy the small mountain. Instead, it entered the small mountain. Amu said softly, it is said that a great god is imprisoned there. Yixian looked at Amu. A great god is imprisoned there? Amu nodded. Yes. Yixian asked, who imprisoned it? Amu said softly, Tendo. Yixian wanted to ask more, but Amu suddenly said, don't ask one question at a time. Let me tell you what I know. Yixian was speechless. Amu said, in the era of Tendo, 2 great gods fought over some benefits. One of them knocked down Mount Buzhou in a fit of rage. When the mountain fell, the balance between heaven and earth was lost. Countless living beings around Mount Buzhou died tragically. In a fit of rage, Tendo suppressed him here so that he would never be able to rise again. Yixian said in a deep voice, Amu, was this Tendo guarding this land? Amu nodded. Yes. Yixian was a little puzzled. Then why did she disappear later on? Amu said softly, maybe she was disappointed. Yixian asked, why do you say that? Amu shook her head. I don't know the specifics either. That Xiao Dao should know a lot. Yixian shook his head slightly. That woman won't tell me. Amu smiled. You're just too curious about everything. Yixian was about to speak when the mountain in the distance suddenly trembled. Countless rocks rolled down. Yixian and Amu looked at the mountain. Yixian said in a deep voice, don't tell me that whatever god is coming out. Amu blinked. It's possible. Yixian looked at Amu. Shall we go? Amu said softly, the other party should have discovered you. Yixian was about to speak when Amu suddenly said, let's meet him. With that said, she led Yixian towards the small mountain. Soon, Yixian and Amu arrived in front of the small mountain. At this moment, the small mountain shook violently. Yixian was about to speak when a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the small mountain. Boom, the entire small mountain shook violently. Yixian looked at Amu. I think he was beaten. Amu nodded. Yixian looked at the sky and said, could it be that the Tendo forbade him from coming into contact with us? Amu looked around. That's possible. Yixian said, then shall we go? Amu nodded. All right. With that said, she pulled Yixian and left. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the small mountain. Please wait. Yixian and Amu stopped and turned to look at the small mountain. On top of the small mountain, an illusory figure suddenly appeared. Amu looked at the figure. What's the matter, senior? The figure said, the old man would like to ask for a small favor from the two of you. Very straightforward, Amu shook her head. Your Excellency, we are just passing by. The figure fell silent. Amu said again, Your Excellency, we are really just passing by. The figure suddenly said, this person beside you is the new king of human, right? Human king, Yixian looked at Amu. Amu blinked and said, yes. The figure said, Your Majesty the human king, please lend a hand. Yixian fell silent. The figure said again, Your Majesty, are you afraid of the Tendo? Yixian nodded. Yes. The figure said, you are the human king, your status is not inferior to the Tendo. Yixian looked at the figure. What's the use of status? I can't beat him. P.S. I don't know when the epidemic will end. I'm eating cabbage in my hometown every day. Identity, he really didn't think that there was anything special about a human king's identity. Strength was the way of the king. In the distance, the figure was silent. At this time, Yixian said, Your Excellency, we don't want to offend the Tendo. Please understand. The Tendo had already given him a lot of face. He couldn't take it too far. Yixian turned to look at Amu. Let's go. Amu nodded. Amu led Yixian away. Behind them, the figure didn't say anything, but he didn't disappear either. He just stood there. In the distance, Yixian suddenly said, Amu, you seem to know this place quite well. Amu smiled. I did. Yixian looked at Amu. You brought me here to let me obtain the inheritance of Emperor Shi? Amu nodded. Yixian asked, why? Amu blinked. Why what? Yixian said, why did you let me inherit the inheritance of Emperor Shi? Amu smiled. Because this way, you will have more means to protect yourself. Yixian looked at Amu and didn't say anything. Amu smiled. Do you know why Emperor Shi chose you? Yixian said, I know. He didn't just choose me. There are other reasons, right? Amu nodded. Yes. So, you need to work harder. Because you don't have much time left. As she said this, she looked at Yixian and said softly, you haven't experienced the fifth dimension tribulation. You don't know how terrifying it is. Yixian was silent. Fifth dimension tribulation, he indeed hadn't seen the fifth dimension tribulation, but he could imagine how terrifying it was. Since ancient times, how many experts and civilizations had been destroyed by the fifth dimension tribulation. At this time, Amu said, my intuition tells me that this time's fifth dimension tribulation will be different from the previous ones. Yixian frowned. What do you mean? Amu shook his head, I can't say. It's just intuition. Yixian was silent. About an hour later, Amu suddenly stopped. Not far in front of her, there was a stone tablet. The words on the stone tablet were very strange, and Yixian could not understand them. Amu walked in front of the stone tablet and bowed slightly. Yixian followed suit and bowed. Amu looked at the stone tablet and said softly, buried here is an expert who once made great contributions to the human race. As she spoke, she walked in front of the stone tablet and whispered something. After a moment, Amu frowned slightly. Yixian looked at Amu. What's the matter? After a moment of silence, Amu said, let's go. With that, she bowed again and pulled Yixian away. Yixian was somewhat puzzled. Amu, what's the matter? Amu said softly, we came late. Yixian glanced at the stone tablet. Someone beat us to it? Amu nodded. Let's go. Yixian nodded slightly. Let's go. Amu looked at Yixian. You're not disappointed? Yixian smiled. Disappointed about what? Amu looked at Yixian and did not speak. Yixian chuckled. I never thought that other people's things should be mine. If I can obtain it, then it's my fortune. If I can't obtain it, then it doesn't matter. Amu blinked and said with a smile, that's a very good attitude. Let's go. At this moment, there was a sudden explosion from afar. Yixian and Amu looked at the source of the explosion. That was where the figure they had met earlier was. Yixian frowned. Don't tell me he's going to force his way out? Amu suddenly said in a deep voice, this is bad. Yixian looked at Amu. What? Amu's face was a little gloomy. He's alerting the true dragon. As soon as she finished speaking, a powerful force suddenly shot up into the sky from the small mountain in the distance. Very quickly, this force swept towards the slumbering true dragon. Seeing this, Yixian's eyelids twitched. He grabbed Amu. Let's go. With that, he and Amu disappeared on the spot. And just as they were about to exit Buzhou Sacred Mountain, an invisible force suddenly enveloped him and Amu. At the same time, the exit was sealed. Yixian and Amu looked at each other and turned to look. At this moment, on top of Buzhou Sacred Mountain, a huge dragon head was looking down at the two of them. It's awake, Yixian said softly, can we beat it? Amu shook her head. No. Yixian asked, then what do we do? Amu said, reason with it. Yixian was speechless. Amu looked up at the true dragon and bowed slightly. Greetings, True Dragon Senior. In the sky, the true dragon looked down at Yixian and Amu. Its eyes were indifferent as if it was looking at an ant. Amu blinked, and then he said, defend. When it heard Amu, the true dragon suddenly roared furiously, and a powerful draconic might swept down from the sky. Yixian's expression changed drastically when he saw this force, and he didn't dare to underestimate it in the slightest. With a command in his mind, the Tai Chi shield suddenly appeared above his head. Rumble, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted in the sky. At the same time, the entire Buzhou mountain trembled. A powerful draconic might surged towards the surroundings like a wave. As for Yixian and Amu, they were completely fine. The Tai Chi shield had forcefully blocked the attack of the draconic might. Yixian was slightly shocked. This was the first time he'd used the Tai Chi shield, and he hadn't expected it to be so strong. In the sky, the true dragon looked down at Yixian's Tai Chi shield with a trace of doubt in its eyes. Emperor Shi's shield. Amu looked straight at the true dragon. He has obtained Emperor Shi's inheritance. The true dragon looked down at Amu. So what? Hearing this, Amu blinked, then turned to look at Yixian. This guy doesn't want to give Emperor Shi face. What should we do? Yixian spread his hands and said, let's just leave it as it is. Amu was speechless. At this moment, the true dragon suddenly said, those who trespass into this world shall die. As soon as it finished speaking, it suddenly roared at Yixian and Amu below. At the same time, a huge dragon claw descended from the sky, as if it wanted to crush the earth. Seeing this, Amu's eyelids twitched. She retreated to Yixian's side and said, F***ck him. Yixian was speechless. Without thinking too much, Yixian hurriedly took out the Tai Chi shield. When the dragon claw landed on the Tai Chi shield, the entire Tai Chi shield shook violently. Although the Tai Chi shield blocked the dragon claw, Yixian's face turned pale at this moment. The Tai Chi shield was invincible, but he was not. Every time he used the Tai Chi shield, it consumed a lot of his energy. If the Tai Chi shield withstood a strong force, he would also be affected. At this moment, the dragon claw suddenly pressed down. Boom! The Tai Chi shield shook violently. Yixian immediately felt a strong force. Fortunately, his physical body was strong enough to resist this force. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, "Your Excellency, we have no enmity with each other. Do you really want to kill me?" In the sky, the true dragon looked down at Yixian and Amu. "Those who trespass into this world shall die." As soon as it finished speaking, it pressed down again. Boom! At this moment, heaven and earth trembled. Under the Tai Chi shield, Yixian's face became even paler. Yixian looked at Amu. "Is there any way?" Amu said in a low voice, "Hit him." Yixian blinked. "Okay." After saying that, he suddenly removed the Tai Chi shield and rushed up to the sky with the executing heaven sword. He slashed at the dragon claw. Boom! The dragon claw was directly repelled by Yixian's sword. Yixian was struck dumb at the sight of this. "I don't think I'm that weak." As if reading Yixian's mind, Amu suddenly said, "You're not weak to begin with." As soon as she finished speaking, the true dragon suddenly swooped down. Yixian's expression changed. He raised his right hand to the sky and the Tai Chi shield quietly appeared. Boom! The Tai Chi shield forcefully blocked the true dragon's attack. However, at this moment, the entire Mount Buzhou trembled like an earthquake. It was extremely shocking. Under the Tai Chi shield, Yixian's expression became ferocious. Gradually, a powerful bloodline power surged out from within him. Boom! Yixian roared furiously as he shot into the sky with his sword in hand. In an instant, countless rays of sword energy slashed down like a torrential storm on the true dragon. With the help of the bloodline power, Yixian's combat strength instantly soared. Countless rays of sword energy landed on the true dragon's body, and streams of blood sprayed out incessantly. However, such an injury was really nothing when compared to the true dragon's enormous body. Yixian noticed this as well. He charged up to the true dragon's head and stabbed his sword at its head. Meanwhile, the true dragon suddenly roared furiously, and then its long tail swept towards Yixian. Everywhere its tail passed, space was instantly obliterated into nothingness. Yixian had no choice but to withdraw his sword when he witnessed this scene, and then his figure flashed and vanished on the spot. When he appeared again, he was over 1 kilometer away. However, an enormous dragon claw suddenly clawed at him from afar. Yixian issued a command in his heart, and the Tai Chi shield appeared in front of him again. Bang! The Tai Chi shield shook violently, but Yixian was completely unharmed. The true dragon's gaze suddenly became ferocious when it witnessed this scene, and it stared fixedly at Yixian. "Damnable human! How dare you provoke me?" Yixian had an emotionless expression on his face. "Hit me then. Kill me if you can." The true dragon suddenly roared furiously, and then it smashed forcefully towards Yixian. Yixian's eyelids twitched, and then his figure flashed to the side and appeared over 1 kilometer away. The true dragon's attack missed, and the entire divine Mount Buzhou trembled violently. Moreover, the space where it collided directly collapsed and transformed into a deathly still area. The true dragon turned to look at Yixian, and it was just about to attack again when Amu suddenly said, "Stop fighting." Yixian looked down at Amu, and Amu pointed at a hill in the distance. "True dragon, you made that hill collapse." The true dragon turned to look at where Amu was pointing. The hill had already collapsed, and a faint ray of light slowly floated up. The true dragon's expression changed drastically when it witnessed this scene, and it turned to look at Yixian and roared furiously, "Human, you've caused a huge disaster." Yixian was speechless. He was in big trouble. Yixian blinked. All of a sudden, he also had a hunch that something bad was about to happen. In the distance, the figure that had just appeared became more and more solid. Soon, a middle-aged man in a long robe appeared in Yixian and Amu's line of sight. The middle-aged man wore a simple robe and held a strange weapon in his right hand. The weapon looked like a harpoon, and the tip of the weapon shimmered with aqueous light. And behind the middle-aged man's head, there was an aqueous halo floating there. The middle-aged man looked no different from a human, but upon closer inspection, Xian realized that the other party might not be human, because the other party had unknown scales on his face. Xian looked at Amu. Amu shook her head, I don't know him. In the sky, the true dragon stared at the middle-aged man who had just appeared with a grave expression. Amu gently poked Xian's shoulder with her right hand, let's leave. Xian nodded, all right. With that said, the two of them were about to leave. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly looked at the two of them and said with a smile, the two of you, are you leaving just like that? Amu blinked, congratulations on escaping, senior. You've just escaped, so you must have a lot of things to deal with. We won't disturb you anymore. With that said, she pulled Xian and left. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly laughed, I'm afraid the two of you won't be able to leave. Just as he finished his sentence, a powerful stream of water suddenly appeared in front of Xian and Amu. Amu's expression darkened. The middle-aged man looked at Xian and smiled, I still need a little help from the two of you. Amu pointed at the true dragon in the distance, aren't you going to deal with him first? The middle-aged man glanced at the true dragon and smiled, it's just an evil creature. With that said, he turned to look at the true dragon, evil creature, if you ran just now, you might still have a chance to live. Now, it's too late. With that said, he pointed the strange trident forward. Boom, a jet of water suddenly shot out. In the distance, the true dragon roared furiously and directly crashed into the water pillar. Rumble, along with an explosion, the dragon was suddenly blasted away. After that, an invisible pressure enveloped the dragon. At the same time, countless water chains had suddenly appeared around the dragon, and they tightly bound it to Mount Buzhou. Utter defeat. Seeing this scene, Xian and Amu's faces immediately darkened. This true dragon didn't even have the strength to fight back. Xian glanced at the middle-aged man. This guy's strength was a little terrifying. The real dragon stared at the middle-aged man. Shengong, is the Tendo still here? Tendo, Shengong looked up at the sky and smiled as he said, the heavenly Tao. Xian suddenly said, don't tell me you're not even afraid of the Tendo? Shengong looked at Xian and smiled, are you trying to provoke me to fight the Tendo? Xian smiled, senior, the Tendo is still here. Shengong nodded and smiled, I know he's still here, but so what? Xian looked at Shengong, are you really not afraid of the Tendo? Shengong smiled, I really can't beat the Tendo. However, if I'm not wrong, he's definitely not in this world now. Otherwise, I won't be able to escape at all. Hearing this, Xian was silent. In fact, he had also guessed this. Shengong turned to look at the true dragon and smiled, evil creature, are you very disappointed? The true dragon stared at Shengong, the Tendo is everywhere. Shengong shook his head, the reason you think so is because you're too weak. The true dragon suddenly turned to look at Xian below, human king, you're responsible for sealing him. Xian's eyelids twitched. Damn, now you know I'm a human king. Shengong turned to look at Xian and smiled, he just received Emperor Shi's inheritance, how can he fight against me? Xian was silent. Shengong looked at Xian, I can spare you too, but you have to do one thing for me. The true dragon roared, you can't agree to it. Shengong suddenly waved his right hand, and in an instant, a water chain whipped the true dragon's head. Bang! The true dragon's skin split open, and blood splattered everywhere. Seeing this scene, Xian and Amu looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. How terrifying was the true dragon's defense, however, in front of Shengong, it was as fragile as paper. At this time, the water chains kept lashing the true dragon's body, and with every lash, the true dragon's skin would split open. It was a tragic sight. Shengong ignored the true dragon and looked at Xian, little brother, do you mind if I do you a small favor? As he said this, he did not wait for Xian to refuse and turned to point to the right, 100 miles over there, there's an underground well with a seal on it. I want you to open this seal. No. In the distance, the true dragon roared. Shengong suddenly waved his right hand, and a water chain was thrown out. Boom, the true dragon's body split open, and blood splattered everywhere. Shengong looked at Xian, little brother, don't tell me you want to have the same treatment as him? Xian said with a smile, no. Shengong nodded, then let's begin. Human king. Xian looked at Shengong, you're not human? Shengong smiled, no, Yi Xian nodded slightly, understood. As he said this, he looked at Amu, and Amu shook his head. Yi Xian smiled, I hate it when people threaten me. As he said this, he was about to put Amu into the prison pagoda, but he found that he couldn't put him in at all. Yi Xian looked at Amu in shock. Amu blinked, if I don't want to, you can't put me in. Yi Xian was silent. Amu walked in front of Yi Xian, I said. If there's anything, we'll face it together. Yi Xian smiled, then you'll support me. Amu nodded, okay. As she said this, she opened her palm, and a skull appeared in her hand. Yi Xian blinked, what's this? Amu smiled and said, go, and fight. Yi Xian nodded, and then he looked up at Shinggong. Shinggong smiled, isn't it good to be alive? Yi Xian smiled, what I hate the most in my life is being threatened. And I believe that if I help you do something, you will never let us go. As he said this, he stomped his right foot on the ground. Wang, a sword's cry suddenly shook the world. In the air, Shinggong's mouth curled into a disdainful smile, human ants. As he said this, he suddenly held the strange trident in his hand and lightly pointed downwards. With this point, a pillar of water shot down from the sky. Facing this water pillar, Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless. He held the executing heaven sword in his hand and slashed upwards. This sword slashed directly on the water pillar, and the top of the water pillar was cut open. However, Yi Xian instantly fell to the ground. On the ground, Yi Xian glanced at his right hand. His right hand had already split open. In the sky, Shinggong looked down at Yi Xian, you're not that weak. Yi Xian laughed, and the next moment, he soared into the sky again. Not far away, Amu placed the skull on the ground. She took out some strange things and placed them in front of the skull. Then, she clasped her hands together and silently chanted some unknown incantation. In the sky, Yi Xian was still fighting Shinggong, but he was being completely suppressed. If it wasn't for the Tai Chi shield, he wouldn't be a match for Shinggong at all. The gap in their strength was still too huge. However, Yi Xian became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Ever since his strength had increased, he rarely fought. Now, he wanted to have a good fight. As for Shinggong, he frowned as he fought. Because he noticed that he wasn't able to easily kill Yi Xian, Tai Chi shield, every time he exerted a killing move, Yi Xian would take out the Tai Chi shield to resist the killing move. Bang! Right at this moment, Yi Xian was suddenly blasted flying by a pillar of water again. This time, he flew for an entire 300 m. As soon as he stopped, the space around him suddenly split open, and then countless water chains flew out from the split space and surged towards him. Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all and directly withdrew the Tai Chi shield. Rumble! Rumble! For a time, waves of water exploded around Yi Xian. After a short moment, the water chains vanished, but Yi Xian was still there. Shinggong stared fixedly at Yi Xian. What a Tai Chi shield! As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss! A water chain shot out explosively like a thunderclap. In the distance, Yi Xian stood there without moving, and he allowed the water chain to blast against his Tai Chi shield. Rumble! The Tai Chi shield trembled violently. Even though the Tai Chi shield had resisted the force of the water pillar, the remaining force still forcefully blasted Yi Xian back by 300 m. Yi Xian hadn't even stopped when countless streams of water suddenly appeared around him. Meanwhile, the voice from the 9th floor resounded abruptly. This is a body of water. Domain. Yi Xian's expression changed when he heard this. Because he noticed that he'd been suppressed, without any hesitation, Yi Xian directly took out the God King's throne. At the instant he sat on it, a mysterious godly hell suddenly appeared in the surroundings. Bang! In an instant, the space that Yi Xian resided in collapsed from these two domains. On the other hand, Yi Xian's God domain forcefully blocked the body of water. Moreover, Yi Xian utilized the sword domain once more. Two domains. Rumble! The streams of water around Yi Xian suddenly vanished without a trace. In the distance, Shinggong's eyes narrowed slightly. Two domains. Yi Xian looked at Shinggong with lingering fear in his heart. If it wasn't for the God King's throne and the sword domain earlier, then he might have perished. Right at this moment, Shinggong suddenly closed his eyes slowly. In the next moment, the entire sky suddenly turned into a river, and then countless water arrows covered the sky as they shot towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression changed when he saw this, and he waved his right hand. The Tai Chi shield appeared in the sky. Rumble, in an instant, the entire Buzhou divine mountain trembled. There seemed to be no end to the water arrows in the sky. They were shooting at Yixian, who was on the ground. Even though the Tai Chi shield was able to block them, Yixian's face grew paler and paler. Yixian's expression turned ugly. He knew that Shinggong was trying to exhaust him. Yixian turned to look at Amu below. At this moment, Amu was kneeling in front of the skull, chanting something. The skull in front of her gradually trembled. At this moment, Amu suddenly looked at Yixian. "Give me the Aries axe." Yixian threw the Aries axe without hesitation. Amu grabbed the Aries axe. She bit her finger and a drop of blood fell on the skull. Then, she roared, "In the name of the sorcerer god, I summon your soul back." Boom, the Aries axe shook violently, and the next moment, a headless figure was thrown down from the sky. P.S. I won't be asking for tickets anymore. How shameless. Seeing this, Yixian's eyelids twitched. Amu is calling for help. Whose soul is this? In the sky, Shinggong's eyes fell on the headless body. At this moment, his eyes were solemn. Yixian appeared next to Amu. He looked at the headless body and asked, "Who is this?" Amu said softly, "The ancestor of the Guxing clan, Guxing." "Guxing," Yixian said, "isn't he from the Guxing clan?" Amu nodded slightly. Yixian asked again, "Will he help us?" Amu smiled and said, "Yes." Yixian still wanted to ask something, but at this moment, Guxing suddenly made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and the god of war axe directly turned into a ray of black light and appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he fiercely swung the axe in the direction of the divine workmanship in the distance. Chi, with this swing of the axe, the sky of Mount Buzhou instantly split open. In the distance, Shinggong's expression changed. He narrowed his eyes, and a huge water shield suddenly appeared in front of him. The axe arrived, and the water shield instantly exploded. Shinggong instantly retreated thousands of zhang away. At the sight of this, Yixian's expression instantly changed. The strength of this Guxing is a little too terrifying. In the distant sky, Shinggong stared at the headless body. "Who is it?" The headless body did not waste any time. He raised the divine warrior axe and swung again. Chi, in an instant, the sky above Shinggong's head exploded. Shinggong's pupils constricted, and he stabbed forward with the strange trident in his right hand. Chi, where the strange trident landed, the space split open, and countless streams of water gushed out. In an instant, the entire sky of Mount Buzhou was covered in water. At this moment, the divine warrior axe suddenly broke through the water and slashed at Shinggong. Shinggong's expression turned ferocious when he saw the axe coming. He stomped his right foot, and in an instant, the entire sky was covered by water. At the same time, a powerful force enveloped the entire Mount Buzhou. Water, using water as a domain, forming a world of its own. The moment the water appeared, the Aries axe's attack slowed down. Suppress, the powerful water power directly suppressed the god of war axe. Seeing this, Amu's face darkened. Yixian blinked. "Should we run?" Amu said in a low voice, "But what about the axe? If he takes it back, Guxing will not be a match for Shinggong." Yixian looked at the sky. Guxing had been suppressed under the water. In the end, it was just a wisp of divine soul. As if he'd thought of something, Yixian suddenly shot into the sky. He didn't attack Shinggong. Instead, he charged towards the dragon. He swung his sword swiftly, and the water chains that bound the dragon were severed by the executing heaven sword. After regaining its freedom, the dragon roared. Yixian pointed at Shinggong in the distance. "Go help him." The dragon glanced at Yixian, and then it transformed into a black ray of light and charged towards Shinggong. As for Yixian, he charged over as well. He didn't intend to flee. He could flee now, but he couldn't flee in the future. If he fled now, Shinggong might chase him out of Mount Buzhou. At that time it would be even more troublesome. After all, this fellow's strength was too terrifying. With the addition of Yixian and the dragon, the situation of the battle was instantly reversed. Shinggong was suppressed. Yixian barely made a move. He only used the Taiji shield at the critical moment to help the dragon and Guxing resist the fatal attacks. But this was enough, because Shinggong's strength was almost completely nullified by Yixian's Taiji shield. Shinggong hated Yixian to the bone. But he couldn't do anything to Yixian. gradually, Shingon was suppressed more and more, and in the end, he could only passively defend. Just like that, after fighting for about an hour, Shingon suddenly transformed into a stream of water and disappeared into the boundless horizon. Just like that, after fighting for about an hour, the divine craft suddenly turned into a stream of water and disappeared into the boundless horizon. Seeing this scene, Xian was about to chase after him, but he was stopped by Amu. Amu looked at Xian. "Don't let it get to your head." Xian was speechless. The dragon suddenly said angrily, "If we don't kill him now, he will definitely become a disaster in the future." Amu did not speak. Instead, he looked at Gu Xing, who had completely turned illusory. Seeing this scene, the dragon, who had wanted to say something, immediately shut his mouth. Without Gu Xing, he and Xian would not be a match for Shingon even if they joined forces. At this moment, the dragon suddenly said, "Human King, he will come again." Xian was puzzled. "Why? I don't have any deep hatred with him, right?" The dragon sneered and did not speak. Xian said solemnly, "He told me about an underground well and wanted me to undo the seal there." Hearing this, the dragon's eyes narrowed slightly. Xian looked at the dragon. "What's in the underground well?" The dragon did not speak. Xian was expressionless. "What else do you want to hide?" The dragon still did not speak. Xian said softly, "If I'm not wrong, there must be many people like Shingon imprisoned there, right?" The dragon suddenly said, "He is not a human. He is a true god." "A true god?" Xian looked at the dragon. "How many more experts like him are there in the underground well?" After a moment of silence, the dragon said, 39. 39. Hearing this, Xian's face sank. This Shingon's strength was so terrifying, and there were nearly 40 experts like him in the underground well. If all these experts came out, the world would really change. Amu suddenly said, "They are all imprisoned by the Tendo?" The dragon nodded. Xian was puzzled. "Why does the Tendo want to imprison them?" The dragon said, "Because they are too powerful and ambitious. They are not bound by the heavens and earth, and pose a great threat to this universe." Xian frowned. "Then why not exterminate them?" The dragon shook its head. "It's not that simple. Those are all great gods that have been sealed. How can they be exterminated so easily?" Amu suddenly said, "They should be exterminated." Xian looked at Amu. Amu said softly, "They can definitely be exterminated. The reason why they are not exterminated is probably because of other reasons." Xian shook his head. "Those great gods will take revenge on her." Amu looked at Xian. "Do you think she will be afraid?" Xian shook his head. "Probably not. Tendo had the strength to seal those great gods, so he must have the strength to exterminate them." Amu smiled. "No matter what, this is not something we should worry about. Let's go." Xian looked at the dragon. "Come with us." The dragon frowned. "What do you mean?" Xian said with a straight face. "Think about it. Will Shingon let me off?" The dragon looked at Xian. "That's your business." Xian nodded. "It's my business. Sigh. If he comes looking for me, I won't be able to defeat him. At that time I will do whatever he wants me to do. After all, I can't defeat him." With that, he pulled Amu and left. At this moment, the dragon suddenly blocked the way. In front of Xian, the dragon stared at Xian. "Stay here." Xian smiled. "Senior, are you joking?" The dragon said in a deep voice. "Stay here. It's safer." Xian shook his head. "I still have a lot of things to do." The dragon looked at Xian and didn't say a word. Xian smiled and said, "Senior, you wouldn't be thinking of forcing me to stay here, right? If you are, then I'll have to call for help." Hearing this, the true dragon squinted his eyes. At this moment, he thought of the headless man from before. Xian gazed at the dragon. "Senior, to be honest, it's not safe for you to stay here. If you stay with me, we can take care of each other. What do you think?" The dragon fell silent. Xian continued. "What if Shingon returns if I stay here? If you stay with me, we can take care of each other even if he returns. What do you think?" The true dragon remained silent. Yixian smiled and didn't say anything else. He just pulled Amu along as he turned around and left. Right at this moment, the dragon spoke abruptly. Human, I'll go with you. Yixian turned around to look at the dragon. The dragon stared fixedly at him. You have to promise me that you won't open the seal for Shingon at any time. Yixian spoke solemnly. Senior, then I have to promise you as well. If I encounter any danger, then you must lend me a hand. You have no choice but to lend me a hand. The dragon fell silent. Yixian smiled. Are you unwilling? The dragon gazed at Yixian. So long as the enemy isn't the Tendo, then I'll definitely help anyone who attacks me. However, if Shingon attacks me or wants to open the seal, then you have to help me with all your strength. Yixian smiled. Deal. The dragon nodded slightly. Then, with a shake of his body, he transformed into a finger-thin little dragon. He flew directly to Yixian's arm and wrapped around Yixian's arm. Yixian glanced at his arm, then looked at Amu. Amu grinned. Let's go. Yixian nodded. Just like that, Yixian brought Amu and left Buzhou Sacred Mountain. After Yixian, Amu, and the dragon left, Shingon suddenly appeared on the scene. He stared fixedly into the distance, his eyes filled with resentment. In the end, he didn't dare to make a move. Because his strength hadn't fully recovered. If he continued to fight like this, even if he won, he would be seriously injured. This was also the reason why he fled earlier. After all, his current strength wasn't even 50% of his peak. After a moment of silence, Shingon turned and left. Not long after, he arrived at a seal. On the seal, there was a small blood-red seal character. After a moment of silence, Shingon suddenly slapped the seal character. Boom, as soon as he made his move, a powerful force instantly blasted his body. He was directly pushed back thousands of feet by this force. After he stopped, his body directly became somewhat illusory. Shingon raised his head and looked at the position of the seal. At this moment, his eyes were filled with deep fear. After a moment of silence, Shingon slowly closed his eyes. I still have to find that young man. King of Man could break any seal in the world. To break Tendo's seal, the only way was to find King of Man. After a long silence, Shingon suddenly disappeared on the spot. On the other side, a woman dressed in black was looking down at Yixian and Amu in the distance. Yixian didn't notice her. Amu, on the other hand, inadvertently glanced at the direction of the woman in black. Amu brought Yixian back to the dimension of nothingness once again. Once they returned to the dimension of nothingness, an old man suddenly appeared in front of them. The old man bowed respectfully to Amu. Great priest. Yixian looked at Amu. Amu smiled and said, Allow me to introduce you. This is Elder Wusher of the Wu clan. Yixian looked at the old man called Wusher and nodded slightly. Wusher looked at Yixian and said, Great priest, this is? Amu smiled and said, He is my shaman's servant. Wusher was stunned when he heard this. Amu blinked. Is there a problem? Wusher looked at Yixian and carefully sized up Yixian. Then he frowned slightly. Great priest, Amu suddenly said, Is there a problem? Wusher's expression changed when he heard this. He quickly said, No problem. Amu nodded. It's good that there is no problem. Let's return to the Wu clan. Wusher quickly stepped aside. Amu led Yixian into the distance. On the way, Yixian suddenly asked, He doesn't seem to like me being your shaman's servant? Amu looked at Yixian and smiled. As long as I like it. Yixian nodded. He did not really care about what the other members of the Wu clan thought. Amu looked at Wusher. Only you woke up? Wusher shook his head. Some of the clan members have already woken up. They are waiting for the great priest in Shaman City. Amu nodded slightly. I understand. Soon, Amu brought Yixian to Shaman City. Right when he entered Shaman City, a group of powerful berserkers from the Wu clan quickly surrounded him. When these powerful berserkers from the Wu clan saw Amu, their expressions became incredibly excited. All the powerful berserkers from the Wu clan quickly bowed towards Amu respectfully and said together, Greetings, great priest. Amu nodded slightly. No need for formalities. As she spoke, she looked at Wuxia. Pass down my order. If anyone from the Wu clan wakes up, come to this city. Without my order, no one from the Wu clan is allowed to leave the city. Wuxia bowed respectfully. Understood. After that, he glanced at Yixian, and then he left quietly. Amu led Yixian forward. Along the way, Yixian found that these Wu clan experts really respected Amu. Respect that came from the bottom of their hearts. Amu's position in the Wu clan was even higher than he had imagined. Amu brought Yixian to a tower with a seal. She formed a seal with her hands and chanted an incantation. After a moment, the tower started trembling, and soon, the door to the tower was suddenly opened. The moment the door was opened, a rich wave of spirit aura instantly spilled out. Yixian looked at Amu. Amu smiled and said, "This is the place where the Wu clan keeps our treasures. Call that little guy out." Yixian nodded, then quickly summoned his heaven-battling beast. Xiaoling'er also came out. Amu looked at Xiaoling'er and smiled. "Bring it in to eat. Eat as much as you want." Xiaoling'er blinked. "Big sister, it can eat a lot." Amu smiled. "It doesn't matter." Xiaoling'er turned to look at Yixian, while Yixian looked at Amu. "Are you really going to let it eat like this?" Amu smiled faintly. "I also have my own selfish motives. These treasures are just worldly possessions. If we can exchange these worldly possessions for a powerful demonic beast, we will have made a profit. What do you think?" Yixian smiled. "I hope so." With that, he gently touched Xiaoling'er's little head. "Bring it in to eat." After getting Yixian's consent, Xiaoling'er did not hesitate anymore. She directly carried the heaven-battling beast and rushed in. Outside the tower, Yixian looked at the tower and asked softly, "Is the heaven-battling beast very strong?" Amu shook her head. "It wasn't very strong at first." Yixian looked at Amu. Amu said softly, "Its original limit, which is its ancestor, should be at the level of the 7 groups of spiritual beings. But it's different." Yixian said in a low voice, "You mean, it has become different after being cultivated by Xiaoling'er and the little white guy?" Amu nodded. "It's very different. Its bloodline has already surpassed its ancestors. With the help of the little white guy, I don't know to what extent it will grow. But it doesn't matter. We will find out soon." Yixian asked, "What if it still isn't strong after eating those treasures of the Wu clan?" Amu blinked. "So what?" Yixian shook his head. "Amu, aren't you afraid that the Wu clan will blame you?" Amu said softly, "Do you know why the Wu clan all revere me?" Yixian was silent for a moment. "Everything you do is for the Wu clan, right?" Amu looked at Yixian. "You are really smart." Yixian asked again, "You chose me for the Wu clan, right?" Amu nodded. "I have never hidden this from you." Yixian smiled. "You chose me mainly because of the people behind me?" Amu shook his head. "That's not it. I chose you mainly because of you." Yixian frowned. "What do you mean?" Amu looked at Yixian. "Because you are a good person." Yixian blinked. "Are you sure you chose me because of this?" Amu smiled. "If you were a bad person, I wouldn't dare to bet myself and the future of the Wu clan on you. You are different from many people. You have no ambition. You have no desire for power. You are not interested in longevity. And you are true to your friends. You don't do things against your heart. I can rest assured being friends with you. The Wu clan can rest assured too. It's that simple." Yixian was silent. Amu said again, "Don't think that you got to where you are today because of the people behind you. Some things are inborn. We can't change it. Your identity." Speaking of this, she paused and then giggled. "Your identity is indeed powerful. You are a powerful second generation who can't be choosy." Hee hee. Yixian was speechless. "Weren't you going to comfort me?" Amu blinked. "Because I suddenly realized that you don't need to be comforted at all." Yixian smiled bitterly. "Actually, I still don't know who the people behind me are. I don't know anything about them." Amu said softly, "Don't think too much. Just be yourself." Yixian looked at Amu. If there was no woman in plain dress, you wouldn't have chosen me, right? Amu looked at Xian for a moment and said softly, when the war sky beast comes out, I will take you to a place. Xian smiled. You haven't answered my question. Amu looked at Xian. I am a little disappointed in you. Xian was puzzled. Why? Amu shook her head. When the war sky beast comes out, I will take you to a place. At that time, you can leave or stay. It's up to you. Xian said in a deep voice, I didn't say I want to leave. Amu shook her head again and didn't say anything. But Xian understood what she meant. Just like that, the two of them stood quietly in front of the attic. During this time, Amu didn't say anything. Xian didn't say anything either. About 2 days later, a powerful aura suddenly came out from the attic. At this moment, the gazes of the Wu clan's experts were attracted. Xian looked at the attic. Xiao suddenly ran out. She ran to Xian and said excitedly, it's full. Xian asked, and then? Little Ling blinked, and then she said, and then it grew bigger. Xian was about to speak when the attic suddenly collapsed. Then, a huge demon beast appeared in front of Xian, a heaven-warring beast. In terms of size, this heaven-warring beast was as tall as a mountain. Its arms were like pillars that could hold up the sky, and it emanated an extremely powerful aura. At this moment, the true dragon on Xian's arm opened its eyes. It glanced at the heaven-warring beast, and the heaven-warring beast looked back at it with a strong will to fight. Amu suddenly looked at Xiao and said, make it smaller. Xiao nodded, and then she looked at the heaven-warring beast and said, make it smaller. The heaven-warring beast didn't hesitate at all, and it silently changed back to its original appearance. It didn't dare show the slightest bit of disrespect to Xiao after all, she was the one who fed it. Moreover, there was still the little white fellow. It was both respectful and fearful of the little white fellow. In any case, both Xiao and the little white fellow were important to it, so it had to hold on tightly to them. Amu suddenly said, its current level should be at the level of the 9 groups of divine beings. Xian was a little shocked. It's even stronger than the 8 groups of divine beings? Amu glanced at Xian. Don't underestimate that little white fellow. Her ability is unique in this world. Xian fell silent. 9 groups of divine beings. In other words, the heaven-warring beast's combat strength far exceeded the heavenly dragon race's 8 groups of divine beings. It should be able to fight the true dragon head-on. Amu continued, the heaven-warring beast's bloodline has a special characteristic. It gets stronger the more it fights. Therefore, although it's in 9 groups of divine beings, it's enough to fight the true dragon. At this moment, the true dragon on Xian's arm suddenly opened its eyes, and Amu added, of course, if the true dragon is at its peak, it's also very powerful. The true dragon looked at Amu and didn't say a word. Amu smiled and didn't say anything else to the true dragon. Actually, after the heaven-warring beast received the help of that little white fellow, its bloodline was already not inferior to the true dragon. However, she also knew that the true dragon race was extremely arrogant. They didn't even care about other demonic beasts. Amu recollected her thoughts and looked at Xian. Let's go. With that, she turned and left. Xian was silent for a moment before he followed Amu. Amu led Xian forward. Along the way, she didn't say a word. Xian glanced at Amu, angry? Amu was expressionless, just a little disappointed. Xian was a little puzzled and asked, what are you disappointed about? Amu stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Xian. My witch's servant can have no powerful abilities, but he must be confident. Do you know what confidence is? Xian was silent. Amu said again, confidence, why don't you have confidence? Is it because of the plain-dressed girl? Do you know that I have understood you? When you were in your small world, Qing City, you had no backing, no treasures, no fortuitous encounters, but you had confidence, you had pride, you had an unyielding heart. Do you know what is called a true heart? Nature? Why are you stronger now? You have more treasures, but your confidence is getting less and less. With that, she suddenly took Xian's executing heaven sword. Do you know why your sword is worse than arrows? Because your sword doesn't have that kind of strong confidence. What can a person without confidence do? He can't do anything well. If a man doesn't have confidence, can he still be called a man? Confidence, on the spot, Xian was silent. Xianxia, at that time, he was just an ordinary person, but for his sister, he had to become the heir of the family, because that was the only way for him and his sister to survive. Actually, at that time, it wasn't a matter of confidence, but a matter of life and death. Of course, at that time, he was indeed confident. At that time, he felt that as long as he worked hard, there was nothing he couldn't do. At that time, he didn't think of relying on anyone, because there was no one for him to rely on, he could only rely on himself. At that time, he didn't have the heart to rely on, because there was no one for him to rely on. It was also at that time, his heart was as firm as a rock. Later on, he met many people, and the person who influenced him the most was the plain-dressed woman. The plain-dressed woman changed him too much, and until now, it was undeniable that he was still alive because of the plain-dressed woman, and many people helped him, including Xiao Dao and the legendary Tendo, definitely not because of him. Yixian, although he was very strong now, in the eyes of the Tendo and Xiao Dao, it was far from enough, and to be able to obtain the human king's inheritance, it was mostly because of the karma he had. Confidence? Yixian shook his head and sighed, my path is a little crooked. Amu looked at Yixian, it's not crooked, it's that you've lost your confidence and your nature. Yixian looked at Amu, and Amu said softly, you feel that everything you have now is because of the plain-dressed woman. You even feel that without her, you wouldn't have been able to live until now, right? Yixian asked back, isn't that so? Amu nodded, you're right, it's indeed like that. Without her, you definitely wouldn't have been able to live until now. Yixian. Amu said again, but you've forgotten one thing, the reason why you have so many hardships is not unrelated to her. Yixian was a little confused, what do you mean? Amu said softly, there are many things that are very complicated. I can't explain it to you clearly. I can only tell you things that you can understand. Your fate, your future, has been decided by someone else. Yixian's pupils shrank. What do you mean? Amu looked at Yixian, let me tell you, the reason why that plainly dressed woman behind you isn't coming up is definitely because she's helping you block something. She wanted you to escape from some fate. If it wasn't for her, I believe that you would be living a different life right now. You would be living according to the path that someone else had planned for you. Yixian said solemnly, Amu, what you're saying is a little too incredible. Amu shook his head. Your life is 100 times more mysterious than what I've described. Yixian asked, who controls my fate? Amu looked straight at Yixian. You. Yixian frowned slightly. What do you mean? Amu pointed at Yixian's chest. You're scheming against yourself. It's also because of this that the plainly dressed woman can't cut off the karma of your previous life. Because she doesn't dare to. If she were to cut it off, she would cut you off as well. Therefore, what she wants to do is to change the trajectory of your fate. And you have to understand that for her, it's much easier to destroy than to change. But she can't destroy. Yixian said solemnly, you're saying that my previous life is scheming against my current life? Amu shook his head. No. It's far more than that. Yixian frowned. Xianxia, Yi family, ancestral shrine. Ancestors above, Yixian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yixian's position as the heir is removed and Yilang will inherit it. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man, stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yilang. On both sides were the Yi family's elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral shrine. Everyone looked over and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yiling, Yixian's younger sister. When she heard that the family wanted to remove Yixian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yiling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yiling bowed to the people in the ancestral shrine and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yixian is the heir. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked coldly at Yiling. This is a family matter. What are you interrupting for? Leave. Yiling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. This is truly unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged, "Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new heir, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi family's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the family. The family is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new heir, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of heir. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She just covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, "What's your name?" The guard quickly bowed, "Subordinate Zhongmu greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded, "You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I'll need 10 personal guards. You can be my personal guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhongmu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply, "I'll go through fire and water for the crown prince. I'll do anything for you." Yi Lang nodded, "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood?" Zhongmu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhongmu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man wore a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhongmu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhongmu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhongmu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there. He charged at Zhongmu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you?" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhongmu's chest. Pooh, Zhongmu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhongmu's face. Zhongmu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhongmu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhongmu and kicked Zhongmu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan, why are you butting in? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Ling, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times, as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Ling. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young master Yi Ling inherits the position of prince. What are you shouting for? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Ling nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply, I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yi Ling nodded, drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Ling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Ling's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Ling, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, and before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there, and rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Ling's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Yi Xian wanted to ask more, but Amu shook her head, I can't see through anything else. She quickened her pace after saying that. Yixian hurriedly followed. Amu turned to look at Yixian, don't ask anything, don't say anything, just follow me. She walked into the distance after saying that. Yixian hesitated for a moment, then followed. Soon, Amu brought Yixian to a tavern in the city. The tavern's business was quite good. Seeing Amu's arrival, some Wu clan members hurriedly walked to Amu and bowed respectfully, greetings, High Priest. Yixian found that there was only one person who did not bow, the owner of the tavern. The owner of the tavern was a middle-aged man, wearing a simple gray robe with a piece of black cloth tied to his chest, kneading dough. Amu looked at the Wu clan powerhouses in front of her and said softly, everyone, please rise. The Wu clan powerhouses stood up one after another. Amu bowed slightly to everyone and said, please leave for a moment, I have something to deal with here. Hearing this, the Wu clan powerhouses hurriedly bowed back and quietly retreated. Amu walked to the middle-aged man and bowed slightly, Uncle Jiang. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, then glanced at Yixian, you chose? Amu nodded, yes. The middle-aged man nodded, you chose, of course, it's not wrong. Amu said, I want to ask Uncle Jiang for a favor. The middle-aged man said, speak. Amu said, open the Wu clan's path to purgatory and let him in. Hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned, are you sure? Amu nodded. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, this is not a joke. Amu smiled, I'm serious too. The middle-aged man said, does he know? Amu turned to look at Yixian. The Wu clan's path of purgatory is a trial for our Wu clan. If you want to become the high priest, you must pass through this path. Yixian said in a deep voice, you want me to take this path? Amu nodded. Yes. But you can refuse. Yixian asked, what if I refuse? Amu smiled and said, then please leave. I will use witchcraft to cut off the karmic connection between me and you. We will never cross paths again. Yixian looked at Amu. Amu had a smile on her face, but he knew that she was serious. After a moment of silence, Yixian said, I'll go in. Amu looked at Yixian. Yixian chuckled and said, I know that you're not doing this for yourself, but for me. Amu turned around, not letting Yixian see her expression. Let me tell you, after you go in, your cultivation will be sealed. I will also use a secret technique to break your indestructible golden body and turn you into a real ordinary person. Yixian frowned slightly. You can break my indestructible golden body? Amu nodded. Yes. Yixian looked at Amu. Amu said softly, don't underestimate the high priest. I know a lot. As long as I want to, I can break your Tai Chi shield and your indestructible body. Yixian was silent. Amu said again, after you go in, you will be a real ordinary person. But don't worry, you can give up at any time. Yixian asked, did you want me to go in from the beginning, or did you only think about it now? Amu said softly, at the beginning, I didn't think it was necessary for you. But now, I realize that you are very necessary. Yixian smiled and said, I'll go in. Amu said, are you sure? Yixian nodded. Amu asked, why do you want to go in? Yixian said, for you, and for me. Amu was silent for a moment, then looked at the middle-aged man. Uncle Jiang. The middle-aged man shook his head. Lass. He can't. Yixian looked at the middle-aged man. Uncle, don't look down on me like that. Uncle Jiang glanced at Yixian. Kid, after you go in, you will regret it. Yixian said, if I don't go in, I will regret it in the future. Uncle Jiang looked at Amu, and Amu nodded. Open it. Uncle Jiang sighed softly. Then, he opened his palm, and a cloud of black gas floated out. Soon, that cloud of black gas formed a pitch-black black hole. At this moment, countless experts of the sorcerer tribe suddenly rushed over. The Wu clan's path of purgatory, this path could be said to be terrifying in the Wu clan, because it was even more terrifying than purgatory. In the history of the Wu clan, there had only been 3 high priests. In other words, in the entire history of the Wu clan, only 3 people had walked this path. Now that the Wu clan's path of purgatory had opened, it meant that someone was going to walk the path of purgatory. When everyone saw Yixian, someone suddenly said in surprise, "Isn't that the high priest shaman servant?" Shaman servant, everyone looked at Yixian with rather strange expressions. In history, besides Amu, the other two shaman servants of the high priest were super experts. Regarding Yixian, the experts of the Wu clan didn't think too much about it, because he was chosen by Amu. In front of the tavern, Amu looked at Yixian. She slowly closed her eyes, and a moment later, she suddenly pointed a finger at Yixian's chest. Essence restoration. Boom, in an instant, Yixian's body trembled violently. The next moment, his face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his entire aura disappeared without a trace in an instant. Not only that, but his physical body actually transformed layer by layer at this moment. Not long after, Yixian's entire body actually collapsed to the ground. Weakness. At this moment, Yixian felt extremely weak, as if all the energy in his body had been sucked out. At this moment, Amu pointed another finger at Yixian's chest. Place of the outer fringe. Boom, a ray of black light suddenly entered Yixian's body. Yixian's eyes widened, and in an instant, his realm was sealed at this moment. His physical body, his realm, everything was sealed. At this moment, he truly became a normal person, and that was not the end. Amu gently hooked her right hand, and the World Prison Pagoda directly flew out from Yixian's body. Not only the World Prison Pagoda, but also all the treasures on Yixian's body were taken away by Amu at this moment. Amu squatted down, and she looked at Yixian. Remember my words well. In life, there are very few people who can stick to their original hearts and not forget their original intentions. Why is that? Because living is a kind of cultivation. On this path of cultivation, we will encounter many, many problems, and also many, many temptations. It is easy for people to lose themselves. With that, she paused, and then said, "It is difficult to persevere, but it is very easy to give up." With that, she looked at Uncle Jiang. The latter hesitated for a moment, and then waved his right hand, and Yixian, who was lying on the ground, disappeared. On the spot, Amu stood up, and did not say a word. Uncle Jiang looked at Amu. "He won't be able to hold on." Amu said softly, "He can." Uncle Jiang shook his head. "Girl, you know that without great perseverance and determination, it is impossible for one to survive that purgatory." Amu looked at the black hole in front of her, and said softly, "He can definitely." Uncle Jiang asked, "What if he can't?" Amu slowly closed her eyes. "Then I will dig out my eyes." Uncle Jiang's expression instantly changed. After an unknown period of time, Yixian opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he was in an endless desert. Just as Yixian wanted to stand up, he realized that he was weak. No, after losing his original powerful strength, he was no longer used to being powerless. Yixian shook his head and smiled. He slowly got up, and then looked into the distance. At the end of the distance, there was a desert, and he could not see the end. No, it was because his divine sense had disappeared, and he could only see what ordinary people could see. He had really lost all his strength. At this moment, there was a sudden change. A black shadow suddenly flew out from the sand beside him. Yixian's expression changed, and he instinctively pointed with his finger. However, this time, there was no sword light at the tip of his finger. When he came to his senses, his entire right arm was torn off from his shoulder. Ah! Yixian was shocked, and he forced himself to roll back. The sand was instantly dyed red with blood. Yixian looked up. Not far in front of him, there was a red scorpion the size of an adult man chewing on his right arm. At this moment, cold sweat flowed down Yixian's forehead. Because he knew that Amu was not joking with him. If he was not careful, he would really die, and just now, because of his own carelessness, his right arm was gone. Without thinking too much, Yixian took off his clothes and wrapped his mouth and left hand around the wound on his right shoulder. If he did not wrap this wound in time, he would bleed to death. At this moment, the red scorpion had finished chewing his arm. The scorpion stared at him, as if he was an object in its mouth. Yixian glanced in front of him. There was nothing in front of him, no external objects that could be used. What should I do? At this moment, he actually panicked a little. Because he was used to all kinds of divine objects and a strong body, he actually panicked in the face of such danger. Right at this moment, the red scorpion suddenly leaped and pounced at him. If it was in the outside world, then he would be able to kill such trash with a single glance. But at this moment, the red scorpion was like a god of death that was swinging its scythe. It was the smell of death. At this critical moment, Xian suddenly roared furiously. He suddenly grabbed a handful of sand with his left hand and tossed it at the red scorpion's head. The red scorpion was caught off guard, and it closed its eyes instinctively. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly leaped forward. Right at this moment, the red scorpion suddenly bit at him instinctively. Xian's expression changed. He bent his body and smashed his left fist against the scorpion's crotch. Crack, the sound of an egg shattering resounded abruptly. The red scorpion's eyes suddenly opened wide while its entire body stiffened. Its expression was even more horrifying than a human's. Meanwhile, Xian seized the opportunity to smash his fist against the scorpion's throat. Bang! The red scorpion instantly stopped breathing. On the other hand, Xian sat weakly on the ground. He wasn't like before, and coupled with the fact that his right arm had been torn off, he was extremely weak right now. However, Xian didn't dare rest because he didn't know if there was any danger in the surroundings. In the desert, danger came from the sand beneath one's feet. Xian hurriedly stood up. He glanced vigilantly at the surroundings, and then he wanted to leave and find a safe place. However, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked at the red scorpion. There was nothing to eat in this boundless desert. How would I replenish my strength if I don't eat? When he thought up to here, Xian walked towards the red scorpion. It didn't take long for Xian to dissect the red scorpion. However, he noticed a huge problem, and that was fire. Where can I get fire? At this moment, Xian suddenly felt that everything was very difficult. At this moment, he felt like he'd returned to the time when he was in Qing City. Qing City, Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly when he thought of that time. His life back then was really too bitter. In order to bring benefits to his family, he usually had to fight with other families deep in the mountains for a few days and nights. When he thought of this, Xian suddenly laughed. Isn't it just a lack of cultivation? Isn't it just a lack of external objects? Could it be that I'll become a cripple if I don't have these things? When he thought of this, Xian suddenly felt full of fighting spirit. He ate the scorpion raw. The scorpion meat was slightly sour and bitter, but he had to eat it in order to fill his stomach and replenish his strength. Staying alive was more important than anything else. A moment later, Xian felt that he'd recovered some strength. He glanced at the surroundings, and it was a vast desert. He had to think of a way to leave this place. Xian tied a piece of scorpion meat, wrapped it with a piece of cloth, and tied it around his waist. After that, he walked towards the distance. At this moment, a scorching sun suddenly appeared in the sky. Xian's expression instantly changed when he saw this scene. Water. I must have water. Based on his current condition, he could hold on for 3 days at most. If there was no water after 3 days, he would die. Moreover, the scorpion meat on his body could only last him for 2 days. Time was pressing. Xian's expression was gloomy as he walked towards the distance. Along the way, Xian had a vigilant expression on his face, and he didn't dare be careless at all. In his left hand was a sharp scorpion tail that he'd chopped off from the scorpion. And now, this was his weapon. After walking for around 2 hours, Xian suddenly stopped. Because there was still a desert in the distance. Xian fell into deep thought as he stood on the spot. Walking like this wasn't going to work. Not only would it exhaust his stamina, but it would also be easy for him to walk deeper and deeper. After pondering for a moment, Xian suddenly took off the scorpion meat from his waist. He opened the cloth and placed the scorpion meat in front of him. Then, he walked to the side and let his body dive into the sand, leaving only his head exposed. Then, he calmed his qi and concentrated. Wait, Xian waited motionlessly. After about 2 hours, there was a sudden movement in the sand in the distance. Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at the scorpion meat. At this moment, a giant python broke out of the sand and bit the scorpion meat. Almost at the same time, Xian suddenly broke out of the sand and rushed directly in front of the giant python. With a wave of his left hand, a handful of sand flew towards the giant python. The giant python subconsciously closed its eyes. However, its reaction was also extremely fast. It swung its tail and directly wrapped around Yixian. Yixian suddenly felt suffocated. At this moment, Yixian stabbed the scorpion tail into the giant python's vital spot. Snake blood splattered, the giant python raised its head and roared. Its tail loosened, and Yixian took advantage of the momentum and punched the giant python's vital spot. Boom, the giant python trembled, Yixian punched again. This time, the giant python immediately let out a mournful hiss. Just like that, he hurriedly punched it countless times. Gradually, the giant python stopped struggling and was on the verge of death. Yixian stopped and lay on the giant python's body. He had used all his strength just now, however, he didn't dare to rest. He got up and walked in front of the giant python. The giant python opened its eyes and looked at him. Yixian sized up the giant python. The giant python's body cultivation wasn't particularly large. It was about the same size as an ordinary human. Of course, it was much longer than an ordinary human. Yixian looked at the giant python. Can you understand human language? The giant python just looked at Yixian. Yixian shook his head. Needless to say, this guy was too low level and definitely didn't have any intelligence. Without intelligence, it could be subdued, but it definitely wouldn't be a matter of a day or two. After a moment of silence, Yixian looked at his left hand. At this moment, he thought of his blood. Bloodline power, was his bloodline power sealed as well? Yixian hesitated for a moment, then he bit the tip of his finger and dripped a drop of blood into the giant python's mouth. When the drop of blood entered, the giant python's pupils suddenly constricted. Yixian was stunned. It was effective. He carefully looked at the giant python. The giant python was sticking out its tongue at him, its eyes filled with desire. It still wanted blood. Yixian blinked and then dripped another drop of blood into the giant python's mouth. At this moment, the giant python suddenly trembled in excitement, but there was no change. Just like that, Yixian observed for about an hour, but the giant python still didn't change. Yixian was disappointed. Although his blood was of the highest quality, it was useless against monsters. After all, he was human. After the disappointment, Yixian pondered for a long time. In the end, he wrote on the giant python's body and tied a piece of cloth around its head. Then, he used a scorpion tail to gently poke the giant python's weak spot. Let's go. The giant python trembled and then flew out with a whoosh. Yixian grabbed the cloth tightly. He didn't know where the giant python was taking him. In any case, it was fine as long as there was someone to lead the way. He just wanted to get out of this desert and find a water source. About an hour later, the giant python suddenly stopped. Yixian frowned. At this moment, the sand in front of him suddenly trembled. Soon, giant pythons crawled out of the sand. There were more than 20 of them. Seeing this scene, Yixian's expression changed. Damn, this guy brought me to its nest. What the hell? The giant pythons looked at Yixian with fierce eyes and flicked their tongues. Yixian's eyelids twitched. I'm screwed. At this moment, the giant pythons were about to attack. Yixian suddenly held the scorpion tail in his hand and pressed it against the giant python's head. However, the giant pythons didn't stop. Instead, they charged even faster. Yixian narrowed his eyes. Could it be that my reputation is going to be buried in the mouths of these snakes today? With his current strength, he was definitely not a match for these giant pythons. He couldn't even face one of them head-on. At this moment, the giant python beneath him suddenly roared. With this roar, the giant pythons in front of him stopped. Seeing this, Yixian was stunned. This giant python's identity wasn't ordinary. Yixian hurriedly said, "Take me out of here." The giant python turned its head to look at Yixian. Yixian said, "Can you understand me? Take me out of here and I'll let you go." The giant python flicked its tongue and then swam into the distance. The giant pythons beside it hurriedly followed. About 6 hours later, Yixian saw a mountain range. Seeing the mountain range, Yixian immediately smiled. Looking at the mountain range, Yixian felt a lingering fear in his heart. If it weren't for this giant python leading the way, he would probably have died in that desert. Because there was no water, no food, and no direction. Just as they were about to leave the desert, the giant python suddenly stopped. Yixian looked at the giant python and said, "Have your subordinates retreat." The giant python looked at Yixian and flicked its tongue. Yi Xian pointed at the giant pythons in the distance and waved his hand. The giant python turned its head and glanced at them. The giant pythons retreated one after another. Yi Xian jumped off the giant python and ran into the distance. The giant python did not chase after him. It just watched Yi Xian escape in the distance. After a while, Yi Xian entered the dense forest. The giant python still did not leave. At this moment, Yi Xian ran out of the dense forest in the distance. Behind him was a pack of black wolves. Seeing Yi Xian, the giant python's eyes suddenly showed a fierce glint. At this moment, Yi Xian in the distance suddenly stopped. He pointed at the group of pythons and then quickly gestured to the wolves. Giant python, in the distance, Yi Xian gestured very quickly and was a little excited. Gradually, the wolves suddenly looked at the group of pythons. When they saw the group of pythons, the wolves suddenly roared in unison. Soon, the wolves suddenly rushed towards the group of pythons. The group of pythons suddenly became a little chaotic. Yi Xian had already slipped away. Soon, the group of pythons and the wolves fought. Outside the tavern, Uncle Jiang looked at Amu standing at the side. Amu chuckled and said, "The group of pythons deliberately sent him to the wolves, but they did not expect that the wolves are extremely sensitive to their territory. When they see them, they will definitely be vigilant." Moreover, he pointed at the pythons and added fuel to the fire, which made the wolves think that the pythons came to invade. Uncle Jiang said softly, "With wisdom alone, you can't get out of there." Amu looked in front of him and said softly, "Of course not. However, without wisdom, it is even more impossible to get out." Uncle Jiang said in a deep voice, "Girl, how did you get out of that desert back then?" Amu shook her head and chuckled, "It's all in the past, don't mention it." Uncle Jiang asked again, "You, the two high priests and him, who walked out of that desert faster?" Amu said softly, "In terms of speed, I am the fastest. In terms of strength, the former high priest is the strongest because she killed all the way out of that desert. In terms of being the most shameless, he is." Hearing this, Uncle Jiang shook his head and smiled, "He should be out of that dense forest by now." Amu shook her head, "You're wrong." Hearing this, Uncle Jiang frowned slightly. He turned his head and looked in front of him. In the black hole, he could see Yi Xian. The battle between the pythons and the wolves could be said to be extremely tragic. There were corpses everywhere, and this time, the wolves won, because they were fighting on their own territory. After the living wolves left, Yi Xian appeared out of nowhere. Looking at the python corpses on the ground, Yi Xian shook his head, then took out his scorpion tail and began to cut open the stomachs of the pythons. "Take out the snake gall, this thing was a great tonic." After a while, Yi Xian took out more than 20 snake galls. Not only that, he also peeled off the snake skin and made a snakeskin coat to wear. He also made a pair of snakeskin shoes. After doing all this, Yi Xian looked at the mountain range in front of him. He knew that this mountain range must be extremely dangerous, and it was impossible for him to pass through it with his current ability. A moment later, Yi Xian suddenly picked up some dried leaves beside the dense forest. In front of the tavern, Uncle Jiang looked at Amu. What is he going to do? Amu fell silent. Uncle Jiang turned his head to look at the black hole. In the image, Yi Xian was holding a piece of wood and spinning it vigorously. About 15 minutes later, the wood in front of him burned. Uncle Jiang said softly, "He's going to make a fire to cook." At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly made a torch and lit it outside the dense forest. Seeing this scene, Uncle Jiang said in shock, He's going to burn the mountain. Is he crazy? Isn't he too cruel?" Amu looked at Uncle Jiang with a strange expression. "Why are you sympathizing with those monsters?" Uncle Jiang, P.S. I've been reflecting recently. Back when I first started writing, when I was writing the Invincible Sword domain, not only did I update 3 times a day, but I would also break out every few days. But now, many times, I ask myself, I might have forgotten my original intentions. However, later on, I thought about it. Back then, I was single. At that time, there were no external factors affecting me. Moreover, at that time I was naive and did not know what healthcare was. But ever since I met some irregular readers, my life changed dramatically. They taught me how to do healthcare, and learned some things that were difficult to speak of. In conclusion, it's not that I've forgotten my original intentions, but that life is like this. On this path, there will be many temptations and problems. I'm not afraid of being confused for a moment, but I'm afraid of being confused for a lifetime. Everyone, don't worry, I won't be arrogant because I'm poor and can't be arrogant. At most, I'll be arrogant occasionally. Please vote. After a while, the dense forest started burning. The raging fire spread towards the depths of the dense forest. Soon, the roars of monsters could be heard in the dense forest. As for Yixian, he lay at the edge of the desert, motionless. He just looked at the dense forest. Soon, many monsters escaped from the dense forest. There were all kinds of monsters. Many of the demon beasts had even escaped with the fire. For a moment, the entire dense forest was filled with screams. Not only did the fire not stop, it even spread deeper. In front of the tavern, Uncle Jiang looked at Amu. Isn't it a little inappropriate for him to do this? Amu was speechless. After the fire burned for a day, the entire dense forest was barren. During this period, countless monsters fled. Yixian did not stay idle either. During this period, he ate a lot of snake meat and snake gall, greatly replenishing his physical strength. The next day, the fire was still spreading. Yixian did not stay idle either. After recovering his physical strength, he put a bag of sand on his waist. Not only that, he also collected some of the python's liquid. He did not know if the liquid was poisonous, but he mixed it with the sand anyway. After doing all this, he secretly followed some monsters to escape. He did not dare to follow too closely, but followed from afar. Just like that, Yixian followed some monsters along the edge of the desert and walked towards the right. About 4 hours later, Yixian followed the monsters around the dense forest and entered a mountain range. However, at this moment, the roars of monsters were everywhere in this mountain range. Battle, because after countless monsters entered this mountain range, it was equivalent to entering the territory of other monsters. They were fighting. Along the way, Yixian was careful. He had to avoid being discovered by some monsters. An hour later, Yixian looked up. At this moment, the sky was getting dark. It was getting dark. Yixian's face darkened. He had to find a place to take refuge. About an hour later, Yixian found a cave. He entered the cave and found some branches to cover the entrance of the cave. Inside the cave, Yixian sat cross-legged on the ground and drew a large circle on the ground. According to Amu, this was the Wu clan's road to hell. Purgatory, these two words were the key, and they had to be circled. Yixian knew that this place was definitely not as simple as it seemed. It would definitely be several times more dangerous than what he encountered now. In any case, he had to be mentally prepared. Not only did he have to be mentally prepared, but he also had to be prepared to deal with it. And his ultimate goal was to complete this path. In order to complete this path, he had to figure out where the destination was. Otherwise, it would be useless even if he walked for 100 years. In this path of purgatory, there were definitely demon beasts with higher spiritual intelligence, but the problem was that a demonic beast with spiritual intelligence was also extremely powerful. This was a difficult problem. After a while, Yixian leaned against the mountain wall and fell asleep. He needed to maintain his strength at all times. Late at night, Yixian suddenly woke up. He quietly walked to the entrance of the cave. Outside the cave, there was the roar of demon beasts. Yixian listened carefully. Demon beasts that dared to roar in the middle of the night were definitely not simple demon beasts. And he had to figure out the direction of these demon beasts. Otherwise, if he entered the territory of these demon beasts the next day, he might be finished. After about an hour, Yixian basically figured out the general direction of these demon beasts. When the sky brightened, he left the cave and continued forward. Along the way, he saw some demon beasts' corpses, but he successfully avoided the territories of some powerful demon beasts. After about an hour, Yixian came to a valley. When he entered the valley, Amu, who was outside the pub, narrowed his eyes. In the valley, Yixian looked around. It was very quiet. Yixian did not hesitate and slowly retreated. If it was too quiet, there must be a demon. And at this moment, there was a sudden movement in the bushes behind him. Yixian's expression changed. He took the opportunity to roll far away, but it was still a little too late. A sharp long thorn pierced through his left shoulder, and a stream of blood splattered out. After Yixian rolled on the ground, he quickly stood up. In front of him was a 7-colored spider. The spider was very big, even taller than him. The spider's legs were extremely sharp, like swords. Seeing the 7-colored spider, Xian suddenly narrowed his eyes. This thing was definitely not something that those wolves and pythons could compare to. Xian quietly placed his left hand that was wrapped in cloth into the sandbag at his waist. At this moment, the 7-colored spider suddenly rushed towards Xian. Xian narrowed his eyes, turned around, and fled. Seeing Xian flee, the 7-colored spider quickly chased after him. But at this moment, Xian, who had only taken 2 steps, suddenly stopped, turned around, and threw a handful of sand. The 7-colored spider hesitated too quickly, and it was directly hit by the sand. Xian quickly leaped and kicked the 7-colored spider's lower body. Bang! With an explosion, Xian was directly sent flying. It was too hard. Xian quickly got up, turned around, and ran into the valley. At this moment, the 7-colored spider suddenly roared because its eyes were slightly red and swollen. The sand was poisonous. The 7-colored spider charged towards Xian. He was definitely unable to outrun so many legs, and it wasn't long before the 7-colored spider caught up to him. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly stopped, and the 7-colored spider charged towards him. Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. When the 7-colored spider arrived in front of him, he rolled on the ground, causing the spider to miss. On the other hand, Xian suddenly stomped his feet on the ground and charged forward. At the same time, he grabbed the last handful of sand and sprayed it at the 7-colored spider's eyes. At the sight of this, the 7-colored spider hurriedly closed its eyes. Meanwhile, Xian took advantage of the momentum to roll forward and arrive behind the 7-colored spider, and then he stabbed the scorpion tail at its anus. The 7-colored spider's eyes suddenly opened wide, and it was on the verge of splitting apart from rage. Meanwhile, Xian swiftly pulled out the scorpion tail, and then he rolled backwards and pulled apart the distance between him and the 7-colored spider. The 7-colored spider stood on the spot in front of Xian while it roared incessantly in pain. After struggling for a short moment, the spider slowly fell to the ground and didn't move at all. Xian instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he witnessed this scene. Even though his cultivation and physical body were sealed, he still had his battle instincts. Of course, the main reason was that the demon beasts he'd encountered so far weren't particularly formidable. If it was like the demon beasts he'd encountered in the variant beast scripture, then all his schemes would be useless. Xian glanced at his left chest, and it was still bleeding. Xian glanced at the surroundings, and then he found some grass and crushed it before applying it to his chest. After the bleeding stopped, Xian gazed at the 7-colored spider's corpse. He walked over to the corpse and dissected it. In the end, he took out a gallbladder that was filled with green liquid. He wrapped the gallbladder with his snakeskin clothes, and then he gently poured a drop on the ground. As soon as it fell to the ground was instantly corroded. Xian's eyes lit up when he saw this. That's good stuff. He carefully put the gallbladder on his waist, and then he looked at the valley. He hesitated for a moment before he walked towards the top of the valley. He had to figure out his surroundings right now. It didn't take long for Xian to arrive at the top of the valley, and his expression sank when he saw his surroundings. There were endless mountains all around him. He couldn't see the end at all. How do I get out? At this moment, Xian was slightly lost. The most terrifying thing wasn't the difficulty, but the lack of direction, because he didn't know how to leave this place. Give up. If he gave up, then he could leave right away. However, how disappointed would Amu be? Moreover, if others could walk out of this place, why couldn't he? Xian, not to mention anything else, Amu could walk out of the Wu clan's path of purgatory. He would definitely be able to walk out of this place. Xian took a deep breath. At this moment, he made up his mind. Xian stayed in the valley for about an hour before he began to walk down the valley. Then, he used the 7-colored spider's leg to cut many smaller branches. He sharpened the branches into sword tips, and then he turned the bark into ropes. Of course, this was extremely difficult for him now because he only had one hand. After an entire day, Xian dug a big hole at the entrance of the valley. He buried many sharp thorns in the hole, and then he covered the hole with some leaves. A trap. Fortunately, although the beasts here were much stronger than ordinary people, they didn't have much intelligence and couldn't be considered as real experts. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter what he did. After setting up the trap, Xian left the valley. About an hour later, he suddenly ran back. Behind him, there was a beast that wasn't particularly fast. The beast was shaped like a pig, and its body was more than twice the size of a normal pig. Because of this, its speed was relatively slow. It madly chased after Xian. Soon, Xian arrived in front of the valley. When he arrived at the trap, he jumped over it, and the beast fell directly into the trap. However, the thorns couldn't pierce through the beast's skin. However, at this moment, Xian suddenly jumped into the trap. Before the monster could react, Xian took out a tree bark rope and wrapped it around the root of the monster, which happened to be holding on to the 2 eggs. Then, he gave it a hard tug. Awoo! The demonic beast immediately let out a shrill scream, but it didn't dare to move, because if it did, it would pull the egg. At this moment, Xian had already climbed up, but his hand was still holding onto the tree bark rope. Xian looked at the beast and motioned for it to get up. The beast did not budge. Xian suddenly pulled on the tree bark rope, and the beast immediately let out another blood-curdling scream. Very quickly, it slowly climbed up from inside. It looked at Xian. In its eyes, other than a fierce glint and anger, there was also fear. Xian unceremoniously sat on the beast's back. His hand didn't let go of the bark rope. He pointed to the distance. Go. The beast didn't move. Xian pulled the eggs, and the beast rushed out with a roar. Its speed was extremely fast. Outside the tavern, Amu lowered his head. He couldn't bear to look at it. Uncle Jiang was stunned for a long time, then looked at Amu. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "His actions are really a bit." Uncle Jiang didn't continue because he didn't know what to say. In fact, he wanted to say that Xian's trick was a bit despicable, but on second thought, in that environment, survival was the most important. As long as he could survive, any trick was fine. As for Amu, although she lowered her head, there was a smile at the corner of her mouth. She wasn't that pedantic. In the mountain range, Xian was riding the monster and walking slowly. He didn't dare to let the demon beast speed up. If it was too fast, it might attract the attention of other demon beasts. Xian just rode the demon beast and walked. He didn't know where the end was, so he could only keep moving forward. Anyway, there must be a path in front of the mountain. On the back of the demon beast, Xian looked into the distance, deep in thought. His thoughts were very clear now. The first point was to survive. The second point was to figure out this place. The third point was to leave this place alive. Give up? He really didn't think of giving up. As Amu said, it was hard to persevere, but easy to give up, and he, Xian, wouldn't give up. When he was in Qing City, he didn't have any external objects, and he didn't have any backing. Didn't he survive? His heart. Amu said that he had lost his heart. At this moment, he suddenly understood what Amu meant. What was his heart? It was to constantly improve and move forward bravely. Confidence came from one's own strength. Although external objects and identity were also part of one's strength, the confidence obtained by relying on external objects and identity was illusory. The strength of others was not something to be confident about. The reason why Amu was disappointed was because Xian felt that everything he had now was because of the woman in the plain dress. In fact, this itself was a sign of lack of confidence. Of course, he had to admit that the woman in the plain dress did help him a lot. Without her, he would have died 1,000 times. Then there was a problem. Why did he need help? Was he really weak? Thinking of this, Xian smiled. He had to say, in the face of those ancient powerhouses, such as Arrow and the others, he was really weak. Weak was weak, he was weak, he liked to play dirty, he liked to use external objects. He had received a lot of help because of the relationship between the plain-dressed woman and the sword sect. Not only was he not ashamed of it, he was even proud of it. Without the plain-dressed woman, without the sword sect, without the prophet, what was he? What the hell was that? It was worse than a fart. Thinking of this, Xian smiled. Karma? To hell with karma. In this life, he was Xian and no one else. If he had a backer, he would rely on them. If he didn't, he would rely on himself. Of course, he still had to rely on himself. His fist was the strongest. When he thought up to here, the scorpion tail in Xian's hand suddenly trembled violently, and then it emitted a light sword cry. Seeing this scene, Xian was stunned. A moment later, he suddenly burst into laughter. At this moment, he understood what it meant by all things are swords. With a sword in the heart, everything can be a sword. Swordsman, swordsman, are you not a swordsman without a sword? No, swordsman cultivated the heart, not the sword. With a sword in the heart, what cannot be a sword? A sword cry suddenly rose from Xian's body into the sky, second layer of the mortal realm. At this moment, a powerful sword intent swept out from Xian's body. Outside the tavern, Uncle Jiang narrowed his eyes and looked at Amu. This is? Amu slowly closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and silently chanted an unknown witchcraft. A moment later, a mysterious force suddenly fell on Xian's body. Boom! The sword intent around Xian was suddenly suppressed, but this time, the sword intent actually resisted. The more it was suppressed, the stronger the resistance. Xian held the scorpion tail in his hand, looked at the sky, and said with a smile, Amu, with this stab, your witchcraft will be ineffective. Outside the tavern, Amu looked in front of her, silent. Her witchcraft could not suppress the second layer of the mortal realm. Swordsman, one must know that Arrow was only at the second layer of the mortal realm. Of course, she could use powerful witchcraft, but what was the point? At this moment, in the mountain range, Xian suddenly retracted his scorpion tail, and the sword intent around him flowed back into his body like a tide. At this moment, Xian's swordsmanship cultivation was once again sealed. Amu looked at Xian on the screen. Xian smiled and said, Amu, if you can complete this trial with the cultivation of an ordinary person, so can I. After saying that, he rode the demonic beast and galloped into the distance. In front of the tavern, Uncle Jiang suddenly said, actually, he didn't have to seal his cultivation. Breaking through in the path of purgatory was not against the rules. Amu smiled and said, confidence. Uncle Jiang looked at Amu, and Amu smiled and did not speak. In the mountain range, Xian rode the demonic beast and galloped. At this moment, he was a little arrogant. Who am I afraid of? At this moment, the demonic beast under him suddenly stopped, and the next moment, a black shadow suddenly rushed in front of him. The speed was extremely fast, and before he could react, he felt a pain in his chest, and then his whole body was sent flying. This time, he flew a full 10 feet, and finally landed heavily on the ground. Although his chest was in pain, Xian did not dare to stay idle. He immediately flipped over, and in front of him stood a demonic beast. The demonic beast had a human body, a wolf's head, 4 legs, and 3 arms. Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. This demonic beast was intelligent. The demonic beast glanced at him, and then directly bit his mount. The mount let out a scream, and in an instant, it was eaten up by the demonic beast, not even leaving bones. After eating, he looked at Xian. Xian glanced at the demonic beast's crotch, and did not speak. The demonic beast was about to make a move, but at this moment, Xian suddenly said, wait. The demonic beast looked at Xian, and did not make a move. It really was intelligent. Xian looked at the demonic beast. I am a human, and I will not snatch your territory. The demonic beast looked at Xian and licked its lips. Xian's eyelids twitched. Damn, I did not snatch your territory, but you actually want to eat me. At this moment, the demonic beast suddenly rushed towards Xian. Its speed was so fast that it made Xian's expression change instantly. However, Xian's reaction was not slow. The moment the demonic beast rushed towards him, he suddenly took out the spider gallbladder and threw it. The demonic beast did not slow down, and it punched the gallbladder. Bang! The gallbladder shattered, but the venom directly sprayed onto the demonic beast's fist, and in an instant, the demonic beast's fist started to rot. The demonic beast was stunned as it looked at its rotting fist. Right at this moment, Xian had suddenly appeared in front of it, and then Xian's fist smashed towards its head. The demonic beast roared furiously, and its other 2 fists directly smashed towards Xian. At this moment, Xian's body suddenly bent backwards as if it had been broken, and he avoided these 3 punches. At the same time, his right leg suddenly kicked the demonic beast's crotch. Roar! The demonic beast clamped its legs together, its eyes opened wide, and its mouth opened so wide that a fist could be stuffed in. Xian did not stop. His left hand suddenly pushed against the ground, and his entire body moved forward while sticking close to the ground. After that, he stabbed the scorpion sting towards the demonic beast's anus. Ah! The demonic beast's eyes almost split apart from rage, and its entire body jumped up and down on the spot in extreme pain. After Yixian struck the demonic beast, he took the opportunity to roll to the right and put some distance between him and the demonic beast. In the distance, the demonic beast rolled ceaselessly on the ground and held in pain. Even a demonic beast would find that kind of pain unbearable. Most importantly, no demonic beast would fight like this in a fight between demonic beasts. Therefore, the demonic beast had never expected that Yixian would use such a move. The demonic beast struggled on the ground and held in pain. Moments later, Yixian suddenly walked in front of the demonic beast. The demonic beast roared furiously when it saw Yixian, and its eyes revealed a ferocious light. Yixian looked at the demonic beast. "Do you want to die?" As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his scorpion sting and placed it across the demonic beast's crotch. He grinned, "As long as you shake your head, I'll cut it off, heh heh." The demonic beast's body trembled subconsciously, and besides the ferocious light in its eyes, there was also fear as it looked at Yixian. Yixian smiled and said, "I can spare your life, but you have to answer my question. Is there a problem?" The demonic beast looked at Yixian and did not speak. Yixian's right hand suddenly exerted force, and a hole appeared on the demonic beast's body. The demonic beast was horrified and hurriedly rolled backwards. Yixian walked in front of the demonic beast. "Is there a problem?" The demonic beast hurriedly shook its head. It looked at Yixian as if it was looking at a devil. Yixian nodded slightly. "It's good that there's no problem. Come, let me ask you, where is this place?" The demonic beast looked at Yixian. 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. Able to speak human language, Yixian looked at the demonic beast. "How can you speak human language? Shouldn't demonic beasts speak beast language? How can you speak human language?" The demonic beast's eyelids twitched. "Human, I am a demonic beast with intelligence." Yixian frowned slightly. "But you are also a demonic beast. How can you speak human language?" The demonic beast suddenly said angrily, "Can you stop talking about this?" After saying that, it seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but take a step back. Yixian looked at the demonic beast and then said, "Have you met other humans?" The demonic beast shook its head. Yixian asked again, "What is outside the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range?" The demonic beast shook its head again. "I don't know." Yixian frowned. The demonic beast hurriedly said, "I have never left the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range, so of course I don't know." Yixian was silent for a moment, then said, "What is the strongest demonic beast in the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range called?" The demonic beast looked at Yixian. "Giant ape, huge and incomparably powerful." Yixian asked, "Where is it?" The demonic beast pointed to the right, Ape Mountain. Yixian thought for a moment, then asked again, "Can I beat it?" The demonic beast looked at Yixian, not saying anything. Yixian stood in the same place, deep in thought. A moment later, Yixian turned around and left. And his direction was the Ape Mountain. Seeing Yixian leave, the demonic beast immediately heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, Yixian turned back and walked in front of the demonic beast. "You have never seen a human before?" The demonic beast nodded. "Never." Yixian blinked. "Then do you know who I am?" The demonic beast looked at Yixian and shook its head. Yixian grinned, then turned around and left. In front of the tavern, Uncle Jiang looked at Amu. "What is he going to do?" Amu smiled. "Uncle Jiang, why don't you take a guess?" Uncle Jiang said in a deep voice, "That giant ape is not an ordinary monster. It is a monster king. His moves will not be effective against it." Amu was silent. Uncle Jiang suddenly asked, "How did he deal with the monster king in the 10,000 Beast Mountain?" Amu smiled without saying a word. Uncle Jiang shook his head. "This girl can't even tell Uncle Jiang?" Amu said softly, "Let's see how he will deal with that giant ape." Uncle Jiang nodded. "I am also a little curious." In the mountain range, Yixian swaggered towards the giant ape mountain. Along the way, he was deep in thought. In his mind, there were countless possibilities. Every possibility must have a way to face it, and the reason why he came to find the giant ape was that he wanted to take a gamble. For now, the most terrifying thing about this path of purgatory was not the monsters here, nor was it the disappearance of cultivation and physical strength, but the mentality. Before this, he had great strength, but after coming here, all his strength disappeared. This kind of difference was the most terrifying. After a person reached a certain height, he did not want to fall again, and if he fell, how many people could withstand such a difference? Life was full of ups and downs, and not everyone could withstand such ups and downs. State of mind, normal state of mind, his mind was clear. Yixian smiled, and he sped up. After a while, Yixian arrived at the boundary of the giant ape mountain. Yixian walked towards the depths of the giant ape mountain. He did not hide but walked openly. About an hour later, Yixian arrived in front of a small mountain, and at this moment, the ground in the distance suddenly trembled, and then, a huge monster stood up from the foot of the small mountain. Giant ape. It had to be said that this giant ape was very big, but compared to the violent ape that he brought out from the mutated beast scripture, it was too much smaller. But in this place, this giant ape was very terrifying. The giant ape looked down at Yixian. Human. Humans. Yixian looked at the giant ape and said with a smile, all right. The giant ape suddenly punched at Yixian. The punch landed like a mountain pressing down on them. Yixian's expression didn't change. The Wu clan. The Wu clan. The giant ape's fist stopped 5 feet away from Yixian's head. The great ape squatted down and looked at Yixian. Human, what did you say? Yixian looked at the giant ape. I'm from the Wu clan. The giant ape narrowed his eyes. The Wu clan's trial. Yixian nodded. The giant ape said, what do you want to say? Yixian looked at the giant ape and said with a smile, if I'm not wrong, you're trapped here, right? The giant ape stared at Yixian. What are you trying to say? Yixian said with a smile, do you want to leave this place? The giant ape was expressionless. This place is pretty good. Yixian sneered. Pretty good? Forgive me for being blunt, but do you know how abundant the spiritual qi outside is? The giant ape looked at Yixian and didn't say anything. Yixian said, the spiritual qi outside is dozens of times more abundant than here. I'm telling you, with your talent and ability, if you were outside, you'd be at least a ruler. The giant ape frowned. Ruler? Yixian said seriously. It's a kind of realm. As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings and said softly, if I'm not wrong, none of our ancestors were able to walk out of this place, right? The giant ape looked at Yixian and didn't say anything. Yixian said with a smile, the demonic beasts here are generally weak. It's not that their talent is not good, but their environment is not good. If they were outside, they'd be 10 times stronger than they are now. The giant ape was expressionless. Why are you telling me this? Yixian walked in front of the giant ape. Do you want to change? The giant ape said indifferently, change? Human, are you joking with me? Yixian looked at the giant ape. The Wu clan trapped you here. Don't you want to leave? The giant ape asked, can you represent the Wu clan? Yixian said with a smile, as long as I can leave, I'll be the Wu clan's high priest. At that time I can change. The giant ape looked at Yixian. How do I know if you're telling the truth or not? Yixian smiled. Why don't you gamble? The giant ape was silent. Yixian said again, I'm not your opponent, but I dare to come here. Why? Because I want to gamble. Why don't I dare? The giant ape stared at Yixian. Once upon a time, many years ago, a woman came here and slaughtered my great ape clan. Yixian's eyelids twitched. It couldn't be a moo, could it? No, it shouldn't be a moo. A moo didn't like killing. It should be the high priest before a moo, Yixian said in a low voice. Then what do you think? The giant ape looked at Yixian. She gives me the feeling that she's crafty. To put it simply, she doesn't seem like a good person. Yixian was speechless. The giant ape said again, I won't trust humans. As it spoke, it slowly clenched its right hand. Yixian smiled. Don't you want to go out and see the outside world? The giant ape looked at Yixian. Yixian looked straight at the giant ape. If you help me, I can change my bloodline and break through the shackles of my own bloodline. The giant ape narrowed its eyes. Why should I believe you? Yixian spread his hands. I've said it. I can choose to gamble. Of course, I can also choose not to gamble and continue to stay here. Then, when the next trial taker comes, I can either die of old age here. The giant ape was silent. Xian said with a smile, why don't you bet on it? There's no loss anyway. What do you think? The giant ape looked at Xian. But I don't believe you. Xian smiled. Think about it. Why did the Wu clan let me come here for a trial? Would they let a shameless person participate in the high priest's trial? I'm sure that my character and talent have been recognized by the Wu clan. That's why they let me in. Do you understand? The giant ape was silent. Xian said again, in talking with them, I discovered that I should know a lot. In fact, with all due respect, a decision right now can change the fate of the Great Ape clan. Why not give it a try? The giant ape was still silent. Obviously, he was hesitant. At this time, Xian continued, I'm already invincible in the 100 Beasts mountain range, but I'm sure I've reached my bottleneck. I can tell you that advancing in this place is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But if I can get out, I can guarantee that it will be a piece of cake. Moreover, if you help me, I'll remember this favor for the rest of my life. I'll repay it. The giant ape looked at Xian. I can't get out. Xian was puzzled. Why? The giant ape said softly, even if I let myself out, it'll be even more dangerous behind the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Xian said with a smile, so what? My cultivation and strength are sealed, but I'm not afraid. With such formidable strength, what's there to be afraid of? Follow me. We'll kill our way out. The giant ape was silent for a moment. Then, he said, Human, can you swear an oath to me? Xian looked at the giant ape. What oath? The giant ape said, if we're able to get out, then we have to escape this place with the giant ape clan. Xian said, all right. If we're able to get out, then I won't go back on my word. If I do, then I'll never die a natural death. The giant ape nodded slightly. All right. Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. This fellow has agreed. Fortunately, this fellow's intelligence isn't low. If it's too low, then I wouldn't be able to convince him at all. Xian spoke in a low voice. What's behind 10,000 Beasts mountain range? The giant ape replied, the abyssal swamp. A group of ferocious colossal crocodiles live there. I wouldn't be afraid of them on land, but I'm no match for them in the swamp. Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, how many formidable demon beasts are there here? I want those that are strong. The giant ape gazed at Xian. What do you want to do? Xian said, just the two of us are too weak. How many demon beasts can we bring with us? The giant ape shook his head. I don't know. Xian smiled. Go give it a try. Call all the formidable demon beasts here. The giant ape glanced at Xian, and then he turned around and left. Around 2 hours later, the entire mountain range suddenly started trembling as countless demon beasts charged towards the giant ape. It didn't take long for numerous demon beasts to appear in front of Xian, and there were a few thousand of them. Moreover, the one in the lead was the giant ape. There were over 30 other enormous apes behind it. The giant ape gazed at Xian. These demon beasts are willing to follow me. Xian nodded slightly. Needless to say, as the leader of this place, the giant ape did have some ability to rally others. The giant ape said, what do we do now? Xian turned around to look towards the distance, and he said softly, to the abyssal swamp. As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at the giant ape, can I sit on you? You know, I'm very slow. The giant ape glanced at Xian. He didn't let Xian sit on him, but he let Xian sit on a large ape demon beast, and he sat on the ape's shoulder. Just like that, under the leadership of Xian and the giant ape, a group of demon beasts charged towards the abyssal swamp. Outside the pub, Uncle Jiang looked at Amu. He's instigating a rebellion. Amu was silent. Uncle Jiang said in a deep voice, he's doing this. This won't do. Those demon beasts are reared by us. Amu suddenly said, is there a rule in the trial that we can't join forces with demon beasts? Uncle Jiang hesitated, and then shook his head. There's no such rule. Amu smiled. Isn't that it? Uncle Jiang smiled bitterly. Lass, what he's doing will cause chaos inside. This guy doesn't play by the rules at all. If he continues to do this, I really don't know what he's going to do inside. Amu was silent. Uncle Jiang said in a deep voice, "Aren't you going to say something?" Amu said softly, "What do I have to say?" Uncle Jiang said in a deep voice, "He has become the king of the mountain. I'm afraid that if he continues to do this, he'll unify the trial world." Amu, in the mountain range, Yixian led the group of demon beasts and ran wildly. Soon, they arrived at the abyssal swamp. In front of Yixian was a swamp. Abyssal swamp. On the surface, this swamp looked very calm, but Yixian knew that there were hidden dangers in this swamp. Yixian looked at the great ape not far away. "Can you ask their leader to come out for a chat?" The great ape pondered for a moment, walked to the edge of the swamp, and punched the swamp. Boom! With this punch, the swamp in front of it directly exploded. Soon, the entire swamp boiled, and soon, countless abyssal giant crocodiles surfaced. Seeing this scene, the great ape retreated several zhang. In this swamp, it was no match for these abyssal giant crocodiles. Yixian suddenly said, "Who is their leader?" The great ape shook its head, "I don't know." At this moment, a huge giant crocodile suddenly climbed out of the abyssal swamp. This giant crocodile was more than twice the size of the other giant crocodiles. Yixian looked at the giant crocodile in front of him, and said with a smile, "Can we talk?" The giant crocodile looked at Yixian, "Human." Yixian nodded, "Wu clan." The giant crocodile stared at Yixian, "Human, what do you want?" Yixian said, "I want to talk." The giant crocodile sneered, "Talk about what?" Yixian looked at the giant crocodile, "Do you want to leave this world?" The giant crocodile narrowed its eyes, "What do you mean?" Yixian chuckled, "I mean, I can take you out of this world." The giant crocodile said, "Why do we have to leave this world?" Yixian smiled, "Because the outside world spirit chi is at least 10 times more abundant than in this world. If you go outside to cultivate, you will get twice the result with half the effort." The giant crocodile looked at Yixian, "It's a human." Yixian smiled, "So what? Are humans bad? There are good humans too, aren't there?" Saying that, he pointed at the great ape, "If you don't believe me, ask it, I'm a good person." Giant ape. The giant crocodile looked at the giant ape. The giant ape hesitated for a moment before nodding. "He's indeed good. He's trustworthy." The crocodile looked at the ape. "Trust humans?" The great ape nodded. "Why not make a gamble? If he succeeded, he could bring the giant crocodile clan away from this world. If he failed, he wouldn't lose anything, right? Or do you want to stay here forever?" The giant crocodile fell silent. The giant ape continued, "With your talent, you will at least reach the sovereign realm in the outside world." Yixian was speechless. The crocodile frowned, "Sovereign realm?" The giant ape hurriedly nodded, "It is a kind of realm, extremely powerful." Did the giant crocodile really want to stay here forever? Even if he didn't think for himself, he had to think for the giant crocodile clan. Once we reach the outside world, with abundant spiritual energy, with our talent, let alone the sovereign realm, we can even reach the realm above the sovereign realm. As it spoke, it looked at Yixian. "Right?" Yixian hurriedly nodded, "Yes." The giant crocodile looked at Yixian. "What is above the sovereign realm?" Yixian blinked, then said, "Above the sovereign realm, there is the legendary self-release." The giant crocodile looked at Yixian. "If I go out, I also have the chance to reach the legendary self-release?" Yixian nodded. "Absolutely." The giant ape suddenly said, "Sir, it is not that our talent is not good, but the environment is not good. With our talent, if we go out, we can definitely surpass our ancestors. At that time, even if the Wu clan is in front of us, we can destroy them with a flick of our fingers." Yixian looked at the giant ape and blinked, feeling Yixian's gaze. The giant ape looked at Yixian. "Is there a problem?" Yixian hesitated, then said, "If I become the high priest, I will become friends, everyone can live in peace, what do you say?" Everyone can live in peace, what do you say? After all, many people die in war. The giant ape nodded. At that time, I can give you face. Yixian, at this time, the giant crocodile suddenly said, "Human, can I trust you?" Before Yixian could speak, the giant ape suddenly said, "Absolutely." The giant crocodile looked at the giant ape. The giant ape said, "This human is not bad. Moreover, not all humans are bad. There are good people among humans, right? Moreover, this is the last chance for our two clans. We have to grasp it. The giant crocodile fell silent. At this time, Xian suddenly raised his left arm. For freedom. The giant ape was stunned, then raised his left hand and roared, for freedom. Behind him, countless monsters roared in unison. Freedom, they were equivalent to being trapped in a cage. This feeling was too suffocating. For freedom, freedom, the giant crocodile was silent for a long time. Suddenly, it looked up at the horizon and said softly, for freedom. As soon as its voice fell, countless giant crocodiles in the abyssal swamp roared in unison. Looking at the abyssal swamp in front of him, Xian smiled slightly. He walked in front of the giant crocodile and said, "What is behind the abyssal swamp?" The giant crocodile said in a deep voice, "Sinful Canyon." Xian frowned slightly. "What kind of place is that?" The giant crocodile's expression was cold. "There is a group of night owls living there. At night, they will come out of their nests to hunt." At this time, the giant ape suddenly said, "Yes, my 10,000 beast mountain range is often visited by them." Xian nodded. "Let's go to Sinful Canyon." As he spoke, he looked at the giant crocodile. "Can you go ashore?" The giant crocodile said, "Of course, but our strength will be reduced on land." Xian smiled. "It's fine. Let's go." Just like that, Xian led a large group of demon beasts towards Sinful Canyon. After an hour, Xian arrived at Sinful Canyon. Even though it was daytime, Sinful Canyon was pitch black, and it was daunting. Xian gazed at Sinful Canyon and said, "Can we talk to them?" The giant ape suddenly walked to the entrance of the canyon and smashed its fist against the ground. Bang! The ground shook violently. Meanwhile, a sharp and ear-piercing cry suddenly resounded from within the canyon, and it didn't take long for countless black shadows to charge out of the canyon. Xian's expression instantly changed when he saw this. What are these fellows trying to do? Aren't they going to talk? Meanwhile, the giant ape suddenly said, "What should we do?" Xian said, "Retreat." The giant ape immediately waved his arm. Soon, the group of demon beasts retreated like a tide. Before long, they retreated to the abyssal swamp. However, those nightingales didn't seem to have any intention of stopping and chased them fiercely. Xian's expression sank. He pointed his finger at the sky, but there was no movement. Xian was a little embarrassed because he just realized that he didn't have any cultivation. If it was outside, this finger would have wiped out these dregs in front of him. Xian looked at the giant ape. "Can we beat them?" The giant ape said, "We can try." Xian nodded. "Go." The giant ape suddenly roared in anger. It leaped up and slammed into the sky. This collision was like a small mountain, and its momentum was terrifying. Rumble! Countless nightingales were killed by the giant ape, but there were just too many of them. Xian suddenly raised his left hand and pointed to the sky. "Fight for freedom. Kill." After saying that, he directly rushed out. Behind him, countless demon beasts rushed out one after another. Although there were many nightingales, there were also many demon beasts behind Xian. If they fought, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage at all. Especially that giant ape, with its rough skin and thick flesh. Those nightingales couldn't do anything to it. In front of the tavern, Uncle Jiang watched the group of demon beasts fight in silence. Amu was also silent. After a moment, Uncle Jiang suddenly said, "Why are those demon beasts following him?" Amu said softly, "Freedom." Uncle Jiang hesitated and wanted to say something but stopped. Amu said, "What do you want to say, Uncle Jiang?" Uncle Jiang shook his head. "I just feel that this kind of trial has lost its meaning." Amu looked at Uncle Jiang. "Uncle Jiang is wrong. It's a big mistake." Uncle Jiang looked at Amu. "What do you mean?" Amu said softly, "Unless you have invincible strength, intelligence is often more important than strength. This trial not only tests one's state of mind, but also one's intelligence. Except for the previous high priest, who didn't play some tricks when we came out. It's just that he played more thoroughly." Uncle Jiang was silent. Amu slowly closed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Beside the abyss swamp, the battle had already ended. Those nightingales had already retreated into the Grand Canyon because the day was not good for them. Beside Yi Xian, the giant ape said in a low voice, they will definitely attack again at night. Yi Xian suddenly said, how many casualties did we suffer? The giant ape looked around, more than 100 demon beasts. More than 100, Yi Xian's face darkened. After a moment, Yi Xian said softly, bury them properly. The giant ape shook his head, troublesome. Yi Xian suddenly said, they are our comrades. Comrades. Saying so, he looked at all the demon beasts, from now on, we don't care about race. No humans, no giant crocodiles, no demons, no wolves, we are all together. I tell you, since you chose to believe me, I will definitely bring you out of this place. Outside, I will let all the demon beasts be reborn. I will do what I say. With Xiaoling around, letting these demon beasts be reborn was not an empty promise. The giant ape looked at Yi Xian, really? Yi Xian stared at the giant ape, really? The giant ape looked at Yi Xian, human, I know you are not an ordinary person. Here, your cultivation is sealed, your strength is inferior to us, but outside, your strength is definitely stronger than us. I hope I can do what I say. Bring us out of this place. Yi Xian looked straight at the giant ape, I will do what I say. The giant ape nodded, from now on, we will fight for you. Yi Xian suddenly said, light a fire. Light a fire? The demon beasts in the field were stunned. Yi Xian looked in the direction of the Grand Canyon and said fiercely, since they don't want to talk, then I won't talk. Light a fire. Saying so, he turned and started to light a fire. About half an hour later, Yi Xian led countless demon beasts towards the Grand Canyon of Nifas, and these demon beasts all carried torches. Yi Xian was now sitting on the shoulder of the giant ape, his left hand holding a burning torch, burning Grand Canyon. In front of the tavern, Uncle Jiang suddenly said, actually, he can already pass. Amu shook his head, after the Grand Canyon, it is just the beginning. Uncle Jiang slightly squinted his eyes, what is there? Amu softly said, sinners, P.S., I will return to Giang tomorrow, then I can write in peace. If there are any typos, one wrong word, my dick will be shorter by an inch. Yi Xian led his army of demon beasts to Nifa's gorge, and then Yi Xian ordered countless demon beasts to toss torches towards the gorge. In an instant, the entire gorge was set ablaze, and countless nightbirds charged out. Yi Xian roared furiously. Fight! As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and charged out. Even though he didn't have a cultivation, his combat instinct wasn't bad. However, the nightbirds didn't attack, and they just flew into the sky. In next to no time, all the nightbirds vanished into the horizon. Yi Xian and the demon beasts were stunned when they witnessed this scene. What's going on? Meanwhile, the flames within the gorge had suddenly vanished. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Suddenly, a stone flew out from within the gorge, and it was so swift that Yi Xian's expression instantly changed. Suddenly, the giant ape stood in front of Yi Xian, and then it suddenly smashed its fist forward, bang, the stone pierced through the giant ape's right arm, causing blood to spray. At the same time, the giant ape was blasted flying. The expressions of all the demon beasts here instantly changed when they witnessed this scene. After all, the giant ape was the strongest amongst them. Yi Xian gazed at the gorge. A woman walked out slowly from within it. She wore a black dress, had long hair that hung loosely on her shoulders, and her hands and horns were tied with black iron chains. Uncle Zhang's expression instantly changed when he saw this woman. Amu's face was expressionless. The woman gazed at Yi Xian without any expression on her face, and she didn't speak a word. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, "May I know your name, senior?" The woman glanced at the demon beasts and said, "Are you a participant of the Wu clan's trial?" Yi Xian nodded. The woman suddenly waved her right hand. Before Yi Xian could react, he was sent flying. This time, he flew a few dozen feet away. As soon as he landed on the ground, he instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Xian slowly crawled up. He stared at that woman, who pointed at the demonic beasts as she mocked, "Just a simple path of refinement, yet you actually gathered such a rabble. Where's your face?" Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the giant ape. "Take all the demonic beasts and retreat." The giant ape shook its head and stood in front of Yi Xian. At this time, the woman waved her right hand. Boom, the giant ape was sent flying hundreds of feet away before crashing heavily into the ground. At this moment, its body was covered in cracks and blood flowed freely. Seeing this, the demonic beasts revealed looks of fear. The woman glanced at the giant ape, her face expressionless. "Aunt." With that said, she looked at Xian. "This generation of trial takers is really disappointing." Xian ignored the woman and walked to the side of the giant ape. The giant ape was lying on the ground with blood flowing incessantly from its body. Xian softly said, "I'm sorry." The giant ape looked at Xian. "This is our choice." With that said, it wanted to stand up. However, it discovered that it was unable to do so. That attack directly caused it to be seriously injured. Xian stood up and turned to look at that woman. "Your target is me?" The woman's lips curled into a disdainful smile. "Not qualified." Xian nodded slightly and looked at the demonic beasts. "You guys go back." Those demonic beasts looked at Xian without saying a word. Xian said, "Bring the giant ape back." "Go back?" The woman suddenly sneered. "Aren't you thinking too much?" Xian turned to look at the woman. "They don't pose any threat to us, right?" The woman looked at Xian. "I don't like the sight of them." "Can't I?" Xian stared at the woman. At this moment, the woman suddenly smiled. "You want to restore your strength?" Xian did not say a word. "Woman." Z suddenly said, "Even if I restore my strength, I can still destroy them. However, seeing that you care so much about these beasts, I can give you a chance. In your current state, take one move from me. If you can take it, I will let them go." Xian shook his head. "I can't take it." The woman smiled. "Then let the Wu clan's high priestess go out now, or let her restore her strength." Xian narrowed his eyes. "I know the Wu clan's high priestess." The woman nodded. "I know a lot of things that can help her restore her strength. Then we can try to see if she can stop me." Xian looked up at the horizon. In front of the tavern, Amu was silent. In front of the canyon, Xian's face darkened. Amu must know what happened here. Amu did not respond. What did this mean? The woman slowly walked towards Xian. "Have you thought it through?" Xian said in a deep voice, "Who the hell is it?" The woman looked straight at Xian. "It doesn't matter who I am." Xian pointed at the monster beasts. "They have no enmity with me." The woman smiled. "A bunch of ants. I don't like the sight of them." Xian narrowed his eyes. "Amu, let me restore my strength." However, there was no response. Xian looked up at the horizon. "Let me restore my strength." At this moment, Amu's voice suddenly sounded in Xian's mind. "Even if you restore your strength, you can't beat her." Xian said in a deep voice, "Can you stop her?" Amu said, "You can't." Xian frowned. "You can't either?" Amu said, "Yes. Because she is the Wu clan's previous high priest. She is also the best fighter among all the high priests in history. Not to mention, even Shengong is not her match." The previous high priest, hearing this, Xian was stunned. Xian looked at the woman. "She is the Wu clan's previous high priest." The woman smiled. "Yes." Xian said in a deep voice, "Then why here?" The woman looked at Xian. "None of your business." At this moment, the woman suddenly clenched her right hand. With this grip, the giant ape in the distance was lifted up by her. The giant ape's eyes were wide open. Blood splattered all over its body. It was about to explode. Xian suddenly said, "I'll take this." The woman looked at Xian. The corners of her mouth curled up. "Are you sure?" Xian nodded. "Yes." The woman smiled. "Do you think I will go easy on you?" Xian looked at the woman. "Don't you think so?" The woman smiled. "I'll give you one last chance. Let the Wu clan go. It's still not too late." Xian grinned. "Why do you have so much bullshit to say?" The woman loosened her right hand. The giant ape fell to the ground. Xian looked at the giant crocodile. "Take it and leave." The giant crocodile looked at Xian. It did not say a word. At this moment, the woman suddenly punched out. Boom, Yi Xian's eyes widened. His abdomen was punched through. Blood splattered everywhere. Yi Xian stood rooted to the spot. In front of the tavern, Uncle Jiang was also rooted to the spot. Amu clenched his fists. He did not say a word. In front of the Nifa's canyon, the woman looked at Yi Xian. She smiled. Do you think I will go easy on you? No, I won't. With that, she retracted her right hand. Yi Xian fell to the ground. At this moment, the giant crocodile suddenly turned around and left with the beasts. Yi Xian lay on the ground. His eyes were empty. Was this the end of him? At this moment, the woman walked in front of Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian. Do you regret it? Regret? He did not regret it. In the beginning, he brought the beasts with him out of selfishness. However, he never thought of killing them. Because therefore, when he saw the woman, he decisively ordered the beasts to retreat. He knew that the beasts were no match for this woman. At this moment, the woman said, Look, the beasts are running away. Yi Xian said softly, They are not running. Are they waiting for death here? The woman looked at Yi Xian. So, I ask, is it worth it? Because we can leave this place. Yi Xian looked at the woman. I don't like it when others die because of me. The woman shook her head. It is not a relative. It is just an evil beast. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. To me, if others don't betray me, I won't betray them. At this point, he frowned. He could still speak? What's going on? Yi Xian opened his eyes. He looked at his abdomen. There was no wound. Yi Xian looked at the woman. Is this a test? The woman sneered. Test? You are thinking too much. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, What do you mean? The woman walked to the side and sat down. She looked at Yi Xian. The Wu clan has a high priest now. They are not here to test the high priest. If I am not wrong, they are the witch servants of the current high priest. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The woman said, They are not pure members of the Wu clan. Yi Xian said, The Wu clan is also human. The woman looked at Yi Xian. Did the high priest tell you that? Yi Xian nodded. The woman was silent for a long time. Then she said, She sees further than I do. Yi Xian looked at the woman. Senior, why are you imprisoned here? The woman looked at Yi Xian. Does it have anything to do with me? Yi Xian said quickly, Amu told me that the high priest is the best fighter in the history of the Wu clan. In other words, no one in the Wu clan can defeat him. In that case, no one should be able to trap him. So, if I am not wrong, Senior must have trapped herself here. The woman glanced at Yi Xian. Smart. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Senior, why did you imprison yourself here? The woman was silent. Yi Xian walked to the woman's side. Can't you tell me? The woman said calmly, By hook or by crook. Yi Xian frowned. What do you mean? The woman looked at Yi Xian. When I became the high priest, I disregarded the lives of my clansmen for some benefits. I killed many of them. In my opinion, sacrificing some people in exchange for some benefits is completely worth it. Yi Xian was silent. The woman looked at Yi Xian. What do you think? Yi Xian shook his head. I beg to differ. If it were me, I would not sacrifice my followers for some benefits. No benefits are more precious than life. The woman looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, So Senior blamed yourself and imprisoned yourself here? The woman shook her head. I don't think I was wrong. Yi Xian was speechless. At this time, the woman said, But my master said I was wrong. He told me to meditate in seclusion here, but I don't think I was wrong. What's wrong with sacrificing a few for the benefit of the many? Yi Xian shook his head. You're wrong. The woman looked at Yi Xian. I wasn't wrong. Yi Xian said, But your thoughts were right. Hearing this, a strange look flashed in the woman's eyes. You also think I wasn't wrong? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, My original intention was good because I thought about the Wu clan. I didn't have any selfish motives. I just wanted to benefit the Wu clan. What's wrong with that? The woman suddenly stood up. She looked at Yi Xian with a trace of admiration in her eyes. Well said. I didn't expect you to be such an honest person. At this moment, her eyes were full of spirit. She was no longer as lifeless as before. Because in countless years, this was the first person to say she wasn't wrong. Yi Xian looked at the former high priest and said, I have something to say. It might not sound nice, but I don't know if I should say it. The woman looked at Yi Xian. Just say it. Yi Xian nodded. Your idea and your original intention are not wrong, but your method is not right. The woman said, What do you mean? Yi Xian said in a low voice, You said that sacrificing a few Wu clan members in exchange for benefits for the majority of Wu clan members, but have you ever thought about how unfair it is to those who are sacrificed? The woman fell silent. Yi Xian continued, If you were given a choice, if you were asked to sacrifice yourself in exchange for the Wu clan's benefits, you would definitely agree, right? The woman looked at Yi Xian. Yes. The Wu clan's benefits come first. Yi Xian said, But have you ever thought that not all the Wu clan members have the same idea as you? More than anything else, they probably want to live. The woman fell silent. Yi Xian continued, Fairness. The woman looked at Yi Xian. Fairness? Yi Xian nodded. As the high priest of the Wu clan, you can decide the life and death of countless Wu clan members with a single thought. It's precisely because of this that you have to be fair. You said that some Wu clan members should be sacrificed in exchange for the benefits of more Wu clan members. Let me ask you, are these sacrificed people the weak ones? The woman nodded. Yi Xian said, May I ask, are these weak Wu clan members your people? The woman looked at Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Then that's right. No matter how weak or strong they are your people. They are the people you should protect as the high priest. Do you agree with this? The woman said, Yes. Yi Xian continued, Not everyone is as great as you. Most of the people of the witch tribe wanted to live, not be sacrificed. You are the high priest of the Wu clan. You have the heart to contribute to the Wu clan. But think about it, if you were just an ordinary Wu clan member and someone wanted to sacrifice you in exchange for benefits for other Wu clan members, would you be willing? The woman fell silent. Yi Xian looked at her and said seriously, Your original intention and idea are right. Because you are doing this for the Wu clan members. But your way is wrong. The great priest protects the people of the sorcerer tribe, and in the great priest's heart, the people of the sorcerer tribe should not be divided by strength. No matter how weak they are, the great priest is like a god in his heart. They trust you so much, how can you sacrifice them? What if they have to be sacrificed? The woman asked suddenly. Yi Xian looked at her. If that happens, I choose to fight. We will fight together. All the Wu clan members will live and die together. The woman looked at Yi Xian and said nothing. Yi Xian said with a smile, Are you trying to say that my decision will let more Wu clan members die? The woman shook her head. I understand what you mean. With that, she looked up at the sky and said softly, Master, as he said, my way is wrong. As soon as she finished speaking, the iron chains in her hands suddenly became illusory. Seeing this, the woman was stunned. Then she said in a trembling voice, You forgive me? But there was no response, 2 strings of clear tears suddenly flowed out of the woman's eyes. She said in a trembling voice, I should have apologized to you. But I am proud. When have I ever bowed to others? Still no response, Yi Xian said softly, Senior. The woman gazed at Yi Xian. I was an orphan. It was Master who pitied me and took me back. She taught me how to read, practice martial arts, and teach me witchcraft. Because I was an extraordinary genius, and my natural talent could be said to be the strongest expert in the history of the Wu clan. Over time, I became more and more arrogant. Especially after I passed through the path of trials with ease. I looked down on all the experts in the world. But it was exactly because of my arrogance and pride that I almost brought harm to the entire Wu clan. Master died because of me at that time. Since then, I've trapped myself here. But I did it out of guilt and not because I felt that I was really wrong. As she spoke, she closed her eyes slowly. Now that I think about the look in Master's eyes when she left all those years ago, I know that she was definitely very disappointed in me. Yixian said, then have you thought about how you're making her even more disappointed by running away now? The woman nodded. I can't run away anymore. Yixian said, are you going to leave? The woman nodded. The knot in my heart has been resolved. It's time to leave. Yixian hurriedly said, take me with you. The woman gazed at Yixian. You're in the trial. Yixian said seriously, if you take me with you, then it's considered my ability, isn't it? The woman pondered for a moment and said, you're right. But I can't take you with me. Yixian was slightly puzzled. Why? The woman gazed at Yixian. Do you know why I didn't kill you before? Yixian asked, why? The woman said softly, because of your character. You're a witch's attendant. If your character isn't good, then I'll kill you on behalf of your shaman. Also, that demon beast friend of yours, I didn't hurt it. What you saw was witchcraft. Yixian fell silent. The woman continued, you're a witch's attendant of the Wu clan, so you're one of us. Moreover, witches' attendants have a respected status. If you abandoned those demon beasts just now, then who knows if you wouldn't betray the Wu clan in the future? But you didn't abandon those witches' attendants. Your high priest has good judgment. Yixian said in a low voice, I'm very weak. The woman smiled and said, so what? Who said that witches' attendants must possess formidable strength? Moreover, if your strength isn't enough, then you can improve, but if your character isn't good, then it's difficult to improve. Yixian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, why don't you take me with you? The woman grinned. You can rely on your own ability to walk down this path. If you walk down this path, then you'll obtain the respect of the Wu clan. At that time, the Wu clan won't respect you because of your high priest, nor because of your identity as a witch's attendant. Yixian thought for a moment, and then he said, then I'll walk down this path. The woman smiled and said, take care. With that, she was about to leave. At this moment, Yixian suddenly said, after you leave this place, will you become the high priest? The woman smiled and said, take a guess. With that, she disappeared on the spot. In the scene, Yixian sighed in a low voice. That was no longer something he could control. Yixian walked towards the distance. At this moment, a pitch-black pen suddenly fell in front of him. Keep this pen. In the future, if you're in danger outside, use this pen to write the word come. Speak, and I'll come. Yixian blinked, and then he hurriedly put away the pen. The high priest of the Wu clan was the best at fighting, and even Shinggong couldn't defeat her. She was a super fighter. After putting away the pen, Yixian turned around and left. In front of the tavern, the woman appeared in front of Amu. Amu looked at the woman in front of him and didn't speak. Uncle Jiang hurriedly bowed respectfully. The woman glanced at Amu and said with a smile, you've chosen a good person. With that, she turned around and left. Amu suddenly said, the Wu clan needs you. The woman didn't look back, I'll be here when you need me. After saying that, she disappeared. Amu didn't speak for a long time. Yixian returned to the abyss swamp again. When he saw Yixian, Zhu Yuan hurriedly rushed in front of him. Sure enough, Zhu Yuan was fine. Seeing this scene, Yixian was also relieved. He patted Zhu Yuan's thigh. It's good that you're fine. Giant Ape nodded slightly. Yixian glanced at the monsters. You guys stay here. I'll walk the rest of the way by myself. The Giant Ape frowned. You promised us. Yixian smiled and said, you misunderstood me. I mean, I'll go ahead first. If there's any danger, I'll come back to find you. But now, there are too many monsters. It's not good to attract too much attention. The Great Ape hesitated for a moment before saying, your current strength. Yixian smiled, it's fine. I'll be a little wretched. Giant Ape still wanted to say something, but Yixian suddenly said, don't worry. No matter what the outcome is, even if I die, my friend will let you out. I can promise you this. Giant Ape's expression was complicated, then be careful. If you need us, come back to find us. Yixian nodded, all right. Everyone, take care. With that, he turned around and left. Giant Ape looked at Yixian who left and said softly, there are good and bad humans too. Giant Crocodile said, can we really get out? Ju Yuan nodded, yes. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared. The person who came was Amu. Amu looked at Giant Ape and the others, come with me. Giant Ape said, you are? Amu said softly, the high priest of the Wu clan. I can bring you out of here. Giant Ape hesitated and said, can we wait? Amu looked at Giant Ape and Giant Ape said in a deep voice, maybe he will need our help. After looking at Giant Ape for a long time, Amu smiled, all right. With that, she turned around and disappeared. In the distance, Xian passed through Nifa's canyon. After Nifa's canyon, there was a plain. The plain was boundless. Xian continued to walk forward. After walking for about an hour, Xian saw a river. Xian was overjoyed and quickly rushed over. As soon as he reached the river, he wanted to drink water. However, he resisted. He carefully observed the bottom of the river in front of him. After confirming that there were no dangerous monsters, he directly leaned down and drank water crazily. He was extremely thirsty along the way. One must know that he was now an ordinary person. At this moment, a soft voice suddenly came from the side, drink slowly, no one is fighting with you. Hearing this voice, Xian's expression changed drastically. Almost at the same time, the black hole in front of the tavern suddenly disappeared. Uncle John's expression changed and he looked at Amu. Amu narrowed her eyes and formed a seal with both hands, silently chanting an incantation. A moment later, a black hole appeared in front of her, but there was nothing in it. Amu's expression also changed at this moment. Amu's expression was frighteningly gloomy. An uninvited guest has entered. P.S. Even now, there are still readers asking about my gender. An uninvited guest. Beside the river, Xian turned his head and saw a woman squatting not far away from him. The woman was wearing a simple cotton dress, and her hair was draped over her shoulders. She was holding a cup of water in her hand and was gently wiping her face. Washing her face, Xian's expression became solemn when he saw the woman. What kind of deity was this? Could she be the former high priest of the Wu clan? Xian hesitated for a moment before walking to the woman's side and bowing slightly. Greetings, senior. The woman turned around to look at Xian. At this moment, Xian saw the woman's appearance. The woman's appearance was really very ordinary, but it wasn't ugly. It was just an average appearance. The woman smiled. Sit. Xian wasn't afraid and sat by the woman's side. The woman took out a white handkerchief and wiped her face lightly. After that, she said, have you heard of the sixth dimension? Hearing this, Xian's expression instantly changed. The woman chuckled. Don't be shocked. There are 3 dimensions, 4 dimensions, and 5 dimensions. Naturally, there are 6 dimensions. What do you think? Xian asked. According to what Senior said, does that mean there are 7 dimensions and 8 dimensions? The woman smiled. What do you think? Xian shook his head. My strength doesn't allow me to think about these things? The woman shook her head. You have to think about it. At least think about the 6th dimension. Xian said in a low voice, Senior, I really don't understand why there are 2 dimensions, 3 dimensions, and 4 dimensions in this universe. The woman suddenly said, are people divided into different classes in the mortal world? Xian looked at the woman. The woman smiled. A long, long time ago, some people shouted the slogan of equality for all living things. Actually, this idea isn't wrong. But can all living things really be equal? In reality, people are divided into different classes. What do you think? Xian fell silent. The woman continued. This universe is also divided into different classes. In this vast universe, it's very normal for high-level civilizations to enslave or even destroy low-level civilizations. If you're weak, you'll be beaten. This is an unchanging truth. Xian was curious. Is the 6th dimension enslaving us? The woman smiled and said, it's not that simple. It's more complicated. Xian looked at the woman. Senior, why are you telling me so much? The woman smiled and said, originally, you were given quite a bit of time. However, things have changed now. Xian frowned. What do you mean? The woman pointed at the river in front of her. Look. Xian looked at the river. The river suddenly turned into a galaxy, and in the depths of the galaxy, Xian saw a familiar figure, a woman in a plain dress. The woman in the simple dress walked through the starry sky slowly. Xian turned to look at the woman beside him. The woman said softly, "Watch carefully." Xian turned to look at the river. At this moment, the woman in the simple dress suddenly stopped. Not far in front of her, there was a stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there were 4 large words, "Life Forbidden Zone, Life Forbidden Zone." Xian frowned. He had heard of this place in the 4th dimension. It was a forbidden zone. However, he didn't go there. Why did the woman in the simple dress come here? The woman looked at the stone tablet with an expressionless face. On her fingertips, 1 black and 1 white sword chi revolved. At this moment, a phantom suddenly appeared not far in front of the woman in the simple dress. Xian turned to look at the woman. "This phantom is?" The woman said softly, "Just watch carefully." Xian turned to look at the river. At this moment, the woman in the simple dress suddenly opened her palm. In her palm, a sword light condensed. The moment this sword light appeared, the entire starry sky lost its color. As for the phantom in front of her, it retreated tens of thousands of feet. The phantom suddenly raised both of its hands and quickly chanted something. At this moment, Xian's expression changed. His body suddenly split open without any warning and blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, in the sky above the river, countless blood-red chains suddenly appeared. These chains were like a huge net that covered the sky. Beside Xian, the woman watched quietly. She didn't say anything, nor did she do anything. In the starry sky, the woman in the simple dress's expression suddenly turned ferocious. The sword in her hand suddenly flew out. The phantom was instantly slashed into nothingness. At this moment, the mysterious power on Xian's body disappeared. The blood-red chains in the sky also disappeared without a trace. In the starry sky, the woman in the simple dress had a ferocious expression. She held the sword in her right hand and her entire body emitted endless hostility. By the river, the woman suddenly said softly, "They are threatening her." Xian looked at the woman. "Threatening her?" The woman nodded. "Using you to threaten her." Xian's expression turned gloomy. "Who are they?" The woman said softly, "They are related to the prophet, and the prophet is related to you." Xian suddenly stood up. He looked at the furious woman in the simple dress. "Don't worry about me. Kill them all." The woman in the simple dress suddenly turned to look at Xian. The next moment, she appeared in front of Xian. This wasn't a phantom, it was her true body. Almost at the same time, in the Tendo pawn shop, Xiaodao, who was lying on the counter, suddenly looked up at the Wu clan. Her eyes were filled with horror. By the river. The woman in the simple dress looked at Xian. "I haven't left because I am worried about you." Xian said in a deep voice, "Worried about me?" The woman in the simple dress said softly, "You are still too weak. It is not safe in this world." Xian smiled. "Look, I am already at the 2nd level of the mortal sword." The woman in the simple dress shook her head. "Not enough." Xian looked at the woman in the simple dress. "You should believe in me." The woman in the simple dress looked at Xian and didn't speak. Xian said seriously, "Believe in me. I can walk this road alone. I can't rely on you forever." "I don't want to rely on you forever." The woman in the simple dress still didn't speak. Xian said again, "I can do it." The woman in the simple dress walked to Xian's side. She gently touched Xian's cheek. "I am afraid. I am afraid of losing you again." Afraid, beside Xian, the woman looked at the woman in the simple dress. "They know this. That is why they deliberately provoked you." The woman in the simple dress narrowed her eyes. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Xian suddenly smiled. "Then go and kill them." The woman said, "This is what they hope for. Because once she leaves, there will be nothing in this universe that can threaten them." Xian suddenly grabbed the woman's hand and smiled. "You don't owe this universe anything. You don't owe me anything. I can feel that you really want to kill them, right?" The woman in the simple dress nodded. Xian smiled. "Then go and kill them." The woman suddenly said, "Once she leaves, you will be in danger." Saying that, she looked at Xian. "This is a trap within a trap." Xian didn't care about the woman. He looked at the woman in the simple dress. Do you believe in me? The woman in the simple dress said softly, I believe in you. But I want to give you more time. The woman suddenly said, if you stay here, this universe will be safe. He will also be safe. The woman looked at Yixian, I am leaving. Hearing this, the woman beside Yixian slowly closed her eyes. She knew that the woman in the simple dress had made her decision. The woman in the simple dress believed in Yixian. The woman really wanted to roar with rage. This man you believe in isn't reliable at all, but she knew that it was utterly useless. Because in the eyes of this invincible woman, this unreliable fellow was a treasure. Yixian suddenly asked, is the prophet related to me? The woman nodded, someone is hiding in the shadows and controlling fate. Yixian asked, who? The woman shook her head, I don't know. I have to go up there to find out. Yixian hesitated for a moment and said, can you defeat him? The woman looked at Yixian, your Qing'er is invincible. Yixian blinked, amazing. The woman looked up into the starry sky, the myriad of living beings, the myriad of stars, and the endless universe all have their own fate. There are very few who can truly escape their fate. I used my sword perception to search for the source of fate in the fourth dimension to see who is controlling it. But the other party is too far away from me. I can't sense it. As she spoke, she looked at Yixian, if I want to deal with the karma source in you, then I must leave this place. Once I leave, you will have to rely on yourself for the rest of your journey. Yixian nodded, don't worry and go. I will walk the rest of my journey well. The woman smiled lightly, I believe in you. Will you accompany me when I leave? Yixian smiled, all right. The woman waved her right hand, and she and Yixian vanished, leaving only the woman behind. The woman sat by the river. After a long period of silence, she said softly, the world is going to change. At the Wu clan. The woman brought Yixian to the Wu clan city. At this moment, Amu appeared in front of Yixian. Amu glanced at the woman and bowed slightly, greetings, senior. The woman nodded slightly and did not speak. Yixian pulled the woman and said with a smile, I will take you to eat noodles. As he spoke, he pulled the woman and walked into the distance. Amu hurriedly followed. Yixian left the Wu clan with the woman and Amu and came to the affiliated city of Fu Wenzong, which was Fu City. Fu City was not big and was just a small city. The city was bustling with a lot of people. Yixian brought the woman and Amu to a noodle shop. Yixian looked at the owner of the noodle shop and said with a smile, owner, give me 3 bowls of noodles. The owner laughed and said, all right. Sir, please wait a moment. Yixian found a seat and sat down with Amu and the woman. He looked at the woman and said, have you eaten noodles before? The woman shook her head, never. As she spoke, she paused and said, do you have steamed buns? Steamed buns, Yixian was stunned. Then, he stood up and left. After a while, he returned, in his hands were 2 steamed buns. Yixian handed the steamed buns to the woman. The woman picked one up and took a bite before saying, delicious. Yixian smiled and said, you like to eat steamed buns? The woman nodded. Yixian was just about to speak when a formidable pressure suddenly swept down from the horizon. Along with the appearance of this pressure, the entire talisman city trembled violently as if an earthquake was occurring, and many people within the city were even pressed flat on the ground by this pressure. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared not far from Yixian and the other 2. Seeing the person, Yixian was stunned. This person was none other than the godly craftsman. Shingon looked at Yixian and said with a smile, Human King, I have been looking for you for a long time. As he spoke, he spread his hands, I have completely recovered my strength. Unless the Tendo comes, no one can protect you. Yixian was speechless. Yixian's expression became a little odd. Beside Yixian, Amu lowered her head slightly. She gently nibbled on the steamed bun that Yixian gave her, not saying a word. The plain-dressed woman beside her was also nibbling on the steamed bun. From the beginning to the end, she did not look at Shingon. At this moment, Shingon suddenly looked at Amu, Wu clan's high priest, don't you know a lot of witchcraft? Come, this god will give you a chance to perform witchcraft. Amu hurriedly shook her head, no, no. I can't beat you. You're the most powerful. Shingon narrowed his eyes and looked at the plain-dressed woman. When he saw her, he frowned. Because he could not sense the aura of the plain-dressed woman, Shingon looked at the plain-dressed woman. You look like you have a knack for it. Yixian lowered his head and nibbled on the steamed bun, not saying a word. The plain-dressed woman still ignored Shingon. Shingon stared at the plain-dressed woman. I'll give you a chance to make a move. The plain-dressed woman still did not say a word. Shingon said again, since you're not making a move, then I'll make a move. With that said, he gently pointed at Yixian and the other two with the strange trident in his hand. A water dragon shot out. At this moment, the plain-dressed woman suddenly looked up at Shingon. Her left hand picked up a chopstick from the table. The next moment, the chopstick flew out. In an instant, the water dragon was destroyed. The moment the water dragon was destroyed, Shingong's expression changed dramatically. He suddenly pressed his hands down, and an invisible water region appeared in front of him. Water region. The reason why he directly took out his trump card was because he felt danger, the aura of death. However, the moment his water region appeared, it disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. The chopstick was pressed against the area between Shingong's eyebrows. Shingon was stunned on the spot. The plain-dressed woman looked at Yixian. Do you want to kill him? Yixian shook his head. I'll do it myself in the future. There was a trace of gratification in the woman's eyes. You've grown up. Yixian smiled and said, I can't always rely on you. The plain-clothed woman said softly, between you and me, there is nothing to rely on. However, you do need to grow. There are many things that you need to face by yourself. Life is life. Only when you experience it yourself can it be called life. Yixian nodded. I'll remember it. At this time, Shingon suddenly said in a trembling voice, are you a Tendo? The woman in the plain dress did not say anything. Yixian got up and walked to the soup pot. The boss had already run away. Yixian scooped up the noodles from the pot and brought it in front of the plain-dressed woman and Amu. The plain-dressed woman looked at Yixian. Yixian smiled and said, try it. The plain-dressed woman nodded. She picked up the chopsticks and tasted the noodles. After a while, she ate another 2 mouthfuls. Then she looked at Yixian and said, not bad. Yixian smiled and looked at Amu. You try it too. Amu nodded and started to eat. As for Shingon, he did not dare to move because the chopsticks were still on his forehead. The plain-dressed woman ate more and more and felt that it was good. Soon, she finished the noodles and looked at Yixian. Another bowl. Yixian laughed. I'll cook for you. With that, he got up to cook the noodles. The plain-dressed woman looked at Amu. Amu said softly, you can save this universe, right? The plain-dressed woman shook her head. Amu said in a deep voice, you're not willing to help. The plain-dressed woman looked at Amu and said, I don't owe this universe anything. Moreover, this calamity is born from the heart. It's not something that humans can resist. From another perspective, the appearance of this calamity is not a bad thing. Amu smiled bitterly, I know, but many people will die. The plain-dressed woman picked up the steamed bun and took a bite, so be it. Amu, the plain-dressed woman glanced at Yixian who was making noodles in the distance and said softly, as long as he doesn't die, it's fine. Amu said in a deep voice, Senior, is there really a 6th dimension? The plain-dressed woman shook her head, I didn't pay attention to it. Amu was a little puzzled, why? The plain-dressed woman took out a chopstick and drew a circle on the table, no matter which dimension, they are all within this circle. Amu hurriedly sat beside the plain-dressed woman and said, Senior means that they are all in the same universe? The plain-dressed woman nodded. Amu frowned slightly, then why are there 3 dimensions, 4 dimensions, and 5 dimensions? The plain-dressed woman asked, we are all humans, why are there different levels? Amu was silent. The plain-dressed woman gently tapped the circle with her chopsticks, the people above will not care about the life and death of the people below. Just like you, will you care about the life and death of the living beings in the 4th dimension? Amu shook her head. Not to mention the 4th dimension, even in this 5th dimension, she only cared about the future of the Wu clan. The plain-dressed woman looked at Amu, I don't want to interfere in his life, because I believe that he will walk a good path. Amu nodded, I understand. At this moment, Yixian carried a bowl of noodles and placed it in front of the plain-dressed woman. The plain-dressed woman directly picked up her chopsticks. This time, she ate very quickly, and in a short while, she finished it all. Moreover, she even drank the soup. The plain-dressed woman put down her chopsticks and then looked at Xian. I'm leaving. Xian was stunned, and then he said softly, will you come back? The plain-dressed woman shook her head. I will wait for you up there. Xian thought for a moment, and then he nodded, all right. The plain-dressed woman looked at Xian. After I leave, I won't be able to take care of you anymore. Xian smiled, believe me, I will live to find you. The plain-dressed woman nodded, and then she opened her palm, and from the prison pagoda, a sword suddenly flew out. The plain-dressed woman held the sword, and then she looked at the horizon. In the next moment, she suddenly stabbed the sword towards the sky, open. As her voice fell, bang, the distant starry sky suddenly split open. Xian hurriedly said, can I ask you a question? The plain-dressed woman nodded. Xian said in a deep voice, are you an ordinary sword? The plain-dressed woman shook her head, no. Xian was stunned, and then he said, then what realm are you at? The plain-dressed woman leaned over to Xian's ear, I have no realm. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot into the sky, and it didn't take long for her to vanish amidst the starry sky. She's gone. Xian was slightly stunned as he watched the plain-dressed woman leave. He knew that the plain-dressed woman had really left this time. She had gone to the sixth dimension. Amu, who stood by Xian's side, spoke softly, the people up there have really infuriated her this time. As she spoke, she paused for a moment, and then she continued, of course, she probably feels that you can face everything by yourself. Xian's eyes slowly closed. From this moment onward, he would really have to walk his own path in the future. Because the plain-dressed woman was gone. Right at this moment, Shinggong, who stood nearby, spoke abruptly, who is she? Xian smiled, take a guess. Shinggong stared fixedly at Xian, she's gone. Xian nodded. Shinggong suddenly sneered, you still dare to be so arrogant after she's gone? Xian looked at Shinggong, do you believe that I'll call her back? Hearing this, Shinggong's expression instantly changed. He glanced at Xian, do you really think that I'm afraid of her? Just now, I just didn't use my full strength, and I was caught off guard by her. If I had used my full strength and fought her head-on, it's hard to say who would have won. Xian and Amu were dumbfounded. Xian turned to look at Amu. In the future, if anyone says that I, Xian, have the most shameless face in the world, I'll definitely beat him to death. Amu hesitated, and then said, I've finally met someone who's even more shameless than you. Xian, hearing Xian and Amu's words, Shinggong's expression was a little ugly. He was about to speak when Amu suddenly said, she hasn't gone far yet. Not gone far. Hearing this, Shinggong's eyelids twitched. He looked at the starry sky, and a moment later, he looked at Xian, we'll settle our scores another day. With that, he turned and disappeared at the end of the horizon. Amu suddenly said, you should have let her kill him just now, because he's really not weak. Xian smiled, I know. Amu looked at Xian, and Xian said softly, from now on, I'll have to rely on myself. Amu nodded, yes. Xian opened his palm, and the executing heaven sword appeared in his hand. After looking at the executing heaven sword for a moment, he looked up at the horizon. At this moment, his mind was filled with the words of the woman in the plain dress before she left. The boundless realm is the boundless realm above the mortal sword. At this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly appeared in front of Xian. Xiao Dao looked at Xian, you let her go? Xian nodded, she left. Xiao Dao stared at Xian, aren't you afraid of death? Xian smiled, why? Xiao Dao shook his head, many people didn't make a move because of her. But once she leaves, those people will no longer have any scruples. Xian asked, who are those people you're talking about? Xiao Dao looked at Xian, you'll regret your decision. Xian was a little puzzled, why? Xiao Dao sneered, why? Do you really think that some people are being nice to you because of you? You're wrong. They're doing it because of her in the four-dimensional universe. Once she leaves now, do you think those people will give you face? Just as he was about to speak, at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. The person who came was someone Xian was familiar with. Demon Yan looked at the depths of the starry sky, and said softly, "Finally gone?" Yi Xian looked at Demon Yan. "Miss Yan, don't tell me that you're here to ask for the pagoda from me." Demon Yan blinked. "I'm not here to ask for it, I'm here to borrow it." "I'm just borrowing it. You won't be so stingy, right?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice. "I thought we could be friends." Demon Gu smiled and said, "Personally, I quite admire you, but I have to think for my clansmen." Yi Xian smiled. "If that study can really withstand the fifth dimension tribulation, wouldn't it be the same if you guys followed me?" Demon Yan looked at Yi Xian. "But in my opinion, that study can only guarantee the safety of one side. Moreover, I don't like to put the lives of my people in the hands of others. It's best for the fate of my people and myself to be in our own hands." As she spoke, she slowly clenched her right hand, and then smiled. "You can choose peace, because I also don't want to be stained with your blood. But let me tell you, if you don't want Fu Wenzong and the Worldwide Academy to be reduced to ashes, you'd better make a smart choice." Demon Yan still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly said, "I choose to fight." Demon Yan looked at Yi Xian. "Without her, you'll realize how laughable your so-called toughness is." As her voice fell, the space behind her suddenly split open, and then countless demons floated out. Fight. Yi Xian did not expect that as soon as the plain-dressed woman left, these people would not be able to hold themselves back and attack. More importantly, he did not expect that Demon Yan would be the first to attack. At this moment, he suddenly understood something. Most of the time, friendship was built on powerful strength or a powerful background. That was the reality. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He did not regret letting the plain-dressed woman leave. On the contrary, there were no shackles on his heart. At this moment, Amu suddenly handed the prison pagoda to Yi Xian. Inside it were all his treasures. Yi Xian smiled. "Having a sword is enough." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged into the sky with the executing heaven sword in hand. Second tier of the common sword. When he saw this scene, the Taoist in the distance immediately narrowed his eyes. She did not expect that Yi Xian had reached the second tier of the common sword. In her opinion, with Yi Xian's state of mind, he would need at least a few more years to reach the second tier of the common sword. Most importantly, she realized that Yi Xian had become somewhat different. Confidence. At the moment, Yi Xian was less cunning and more confident. In the sky, Demon Yan looked at Yi Xian. "Second tier of the common sword." Yi Xian smiled. "Yes." Demon Yan chuckled. "That's beyond my expectations." Yi Xian suddenly laughed. "If you want to fight, let's fight. What's with all the nonsense?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. A sword's hum shook the heavens and earth. In the distance, Demon Yan narrowed her eyes. She pointed a finger forward and an illusory black finger suddenly appeared in the sky. In front of the black finger, a ray of sword light suddenly stopped. At this moment, Yi Xian stomped his right foot and stabbed forward with his sword. Boom! The black finger suddenly vanished, and then Demon Yan suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. She spun her right hand lightly, and then a black vortex appeared behind it as it smashed towards Yi Xian's chest. Yi Xian, on the other hand, didn't try to defend himself. Instead, he stabbed his sword at Demon Yan's throat, exchanging injuries for lives. However, when his sword was half an inch away from Demon Yan's throat, Demon Yan's left hand's two fingers clamped down on his executing heaven sword. However, her hand was directly imprinted on Yi Xian's chest. Boom! Yi Xian instantly retreated 1,000 feet, and as soon as he stopped, a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Not only that, but his entire body was enveloped by a black aura, and this black aura was currently corroding his indestructible golden body. In the distance, Demon Yan gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. "I've lived for so many years, and I've fought thousands of times more battles than you. In terms of combat awareness, you're probably quite a bit inferior to me. As for your indestructible golden body, I've told you before that a physical body of this level is indeed rare, and it's difficult for an ordinary person to injure it. However, I'm no ordinary person. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished. Demon Yan suddenly raised her hand to block, and a ray of black light enveloped her arm. This block just happened to block a ray of sword light, and before Yi Xian could react, Demon Yan's fist had already smashed against his stomach. Bam! Yi Xian's entire body arched as he was sent flying. However, the moment he was sent flying, the executing heaven sword in his hand flew out and slashed at Demon Yan's head. However, the sword stopped half an inch away from her head, because 2 fingers on her left hand had directly caught the sword. However, at this moment, Xian suddenly appeared in front of her. Demon Yan narrowed her eyes, and just as she was about to make a move, Xian directly hugged her, and then slammed his head into her face. Bam! This time, Demon Yan did not defend herself and was directly slammed by Xian. After the collision, Xian did not stop. He used his hand as a sword and slashed at the back of Demon Yan's neck. However, before the sword finger could touch Demon Yan's skin, a powerful force suddenly sent him flying. This time, he was sent flying hundreds of feet. After Xian stopped, he opened his right hand, and the executing heaven sword appeared in his hand. In the distance, Demon Yan stared at Xian. To provoke me, Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. In the distance, a pair of wings suddenly appeared on Demon Yan's back. 10-winged demon wings. The moment the wings appeared, Xian only felt his vision blur. Immediately after, he felt an aura of death. He instinctively crossed his arms in front of him to protect his head. Boom! A powerful force suddenly slammed into his arms. Bam! Xian retreated frantically. At this moment, he felt another powerful force. Xian stomped his right foot. Domain. Rumble! In front of Xian, a shadow suddenly stopped. It was Demon Yan. Demon Yan looked at Xian. Sword domain. Xian suddenly wielded his sword with both hands and slashed down. Demon Yan suddenly disappeared on the spot, and Xian's sword slashed through thin air. Xian raised his head to look at Demon Yan. Demon Yan smirked. What a sword domain! After saying that, she opened her right palm. The next moment, in the distant sky, a huge black hand quietly appeared. The moment this hand appeared, the space in the field boiled. Rumble! Heaven and earth trembled. Below, Xiao Dao suddenly said softly, Demon's hand. Amu looked at Xiao Dao. Is it very powerful? Xiao Dao nodded. Powerful. Amu looked up at Xian in the sky. Use the shield. Tai Chi shield. In the sky, Xian looked at the demon's hand. His intuition told him that he couldn't handle this hand. Amu wanted him to use the Tai Chi shield, humanity's #1 shield. Xian suddenly smiled. No need. After saying that, he looked at the executing heaven sword in his right hand. My sword is enough. After saying that, he stomped his right foot and transformed into a sword beam that shot into the sky. Believe in the sword, believe in yourself. In the distance, Demon Yan's right hand suddenly fell down. The demon's hand descended from the sky. In an instant, the entire sky turned illusory. At this moment, Xian's sword stabbed into the demon's hand. Boom! The demon's hand trembled violently and countless cracks appeared. At this moment, Xian suddenly roared and spun his sword. Rumble! The demon's hand exploded and turned into nothingness. After breaking the demon's hand, Xian looked at Demon Yan in the distance. Demon Yan stared at Xian. You're indeed different from before. Xian looked at the executing heaven sword in his hand and said softly, I'm sorry. In the past, he relied too much on external objects. This was actually a lack of confidence in himself and the executing heaven sword. What a swordsman should rely on the most was the sword. Hearing Xian's words, the executing heaven sword suddenly trembled and the sound of a sword vibrated. Below, Amu suddenly smiled. Xian was indeed different from before. Confidence. The current Xian was more like a swordsman. A powerful swordsman. Truly terrifying. Demon Yan's body suddenly rose into the air. At this moment, Xian suddenly disappeared. He disappeared on the spot. The moment Xian moved, Demon Yan also wanted to attack. However, at this moment, a mysterious force enveloped her. Sword domain. If not for the suppression of the sword domain, with Demon Yan's speed, she could totally beat him up. Therefore, when he fought with Demon Yan, he had to use the sword domain to suppress her. After the sword domain suppressed Demon Yan's speed, Xian just happened to arrive in front of her and slashed at Demon Yan's head. Demon Yan was expressionless. The demonic wings behind her suddenly turned into rays of black light and slashed at Xian. In an instant, Xian was directly engulfed. Boom 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 boom. Explosions resounded incessantly in the sky. Below, Xiao Dao looked up at the sky and said softly, "He's changed a lot." Amu smiled but did not say anything. Xiao Dao said calmly, "However, if he continues to fight like this, he will be the one to lose." Amu shook her head. "I don't think so." Xiao Dao looked at Amu. Amu said softly, "Miss Xiao Dao, you can take a closer look." Xiao Dao looked up at Yixian in the sky. Soon, she frowned because she realized that Yixian was getting stronger as the battle went on. Xiao Dao said in a low voice, "He has just broken through. Fighting can make him stronger." Amu nodded. Xiao Dao said softly, "Now I understand why the plain-dressed woman left." In the sky, Yixian and Demon Yen were still fighting fiercely. However, Yixian was being suppressed. Although he was being suppressed, the situation was still optimistic. Not only that, but Yixian was getting stronger as the battle went on. About 15 minutes later, Yixian was careless in his fight with Demon Yen and was directly punched in the chest by Demon Yen. Bam! Yixian was instantly sent flying hundreds of feet away. Before he could stop, Demon Yen appeared in front of him again. In the next moment, Yixian retreated rapidly in the sky. This kick had pushed him back tens of thousands of feet. This time, Demon Yen didn't give Yixian a chance to catch his breath. Below, Amu's face darkened. This Demon Yan's battle awareness and ability were much stronger than Yixian's. However, this was normal. This Demon Yen was an ancient peak sovereign realm expert. Right at this moment, Yixian suddenly gave up on his defense and allowed the demon's fist to strike his chest. At this instant, Yixian wrapped his arms around the demon eye's arm, and then he suddenly pulled it towards himself. Boom, the two collided, and then both retreated madly. In the sky, after Demon Yen stopped, she looked at Yixian. At this moment, there was a cold murderous intent in her eyes. She didn't attack again because she knew that she couldn't kill Yixian in a short time. Moreover, Yixian was using her to practice. If this continued, Yixian would become stronger and stronger. Delay could lead to changes. At this thought, Demon Yen suddenly laughed. "Yixian, you've successfully angered me. Originally, I only wanted to take the items, but now, I want to kill." With that, she looked up at the sky. "God Emperor, are you not going to make a move?" After a moment of silence, a powerful aura suddenly appeared in the sky. God Emperor, the Divine Spirit Clan, these two originally hostile clans had now joined forces. God Emperor looked at Yixian. "Little friend, if you're willing to hand over those two god items, the Divine Spirit Clan will leave immediately. Moreover, you'll still be a friend of the Divine Spirit Clan." Yixian laughed. "How can a friend steal a friend's things? I, Yixian, despise friends like you." With that, he pointed the executing heaven sword at God Emperor and Demon Yen. "If you want the book room, come, kill me first." In the sky, God Emperor looked at Yixian in silence. He still had some misgivings. Although the plain-dressed woman had left, Yixian and Tendo still had some unclear relationship. The God Spirit Clan was also afraid of Tendo. As if knowing God Emperor's misgivings, Demon Yen smiled and said, "Are you afraid now?" The God Emperor looked at the demonic goose. The demonic goose softly said, "The fifth dimension tribulation that year was exchanged for the lives of the ancestors of our two races as well as countless other seniors. This time, who will bear it for us?" God Emperor was silent. Demon Yen said, "I also don't want to be tainted by his karma, but this is our only choice." After a long silence, God Emperor looked at Yixian below. "Since you want war, then let's fight." As soon as he said this, the sky behind him suddenly split open and countless God Spirit Clan experts flew out. At this moment, Amu suddenly walked to Yixian's side. "Do you want to fight by yourself or do you need my help?" Yixian rolled his eyes at Amu. What a joke. Although he had broken through to the second tier of the common sword, it was absolutely impossible for him to fight the entire God Spirit Clan and Demon Clan. Amu smiled and looked at Demon Yen and God Emperor in the sky. Demon Yen smiled and said, "High Priest, you won't let the Wu clan fall into war, right?" Amu smiled and said, "Why do you say so?" Demon Yen looked at Amu. "Because the Wu clan still has a mortal enemy, the Celestial clan." Amu blinked. "You are threatening me." Demon Yen smiled and said, "Our two clans have no enmity towards the Wu clan, but if High Priest insists on protecting Yixian, then we can only go to the Celestial clan to drink tea." Amu looked at Demon Yin. You go and drink. After that, two black-robed elders with staffs in their hands suddenly appeared behind Amu. Behind the two black-robed elders were dozens of Wu clan experts. The Wu clan. Demon Yan's face darkened when he saw the Wu clan's powerhouses making a move. Originally, she was 80% sure that the Wu clan wouldn't help Xian because the Wu clan had a powerful enemy. However, she did not expect that the Wu clan would make a move. God Emperor's face was also extremely gloomy. If the Wu clan made a move, it would be a big problem. Below, Amu looked at Demon Yen and said with a smile, "Guys, do you still want to fight?" Demon Yen looked at Amu. "Why?" Amu blinked. "Miss Yen, he is my shaman's servant." Demon Yen smiled and looked at God Emperor. "Let's go to the Celestials for some tea." After that, she turned and left. The God Emperor also left. After a while, the experts of the Divine Spirit race and the Fiend race also left. Below, Yixian looked at Amu. "I've implicated the Wu clan." Amu shook her head. "You are my shaman's servant. How can you say I implicated you? Your business is my business. It is also the Wu clan's business." Yixian was about to speak when Amu suddenly said, "Now, we have to think about two things." Yixian said in a low voice, "The first is the Celestials. The second is Shingon." After saying that, he paused and said, "There is also the third thing. Those hidden in the dark who want the study room." Amu nodded. "Yes." Yixian said in a low voice, "They may have joined forces." Amu smiled. "Yes." Yixian blinked. "Then won't I be in danger?" Amu smiled mischievously. "It seems so." Yixian turned to look at Xiaodao. "Miss Xiaodao, I want to ask you something." Xiaodao nodded. "Speak." Yixian walked to Xiaodao and said, "There is the sixth dimension, right?" Xiaodao looked at Yixian. "The place you went to is not a place you can go." Yixian asked, "Why?" Xiaodao said calmly, "There are no more than 5 people in the fifth dimension who can go to that place. She can go because she is really strong. As for you, your current strength is not enough to spy on that place. Do you understand?" Yixian said in a low voice, "Am I not strong enough?" Xiaodao looked at Yixian. "Do you think you are strong enough?" Yixian nodded. Xiaodao shook her head. "Who gave you such strong confidence?" Yixian was speechless. Xiaodao looked at the sky and said softly, "Live well." After saying that, she turned and left. Yixian suddenly said, "Xiaodao. Are you from the sixth dimension?" Xiaodao stopped in her tracks. "You think too simply of this universe. You think too simply of me." After saying that, she disappeared. Yixian looked at Amu. Amu said softly, "She is very mysterious." Yixian nodded. "Let's not care about her. Just take care of ourselves." Amu looked at Yixian. "What do you plan to do now?" Yixian smiled. "I don't like to sit around and wait for death." Amu blinked. "What do you want to do?" Yixian looked up at the sky. In his eyes, a trace of killing intent flashed. At this moment, the prison pagoda suddenly trembled. Yixian was stunned. The next moment, he was overjoyed. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the prison pagoda. Amu followed him into the prison pagoda. Yixian arrived at the 5th floor. Just as he arrived, a woman walked out. Yiling, seeing Yixian, Yiling's lips curled up. "Brother." Yixian walked in front of Yiling. "You broke through?" Yiling nodded. "Yes, I did." As she spoke, she sized up Yixian. There was a trace of surprise in her eyes. "You've become stronger." Yixian smiled. "Yes. But I have not reached the rebirth state." Rebirth state. As he spoke, he suddenly thought of something. That was the tomb. As he spoke, he looked at Amu. Amu nodded. "Later, we will go to the Wu clan. Then, I will let you go to the tomb." Yixian said in a low voice. "If I enter the tomb, I'm afraid some people will not let it go." Amu nodded. "That's true. But you have to go. Otherwise, it will be extremely difficult to reach the rebirth state." If you can reach the rebirth state, that demon Yan will not be able to suppress you. Yixian said, but I am a little worried. Amu said in a low voice. Just focus on your breakthrough. Leave the rest to me. Yiling suddenly looked at Amu. You are? Amu blinked. I am your brother's high priestess. He is my witch's servant. Yiling looked at Yixian. Witch's servant? Yixian smiled. This is the Wu clan's high priestess. Her name is Amu. Yiling nodded. Right at this time, Amu suddenly said, actually, Miss Yiling can reach the ruler realm. Hearing this, Yixian turned to look at Amu. What do you mean? Amu looked at Yiling. Her foundation is too good. It is completely possible for her to reach the ruler realm. Yixian said in a low voice, Amu. She has just arrived at the rebirth state. Amu smiled. The ruler realm is not the same as the rebirth state. What the ruler realm needs is not comprehension, but resources. Moreover, in terms of experience, my Wu clan has experts who can teach her. Yixian frowned. Isn't it too much of a rush? Amu shook her head. If it were her alone, it would be too much of a rush. But if she has the help of my Wu clan's resources and experts, then there is no rush. Because her talent is excellent, even above yours. Moreover, her foundation is very good. She paused for a moment when she spoke up to this point, and then she said, the spirit energy in this era can't be compared to our era. It's much more difficult for the people of this era to cultivate. But it's exactly because of this that the foundation of the people of this era is much better than the people of our era. It can be said that there are many good seedlings in this era, and they lack resources and opportunities. Yixian looked at Yiling. Let's go to the Wu clan. Yiling cast a glance at Amu. Are you sure? Amu nodded. Sure. Yiling remained silent for a moment, then said, all right. Amu said in a low voice, let's not waste time. Come with me to the Wu clan now. Yixian nodded. Just like that, Amu brought Yixian and his sister away from Fu Wenzong and went to the Wu clan. Once they entered the Wu clan, Amu suddenly said, have Uncle Jiang come to me. Soon, Uncle Jiang arrived before Amu. Amu looked at Uncle Jiang. Notify the 12 great shamans and 36 divine shaman generals. Have them come to Shaman City. As she spoke, she paused for a moment before continuing, have all the powerful warriors of the Wu clan come to Shaman City. Uncle Jiang asked in a low voice, girl, is something big going to happen? Amu smiled. It's nothing. It's just that 2 of my friends are about to reach a breakthrough, and I'm worried that someone will cause trouble. Uncle Jiang cast a glance at Yixian and his sister, then asked, them? Amu nodded. Uncle Jiang nodded slightly. Understood. Once he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Amu turned around and looked at Yixian. Come with me. Once she finished speaking, she brought Yixian and his sister to a dense forest in the city. Behind the forest, Amu said, release the grave. Yixian nodded. He swung his right hand, and the grave landed not too far away from the 3 of them. Amu looked at Yixian. Go in. Yixian said in a low voice, Amu, my instincts tell me that many people won't give up. Amu smiled. I can't guarantee anything, but I will do everything in the Wu clan to protect you. Yixian looked at Amu. After a long while, he looked at Yiling. Yiling smiled. I'll wait for you to come out. Yixian nodded, then turned around and walked into the grave. This was not the time to be sentimental, all he could do was walk out of the grave as soon as possible, because he knew that the people in the dark would definitely not give up on this good opportunity to target him. Amu suddenly looked at Yiling. You can also go and break through now. I will arrange for you to enter the Wu clan's ancestral shrine. The souls of the Wu clan's ancestors will help you reach the ruler realm. Yiling looked at Amu. Why are you helping my brother and sister? Amu smiled. Because he is my wizard's attendant. Yiling looked at Amu, not saying a word. Amu smiled. Your brother trusts me very much. Yiling nodded. Then I trust you too. Saying that, she looked at the grave. I'll wait for my brother to come out first. Amu nodded slightly. She was about to speak when she suddenly frowned, and then she turned her head. Yiling asked, what's wrong? Amu said softly. I'm afraid that misfortune never comes alone. In the faraway graveyard, a grave suddenly loosened. Soon, a coffin floated out. There were many white runes on the coffin. After a while, the white runes disappeared. Then, a woman floated out of the coffin slowly. Almost at the same time, all the experts of the Celestials rushed over like crazy. P.S. Everyone hopes that the update will be at 7:30 or 8 o'clock sharp. The woman who floated out of the grave was dressed in snow-white clothes. She held a white staff in her hand and was barefooted. Not far from her were Hao Tian, Abu Zhan, Xianxia, and the 8 groups of spiritual beings. And behind them were countless Tian clan experts. At this moment, almost all the awakened Celestials were here. The woman before them was the God Master of the Celestials. Seeing God Master, Hao Tian and the other 3 bowed slightly. The Celestials behind them all knelt on the ground. God Master slowly closed her eyes. After a long time, she opened them again. Is Amu awake? Hao Tian nodded. Yes. Much earlier than God Master. Hearing this, God Master narrowed her eyes. At this moment, Demon Yen and God Emperor suddenly appeared. God Master looked at them. Hao Tian quickly explained, these 2 are Demon Yen and God Emperor from the Demon Clan and the God Clan respectively. They are here to join forces with us to fight against the Wu Clan. Demon Yen smiled. Congratulations on your awakening, God Master. God Master suddenly said, what did Amu do after she woke up? Tell me the important things. Hao Tian said in a low voice, she took in a wizard's servant. God Master frowned slightly. About half an hour later, Hao Tian told the priest everything that had happened during this time. In the field, God Master closed her eyes and pondered. Not daring to disturb her, Hao Tian and the others waited quietly. After a long time, God Master suddenly looked at Demon Yen. Your target is Yixian? Demon Yen nodded. We can join forces. Hao Tian suddenly said, we just received news that Yixian is in the midst of a breakthrough. If we want to make a move, this is our chance. Demon Yen smiled. It won't be difficult for the Demon Clan, the God Clan, and the Sky Clan to destroy the Wu Clan. The Divine Master softly said, you too, I have just woken up and my strength has yet to recover. My Tian Clan has the will to destroy the Wu Clan, but we are powerless. Demon Yen frowned slightly when she heard this. She naturally understood that this God-tier master was refusing her. Demon Yen looked at the priest. Why? The priest smiled. Send the guest off. Hao Tian wanted to say something but stopped. Demon Yen suddenly smiled and said, Divine Master, God Teacher looked at Hao Tian. What, my words don't matter anymore? Hearing this, Hao Tian's expression changed. He quickly looked at Demon Yen and God Emperor. Both of you, please. Demon Yen smiled. Okay. With that, she and God Emperor turned around and left. After the 2 of them left, Hao Tian looked at Divine Master. Divine Master, the priest said softly, our opponent is no longer the Wu Clan. Hao Tian was puzzled. Why? God Teacher looked at Hao Tian. In the past, our opponent was the Wu Clan. That was because only the Wu Clan could threaten us, and only they could threaten our interests. But now, the 5th dimension tribulation is coming. The biggest threat to us is the 5th dimension tribulation. At this time, we should look further. The 5th dimension tribulation, Hao Tian was silent. The God Teacher said, those 2 just now wanted the prophet study. They didn't really want to help us destroy the Wu Clan. Moreover, they don't have the ability. Starting a war with the Wu Clan will only bring us harm. Xianxia said, why don't we seize the study? God Teacher looked at Xianxia. Why does the Tian clan need the protection of a study? Hearing this, everyone's blood boiled. Xianxia laughed. God Teacher is right. Why does the Tian clan need the protection of a study? Protect? The pride of the Tian clan. Hao Tian hesitated, then said, but that Yixian, he stole the divine items of the Tian clan and stewed the heavenly dragon. Yixian, the God Teacher slowly closed his eyes. You shouldn't have provoked this person. Hao Tian said in a deep voice, God Teacher, where did this person come from? The God Teacher said softly, I can't see through him. The 8 group of spiritual beings suddenly said, God teacher, are we just going to let this go? That Xian not only slaughtered the heavenly dragon clan, but he also stole the divine items of the other clans. The God teacher looked at the 8 group of spiritual beings. Do you want the heavenly dragon clan to be exterminated? The 8 group of spiritual beings' expression changed. What do you mean, God teacher? The God teacher said softly, you already targeted him. What was the result? Hao Tian was silent. He was almost killed by a punch from that little girl, and that little girl wasn't even her real body. It could be said that if that little girl was her real body, it would be unimaginable. Apart from that little girl, there was also the woman in the plain dress behind Xian. Although he didn't know where the woman in the plain dress had gone, he could tell that she wasn't simple, even he couldn't see through her. This person's strength was definitely above his, and he still didn't know how many people were behind Xian. The God teacher suddenly said softly, we can't afford to provoke him. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. They all looked at the God teacher. The God teacher said softly, you heard me right. We can't afford to provoke that person. We only have 2 choices. We can either befriend him or not provoke him. As she spoke, she glanced at the crowd. Not everyone can become that woman's witch servant. The 8 group of spiritual beings said in a deep voice, who is he? Absen also said in a deep voice, God teacher, Xian is indeed a mysterious person. What is his background? After a long silence, the God teacher said, he has been to Buzhou Sacred Mountain, right? Hao Tian nodded. Yes. The God teacher looked at everyone. Even the Tendo gave him face. What right do we have to mess with him? Everyone was speechless. After Demon Yan and God Emperor left the nothingness dimension, their expressions were a little ugly. They had thought that the Heavenly Clan would definitely join forces with them. After all, the Wu clan was the Heavenly Clan's mortal enemy. They didn't expect that the God teacher would reject them. Demon Yan suddenly said, she has no reason to reject us, unless, God Emperor said softly, unless she's afraid of something. Xian, Demon Yan was silent. Now that she had calmed down, she felt a little regretful. Xian was really too mysterious. Even the Tendo had to give him face. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the field. The newcomer was none other than the godly craftsman. Shen Gong looked at Demon Yan and Demon Yan. I'll join forces with you. Demon Yan looked at Shen Gong. Your Excellency is from the Tendo era? Shen Gong nodded. Yes. Demon Yan said in a deep voice, what's your purpose? Shen Gong said calmly, don't worry. I don't want that study on him. I only want Xian. Demon Yan frowned. Only want him? Shen Gong was expressionless. Yes. Demon Yan smiled. Xian is breaking through now. It's the best time for us to kill him. However, the entire Wu clan is protecting him. With our strength, we can't kill him. Shen Gong said calmly. I'm not the only one. Demon Yan narrowed his eyes. There's more? Shen Gong nodded. Gather the experts of the Demon Clan and the God Clan. With that, he turned and left. God Emperor suddenly said, should we trust him? Demon Yan said calmly, if he's alone, we won't make a move. Everything depends on the situation. God Emperor nodded. Yes. Soon, the 2 left. Tendo pawnshop. The one-legged woman suddenly floated into the pawnshop. Xiao Dao looked up at her. What's the matter? The one-legged woman said in a deep voice, she's gone. Xiao Dao was silent. The one-legged woman said softly, is it a good thing or a bad thing? Xiao Dao smiled. What do you think? The one-legged woman shook her head. I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. Xiao Dao said softly, it's a bad thing. The one-legged woman asked, why? Xiao Dao said with a smile, because without her, the higher-ups won't care about this place. The other party angered her and forced her to leave this place. This is a conspiracy. However, the other party neglected one thing. The one-legged woman said in a deep voice, her strength. Xiao Dao nodded. Her strength is different from what the higher-ups thought. The higher-ups have seriously underestimated her strength. Forcing her to go up is a huge disaster for them. The one-legged woman asked, "Isn't that a good thing?" Xiao Dao looked at the one-legged woman. "Who will block the fifth dimension tribulation?" The one-legged woman said in a deep voice, "Even if she is here, she might not block it." Xiao Dao shook his head. The meaning of her existence isn't to block the fifth dimension tribulation, but to be the one after it. The fifth dimension tribulation will purify the world, but it won't completely destroy the universe. After the fifth dimension tribulation, there will be a huge one, which is the most terrifying. The one-legged woman said in a deep voice, "A lot of people will die in the fifth dimension tribulation, right?" Xiao Dao nodded. "Yes." The one-legged woman looked at Xiao Dao. "You know a lot, but you don't have any way to stop it?" Xiao Dao shook his head. "There's no way. No one can stop it. This is a sin created by the myriad of living beings. They will have to bear the consequences." As she said this, she looked at the one-legged woman. "This isn't a heavenly tribulation, it's a tribulation of the human heart. There is only one way to get rid of this tribulation, and that is to restore the universe to its original state. Everyone will no longer plunder, no longer cultivate, and no longer destroy. Let the universe recover. Only by doing so will the tribulation disappear." Hearing this, the one-legged woman's pupils shrank. At this moment, she understood what the fifth dimension tribulation was. Xiao Dao said, "But how difficult is it to accomplish this?" The prophet once wanted to accomplish this, but he discovered that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. "Do you want to change the entire fifth dimension?" "Impossible. The plain-clothed woman can't either. What she can do is destroy this universe with a single sword strike. However, she can't change the people of this universe." As she said this, she slowly closed her eyes. The myriad of living beings live in this universe, but the myriad of living beings don't cherish this universe. And now, in order to survive, this universe wants to be destroyed. The myriad of living beings have no way to stop it, because the one that wants to destroy them is the universe they live in. Can they resist? How can they resist? Do they want to destroy the universe that everyone lives in? As she said this, she looked at the one-legged woman. The myriad of living beings have the ability to destroy this universe, but they don't have the ability to save it. In other words, they aren't willing. Just like you. Are you willing to give up your cultivation and return everything to this universe? The one-legged woman was silent. Xiao Dao put down the ancient book in his hand and softly said, "This universe doesn't owe anything to the myriad of living beings." The pawnshop suddenly fell silent. After a long while, the one-legged woman suddenly said, "Since we can't get rid of this disaster, why did the prophet do all this?" Xiao Dao looked at the one-legged woman, "Because he is working hard." The one-legged woman asked, "What does he want to do?" Xiao Dao said softly, "He has never thought about fighting against the fifth dimension disaster. He wants to be reborn from destruction." Hearing this, the one-legged woman's pupils shrank, filled with disbelief. Wu Clan. On this day, a woman in a white dress walked into Shaman City. No one stopped her. Just like that, the woman in white came to a dense forest. There, she saw Amu and Yi Ling. Amu looked at the woman in white, "A Qian, long time no see." The woman called a Qian was a god-tier master. A Qian looked at the grave in the distance and smiled. "Reincarnation?" Amu nodded. A Qian said softly, "You were one step faster than me." Amu smiled. "After I came out, I realized that this world is different from what we thought it was." A Qian scanned the surroundings. "It's indeed different." Amu blinked. "What do you think?" A Qian looked at Amu. "What can I think?" Amu smiled. "Looks like we have the same idea." A Qian stared at Amu. "What level has that woman reached?" Amu shook his head. "I don't know." A Qian frowned. "You don't know either?" Amu nodded. "I don't know." A Qian said softly, "Why does such a person exist in this era?" Amu smiled. "She has already left." A Qian narrowed his eyes. "Sixth dimension?" Amu nodded. "It should be." Sixth dimension. The two women were silent. They actually did not understand the legendary sixth dimension at all. In the entire Fiend God era, no one was able to pry into the sixth dimension. A Qian remained silent for a long time before he turned around and left. Amu suddenly said, "Sis, I need your help." A Qian did not even turn his head. It depends on my mood. With that, she disappeared into the horizon. Amu smiled. Yiling suddenly asked, will she help? Amu nodded. Yes. Of course, deep down, she wants to destroy the Wu clan, but she will choose to help. Yiling asked, why? Amu softly said, because she knows that only the Wu clan and the Tian clan can join hands to resist the fifth dimension tribulation. Just like back then, if our two races couldn't come to an agreement, no one would dare to sleep. Yiling asked, why can't you sleep now? Amu shook his head. Sleeping once has already used up all the resources of our two races. We don't have the ability to let all of our clansmen fall into a deep sleep again. With that, she looked up at the horizon and softly said, this time, we can only fight it head-on. A Qian left the nothingness dimension and came to the Tendo pawnshop. Inside the pawnshop, Xiao Dao looked up at a Qian and smiled. A divine master of the Tian clan. A Qian softly said, Miss Xiao Dao as well. Xiao Dao smiled. What's the matter? A Qian nodded. I have a few questions I want to ask. Xiao Dao nodded. Speak. A Qian looked at Xiao Dao. Miss Xiao Dao, do you come from the sixth dimension? Xiao Dao shook her head. I refuse to answer this question. After a long silence, a Qian asked again, Miss Xiao Dao, does the prophet also come from the sixth dimension? Xiao Dao was silent. A Qian looked at Xiao Dao. Can't you tell me? Xiao Dao shook her head. His identity is very special. I don't know how to tell you. I also advise you not to think about his identity. It is not something you can touch. A Qian suddenly asked, what about Yixian? Xiao Dao was silent for a moment and softly said, you have chosen not to be his enemy. Am I right? A Qian smiled. I'm not completely sure yet. As far as I know, he has a lot of enemies now. And his biggest backer seems to have left this world. Xiao Dao looked at a Qian. You will not choose to be his enemy. The reason why you said this is because you want me to reveal more information about him. A Qian smiled. Excuse me. Xiao Dao calmly said, everyone knows that the plain-dressed woman has left. However, do you think that he only has that plain-dressed woman behind him? Hearing this, a Qian narrowed his eyes. Who else is there? Xiao Dao looked at a Qian. I don't want to talk about this second generation. It's annoying. A Qian, Xiao Dao suddenly stood up. Let me tell you. That study room is actually very useful. A Qian looked at Xiao Dao. How useful? Xiao Dao smiled. It can really protect your celestial race from the fifth dimension tribulation. A Qian smiled. Miss Xiao Dao wants me to be his enemy? Xiao Dao shook her head. I want to tell you that whoever takes away the study room will die. Saying this, she stared at Xiao Dao. Other than this second generation, no one can defend that study room. A Qian narrowed his eyes. The study room comes from the sixth dimension. Xiao Dao laughed. You guessed it right a little. Saying this, she stood up and left. In the pawnshop, a Qian did not speak for a long time. Nothingness dimension. After Yixian entered the tomb, he immediately felt the aura of death. Death, reincarnation. At this moment, Yixian suddenly understood. Gradually, Yixian lay in the tomb. What is reincarnation? In the tomb, Yixian pondered and comprehended. Outside the tomb, Yiling sat quietly. She just looked at the tomb. A man walked to Yiling's side and smiled. It's okay. Don't worry too much. Yiling looked at Amu. Thank you for helping my brother. Amu shook his head. You're being too polite. Just as Yiling was about to say something, a powerful aura suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Following the appearance of this powerful aura, a middle-aged man appeared in the sky above Shaman City. The newcomer was none other than the godly craftsman. The moment Shengong appeared, his gaze fell on Yiling. He had already investigated Yixian. He realized that in Yixian's heart, Yiling was the most important. It could be said that as long as he caught Yiling, he could do whatever he wanted to Yixian. As the human king, once Yixian was under his control, he could obtain endless benefits. The moment Shengong appeared, Demon Yen and God Emperor appeared behind him. Besides these two, there was also an old man in black and a mysterious man with a bird's head. There were 2 balls of blood-red flames in the sleeves of the old man in black. As for the man with a bird's head, he held a pair of electric hammers that flashed with lightning. In the sky, Shingon looked at Amu. Little girl from the Wu clan, we have some ties with the ancestors of the Wu clan. We don't want to slaughter the Wu clan. This matter has nothing to do with the Wu clan. As long as you don't interfere, we will only take Xianxia away. We won't hurt the Wu clan. Amu blinked. Aren't you afraid of the woman in the plain dress? The corners of Shingong's eyes twitched. The woman in the plain dress, as for that mysterious woman, he naturally did not forget her. Shingong suddenly sneered. The woman in the plain dress? If I hadn't been careless and underestimated my enemy that day, what could she have done to me? When have I, Shingong, ever been afraid of anyone? Amu blinked and then shook her head. In terms of shamelessness, you and he are evenly matched. Shingong said angrily, little girl from the Wu clan, I'll give you one last chance. Send that Xianxia over. Otherwise, today will be the day the Wu clan will be exterminated. Amu suddenly said softly, if you want to take him away, you can only do it over the dead bodies of the Wu clan. Shingong narrowed his eyes. Kill. As his voice fell, his right hand suddenly turned down. In an instant, countless streams of water appeared in the sky. The next moment, the streams of water suddenly transformed into 12 water dragons that were thousands of feet long. As Shingong waved his right hand, the 12 huge dragons swooped down from the sky. In an instant, the whole world trembled. Below, 2 old men in black suddenly appeared behind Amu. The next moment, the 2 old men in black rushed up to the sky. In an instant, countless black gas formed a huge net that drowned the water dragons. Rumble. Rumble. The entire sky suddenly started trembling violently. The 2 black-robed old men forcibly blocked the water dragons. Shingong's face turned dark. He took a step forward and a mysterious power suddenly enveloped the entire sky. Waters. The moment the waters appeared, the black gas from the 2 old men was instantly suppressed. Soon, the black gas was completely corroded by the 12 water dragons, and the 12 water dragons swooped down from the sky. If they landed, the entire shaman city would be destroyed. At that moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the sky. The person who came was the tribe leader of the Wu clan, Wuxia. Wuxia looked at the 12 water dragons with an expressionless face. He clenched his right hand into a fist and a powerful force gathered in his hand. After a moment of silence, he suddenly threw a punch towards the sky. When he threw his punch, a glare from his fist swept through the sky like the sun. Rumble. Right before everyone's eyes, that glare from his fist dispersed the 12 water dragons. At that moment, Wuxia suddenly charged into the sky and threw a punch towards Shingong. A vicious glint flashed in Shingong's eyes as he stood in the sky. He suddenly turned into a ray of light and vanished on the spot. Hiss! A tearing sound suddenly resounded in the sky, and immediately after, a shocking explosion resounded. Rumble! The sky above Shaman City trembled violently. Wuxia retreated thousands of feet, but once he stopped, he charged forward and tore through the air with his physical body. Shingong suddenly let out a furious roar in the distance, and an invisible pressure appeared in the sky. Waters. As the waters appeared, a powerful force suppressed the shaman servant. The shaman servant suddenly let out a furious roar from within the waters and threw a punch forward. Rumble. The waters trembled violently and Shingong's face instantly turned slightly pale. Shingong was shocked when he saw this. He turned his head to look at the old man in black robes and the others standing nearby. I'll hold him back. All of you attack. Don't hold back. Destroy the entire Wu clan. Once he finished speaking, he charged towards the shaman servant. The old man in black robes looked down from the sky in the distance. 2 balls of fire burned in his eyes. Since the Wu clan wants to be destroyed so badly, then I'll fulfill your wish. The moment he finished speaking, his body suddenly started burning. The temperature in the area instantly increased exponentially, and the space around him turned illusionary. The space here could not withstand the heat. Just as the old man in black robes was about to attack, a woman suddenly appeared before him. P.S. There have been a lot of typos lately. JJ is gone. The newcomer was the Wu clan's previous high priestess. Looking at the old man in black before her, the corners of the previous high priestess' mouth lifted slightly. Destroy my Wu clan? Who do you think you are? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly opened her palm. In the next moment, a black thunderbolt fell into her palm. In the blink of an eye, she charged towards the old man in black with the thunderbolt in her hand. Everywhere she passed, lightning flashed. In the distance, the old man in black's face suddenly turned ferocious. He pressed his hands forward, and a wave of flame swept out. In an instant, the entire sky turned into a sea of fire. Within the sea of fire, lightning flashed and shook the heavens and the earth. In the distance, the faces of Demon Yen and God Emperor darkened. Because they noticed that this woman was actually suppressing the old man in black, the Wu clan's experts had greatly exceeded their expectations. Demon Yen turned to look at the bird-headed expert in the distance. The latter suddenly leaped up and swooped down from the sky. Whoosh, in an instant, countless thunderbolts poured down from the sky, countless thunderbolts descended as if to crush the earth. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, two old men in black suddenly appeared in the sky above the Wu clan. The two old men in black held black staffs in their hands and quickly chanted. Gradually, countless black ancient characters appeared in the sky. These black ancient characters actually started to corrode the thunderbolts. Seeing that his thunderbolts were blocked, the birdman suddenly roared furiously and waved the electric hammer in his hand wildly. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the sky, countless thunderbolts suddenly appeared, and then poured down like a storm. In the distance, God Emperor suddenly said, "Should we make a move?" Demon Yen shook her head. The Wu clan hasn't used all their trump cards. If we make a move now, we'll suffer great losses. God Emperor asked. Wait. Demon Yen nodded. She glanced at Shinggong in the distance. He definitely has more trump cards. Wait for him to use them. God Emperor said in a deep voice. These experts from the era of Tendo are extremely powerful. If we join forces with them, it'll be like asking a tiger for its skin. Demon Yen shook his head. We don't have any other choice. We can only seek victory in the midst of danger. The God Emperor was silent. Far below, Amu looked at the horizon, his face expressionless. Tendo era. Shinggong was from the Tendo era. The Wu clan would not dare to be careless when facing a powerhouse from the Tendo era. That was an era even earlier than the Wu clan. At this moment, Wuxia in the sky was suddenly pushed back by Shinggong. After Wuxia was pushed back, Shinggong did not attack again. He looked around and saw that his people were all blocked by the Wu clan. His expression suddenly became extremely ugly. Below, Amu suddenly pointed at Demon Yen in the distance. Old man Shui, you can let them do it. They've been watching the show. Hearing this, Shinggong looked at Demon Eye and Demon Yen. Demon Yen narrowed his eyes. This high priest of the Wu clan was trying to sow discord. Shinggong obviously knew this as well. He did not say much and turned to look at Amu below. I'll give you one last chance. Amu blinked. I'll think about it. Demon Yen suddenly said, she's stalling for time. Shinggong looked at Amu. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As his voice fell, he turned around and slashed lightly. The space split open. The next moment, a powerful aura suddenly spread out from the cracked space. Below, Amu narrowed his eyes. What kind of monster is this? Yiling walked to Amu's side. How long more until brother comes out? Amu said in a deep voice, it's still early. Yiling was silent. In the sky, black shadows suddenly floated out from the cracked space. These black shadows were shaped like ghosts. Their eyes were ferocious and extremely ugly, and they had a pair of wings. Below, Yiling asked, what are these? Amu looked at those monsters and frowned. I don't know. On the other side, Xiao Dao, who was in the dark, also frowned when she saw these monsters. This Shinggong is too daring. He actually released these dark creatures imprisoned by the Tendo. Besides Xiao Dao, the one-legged woman asked, dark creatures? Xiao Dao nodded. During the Tendo era, there were some creatures that lived in the dark world. These creatures were also one of the creatures of this universe. They lived and died in darkness. They were naturally violent and extremely cruel. In the past, they almost destroyed the entire universe. In the end, the heavenly axiom appeared to suppress them and seal them in the dark world. Who would have thought that this godly craftsman would actually release these things? Does he really think that the Tendo is already dead? When he said this, he seemed to have thought of something and narrowed his eyes. No, he definitely doesn't have such guts. He must have something to rely on. The one-legged woman looked at Xingong in the distance. He definitely has a trump card. He's not afraid of the Tendo's trump card. Xiao Dao lifted her head to look at the depths of the galaxy and said softly, right after that woman left, countless monsters came out. The Wu clan is in danger. In Shaman City in the distance, Amu's expression also turned grave at that moment, because the sky above Shaman City was filled with those dark creatures. Their numbers were secondary. The main thing was that the presence of those dark creatures was incredibly strong, very strong. The entire Shaman City was already dark, because the sky above Shaman City was filled with a dense amount of dark creatures. These dark creatures were roaring madly, and their voices were piercing to the ears and unpleasant to the ears. At that moment, Xingong suddenly let out a furious roar. Kill them! The moment his voice faded away, the dark creatures suddenly charged downwards. That charge was like a flood that broke a dam and could destroy the sky and earth. The expressions of the Wu clan and the other powerful warriors instantly turned incredibly grave. At that moment, Amu suddenly swung her right hand, and an ancient picture rushed into the sky, 8 trigrams. When the 8 trigrams appeared in the sky, it shuddered violently, and soon, a gigantic 8 trigrams rune covered the sky above Shaman City. At that moment, the dark creatures crashed into the 8 trigrams rune one after another. Boom, 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 a series of densely packed explosions suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. The 8 trigrams rune had blocked it, however, the dark creatures crashed into the 8 trigrams rune one after another. The 8 trigrams rune might have stood firm, but Amu's face had turned slightly pale. The 8 trigrams rune could block them, but she could not, because the 8 trigrams rune would use up her spiritual aura and mental power. In the sky, Demon Yen cast a glance at the dark creatures with an incredibly grave expression. She had not expected Xingong to have such a trump card. If these dark creatures went to the ancient battlefield, then even if the evil devil tribe and the divine spirit tribe worked together, they would not be able to stop them. It was too terrifying. At that moment, countless powerful warriors of the Wu clan suddenly appeared behind Amu. At that moment, all the powerful warriors of the Wu clan had gathered together. Amu's face turned even paler. She could not hold on for much longer. That kind of consumption was too great. Wuxia cast a glance at Amu, then said, "All members of the Wu clan, listen up. Fight with me." The moment he finished speaking, he charged into the sky. Below, countless powerful warriors of the Wu clan charged into the sky. At that moment, Amu retracted the 8 trigrams rune. The moment the 8 trigrams rune disappeared, the dark creatures instantly charged towards the powerful warriors of the Wu clan below as if they had gone mad. When she saw this, Amu could not help but clench her fists, because as soon as the battle began, the Wu clan was at a disadvantage. There were too many of them, too many. Their numbers were at least 10 times that of the Wu clan. Moreover, countless dark creatures were charging out incessantly from within the pitch-black hole in space, and it seemed like there was no end to them. Moreover, not a single member of the Wu clan retreated. If this continued, then the Wu clan would definitely be exhausted to death. Right at this moment, the sound of space being torn apart resounded in the distant sky. Everyone in the surroundings turned their heads and looked over. 100 white-robed experts with sabers in their hands were charging swiftly towards them from afar, and there were a few thousand experts with spears in their hands behind these 100 white-robed experts. The undefeated army. Demon Yen suddenly roared furiously, "Attack!" As soon as she finished speaking, the space behind her and God Emperor suddenly split apart, and then countless demons and gods charged out from within the spatial rift, the demon army and the divine army. The experts of these two armies charged directly at the undefeated army. What they needed to do was to stop Arrow's people from helping the Wu clan, because if this continued, the Wu clan would soon be defeated. Demon Yen looked into the distance and smiled. "Invincible Arrow, I heard that you were the best fighter in the Cambrian era. Why don't you come out and exchange a few blows?" Right at this moment, a sword ray suddenly appeared in front of Demon Yen. Demon Yen flipped her right hand, and a huge black hand swept out. Devil's hand, the sword ray arrived. Boom! Demon Yen instantly retreated several hundred feet. A petite girl stood where Demon Yen had been standing. The newcomer was Invincible Arrow. With the immortal sword in hand, Arrow looked at Demon Yen in the distance. Who do you think you are? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly drew her sword again. Hiss, a sword ray flashed across the battlefield. In the distant sky, Demon Yan's expression changed. The demon wings on her back suddenly flapped, and she turned into a black light and disappeared on the spot. At this moment, Arrow suddenly stabbed his sword to the right. Boom, along with the sound of an explosion, a black figure instantly retreated a few hundred meters. It was Demon Yan. After Demon Yan stopped, her expression became solemn. She and Arrow were both rulers. She originally thought that her strength was on par with Arrow, but now it seemed that Arrow's combat strength was far above hers. Swordsman, among those in the same realm, Swordsman was the strongest. Arrow looked at the distant Wu clan and frowned. If this continued, the Wu clan would suffer a crushing defeat. Just as Arrow was about to draw her sword, Demon Yan and God Emperor appeared in front of her. Demon Yan looked at Arrow. Arrow, why do you want to get involved in this mess? You. Arrow suddenly said, you talk too much. With that, she turned into a sword ray and flew out. Demon Yan narrowed her eyes. Let's work together to stop her. With that, she and God Emperor disappeared on the spot. Although the two of them worked together, they were still suppressed by Arrow, and completely suppressed, the two of them could only passively defend against Arrow. However, Arrow had no way to help. The people she brought were also blocked by the experts of the Demon Clan and God Clan. In the distant city, Amu's expression was incomparably gloomy. If this continued, the Wu clan would be completely annihilated, because there were more and more dark beings. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Amu. Amu's eyes flashed with surprise. You? The person who had come was none other than the mutated beast scripture, the mutated beast scripture that had always been at odds with Yixian. The mutated beast scripture looked at Amu and said calmly, do you need help? Amu nodded. Yes. The mutated beast scripture looked up at the densely packed dark creatures. After a moment of silence, she suddenly roared, 10,000 beasts, emerge. With that, she suddenly transformed into a huge teleportation array. In an instant, countless beasts rushed out of the teleportation array, densely packed beasts. At this moment, all the beasts in the mutated beast scripture rushed out. With the addition of these beasts, the Wu clan powerhouses immediately felt much more at ease. Amu's expression also relaxed slightly, but it quickly became serious again. On the horizon, the one-legged woman beside Xiao Dao suddenly said softly, why did the mutated beast scripture make a move? Xiao Dao said calmly, she chose a side. The one-legged woman looked at Xiao Dao. Yixian? Xiao Dao said with a smile, isn't that obvious? As she spoke, she looked at the one-legged woman. Aren't you choosing a side? The one-legged woman fell silent. In the distance, with the addition of the beasts brought by the mutated beast scripture, the situation on the field changed a little. However, the dark creatures kept coming out. Gradually, the beasts and the Wu clan were suppressed again. Below, Amu looked at the horizon. She frowned. There were simply too many of these dark creatures. Where did they come from? At this moment, a woman appeared beside Amu. The person who had come was the Protoss Divine Master, Qian. Qian looked at the horizon. The next moment, powerful auras suddenly surged in from all directions. The Celestials had made their move. Soon, countless celestial powerhouses appeared on the field. As the celestial powerhouses made their move, the situation on the field was instantly reversed. Amu looked at Qian. Thank you. Qian said nothing. She had three choices. Choose to stand with Shingon and destroy the Wu clan. It had to be said that this was very tempting, because now that the Wu clan was being besieged, if the Celestials joined Shingon, destroying the Wu clan wouldn't be too difficult. The second choice was to wait and see. They would let the Wu clan and Shingon suffer heavy losses, and the Tian clan would preserve their strength. The third option was to help the Wu clan. In the end, she chose to help the Wu clan. Helping the Wu clan was equivalent to helping Yixian. With the addition of the celestial race, although there were many dark beings, they were still suppressed. Seeing this scene, Shingong's face became extremely ugly. He didn't expect that so many people would come to help Yixian at this time. Shingong looked down and finally looked at the pitch-black space. The dark beings that almost destroyed the universe only have this much ability? After a moment of silence, the pitch-black space violently trembled. In the next moment, several black shadows rushed out from the side. These black shadows were shaped like demonic beasts. Their bodies were the size of small mountains and their bodies were pitch black. The moment they appeared in the sky, the entire sky above the Wu clan became illusory. At the same time, behind these black shadows, there were dozens of ghost-like afterimages. When these afterimages appeared, the experts from the Tian clan and the Witch clan immediately fell at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, Qian frowned. She suddenly said, "Abzang." The moment her voice fell, Abzang suddenly appeared in front of Qian. Qian's face was incomparably pale. "Open the door to Hades." Abzang looked at Qian. "God teacher, are you serious?" Qian didn't say anything. Abzang didn't ask any more questions. He turned to look at the sky and clasped his hands together. A moment later, a blood-red door suddenly appeared in front of him. In the next moment, countless vengeful spirits and evil ghosts suddenly rushed out from the blood-red door. These were all evil ghosts imprisoned by Hades. These evil spirits rushed towards the dark specters in the sky in a frenzy. However, these evil spirits were no match for the dark specters. Before they could even get close to the dark specters, they were all slaughtered. At this moment, Hao Tian suddenly looked at Amu. "High Priest, I'll borrow the Divine King's throne." Borrow. It had to be said that Hao Tian's heart was somewhat complicated at this moment. That was originally the celestial race's throne. Amu waved her right hand. "I'll return it to you." With that, the Divine King's throne landed in front of Hao Tian. Hao Tian didn't waste any words. He directly sat on the Divine King's throne and closed his eyes. Then, he suddenly roared, "God domain suppression." Boom, as Hao Tian's voice fell, a powerful force suddenly enveloped the entire sky. God domain. In this God domain, the speed and battle prowess of the dark ghosts were instantly weakened. However, they were still very strong, not only the dark ghosts, but also the dark giant spirits. These dark giant spirits were huge in size and had great destructive power. The Wu clan and the celestial race still didn't have any advantage. At this moment, Shingon suddenly roared, "Still not enough." Just as his voice fell, a middle-aged man suddenly floated out from the pitch-black space behind him. The middle-aged man's body was very similar to a human's. However, his entire body was pitch black, and there were countless black gas lingering around his body. In the middle-aged man's hand, he held a black sickle. The middle-aged man glanced at Shingon. Shingon said fiercely, "With just you?" The middle-aged man said indifferently, "I'm still rushing over." Shingon pointed at Yiling below, "Capture that woman. As long as we capture her, we can make the Yixian surrender without bloodshed." The middle-aged man looked at Yiling below. In the next moment, he directly turned into a black light and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yiling. At this moment, a white light suddenly exploded in front of Yiling. The middle-aged man fiercely slashed forward with the sickle in his hand. Boom, the white light did not shatter. The middle-aged man explosively retreated hundreds of feet. In front of Yiling stood a woman. It was Qian, although Amu didn't know how to fight, but Qian could. Moreover, she was the most capable of fighting in the celestial race. The middle-aged man sized up Qian and said with a smile, "It's actually a woman." Qian was incomparably expressionless. "What's wrong with a woman?" As her voice fell, she suddenly disappeared from the spot. In the distance, the middle-aged man's pupils suddenly shrank. He was about to make a move, but at this moment, Amu suddenly shouted angrily, "Freeze." As soon as her voice fell, the middle-aged man felt his whole body go numb. Although it was only for a moment, this moment was fatal. Before he could react, a white light directly flashed through his throat. The middle-aged man's head directly flew out. Blood spurted out like a fountain. At the moment when his head flew out, he looked at Amu. Amu blinked. "I don't know how to fight, but I know how to support, hee." The middle-aged man died with his eyes wide open. He was careless, really careless, otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for God Teacher to kill him. God Teacher glanced at Amu, then looked at Shingon in the sky. Shingon's expression was extremely ugly at this moment. It wasn't easy for a strong person to appear, and he was gone just like that. Shingon's face was expressionless. What a big idiot. The battle was still going on. Currently, both sides were evenly matched. However, the expressions of Amu and Qian became more and more solemn, because those dark creatures were still there. They were continuously coming from the spatial crack. They were really endless. If this continued, even the celestial clan and the demon clan would be forcefully exhausted to death. Xian said softly, "This is not the way to go on." Amu nodded. These dark creatures were endless. Moreover, that Shingon was obviously still waiting for even more powerful dark creatures to come out. If this continued, both the Wu clan and the celestial clan would be finished. At this moment, a loud sound suddenly came from the transmission array behind Shingon. Then, a shadow floated out. Seeing this shadow, everyone's expression instantly changed. Even Shingon's expression became somewhat solemn at this moment. The shadow took a deep breath greedily and said softly, "The world that I haven't seen for a long time." Shingon pointed at Yiling below, "Control this person, and you can control the Yixian." The shadow looked at Yiling below, and in the next moment, he disappeared from the spot. Swoosh, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky above Shaman City. In front of Yiling, Xian held a white staff and pointed it forward. At the tip of the staff, a ray of white light poured out. At this moment, a fist suddenly hit the ray of white light. Boom, the white light shattered with a bang. In front of Xian, the shadow was about to attack again. At this moment, Amu suddenly chanted an incantation. In the next moment, the shadow's body froze. When she saw this, Xian suddenly punched the shadow's head. However, her punch hit nothing but air. Because the shadow had already retreated to the front of Shingon, the shadow turned to look at Amu. Amu blinked and said, "He fled." Shingon spoke in a low voice, "We must capture that Yiling. Only this woman can make Yixian submit." The shadow glanced at Amu and Xian, "We must deal with these two women first." Shingon glanced at Wushi and shook his head, "If I attack, then he will attack as well." The shadow fell silent for a moment, and then he suddenly turned around to look at the teleportation formation. Suddenly, an old man walked out from within the teleportation formation. The shadow was stunned when he saw the old man, and then he said, "Elder Chen, you're here as well?" Elder Chen glanced below, "Capture that Yixian as soon as possible." The shadow spoke in a low voice, "Master, what do you mean?" Elder Chen nodded, "His identity isn't simple. We must control him." The shadow nodded, "Capture his younger sister, and you'll be able to control him. However, that woman's strength isn't inferior to mine." Elder Chen said, "You keep her busy. I'll do the rest." The shadow nodded slightly, "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Xian spoke in a low voice, "Take care." As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a ray of white light that shot into the sky. Amu looked up into the sky. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly appeared in front of Yiling, and he smashed his fist towards Yiling. A shield suddenly appeared in front of Yiling. The Taiji shield, the old man's fist smashed against the Taiji shield, causing it to tremble violently, and Yiling was pushed 300 m back. On the other hand, the old man was pushed over 30 m back as well. The old man frowned slightly, and then he charged forward once more in the next moment. In the distance, the one-legged woman suddenly looked at Xiao Dao. "Will Tendo really not show herself?" Xiao Dao spoke softly, "If it's just Shingon, then she might not show herself. However, she can't just ignore the appearance of these dark creatures. Moreover, she still hasn't shown herself. There's only one explanation." The one-legged woman spoke in a low voice, "She's in trouble. P.S. I've been updating on time lately. Commendable." At this moment, the battle had reached its climax in the sky above Shaman City. Elder Chen charged towards Yiling again and again, but he was still unable to break Yiling's Tai Chi shield. Right at this moment, Arrow forced Demon Yen and God Emperor back with one slash of her sword, and both of them were pushed back a total of 10,000 feet. Arrow turned around to look in Yiling's direction. When she saw Elder Chen charge towards Yiling once again, she suddenly swept her sword horizontally across her throat. Hiss, a ripping sound resounded in the battlefield. In the distant sky, Elder Chen's expression changed drastically as he charged towards Yiling. He stopped abruptly, and at the same time, his throat was suddenly torn open and blood gushed out. Elder Chen instantly retreated 10,000 feet back. Once he stopped, he turned around to look at Arrow in the sky, and his gaze was incredibly solemn. At this moment, Shingon was looking at Arrow as well. Arrow's strength had truly exceeded his expectations. Arrow walked over to Yiling. She raised her head to look at the dark living beings that covered the sky, and her expression was incredibly gloomy. As if she'd thought of something, Arrow turned around to look at Amu. How much longer does he have? Amu glanced at the grave and said, he still needs some time. Aluo slowly closed his eyes. After a moment, Arrow suddenly looked towards the sky. Retreat. Right after she finished speaking, Amu hurriedly said, all members of the Wu clan and Tian clan, retreat. In the sky, the powerful warriors of the Wu clan and Tian clan retreated swiftly. Arrow opened her palm, and the eternal sword suddenly appeared in her hand. She looked towards the sky, and a vicious glint flashed in her eyes. Sword to destroy the heavens. As soon as she finished speaking, the eternal sword in her hand suddenly transformed into a ray of light that charged into the sky. Shengong's expression instantly changed drastically when he saw this ray of light, and he hurriedly shouted furiously, block this sword. As he spoke, he was about to attack, but he didn't in the end, because he sensed danger. His intuition told him that he couldn't take this strike. Elder Chen didn't take the attack head-on. Just like that, the sword shot into the sky, and then it transformed into countless rays of light that shot towards the surroundings. Chi wrong. In an instant, the sound of something slicing rang out in the sky. As these sounds rang out, countless dark beings fell. Below, countless people watched this scene in horror. This sword was too terrifying. On the horizon, the one-legged woman said softly, what a powerful arrow. Xiao Dao nodded. No wonder he is the best fighter in the Cambrian era. In the distance, Arrow's sword had killed at least 100,000 dark creatures. When the dark spirits in the sky looked at Arrow, their eyes were filled with fear. Shengong glanced at Arrow, then turned to Elder Chen. Elder Chen remained silent. Shengong said calmly, if you want to give up, I will leave now. If these shadowy creatures stopped attacking, he would turn around and leave. Because at this moment, they weren't able to gain any advantage. Elder Chen remained silent for a long time before he turned to look at the teleportation formation. After a short while, the teleportation formation suddenly trembled, and it didn't take long for a woman to walk out of it. She wore a black dress and looked no different from a human. She held a sword in her hand as well. This sword was black. Elder Chen's expression changed when he saw the woman walk out, and he hurriedly bowed respectfully. Greetings, Emissary Blacksword. The woman's gaze descended onto Arrow, and then the sword in her hand slashed down like a bolt of lightning. Arrow drew his sword and stabbed forward. Bang! A ray of light suddenly erupted in front of Arrow. Meanwhile, the Emissary Blacksword's body suddenly became illusory, and then a dense expanse of afterimages appeared in the sky. Meanwhile, Arrow's right foot spun lightly, and his figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Two sword wines suddenly rose in the air, and soon after, an endless amount of sword glare sliced through the sky above Shaman City. These sword glares were like shooting stars that intersected with each other, and in just a moment, the entire sky above Shaman City turned into a dark space. Elder Chen was about to speak when another woman walked out from the pitch-black hole. She wore a black dress, her face was covered, and there was a black saber hanging from her waist. Elder Chen's expression changed once more, and he hurriedly bowed. Emissary Blacksword. The woman didn't speak. She just looked at Arrow. Meanwhile, Shengong suddenly pointed at Yi Ling, capture this person, and we'll be able to make Yi Xian submit to us. The Emissary Blacksword's gaze moved down and fell on Yi Ling. In the next moment, she vanished on the spot, and a blade energy that was tens of thousands of feet long slashed down from the sky. Amu narrowed his eyes slightly. Block this blade. The moment the powerful warriors of the Wu clan and the Tian clan moved, Shengong and the others disappeared from the spot once more. At that moment, there was no one left on the side of the Wu clan and the Tian clan. Yi Ling looked at the blade energy descending on her. She swung her right hand, and the Taiji shield suddenly flew up. The blade arrived, boom, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly resounded through the sky. The Taiji shield had forcefully withstood the Saber Envoy's attack, but Yi Ling's face instantly turned pale. The Emissary Blacksword swung down again, boom. At that moment, Yi Ling and the Taiji shield retreated nearly 10,000 feet. The Emissary Blacksword was about to attack again when a woman appeared before her. The one-legged woman. The Emissary Blacksword looked at the one-legged woman, and without a single word, she drew her blade and swung it down. The blade was incredibly fast, and it disappeared in an instant. The one-legged woman closed her eyes slightly and threw a punch, boom. The blade energy suddenly stopped in front of the one-legged woman. then exploded. The one-legged woman threw another punch, the space in front of her directly turned into nothingness. The emissary frowned, and her right hand suddenly drew her blade and slashed down. This time, she used both hands. Boom! As the blade energy exploded, the two women instantly retreated, and this retreat took them several thousand feet each. In the distant sky, Shingon suddenly shouted, "Who are you?" Aha! At this moment, he was on the verge of collapse. After capturing Yixian, first the Wu clan protected him, then the mutant beast scripture came to help, then the Tian clan, then the undefeatable arrow, and now this one-legged woman. Why were there so many people helping Yixian, and each one was stronger than the last? What was wrong with this world? The one-legged woman ignored Shingon and looked at the emissary black sword in front of her. The emissary placed her right hand on the hilt of her blade, and a powerful aura gathered in her blade. The emissary suddenly drew her blade. Chi, the space in front of the one-legged woman suddenly split open, and at this moment, the one-legged woman threw a punch. A fist energy flashed on her fist. Rumble, the surrounding space suddenly trembled violently. The one-legged woman retreated frantically, and the black blade emissary also retreated rapidly. As she retreated, the one-legged woman narrowed her eyes. She suddenly raised her right hand towards the sky. Star condensation. Once he finished speaking, an endless amount of starlight gathered towards the sky above Shaman City like a tidal wave from the galaxy in the distance. Very soon, an endless amount of starlight gathered together to form the mark of a fist. He kicked the woman's head. The one-legged woman looked at the black blade envoy in the distance. Without any nonsense, she punched out. The starlight fist seal suddenly swept out. In the distance, the black blade envoy narrowed her eyes. Her right hand suddenly gripped the hilt of her blade, and then she pulled it out, slashing again and again. Chi-chi-chi-chi, ripping sounds resounded incessantly as strand after strand of saber energy slashed incessantly towards the fist. Boom boom boom, explosions resounded incessantly. Suddenly, the woman vanished on the spot. The black blade user also disappeared on the spot. The speed of the two was so fast that it was impossible to follow with the naked eye. In the sky, Shingon suddenly gazed at Elder Chen. Continue calling for reinforcements. Elder Chen glanced at Shingon. Why aren't you calling for reinforcements? Shingon spoke fiercely. Most of the experts from the era of Tendo have been sealed by Tendo. If Yixian doesn't show himself, then they won't be able to escape at all. Elder Chen fell silent. Shingon continued, most of the experts have been kept busy, so we can seize this opportunity to annihilate them in one go. Otherwise, they'll definitely become a huge problem. Elder Chen glanced down, and then he turned his head to look at the pitch-black hole. He remained silent for a moment before he said, Lord? After a moment passed, the pitch-black hole suddenly started trembling. Amu's face instantly fell when he witnessed this scene. More experts are about to escape. Exactly what sort of power is this? Suddenly, a black-robed figure appeared not too far away from Shingon. Xiao Dao frowned when she saw the black-robed figure, and she seemed to have noticed something. Her eyes narrowed slightly. It's not a living being of darkness. Even I don't know. It's not from this world. Her pupils constricted when she spoke up to this point. I've discovered the secret of the study room. The black-robed figure suddenly gazed at Xiao Dao, and then he gazed at Xiao Dao. May I know if you intend to interfere? Everyone looked in the direction of the small path when they heard this. Xiao Dao, that extremely mysterious woman. Amu was gazing at Xiao Dao as well. Actually, she'd noticed Xiao Dao's existence a long time ago, but she hadn't asked for his help, because she knew that if Xiao Dao intended to act, then he would definitely act. If he didn't, then it would be pointless no matter what she said. Xiao Dao gazed at the black-robed figure. What do you think? The black-robed figure smiled. We've investigated you. Even though we don't know your origins, we do know that you're heavily injured right now. If you act now, then it'll be extremely disadvantageous to you. So, you better think it through. Xiao Dao smiled. You've even investigated me. Interesting. The black-robed figure nodded. We've investigated all the experts in this world. That woman is gone, so no one can threaten us anymore. He paused for a moment and continued, you're only half. Fortunately, you're heavily injured right now, so you're not that much of a threat to us. However, we don't want to offend you as well. So long as you don't interfere, then we'll be fine. Xiao Dao gazed at the black-robed figure. What if I interfere? The black-robed figure nodded. Then please provide me with your guidance. Xiao Dao roared with laughter, looks like I have to take a side as well. The black-robed figure gazed at Xiao Dao, he doesn't seem to have any advantage without that woman. Xiao Dao blinked, is that so? The black-robed figure spoke indifferently, since you intend to interfere, then please provide me with your guidance. The corners of Xiao Dao's mouth curled up slightly, and then she vanished on the spot. As soon as Xiao Dao vanished, the black-robed figure vanished as well. 2 afterimages streaked across the sky. A moment of silence ensued. Bang, an earth-shattering explosion resounded in the sky, and the black-robed figure instantly retreated over 3 kilometers away. When he stopped, the space behind him trembled violently and then cracked open. The expressions of Shingon and the others darkened at the sight of this. Especially Demon Yen and God Emperor. At this moment, both of them were slightly regretful. They hadn't expected that so many experts would come to Yi Xian's aid at this moment. If Shingon hadn't recruited so many experts, the Fiend Clan and God Spirit Clan wouldn't have been a match for him at all. Although they were slightly regretful, they had no way out at this moment. In the distance, the black-robed figure gazed at Xiao Dao. She slowly clenched her fists and said softly, I never expected you to be so strong. Xiao Dao smiled, is that so? The black-robed figure chuckled, but it's really unwise for you to interfere in this matter. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly soared into the sky. Suddenly, a ghostly face appeared in front of him. In an instant, the entire space between the heavens and the earth became illusory. In the distance, the smile on Xiao Dao's face gradually vanished. It's not the power of this world. The black-robed figure laughed, Your Excellency is truly knowledgeable. As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly pointed at Xiao Dao, go. As soon as he finished speaking, the ghostly face suddenly flew out. As soon as it flew out, it grew explosively in the air and instantly became thousands of meters tall. The space in its path was instantly reduced to nothingness. It was an extremely shocking sight. Xiao Dao took a step forward and pointed a finger forward. A speck of white light suddenly appeared on her fingertip. Bang, the ghostly face trembled violently and was forced to a stop by the speck of white light. However, it didn't dissipate. On the contrary, the speck of white light around Xiao Dao gradually became illusory. Xiao Dao's eyes narrowed slightly. She suddenly withdrew her hand, and the ghostly face drowned her. Everyone present was stunned. Even the black-robed figure was slightly stunned. Right at this moment, boom, the ghost face suddenly exploded, and Xiao Dao appeared in front of everyone again. Beside her, there were some tiny dots of light. These dots of light were so tiny that ordinary people wouldn't be able to notice them at all. However, the black-robed man still discovered it. Xiao Dao looked at the black-robed man. The black-robed man said in a deep voice, You are hiding your true strength. Who the hell are you? Xiao Dao lightly waved her jade-like hand, and a surge of energy quietly disappeared. She smiled, Are you also curious about my identity? The black-robed man chuckled and said, Sir, I really don't understand. Why did you come to help Yi Xian? Xiao Dao looked straight at the black-robed man, his smile fading. It's simple, because I don't think you have a chance of winning. The black-robed man suddenly laughed out loud. His laughter was unbridled. After laughing for a moment, he looked at Xiao Dao. Your Excellency, you know nothing about us. Xiao Dao shook his head. No, I know too much. The black-robed man smiled and said, Do you know the woman in the plain dress who left earlier? Do you know what she will face now? Xiao Dao looked at the black-robed man. I know. You deliberately provoked her to leave this world. You definitely want to deal with her. The black-robed man nodded. Once she goes up, she will undoubtedly die. Xiao Dao shook his head. If you say that, then we have nothing to talk about. The black-robed man stared at Xiao Dao. What do you mean? Xiao Dao chuckled. What I mean is that you all did well. You all did very well. The black-robed man looked at Xiao Dao. After a moment, he suddenly opened his palm. In his palm, a small golden sword appeared. On the tip of the sword, there was a small red dot. The moment the small sword appeared, the surrounding space directly shattered. Seeing this scene, the surrounding experts' expressions changed. They all retreated. Down below, Amu also frowned. What divine artifact? At this time, a Qian appeared beside her. A Qian looked at the black-robed man in the sky. I'm afraid these people are not from the fifth dimension. Not from the fifth dimension, Amu was silent. She had already thought of this point. At this time, Xiao Dao suddenly laughed. They are not from the sixth dimension either. Amu looked at Xiao Dao. They are from the fifth dimension, but they are related to the sixth dimension. Xiao Dao smiled. Smart. The black-robed man suddenly laughed. This sword was originally used to deal with the plain-dressed woman. However, since she has left, I will use it to deal with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed with his fingers. Go. As soon as he finished speaking, the small golden sword suddenly flew out. Wherever the small sword passed, it tore apart everything, destroying heaven and earth. Everyone in the surroundings was visibly moved when they witnessed this scene. The power of this small sword was too strong. Not to mention killing a person, it could easily destroy the entire nothingness dimension. Xiao Dao chuckled. You want to use this thing to deal with her? I'm afraid you are dreaming. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm. In her hand, a flying knife appeared. The next moment, this flying knife suddenly flew out. Boom, in the sky, a blade light and a sword light suddenly exploded, and the entire sky turned pitch black, spatial annihilation. Meanwhile, the small golden sword had returned to the black-robed man's hand. Looking at the cracked small golden sword in his hand, the black-robed man's eyes were filled with horror. This small golden sword did not belong to this universe. Cracked? The black-robed man looked at Xiao Dao with an extremely solemn expression. Who the hell are you? But at this moment, little Daoist's body suddenly became illusory. In the distance, the black-robed man's expression changed greatly. He stabbed forward with the small golden sword in his hand. On the small sword, a sword light erupted like a scorching sun. Little Daoist put her fingers together. She pointed out, and on her fingertip, there was a flying dagger. This flying knife directly slashed the sword light. Boom, the sword light instantly shattered, and the next moment, the flying knife flashed past the black-robed man's throat. The black-robed man's head flew into the air, but his soul had fled at the instant that his body was destroyed. Xiao Dao gazed at the black-robed man's soul. She was just about to attack when an extremely powerful aura suddenly arose from within the pitch-black space behind Shinggong. Xiao Dao frowned slightly. A moment later, a fist flashed out from within the teleportation formation. Xiao Dao lightly swept 2 fingers forward. Hiss, the fist imprint shattered, but the little Daoist retreated thousands of feet. Once she stopped moving, her brows knit together slightly while her face turned slightly pale. Xiao Dao raised her head and gazed at the pitch-black space in the distance. An illusory middle-aged man had walked out from within the teleportation formation. The middle-aged man wore a large black robe, had his hands behind his back, and a small dark character was inscribed at the center of his forehead. All the living beings of the darkness stopped moving when they saw the middle-aged man, and they bowed to him. Greetings, Lord Skyless. Lord Skyless, Xiao Dao frowned when she heard this. She knew this person. During the era of the Tendo, this person was quite famous. He declared that he would destroy the Tendo and turn the entire fifth dimension into the dark world. Thus, he'd changed his name to Skyless. In the dark world, his strength was ranked in the top 3, he'd been personally suppressed by the Tendo all those years ago. She hadn't expected that he'd come out as well. Did something really happen to the Tendo? Xiao Dao frowned. If she was given some time, then she could investigate it. After Skyless appeared, the Black Sword Emissary and the Black Blade Emissary appeared on either side of him. However, their gazes were fixed on Arrow and the one-legged woman. Arrow's face was expressionless. The eternal sword in his hand trembled slightly, and he was ready to be unsheathed at any moment. The one-legged woman's expression was calm, and there wasn't a trace of emotion in her eyes. Skyless looked at Xiao Dao. Miss Xiao Dao, our dark world has never had any enmity with you. Why are you interfering in this matter? Xiao Dao smiled. If you like it, then so be it. Skyless, where's your lord? Has he recovered from his battle with the Tendo? Skyless smiled. Thank you for your concern, Miss Xiao Dao. Lord is fine. Xiao Dao looked at Skyless. With your strength, you can't threaten the Tendo. You dare to appear in this universe so brazenly, there's someone behind you. Skyless smiled. Can't I? Xiao Dao said in a deep voice. Something happened to the Tendo. Skyless smiled. What do you think? Xiao Dao smiled. Good skill. coming out without a sound, causing trouble to the Tendo without a sound, and letting the plain-dressed woman leave this world. You're really amazing. Skyless whispered, Miss Xiaodao, with your knowledge, you should know the use of the study room. I'm curious, why didn't you seize the study room? Xiaodao shrugged, I'm afraid of death. Skyless smiled, are you talking about the plain-dressed woman? Xiaodao looked at Skyless, how are you going to deal with her? Skyless chuckled, if it's in this world, we're still afraid of her. Unfortunately, she's arrogant and wants to break into the upper realm. This is exactly what the higher-ups want. As long as she goes to the upper realm, she'll definitely die. Xiaodao was silent. At this moment, she was mourning for the higher-ups, underestimating the plain-dressed woman. In fact, everyone underestimated this woman, including her. She didn't underestimate, but she really didn't know how strong this woman was, even she didn't know, how terrifying was this, not to mention this world, even her family couldn't afford to offend the plain-dressed woman. At this time, in the distance, Skyless suddenly smiled, Miss Xiaodao, we have no intention of being enemies with you. As long as you don't make a move, we will never offend you. Xiaodao looked at Skyless, what if I want to make a move? Skyless smiled, Miss Xiaodao, I won't hide it from you. Today, we must take this Yixian away. He's the lord of the human realm and has a great relationship with the prophet. We must get him. When the plain-dressed woman was still here, we were still a bit afraid. But now, no one can protect him. Although Miss Xiaodao's strength is strong, you're just one person. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura suddenly emerged from the pitch-black spatial hole behind him. Not long after, 11 strong people dressed in black appeared behind Skyless. Seeing these 11 people, Xiaodao's face instantly sank. Not only Xiaodao, but Arrow and the one-legged woman's face also sank at this moment. The strength of these 11 people is perhaps only second to her, Xiaodao, and the one-legged woman, adding Skyless and the others, the strength of their side can be said to be completely crushed, whether it's in quantity or quality. Skyless looked at Xiaodao and the others and smiled, sorry, we have a lot of people. Is that so? Suddenly, a ray of light descended here. The ray of light dispersed, and an old man appeared before them. It was the sword sex Elder Gu. Elder Gu gazed at Skyless, I heard you have a lot of people? As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and a small sword suddenly shot into the sky. It didn't take long for the small sword to vanish into the starry sky. P.S. I heard you have a lot of tickets? Xiaodao's expression eased up slightly when he saw old Gu. If the old geezer still didn't show himself, then the matter would truly be difficult to resolve. The sword sect, she knew a little about this ancient power, Dao Yi, and she was probably the only one who knew a little about Dao Yi. Because the place the sword sect resided at was too special. Outsiders were utterly unaware of it. Moreover, the reason she knew about this power was because of that white little fellow. All those years ago, she'd been extremely proud and arrogant. So, her first thought upon seeing that white little fellow was to seize him from her. Unfortunately, she'd overlooked the little girl and the green-clothed man by the little fellow's side, and that white-robed woman as well. It was a tragic experience. Moreover, the green-clothed man was the sect master of the sword sect. If there was anyone in this universe who could resist the sword of the woman in a plain dress, then the green-clothed man was one of them, but the problem was that both of them were related to Yixian. She felt speechless when she thought about all of this. Wu Tian gazed at old Gu, where did you come from? Old Gu laughed coldly, you want to take my young sect master? Have you asked my sword sect? Wu Tian frowned, the sword sect? What's that? Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from the depths of the starry sky. Everyone turned their heads to look towards the starry sky, and they saw 12 rays of light there. It didn't take long for those 12 rays of light to pass through space and appear here. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed when they saw these 12 people, including Xiaodao. All 12 swordsmen were at the mortal sword realm, even though besides the man in the lead, the others were only at the first level of the mortal sword realm. How terrifying was that? Moreover, the swordsman in the lead was even at the peak of the second level of the mortal sword realm. Most importantly, all of them were at the ruler realm. Their cultivations were at the peak of the mortal sword realm as well. A Qian who stood by Amu's side spoke softly, where did they come from? His voice carried a trace of shock. Amu blinked. It's mine. A Qian looked at Amu. Amu grinned. didn't you hear what that old man said? My family's young sect master. I'm their young sect master, so these belong to my family. Qian glanced at Amu. When did you become so thick-skinned? Amu, Qian suddenly said, I'm your sister, right? Amu nodded, we are sisters. Qian said softly, then they are still our family. Amu looked at Qian. When he saw the 12 swordsmen, Skyla's expression turned extremely ugly. 12 swordsmen, moreover, all of them were ordinary swords, and they were all at the sovereign realm. Where did all this come from? Shengong's face was also extremely ugly. At this moment, he really wanted to curse. Was there no end to this? How many helpers did this Xian have? Moreover, each one was more abnormal than the other. Was this Xian the reincarnation of a Tendo? Even if he was the reincarnation of a Tendo, it wouldn't be this exaggerated, right? Demon Yen and God Emperor's expressions were also extremely ugly. The appearance of these 12 people made them understand one thing. That was why Xiao Dao and the others wanted to help Yi Xian. The people behind this guy were not just the plain-dressed woman. Who was he? Old Gu looked at the man in the lead. Senior brother Gunya, where is senior brother Lu Yunxian? The man called Gunya smiled. He has a mission, so I came. Old Gu said solemnly, where is the sect master? Gunya said softly, the sect master went to a very far place. As he spoke, he glanced at the scene. Where is little junior brother? Old Gu pointed at the tomb in the distance. Little junior brother is charging into the rebirth realm now. Gunya glanced at the tomb while a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. The second level of the mortal sword realm? Old Gu nodded. Gunya roared with laughter. He really is an extraordinary genius. As he spoke, he turned around to look at Wu Tian. What did you say my sword sect is? Let me tell you what my sword sect is. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. In the distance, Wu Tian's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly pressed his palms together. Boundless world of darkness. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of black light instantly enveloped him and Gunya. At this moment, a ray of sword light tore through the black light, and then it appeared in front of Skyless. Wu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he stomped his right foot. Domain. As soon as he finished speaking, a shapeless force suddenly enveloped the ray of light. Right at this moment, the ray of light suddenly trembled violently, and it directly destroyed the domain. At this moment, Wu Tian was horrified in his heart, and he hurriedly flashed backwards. However, it was still slightly too late, and the ray of light had directly slashed apart his body. Wu Tian, who was already in soul form, retreated explosively by almost 3 km. Gunya held the sword in his hand as he looked at Wu Tian. He smiled. Now do you know what the sword sect is? Wu Tian stared fixedly at Gunya. Then do you know who's behind us? Gunya smiled. Our sword sect is fearless. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the 12 swordsmen behind him. Kill. The 12 swordsmen immediately transformed into 12 rays of light that charged forward. Meanwhile, Amu spoke abruptly. All the experts of the Wu clan, attack. Don't leave a single one alive. Qian's voice resounded along with it. All the experts of the Tian clan, listen up. Kill. Don't leave a single one alive. The variant beast scripture led the beasts to charge forward as well. Arrow waved her right hand lightly, and the undefeated army behind her charged forward. This time, Yi Xian's side was completely crushed, because the combat strength of the 12 swordsmen in the lead was truly too terrifying. These swordsmen could really fight 10 enemies by themselves, and they were practically invincible in the same realm of cultivation. They were completely crushed. The expressions of Shengong and the others instantly changed when they witnessed this scene. If this continued, then they would be annihilated in less than an hour. Right at this moment, Wu Tian suddenly shouted furiously. Retreat! Retreat! They had no choice but to retreat now because they'd severely underestimated their opponents. The experts of the Dark World retreated in unison when they heard Wu Tian. Demon Yen and God Emperor led their forces away when they witnessed this scene. Amu suddenly said, stop them. Gunya suddenly transformed into a ray of light that charged towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian didn't hesitate at all when he saw Gunya charge over, and he transformed into a ray of black light that vanished within the teleportation formation. The current him was not Gunyan's match at all. the black sword emissary and the others by her side also turned around and left. Soon, the experts of the dark world disappeared into the horizon like a tide. However, many had died. Countless corpses of dark world experts fell from the sky like it was raining. Fresh blood dyed the entire sky red. As for Gu and I, he directly rushed into the teleportation array. The 12 swordsmen behind him also wanted to follow, but at this moment, a sword light floated out. The sword light dissipated. It was ancient sin. Gu and I looked at the man who had died. The spatial teleportation array disappeared and said softly, "It's not the power of this world." Old Gu appeared beside Xianxia, and he looked at the spatial teleportation formation and said in a low voice, "Many forces are targeting the young sect master." Xianxia turned to look at the tomb and said softly, "Young sect master's karma is not simple. No wonder sect master went there personally." Old man Gu said in a deep voice, "Is sect master running around for young sect master's matter?" Xianxia nodded. Hearing this, old man Gu furrowed his brows. "Even the sect leader can't solve it?" Xianxia said softly, "It's not that simple." Old man Gu's face sank when he heard this. He was very clear about the sect leader's strength. If even the sect leader couldn't solve it, then the matter was really quite serious. Right at this moment, Xiaodao appeared by Gunyan's side. She looked at Gunyan and said, "Where's your sect leader?" Gunyan looked at Xiaodao and said with a smile, "Sect leader has gone somewhere else. He's been gone for a very long time." Xiaodao frowned slightly. "That little girl and the little white fellow went with him?" A trace of surprise flashed in Gunyan's eyes. "Young miss knows them?" Xiaodao nodded. "I've seen them a few times." Gunyan nodded slightly. "We haven't seen sect leader for a very long time as well." As he spoke, he turned to glance at the corpses of the dark living beings below. "Young miss, do you know who released these dark living beings?" Xiaodao said softly, "It should be someone from the ascendant dimension that interfered." Gunyan frowned slightly. "We've never allowed anyone from the ascendant dimension to come down here." Xiaodao looked at Gunyan. "All of you have been standing guard there?" Gunyan nodded. Xiaodao said in a light voice, "It isn't your problem." Gunyan asked, "Young miss, what do you mean?" Xiaodao glanced at the depths of the starry sky and said, "They probably snuck in from somewhere else. It's best that all of you investigate after you return. Something isn't right." As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes narrowed slightly. "All of you better be careful." Gunyan said in a low voice, "Young miss, you mean that they might be targeting us?" Xiaodao nodded. "The fifth dimension tribulation is about to arrive, and the hearts of the people are in chaos. It's the best opportunity for them to make a move." Gunyan hesitated for a moment and said, "Has that woman in a plain dress really left?" Xiaodao nodded. Gunyan sighed lightly. Originally, the woman in a plain dress was the last person in this universe that could deter the myriad of worlds in the universe. But now that she'd left, the matter was extraordinarily troublesome. Xiaodao looked at Gunyan. "Can all of you come over?" Gunyan shook his head. "No. If we leave that place, then this universe will be even more dangerous." Xiaodao frowned slightly. "All of you are unable to annihilate them with your strength?" Gunyan laughed bitterly. "They never fight us head-on, and they just hide. But so long as we relax, they'll come out, and we're helpless against them." Xiaodao said in a low voice, "Can't we kill our way over?" Gunyan shook his head. "We've tried in the past. That place is too chaotic, and it's extremely far. They hide everywhere, and we're helpless against them." Xiaodao suddenly said, "All of you go back." Gunyan gazed at Xiaodao, and Xiaodao said in a light voice, "The enemy of an enemy is a friend. Understand?" Gunyan's eyes narrowed slightly. "They intend to act against us?" Xiaodao said in a low voice, "They don't have the strength, but what if they play tricks?" Gunyan fell silent for a short moment, and then he said, "I originally intended to take junior brother away this time, but Xiaodao shook her head. "If all of you take him away, then the matter will become even more serious." As she spoke, she turned to glance at the tomb and said in a light voice, "That study room was brought by the prophet from above. This prophet, in the words of that little girl, he's truly a sly old bastard." Gunyan blinked when he heard Xiaodao. "Sly bastard? What do you mean?" Xiaodao spoke indifferently. "I mean very sly." Gunyan was speechless. Xiaodao suddenly said, "What did you encounter when you entered the teleportation formation just now?" Gunyan spoke in a low voice, a formidable force, and the person who attacked isn't from this dimension. Xiao Dao's beautiful brows knit together slightly. Gunyan gazed at the tomb in the distance and spoke softly, it's truly dangerous for junior brother to stay here. Xiao Dao shook his head, this is the path he chose. Gunyan grinned, just like the sect master did all those years ago. Fine, I won't be taking him with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he cupped his fists to everyone here, everyone, we still have an assignment to carry out, so we'll be leaving first. If you have the chance, please come to the sword sect to be our guests. We'll meet again in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, he and the 12 others behind him transformed into 12 rays of light that vanished into the starry sky. They're gone. Everyone here exchanged glances with each other. Needless to say, all of them were extremely shocked right now. That was too terrifying. 12 mortal swordsmen. Such a lineup was truly heaven-defying. How Tian and the others felt a slight lingering fear in their hearts. Fortunately, they hadn't joined forces with Demon Yin and the others. Otherwise, the Tian race would have probably been finished. The sword sect. At this moment, everyone throughout the 5th dimension knew of the sword sect. Amu walked over to Variant Beast Scripture, and then she bowed slightly. Thank you, young miss, for coming to help us. We'll remember this kindness. Variant Beast Scripture spoke in a low voice, is it alright for me to stay here with the Wu clan? Amu blinked, and then she hurriedly said, of course. You can stay here. Feel free to let me know if you need anything. Variant Beast Scripture glanced at the tomb and said, let's wait for him to come out. Amu nodded, alright. She knew that Variant Beast Scripture had definitely come to help because of Yixian. The Wu clan didn't have that much influence. Amu walks in front of Arrow, she once again bows, many thanks to Miss Arrow for coming to help. Arrow sheathed his sword and said softly, we're on the same side, there's no need to be like this. Amu smiled and said, understood. They were on the same side, Arrow was here to help. He was really here to help, of course, no matter what the reason was, the Wu clan and Yixian should be grateful to those who came to help. Amu looked at Xiao Dao and the one-legged woman. Xiao Dao said softly, don't celebrate too early. Those people won't give up. Amu nodded. I understand. Miss Xiao Dao, may I ask you a few questions? Xiao Dao looked at Amu. You want to know the background of those people? Amu nodded slightly. Yes. Xiao Dao said softly, that Shinggong was the righteous god of the Tendo era. In the Tendo era, there were a total of 109 righteous gods. They were all the top experts of the Tendo era. By the way, some of the ancestors of your Wu clan and the Tian clan were also righteous gods of the Tendo era. Hearing this, Amu and Xiao Dao were somewhat shocked. Amu said in astonishment, our Wu clan's ancestors? Regarding the Wu clan's ancestors, they actually didn't know much about them. Because they were a whole era apart, Xiao Dao nodded. Your Wu clan's ancestors were the top among those righteous gods. At that time, those righteous gods were getting stronger and more arrogant. Some righteous gods wanted to eliminate the Tendo who posed the greatest threat to them. Amu said in a deep voice, they were the ones who attacked first? Xiao Dao nodded. These righteous gods were the ones who attacked first. They wanted to defy the heavens. I have to say, if they all joined forces, Tendo really wouldn't be able to defeat them. Unfortunately, Tendo was smarter than them. She directly disintegrated them from within. Moreover, she caught them off guard and took the initiative to kill the 2 strongest righteous gods. Just like that, those righteous gods were played to death by her alone. Amu, Xiao Dao said softly, as far as I know, Tendo sealed 29 righteous gods in Buzhou Sacred Mountain. If these 29 righteous gods were released, the consequences would be very serious. That Shinggong wanted to release these 29 righteous gods. And if he wanted to release these 29 righteous gods, he would need Tendo or Human King. Obviously, Tendo is impossible. Therefore, he definitely wouldn't give up on Yixian. Saying that, she paused and then said, what I'm most worried about is, if there are people from the upper realm helping him, Amu said in a deep voice, those dark creatures are also from the era of Tendo, right? Xiao Dao nodded. Yes. Those dark creatures are from the era of Tendo. Moreover, they existed even earlier than Shinggong and the other righteous gods. The Lord of the Dark World had appeared in this universe with the heavenly Tao. This person's strength is not ordinary. Back then, Tendo was able to suppress him. But now, Tendo. Amu looked at Xiao Dao. Did something happen to Tendo? Xiao Dao shook his head. Something must have happened to this woman. But she will definitely be fine. Her IQ is terrifyingly high. Amu nodded slightly. I understand. But, wasn't that study created by the prophet? Why did it become something from the upper realm? Xiao Dao looked at Amu. The study was created by the prophet, but the prophet doesn't belong to this universe. Moreover, there are things that don't belong to this universe. Amu asked, who is the prophet? Xiao Dao shook his head. I won't answer this question. Because it won't do you any good. Amu was silent. A Qian suddenly asked, in other words, the people from above want this study, right? Xiao Dao nodded. Yes. A Qian said, what if we give them the study? Xiao Dao said calmly, don't pin your hope of survival on the mercy of the enemy. Also, don't underestimate the prophet. He used his own life to play chess. Do you think it's easy? A Qian was silent. Xiao Dao glanced at the two women and said, both of you are intelligent people and have a far-sighted vision. However, there's always a higher mountain. The prophet and the Tendo are both good chess players. Don't think about breaking the game they set. Just let nature take its course. Because they have never thought of harming you. But if you're stupid and want to break the game, then you'll really be courting death. Understand? Amu nodded slightly. Understood. Xiao Dao continued, it's a good thing for both of your clans that the two of you can join forces. Amu suddenly asked, what is the sword sect fighting against? Xiao Dao said softly, something very dangerous. If it weren't for them, this universe would have been gone in advance. As she said that, she looked up into the depths of the starry sky. There are many dangerous things in this vast universe. Although there have been countless powerful clans and experts in this universe, compared to the entire universe, they are insignificant. After saying that, she turned around and left. Not long after, she disappeared from everyone's sight. After Xiao Dao left, Amu suddenly said softly, she's even more mysterious. A Qian nodded. Yes. Amu looked at the horizon and said softly, we can't wait for the sword sect to help us every time. A Qian looked at Amu. What do you want to do? Amu said softly. It's already the most dangerous time. A Qian narrowed her eyes. That's for the sake of fighting against the fifth dimension tribulation. Amu smiled and didn't say anything. A Qian was silent for a moment. Indeed, if we can't get through this, why wait for the fifth dimension tribulation? Let's go. After saying that, she left with Amu. In the field, Yi Ling turned around and looked at the grave. There was a trace of worry in her eyes. In a graveyard, the old man looked at the horizon and sighed. He continued sweeping with his broom. Not long after, he arrived in front of a grave. On the tombstone in front of the grave were 2 skewers of candied hawthorns. The old man looked at the tombstone. There were no words on the tombstone. After a long time, the old man sighed. He looked at the tombstone. There was a weapon in the shape of a thorn. It lay there quietly, as if waiting for its master to wake it up. The old man looked at it for a moment and said softly, considering the time, it should be over by now. After saying that, he turned around and left. In the depths of a distant starry sky, a white-robed woman was flying. She had her hands behind her back and there was a heroic spirit between her brows. A wine gourd hung from her waist. At this moment, the white-robed woman suddenly stopped. She looked up. Her gaze pierced through the starry sky, looking at an extremely distant place. After a long time, a sword light appeared in the depths of her eyes. The white-robed woman frowned. Gone? After saying that, her expression suddenly became ferocious. Don't worry, I'm not. After saying that, she suddenly punched out. Boom, under that punch, the entire starry sky was destroyed, true nirvana. Under that punch, the entire starry sky was completely destroyed, never to appear again. In this pitch-black space, a powerful devouring force surged towards the white-robed woman. However, it did not cause her any harm. After a moment, the white-robed woman turned around and returned. Soon, she disappeared into the vast starry sky. That direction was the complete opposite of where she was originally going. In a certain grassland, a woman was squatting by the river. The river was clear and the bottom could be seen. The woman was very seriously counting the small fish in the river. At this moment, a phantom suddenly appeared not far in front of the woman. The phantom looked at the woman by the river without saying a word. The woman looked up at the phantom and said with a smile, "I said before that I won't run." The phantom looked at the woman. "I've always been curious. Why didn't you resist?" The woman smiled. "Why should I resist? This place is quite good. I can stay here and relax." The phantom said in a deep voice, "You went to see him before." The woman nodded. "To be precise, I went to see that woman. I wanted to make her stay longer, but she ignored me." The phantom suddenly asked, "Are you afraid of her?" The woman smiled. "Why should I be afraid? I didn't offend her. I'm a good person." The phantom suddenly said, "You don't seem to be human, do you?" The woman shook her head. "As long as I'm willing, I'm human. Of course, you can also say that I'm something else." After a moment of silence, the phantom said, "The seal of the dark world has been completely lifted. We did it." The woman looked at the phantom and said with a smile, "Well done." The phantom. P.S. Between saving face and asking for a ticket, what do you think I'll choose? By the riverside, the shadow stood quietly. The woman in front of him gently scooped with both hands, and with this, a small fish appeared in her hands. The woman smiled, gently tapped the forehead of the small fish, and then put it into the river. However, the small fish was unwilling to leave. The small fish kept swimming in front of the woman, from time to time wagging its tail at the woman, as if to express something. At this time, the shadow suddenly said, "Those righteous gods that were sealed by you, they are also coming out." The woman smiled, "If they come out, then let them come out." The shadow frowned slightly, "You really don't care at all?" The woman smiled lightly, "All living beings have their own lives, what use is there for me to care?" The shadow stared at the woman, "Is that so?" The woman smiled, "Believe it or not, it's up to you." After saying that, she stood up and left. The shadow looked at the woman in the distance, silent. The attitude of the woman in front of him was too abnormal. From the moment they found her, it had been abnormal. Because the other party did not resist at all, from beginning to end, she did not resist, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Thinking of this, when the shadow looked at the woman in the distance, there was killing intent. At this time, the woman in the distance suddenly stopped, she smiled, "Killing me will cost a lot. Not to mention others, like you, even 10,000 would be useless. So, if you want to kill me, you have to find the master behind you." The shadow was silent for a long time. In the end, he did not make a move, but turned and left. As the woman said, he really did not have the ability to kill her. In the distance, the woman walked slowly, holding a small fish in her hand. After walking for a long time, the woman suddenly stopped, she looked at the small fish in her hand, and grinned, "Do you want to braise it or steam it?" After saying that, she began to make a fire. Somewhere in the dark void, Wu Tian sat on the ground, behind him was an endless dark army. Shinggong was also beside Wu Tian. At this moment, Shinggong's face was extremely gloomy. Failed, originally, in his opinion, this time capturing Yi Xian was in the bag, but he did not expect that so many experts would appear to help Yi Xian, especially that sword sect. 12 common swordsmen, what kind of immortal force was this, and that woman in a plain dress, why were there so many experts behind Yi Xian? Just then, Skyless suddenly opened his eyes. Shinggong looked at Skyless. "What are you going to do next?" Skyless silence. He was extremely fearful of the sword sect as well. Shinggong suddenly said, "Let me tell you, that Yi Xian is a genius. He's already at the second tier of the mortal sword realm. With his talent, if he continues to grow, it will be harder than ascending the heavens for us to capture him." Skyless looked at Shinggong, "Can you stop the sword sect? Can you stop that Xiao Dao?" Shinggong was expressionless. "Isn't there someone behind you? Call it out. Let's fight him to the death." Wu Tian's eyes slowly closed. "Shinggong, I understand your feelings. However, you have to understand that the current situation is no longer something we can control. Everything has to be considered at length. Shin was silent. As Skyla said, they didn't have any advantage right now. At this moment, a phantom suddenly appeared in front of Skyless. Skyless looked at the phantom. What did the higher-ups say? The phantom said, the higher-ups will find a way to hold the sword sect. Skyless said in a deep voice, there is also that Xiao Dao. This person's strength is extremely strong. She has been hiding her strength before. Shin suddenly asked, do you know the true identity of that Xiao Dao? The phantom said, we are still investigating this person's identity. Shin frowned slightly, you don't know her identity? The phantom nodded, this woman is too mysterious. Shin hesitated and then said, what about Tendo? The phantom said softly, she doesn't seem to want to intervene. She doesn't care about anything. Shin said in a deep voice, that's not right. The phantom looked at Shin Shin face was a little gloomy, this woman is insidious and cunning. It is impossible for her to not care about anything. The phantom nodded, we also know that, but there is no way. Shin looked at the phantom, why not directly kill her to get rid of future troubles? The phantom was expressionless, do you know how much it will cost to kill her? Shin was silent. That woman is not only intelligent, but her strength is also ridiculously high, wanting to kill her, it is not an ordinary difficulty, the phantom suddenly said, it's good that she doesn't intervene. We don't have much energy to take care of her. Now the top priority is to deal with the sword sect and Yixian, as well as that Xiao Dao. Speaking of this, he looked at Shin have you investigated that Yixian? Shin nodded, yes. The phantom said in a deep voice, there should be no one behind him, right? After a moment of silence, Shin said, according to my investigation, his main backer is that plain-dressed woman. She has already left. If you can stop that Xiao Dao and sword sect, it won't be difficult for us to kill him. Sword sect, the phantom suddenly asked, are you sure there is nothing else? Shin nodded, nothing else. We have almost understood all the experts in this world. Those who should have taken action have taken action. Those who haven't taken action are either not strong enough or don't have any. Therefore, our biggest enemy now is that sword sect and Xiao Dao, as well as that arrow. After saying this, he paused, Wu clan and Tian clan can't be underestimated. These two clans must have a trump card. The phantom suddenly said, follow me. With that, he turned around and left. Shin and Skyless looked at each other, then the two of them followed. The illusory figure brought the two of them to a starry sky. The illusory figure opened his palm, and a small black disc suddenly appeared in his palm. In the next moment, the black disc flew out, and a black pillar of light suddenly soared into the sky from the black disc. This black pillar of light shot into the depths of the starry sky. After a moment, Shin looked at the phantom, Great Emissary, what are you doing? The Great Emissary said softly, asking for help. Shin was about to speak, but at this moment, the black beam suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, Shin frowned. The Great Emissary suddenly said, there will be people to deal with Xiao Dao and Sword Sect. But we have to solve the rest ourselves. Shin frowned slightly, is it feasible? That Sword Sect is not simple. The Great Emissary said indifferently, no matter how not simple, can they be more powerful than those above? Shin nodded slightly, then he looked at Wu Tian, and the Great Emissary also looked at Wu Tian, your mistress of the Dark World and that Great Lord can make a move? Wu Tian was silent. The Great Emissary was expressionless, we have already helped you stall Tendo. For your Dark World, this is an opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven if you want to make a comeback. Wu Tian was about to speak, but at this moment, the space in front of him suddenly trembled. Wu Tian was slightly stunned. After a moment, he looked at the Great Emissary, I need some time. The Great Emissary said, how long? Wu Tian said solemnly, 3 days. The Great Emissary nodded, see you in 3 days. With that, he turned and disappeared. After the Great Emissary left, Wu Tian suddenly looked at Shin do you believe him? Shin was expressionless, anyway, their goal is only that Yixian, isn't it? Wu Tian nodded, there is no conflict with us. Shin said solemnly, your and our opponent is that Tendo. Wu Tian said softly, get ready. See you in 3 days. With that, he turned and left. In the same place, Shingang was deep in thought. No one knew what he was thinking. Ancient battlefield, Demon Yen stood on a mountain peak. Beside her was God Emperor. God Emperor suddenly said softly, "They will definitely not give up." Demon Yen said, "We can't make another move." God Emperor looked at Demon Yen. Demon Yen said softly, "Things have become more complicated." God Emperor said solemnly, "What do you mean?" A trace of complexity flashed in Demon Yan's eyes. "Haven't you noticed? There is an outside force interfering in the affairs of this universe. And the other party's goal is that Yixian. If I'm not wrong, the other party should also want that study room. Compared to the other party, the difference in strength is too great. Therefore, if we continue to target Yixian, we will only become cannon fodder for others." With that, she paused for a moment before continuing. "Furthermore, who was the one who sealed the righteous gods like the dark creatures and the divine craftsman? Tendo. And now, Tendo has no intention of interfering." God Emperor said solemnly, "If we continue to follow Shingang and the others, we will become enemies with Tendo." Demon Yen nodded. "Right now, there is only one best choice, and that is to wait and see." With that, she sighed softly. Targeting Yixian was really a wrong choice. "I hope there is still time to make up for this mistake." Wu Clan. Yiling was still guarding in front of the grave, waiting for Yixian to come out. However, there was no movement from the grave. At this moment, the space in front of Yiling suddenly trembled. Yiling frowned slightly and looked at the grave. Soon, she was overjoyed. A Mu and a Qian suddenly appeared beside Yiling. A Mu looked at the grave. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. "He is faster than I thought." Yiling looked at a Mu. "Is he coming out?" A Mu nodded. "He should be coming out soon." Hearing this, Yiling nodded slightly. A Mu looked at a Qian, and the two women looked at each other with solemn eyes. Yiling suddenly said, "They won't give up, right?" A Mu nodded. "If they attack again, it proves that they have a way to deal with the sword sect." With that, her expression gradually turned solemn. "It seems that another tough battle is about to be fought." Tendo Pawnshop. On this day, an old man in a black robe suddenly walked into the pawnshop. The old man had a head full of white hair, his left hand holding a dragon head crutch, his right leg was slightly lame, and he coughed from time to time. He looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. Inside the pawnshop, Xiaodao looked up at the old man in black robe. Her eyes narrowed instantly. "It's you." The old man chuckled. "After so many years, Miss Xiaodao is still as elegant as ever, but this old man has one foot in the coffin." Xiaodao looked at the old man in black robe. "Even you have sided with them." The old man in black robe said softly, "In order to live longer, Miss Xiaodao, for the next few days, you and this old man will stay in this pawnshop, and neither of us will do anything. What do you think?" In the pawnshop, Xiaodao was silent. Xiaodao's expression was calm, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. She didn't make a move either, because she knew that it was meaningless to do so. Based on her current abilities, she couldn't do anything to the old man in front of her, and this old man couldn't do anything to her either. After a long silence, Xiaodao said softly, "Xianxia, you once contributed greatly to this universe. Back then, Tendo remembered your kindness and took the initiative to help you." The old man suddenly said, "Not enough." Xiaodao glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia chuckled. "Miss Xiaodao, I helped Tendo seal the righteous gods all those years ago. During that battle, I was heavily injured. This injury wasn't just a flesh wound. It was an injury to my very essence. I'm already very lucky to be able to live until now." As he spoke, he smiled and said, "Tendo helped me. She doesn't owe me anything, and I don't owe her anything either." Xiaodao sighed. "Do you know that by stopping me today, you will have to bear some karma?" Jiangchen nodded. "I know. Therefore, I only promise to stop Miss Xiaodao. As long as Lady Xiaodao doesn't make a move, we can live in peace. After the matter is settled, this old man will apologize to Lady Xiaodao." Xiaodao did not say anything else. She turned her head and looked outside the pawnshop. There was a trace of worry in her eyes. She had underestimated him. Since the other party could send someone to stop her, he must have a way to stop the sword sect. How was Yixian going to face it? In the boundless underground city, a one-legged woman was washing clothes by the river. The one-legged woman suddenly turned her head. Not too far away from her was a woman wielding a black saber. Black Blade Envoy, the woman with the black blade looked at the one-legged woman. In the next moment, she suddenly slashed out with her blade. Great Desolate Kingdom. Arrow stood in front of the main hall. Not far from her stood a woman with a black sword in her hand. Beside the woman with the black sword was a birdman. The birdman held 2 lightning hammers in his hands, ready to strike. Arrow looked at the two. Since you're here, then, all of you shall stay here. With that, the sword in her hand suddenly unsheathed. The Wu clan. Amu arrived at the Wu clan's ancestral hall. Inside the ancestral hall, all the ancestors of the Wu clan were enshrined. There was another person in the ancestral shrine, the former high priest of the Wu clan. The former high priest knelt in front of a memorial tablet in silence. Amu walked to the side of the previous high priest and said softly, "Priest Lin Xian." Lin Xian opened her eyes. "I sense many powerful auras." Amu nodded. "I know." Lin Xian looked at Amu. "Do you regret it?" Amu shook his head. "No regrets." Lin Xian smiled and said, "Why?" After all, the Wu clan hadn't obtained any benefits since they became friends with Xian. But now, the Wu clan is going to use the entire clan's strength to block the disaster for him. Amu said softly, "He is my wizard servant, and also one of the Wu clan." Lin Xian looked at Amu and said nothing. Amu smiled and said, "Priest Lin Xian, I did choose him at first because I wanted to use him to help my Wu clan. Of course, it's still the same now. I've never hidden this from him." Lin Xian said, "Your original intention was for the Wu clan, but now, the Wu clan might be destroyed because of him." Amu suddenly asked, "Has he ever let down my Wu clan?" Lin Xian shook her head. Amu said with a smile, "Since he didn't disappoint me, my Wu clan, how can my Wu clan let him down? All members of my Wu clan share blessings and difficulties together. Today, let alone him, if it were any other Wu clan member, even if it were an ordinary citizen of the Wu clan, I would not give up on him." Lin Xian looked at Amu. After a long time, she said softly, "I hope your decision is right." Amu said in a deep voice, "Priest Lin Xian, I need your help." Lin Xian said with a smile, "I haven't left." Hearing this, Amu smiled. Amu turned to look at the ancestral tokens of the Wu clan. She slowly knelt down and said softly, "Ancestors, if you are still alive, come out and help when the battle begins. I kowtow to you." After saying that, she kowtowed. Lin Xian. The Tian clan. A Qian stood on top of a city wall. Behind her were Haoyan, Abzang, and Xing Zhantian. Haoyan glanced at a Qian, wanting to say something but hesitated. A Qian said softly, "Just say what you want to say." Haoyan sighed, "God teacher, I feel that there's no need for us to get involved in Yixian's muddy waters. I finally understood it. There are too many troublesome matters on this fellow's body." Gu Zhantian nodded, "That Shingon and the Dark World will definitely not let this matter rest. Although there's the Sword Sect, there's really no need for us to risk our lives for that Yixian." Haoyan looked at a Qian, "What does God teacher think?" A Qian laughed, "The study room." Haoyan frowned, "What does God teacher mean?" A Qian said softly, "The people above want Yixian's study room." "What does this mean?" "It means that the study room is not simple." Gu Zhantian suddenly asked, "Are we going to seize that study room?" A Qian shook his head, "That study room is not something that we can possess." As she spoke, she turned and glanced at the three of them. Based on the current situation, Yixian and the Prophet are closely related. And the reason why the Prophet left that study room behind was to deal with the fifth dimension calamity. We have two choices. Either we seize that study room, or we help Yixian protect that study room. As for seizing that study room, we don't have the ability to do so. If we help Shingon and the rest. Don't forget one person. Haoyan frowned, "Who?" A Qian said softly, "Tendo." Tendo. Hearing this, the expressions of the people present changed. A Qian said softly, "Shingon and those living beings from the Dark World, they were all sealed by Tendo. If we stand on Shingong's side, it would be the same as standing against Tendo." Haoyan suddenly said, "But up until now, Tendo still hasn't appeared." A Qian nodded, "So, we can only gamble." As she spoke, she glanced at the three of them. "I stand on Yixian's side." Abzang suddenly said, I also stand on Yixian's side. Haodian and Gu Zhantian looked at Abzang. Abzang softly said, in this situation, it's not impossible for us to stand on our own. However, everyone must understand one thing. The fifth dimension calamity is about to arrive, and there are people above interfering. In this situation, what if the people above want us to submit in the future? At that time, who will help us? Moreover, when the fifth dimension calamity arrives, does our celestial race have the ability to withstand it? We must choose an ally. And this ally, Yixian, is our best choice. Because right now, he needs our help. If we choose the people above, we might be used as cannon fodder. Haodian solemnly said, but now that the woman behind Yixian has already left, if we help him. If the people above obstruct the sword sect, we won't have any chance of winning. Qian smiled. That's why we have to bet. Haodian bitterly smiled, if we lose, we'll be finished. Qian softly said, in any case, the fifth dimension calamity is about to arrive. Whether it happens sooner or later, there's not much difference. As she spoke, she turned and looked at the horizon. Pass down my order, all the experts of the celestial race are to head to the Wu clan, don't leave a single one behind. Apart from this, if you have any trump cards, don't hold anything back. This time, we will let the world see the strength of our celestial race. Even if we die, we will blossom with the most magnificent light. Haodian and the other two slightly bowed, understood. As they finished speaking, the three quietly retreated. Very quickly, all the experts of the celestial race rushed to the Wu clan. At the peak of a certain mountain, a woman stood there with a sword in her hand. She wore a light blue dress, and her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. The woman stood at the peak of the mountain, proudly standing there. Thousands of feet behind her, there was a sword hanging in the sky. Below the sword, several huge palaces could be faintly seen. Around the palaces, sword cries could be heard from time to time. And in front of one of the palaces, there was a statue. The statue was of a man wearing a green robe. On the shoulder of the man wearing a green robe, there was a little white guy. Of course, this was also a statue. The man wearing a green robe had his right hand behind his back. He looked at the horizon, his eyes filled with a trace of aggressiveness. And on his shoulder, the little white guy's head was gently leaning against him. Its eyes were slightly closed, as if it was sleeping soundly. At this moment, a sword cry suddenly resounded from the distant horizon. Wherever the sword cry passed, the space seemed to violently shake like waves. It was incomparably shocking. Hearing this sword cry, the woman standing at the peak of the mountain suddenly turned her head. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared in front of her. This person was Lu Yunxian. Lu Yunxian said in a deep voice, "Senior sister, those guys are making a big move." The woman's brows raised slightly. Have they grown bolder? Lu Yunxian spoke in a low voice, "They're probably trying to keep us busy." When she spoke up to this point, she paused for a moment and said, Xianxia said that a power from the higher dimensions is targeting little junior brother. They've probably made such a big move this time because they intend to keep us busy. Little junior brother is probably in danger. Little junior brother, the woman's expression changed slightly when she heard these words. Lu Yunxian gazed at the woman, should we send someone to get little junior brother over here? It's truly extremely dangerous for him to be all alone there. The woman shook her head, he said that he'll wait for that fellow to come over himself. Lu Yunxian hesitated to speak. Right at this moment, another ray of light appeared here, and it was Xianxia. Xianxia spoke in a low voice, the sword dimension is in danger. Lu Yunxian frowned slightly, it's in danger? Xianxia nodded and spoke in a low voice, they aren't as wretched as they were in the past, and they're attacking the sword dimension madly. As she spoke, she gazed at the woman before her. The woman suddenly said, send out my order. All disciples of the sword sect are to head out to battle. As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distant horizon. On the other hand, countless rays of light shot into the sky from the sword sect, and in an instant, the entire sky was covered in sword light. The void dimension. On this day, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the sky above Shaman City, and it was none other than Shinggong. Shinggong looked at Shaman City below him and smiled, no one will come to save you today. P.S. Even if all of you call me shameless, I still ask for tickets. Shaman City. Amu lifted her head to look at Shingon. At that moment, a man suddenly appeared beside Shingon. Wutian. Behind Wutian stood 11 powerful warriors, and all of them were rulers. Besides that, there were also 10 giant dark spirits and hundreds of dark spirits of Een. Behind them, there were 10 gigantic black relocation runes, and an endless stream of dark spirits surged out from those relocation runes. In just a moment, the sky above Shaman City was filled with these dark spirits. Below, a Qian suddenly asked beside Amu, "Is there any news about Arrow and Xiaodao?" Amu nodded. A Qian whispered, "Looks like they have stopped them." Amu nodded. "We can only rely on ourselves." As she spoke, she lifted her head to look at the sky and smiled. "I didn't expect that we would have to live and die together after fighting so fiercely in the past." A Qian smiled. "Indeed, I didn't expect that." The two women looked at each other and smiled. In the sky, Wutian suddenly said, "Great priest of the Wu clan, the dark world can give you one last chance. If you," Amu suddenly looked at Wutian and smiled. "If you want to fight, then fight." "If you want to fight, then fight," Wutian narrowed his eyes. He was about to speak when a powerful presence suddenly swept out from the tomb in the distance. Everyone in the surroundings gazed at the tomb in succession. A man walked out from the entrance of the tomb. It was Yi Xian. When she saw Yi Xian, Yi Ling immediately rushed over. She ran to Yi Xian and stopped. "You broke through?" Yi Xian smiled. "Yes." Rebirth Realm. Yi Xian took a deep breath and clenched his fists. A sword whistle suddenly shot into the sky from his body. The sword whistle shook the world. In the sky, Wutian looked at Yi Xian and asked softly, "He is Yi Xian?" Shingon nodded. "Yes." Wutian chuckled and said, "Yi Xian, we won't kill you. As long as you hand over that study room, we can let you go. What do you think?" Study room. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the prophet's bookhouse appeared in his hand. Looking at the bookhouse in his hand, he smiled and said, "It seems that this thing is really not simple." Wutian smiled and said, "If you don't hand it over, you and the people around you will die." Yi Xian pulled Yi Ling behind him. He walked towards Wutian and said with a smile, "How about this, we fight one-on-one. If you win, this thing will belong to you. If I win, you can leave. What do you think?" Skyla's eyes narrowed. "Are you sure?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "A swordsman never goes back on his word." At this moment, Shingon suddenly said, "Absolutely not." Wutian looked at Shingon. "Do you think I can't beat him?" Shingon said in a deep voice, "Wutian, Yi Xian is as cunning as a mouse. His strength is far inferior to yours, but he wants to challenge you. Do you think it's normal?" Wutian was silent. Shingon said again, "How many people have died from their own carelessness since ancient times? Moreover, you are now just a soul body, and your strength is far less than before. Now, if he plays dirty tricks, you will be in danger." Wutian looked at Yi Xian not far in front of him. He smiled and said, "You are right, but I still want to fight him." Confidence. Shingon's face was gloomy. Being challenged by such a young swordsman, how could Wutian refuse to fight? Not to mention Wutian, if Yi Xian challenged him, he would not refuse. The pride of the strong, the confidence of the strong. Wutian looked at Yi Xian in the sky and said with a smile, "Come, let me see how monstrous you are." Yi Xian laughed and suddenly disappeared from where he was. In the field, a ray of sword light flashed past. At this moment, Yi Xian's speed was no less than 5 times faster than before. Rebirth Realm. After reaching the Rebirth Realm, Yi Xian's sword had naturally been greatly improved. In the distance, Wutian flicked his sleeve and a black wave surged out. Boom! Yi Xian's sword light was forcibly shattered, but at this moment, Yi Xian himself had already appeared in front of him. Wutian frowned slightly. Space. This sword, Yi Xian used the Space Dao Law. Wutian's fingers clamped, and this clamp directly caught Yi Xian's sword. But at this moment, a sword suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's left hand. The soul-suppressing sword. Wutian's expression instantly changed when the soul-suppressing sword appeared. At this moment, he knew why Yi Xian had challenged him to a one-on-one battle. The soul. As soon as the soul-suppressing sword appeared, Wutian knew that it countered the soul. Wutian didn't dare resist this attack, and his figure trembled as he retreated explosively. Right at this moment, the soul-suppressing sword suddenly vanished. The Space Dao Law. in the distance, the soul-suppressing sword silently appeared above Wu Tian. In the next moment, it trembled violently, and a powerful force locked onto Wu Tian. Wu Tian's pupils suddenly constricted when he was locked onto by the soul-suppressing sword, and then he clenched his fists tightly before smashing them upwards. Bang! These two punches blasted out, and two powerful forces of the soul blasted towards the soul-suppressing sword like a wave. However, these two powerful forces of the soul were directly absorbed by the soul-suppressing sword as soon as they came into contact with it. At the same time, the soul-suppressing sword stabbed straight down. Wu Tian's pupils constricted when he saw this, and he wanted to flee. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly spoke softly, "Soul fixation." As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious force of the soul directly locked onto Wu Tian's soul. Meanwhile, the soul-suppressing sword had already arrived 1.5 meters above Wu Tian's head. At this moment, Wu Tian panicked. Wu Tian suddenly roared furiously, "Attack!" As soon as he finished speaking, an afterimage suddenly flashed by. Bang! The soul-suppressing sword was blasted flying. In the distance, Xian gestured with his right hand, and the soul-suppressing sword fell into his grasp. He looked towards the distant Wu Tian, and a figure appeared in front of him. It was the High Ambassador. Xian smiled. "What happened to a one-on-one battle?" The High Ambassador glanced at Xian, and then he looked at Wu Tian. "Arrogance will get you killed." Wu Tian's expression was gloomy, but he was still somewhat unconvinced. If Xian didn't have the soul-suppressing sword, Xian definitely wouldn't be his match. At this moment, Xian suddenly laughed. "I won't use this soul-suppressing sword to fight you one-on-one. Do you want to fight?" Wu Tian looked at Xian, and his eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to speak, the High Ambassador suddenly said, "Why should we fight you one-on-one?" Xian looked at the High Ambassador, and the High Ambassador smiled. "Xian, our strength is crushing you right now, so why should we fight you one-on-one?" Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. For sword beam suddenly appeared in front of the High Ambassador. It was extremely fast, chi. However, this sword that was as fast as lightning slashed empty air. The sword beam disappeared, and the High Ambassador had already retreated 100 feet away. Before he stopped, his body suddenly became illusory. In the distance, an afterimage quietly appeared in front of Xian. Xian narrowed his eyes and stabbed with his sword. Bang! Xian retreated hundreds of feet in an instant. As soon as he stopped, the space behind him split open, and two pitch-black chains suddenly flew out. These two pitch-black chains instantly locked Xian's arms. At this moment, the executing heaven sword in his hand suddenly flew out and slashed at the two chains. Bang! The two chains shattered with a loud bang. Xian tapped his right foot lightly against the ground, and then his figure transformed into an afterimage that vanished on the spot. Hiss! The sound of something tearing resounded. At practically the exact same moment, the High Ambassador suddenly vanished on the spot. Bang! A deafening explosion suddenly resounded in the sky. Xian felt his vision blur, and he instinctively raised his sword to block it. As he did so, a powerful force passed through his sword and into his body. Bang! Xian retreated repeatedly. During the process, he opened his palm, and then the executing heaven sword suddenly slashed at a strange angle. Hiss! The sound of something tearing resounded. At the same time, an afterimage was blasted over 100 m back. As soon as Xian stopped moving, the executing heaven sword flew back into his grasp. Suddenly, an afterimage appeared in front of him. At the same time, a ray of cold light slashed towards his throat. Xian didn't dodge at all and just allowed it to strike his throat. Hiss! The skin on his throat suddenly split open slightly, and the afterimage in front of Xian instantly retreated by 300 m. This shadow was the High Ambassador. After the High Ambassador stopped moving, there was a gash on his chest, and blood was flowing from it. The High Ambassador raised his head to gaze at Xian, who stood nearby, and he spoke softly, "Your cultivation technique is truly unique. It was actually able to resist this attack of mine." Xian rubbed his throat while he felt a slight lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he'd activated the undying body at the critical moment. Otherwise, his inextinguishable gold wouldn't have been able to resist the High Ambassador's attack at all. Moreover, even the inextinguishable gold hadn't been able to completely resist the High Ambassador's attack. The High Ambassador gazed at Xian, a formidable physical body and a formidable cultivation in the sword Dao. "Needless to say, you really are a monstrous genius." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a small golden sword suddenly appeared in his hand. There were some cracks on it. Wu Tian suddenly spoke softly, "It's time to end this." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed with his finger, and the small golden sword emanated a powerful ray of light that shot forward. Yi Xian seemed as if he was facing a formidable enemy, and his expression was extremely solemn. However, he actually didn't dodge when the small golden sword appeared in front of him, and he allowed it to stab his chest. Moreover, the sword entered his body as soon as it came into contact with his body. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they witnessed this scene. "What's going on?" Meanwhile, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from within Yi Xian. Shinggong spoke fiercely when he witnessed this scene. "He's devoured it. He's devoured that divine artifact." Devoured. When he heard Shinggong, the High Ambassador slowly clenched his fists. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly spread his arms open, and a powerful force surged out from within him like a tidal wave. In an instant, the space around him started trembling like waves. Yi Xian took a deep breath. How comfortable! It was truly too comfortable when he absorbed it. It was better than cultivating arduously for a few dozen years. The High Ambassador stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "You can devour swords." Yi Xian blinked. "I don't think so." "Why don't you try devouring another divine artifact?" The High Ambassador suddenly said. "Kill. Don't leave a single person alive." As soon as he finished speaking, the experts from the dark world behind him instantly charged down towards Shaman City below. Yi Xian's expression gradually turned ferocious when he witnessed the scene. Right at the moment the dark creatures rushed towards Shaman City, a Mu suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian. "I need some purple smoke later." Yi Xian looked at Amu, and Amu slowly closed her eyes. She held the black staff in her hands and began chanting quickly. Gradually, numerous black pillars of light suddenly shot into the sky from Shaman City. Boom! 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 In an instant, the countless dark creatures in the sky were reduced to minced meat by the black pillars of light. At the same time, an endless amount of black runic symbols suddenly floated up from Shaman City. Each of those black runic symbols contained incredible power. The moment the dark creatures touched those black runic symbols, they exploded. Their souls were destroyed. The Wu clan's rune. At that moment, Amu did not hold back. She brought out the Wu clan's rune to protect the clan. Without Xiao Dao, the sword sect, and arrow, the Wu clan could no longer hold back. They had to use all their trump cards. At the moment the Wu clan's rune appeared, 36 powerful warriors suddenly rushed out from the city, the 36 generals of the Wu clan. Besides them, there were also the 12 generals of the Wu clan. Behind them were the countless powerful warriors of the Wu clan. The moment the Wu clan's rune appeared in the sky, the dark creatures were instantly dealt a heavy blow. However, there were just too many of them. At that moment, the ambassador swung his right hand lightly. "Break the rune!" The moment he finished speaking, the countless dark creatures behind him suddenly disappeared from the spot. When they reappeared, they were already in Shaman City. Very soon, explosions rang out in Shaman City. At that moment, Amu's face instantly turned pale. Yi Xian quickly held on to Amu. Amu lifted her head to look at the sky and slowly closed her eyes. Explode! The moment she finished speaking, the black runic symbols in the sky suddenly exploded one after another like fireworks. Shrill screams of pain rose non-stop in the sky. At this moment, Amu's face had also turned somewhat pale. In the sky, the ambassador frowned slightly, and he suddenly disappeared on the spot. Meanwhile, Yi Xian, who was by Amu's side, disappeared as well. A wisp of sword light cut through the sky. Boom! The envoy was pushed back by Yi Xian's sword. The High Ambassador took a look at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's immortal body was still there. He turned to look at Shinggong and said, "I'll hold him back, you go and stop that woman." After saying that, he directly rushed towards Yi Xian. After the High Ambassador disappeared, Shinggong looked down at Amu. He opened his palm and a tiny water dragon suddenly appeared in his palm. Shinggong looked down at Amu. He suddenly blasted downwards. Rumble, a water dragon suddenly descended from the sky. Meanwhile, Yiling appeared in front of Amu. She opened her palm, and the Taiji shield suddenly flew up and blocked the water dragon. A ferocious smile appeared on the corners of Shinggong's mouth, and he directly charged at Yiling. Yiling's face was expressionless. She was just about to attack when Amu suddenly said, "Don't attack, you." Meanwhile, Yiling had already charged forward. in the sky, Yi Ling suddenly clenched her right hand into a fist, and then she blasted it forward. A ball of dark light flickered on her fist, and then an enormous water dragon arrived in front of her. Boom! With this punch, the water dragon exploded, and Xingong himself was sent flying hundreds of meters back. Seeing this scene, Amu, who was below, was stunned. Yi Ling is so good at fighting. Xingong was stunned as well. Yi Xian's younger sister is so good at fighting. In the sky, Yi Ling opened her palm, and an azure spike suddenly appeared in her hand. As for the Taiji shield in her left hand, Xingong stared fixedly at Yi Ling. He was just about to attack again when a spear suddenly tore through the sky. Xingong suddenly turned around, waved his palm, and a water shield appeared in front of him. Bang! The spear struck the water shield, and it trembled violently and cracked. Xingong looked up into the distance, and a woman was walking over slowly. It was Zhang Wenxiu. Zhang Wenxiu glanced at Yi Xian and said softly, "The rebirth realm." How fast? She was still a little bit away from the rebirth realm. Xingong glanced at Zhang Wenxiu, and a wisp of disdain arose on the corners of his mouth. He was just about to attack when a ray of light suddenly slashed down from the sky. Xingong's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the ray of light. An ordinary sword. Xingong didn't dare be careless. He blocked it, stomped his right foot, and a body of water appeared. At the moment the body of water appeared, the ray of light instantly slowed down. But in the next moment, it suddenly sped up. Xingong's expression changed, and he blocked it with his arm. Bang! A ray of water exploded, and Xingong retreated by over 1 km. Moreover, there was a little girl standing where he was standing just now, Xiaoqi. There were two other women by Xiaoqi's side, and it was Xianxia and Lian Wanli. The three of them were gathered together. Xiaoqi gazed at Xingong with an expressionless face, and the sword in her hand trembled slightly as she accumulated strength. Xingong glanced at them and frowned slightly. "Where did all of you come from?" Xiaoqi suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss! A ray of light from a sword tore through the battlefield. In the distance, Xingong's eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly pointed forward with a finger, and in an instant, countless streams of water shot out from within his body. In an instant, the space in a circular area of a few thousands of feet around him was transformed into a body of water, and this body of water just happened to drown Xiaoqi. But in the next moment, a ray of light from a sword suddenly tore through the body of water, and in the blink of an eye, a few afterimages appeared in front of Xingong. Xingong's expression changed, and he swiftly smashed his fist forward. Bang! This punch directly shattered the space before him. Hiss! 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 Numerous ripping sounds resounded incessantly from within the shattered space, and the light from a sword swept through the battlefield. In the distance, and Lanxiu was just about to attack. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenxiu suddenly pointed downwards. "Go and help," and Lanxiu looked down. The dark living beings were slaughtering madly within Shaman City. When she witnessed this scene, and Lanxiu didn't hesitate any longer, and she charged down directly. Lian Wanli followed closely behind her. On the other hand, Yi Ling stood on guard by Amu's side. In the sky, the Wu clan's grand formation was gradually vanishing. However, the dark living beings had paid an extremely terrible price. In next to no time, the Wu clan's grand formation was gradually vanishing. Meanwhile, countless dark living beings charged down towards the Wu clan. Right at this moment, a ray of white light suddenly appeared in the distant sky. The white light covered the sky, and then it surged towards the dark living beings in the sky above the Wu clan at an extremely swift speed. The Tian clan. At this moment, the Tian clan had attacked. They'd used a grand formation as well. In the middle of that white light stood a woman. It was a Qian. A Qian's eyes were closed slightly while countless white runic symbols fluttered around her. If one took a closer look, one would notice that there were countless swords that were fine like a cow's hair amidst the white light. When he saw the white light, the expression of the ambassador who was fighting Yi Xian instantly turned extremely unsightly. He turned to look at Wu Tian and said fiercely, "Does your dark world still intend to hold back at a time like this?" Wu Tian hesitated for a moment when he heard the ambassador, and then he turned to look at the teleportation formation. Meanwhile, numerous powerful auras suddenly swept out from within the teleportation formation, and it didn't take long for a few dozen dark living beings to charge out with spears in their hands. The Dark Army. When the Dark Army charged out, the expressions of Amu and the others instantly changed. Exactly how many experts are there in the dark world? A Qian's expression was extremely gloomy as well. After a moment of silence, she suddenly roared furiously, "All Tian clan experts, fight!" As soon as she finished speaking, countless Tian clan experts charged out from behind her. Fight to the death. At this moment, no matter if it was the Wu clan, the Tian clan, or the variant beasts brought by the variant beast scripture, all of them were fighting to the death. However, no matter if it was in terms of combat strength or numbers, they were far inferior to the Dark World. Thus, as soon as the two sides clashed, the Wu clan and the Tian clan were directly suppressed. The expression of Yixian, who was fighting with the emissary, also changed. He dodged backwards, trying to widen the distance between him and the emissary. However, the emissary did not give him the chance and attacked him like a madman. Yixian frowned slightly. He didn't dare be careless against the ambassador. Even though he had the undying body, it had a time limit. At this moment, the emissary suddenly rushed in front of Yixian. With a wave of his right hand, a pitch-black chain whipped towards Yixian's head. Wherever this pitch-black chain passed, the space immediately turned into nothingness. Yixian didn't dodge, and he slashed forward with the executing heaven sword. Hiss! This sword slashed the pitch-black chain apart. After smashing the chain, Yixian leaped into the air. Holding the sword with both hands, he slashed at the ambassador. The ambassador didn't take Yixian's sword head-on. Instead, he dodged backwards and retreated 100 feet, pulling away from Yixian. Yixian's sword slashed through the air. In the distance, the ambassador looked at the sword in Yixian's hand with a trace of seriousness in his eyes. Yixian's sword discourse arena was sharp, and Yixian was at the second stage of the mortal sword. It was still a great threat to him, so he didn't take Yixian's sword head-on. Yixian looked down. When he saw the situation below, his face darkened. The situation below was becoming more and more disadvantageous for the Wu clan and the Tian clan. Whether it was the Tian clan or the Wu clan, it could be said that they had suffered heavy losses. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly came from the teleportation array behind Wu Tian. Very quickly, countless dark creatures rushed out from the pitch-black spatial black hole. Seeing the endless stream of dark creatures, whether it was the experts of the Tian clan or the Wu clan, they were all in despair. There were simply too many of them. Actually, this was normal. After all, the Dark World was an existence that dared to challenge Tendo back then. At this moment, Amu suddenly looked at Yixian and grinned. "This time, I'm afraid we're really going to be gone." Yixian looked at Amu. Amu chuckled, "I really don't regret choosing you to be a shaman's attendant. If there's a next life, we'll meet again." As soon as she finished speaking, her body suddenly ignited, burning her lifespan. Amu raised her head and looked at the endless dark creatures. "With my lifespan, sacrifice the formation." As soon as she finished speaking, an illusory circular formation suddenly appeared above her head. At this moment, Amu's body turned illusory, and her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Seeing this scene, the eyes of countless Wu clan experts almost popped out of their sockets. A taboo formation. With the appearance of this formation, streams of powerful auras suddenly appeared in the sky. Yixian, who was in the sky, was stunned the moment he saw Amu's body burning up. In the next moment, Yixian suddenly roared, "No!" At this moment, he really panicked. He was afraid of losing Amu. Yixian charged downwards like a madman, but the ambassador blocked him. Not only that, but there were also over a dozen dark creatures blocking in front of Yixian. Below, Amu looked at Yixian who was charging towards her and chuckled, "It's really goodbye forever." As soon as she finished speaking, her body and soul began to burn. In the sky, Shengong suddenly laughed maniacally. "Yixian, are you desperate? We just have more people, haha. Aren't you good at calling people? Call for help, you mother****, call for help for me." In the distance, Yixian's eyes suddenly turned blood-red. Bloodline power. At this moment, a jade-like hand suddenly pressed lightly on his shoulder. In an instant, the bloodline power in his body receded like the tide. At the same time, the executing heaven sword in Yixian's hand suddenly trembled violently, and the sound of the sword reverberated continuously, shooting straight into the sky. P.S. I'm too ashamed to ask for votes, so I'll send a red packet to everyone. You just need to vote for a monthly vote, so don't forget. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. A woman in a white robe stood in front of Yixian. Her left hand was behind her back, and her right hand was placed on Yixian's shoulder. On the waist of the white-robed woman hung a wine gourd. Meanwhile, the woman moved her finger slightly, and the executing heaven sword in Yixian's hand suddenly flew out. In the next moment, it transformed into a ray of light that arrived above Amu's head. Bang! The flames on Amu's body instantly vanished without a trace. Everyone was looking at the woman in a white robe. Xian was looking at the woman in a white robe as well. Who are you? The woman in front of him was slightly familiar, but he couldn't remember who she was. The white-robed woman looked at Xian. She just looked at him. Right at this moment, the divine craftsman suddenly said, "Where did you come from?" The woman turned to look at Shinggong. "You want to kill him?" Shinggong's eyes narrowed slightly. "So what if I do?" In the next moment, the woman in a white robe vanished on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the woman had appeared in front of Shinggong. Before Shinggong could react, she'd grabbed him by the throat. At this moment, everyone was stunned. She subdued Shinggong with a single move. Everyone was petrified. Shinggong's eyes were wide open, and they were filled with disbelief. "I was subdued with a single move, I can't fight back." At this moment, Shinggong's mind was blank. In the distance, Wu Tian and the High Ambassador's expressions became unprecedentedly solemn. Especially the High Ambassador. At this moment, the High Ambassador was extremely shocked. Although Shinggong's strength was slightly inferior to his, he was still one of the strongest experts in the world. He was subdued by this woman with a single move. Didn't they say that Yi Xian's strongest backer was the woman in a white dress? Who is this woman? Yi Xian was also a little confused. Who was this woman who had just come out? She's a little fierce. Below, Amu blinked. Who is this sister? A Qian appeared beside Amu and looked at Amu. You don't know either? Amu shook his head. I don't know. After a brief silence, a Qian said, "Just how many people are behind this fellow?" As she said that, she looked at Shinggong and the others. I suddenly feel that they are a little pitiful. Amu, in the sky. The white-robed woman looked at Shinggong in front of her and suddenly clenched her fist. Boom! Shinggong's physical body was directly crushed, but his soul was not killed by the white-robed woman. Instead, she trapped it with a wisp of sword light. Inside the sword light, Shinggong was extremely shocked, because he realized that he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. The white-robed woman turned around and walked in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, the ambassador in the distance suddenly cried out, You're a clone. Doppelganger. Everyone was petrified when they heard the ambassador's words. Doppelganger, such a powerful person is actually a doppelganger. Shinggong, who was trapped by the sword light, was petrified as well. His face was filled with disbelief. The woman in the white robe ignored the emissary and walked up to Yi Xian. At this moment, the executing heaven sword flew up to her. The woman in the white robe did not look at it. She just looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. "Senior, you are?" He was puzzled by the woman who had appeared before him. Because he really didn't know who she was. However, she looked slightly familiar, but he couldn't recall where. Right at this moment, 2 streams of clear tears suddenly flowed down from the white-robed woman's eyes. She was crying. Yi Xian was stunned. Why was she crying? Everyone in the surroundings looked at each other. How could such a powerful woman cry? The white-robed woman gently touched Yi Xian's cheek with her right hand. "It's a pity that they couldn't see you." Yi Xian was puzzled. The white-robed woman continued, "They suffered too. Of course, she suffered the most. For you, she was willing to go against the whole world. If it wasn't for her." Yi Xian said softly, "A woman in a plain dress?" The white-robed woman nodded. Yi Xian was silent for a long time. "Then you are?" The white-robed woman looked at Yi Xian. "What did you call her?" Yi Xian said softly, "Qing-er." The white-robed woman smiled. "Then you can also call me Qing-er." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression changed. You're the owner of the executing heaven sword." At this moment, the executing heaven sword trembled as if in response. The white-robed woman looked at the executing heaven sword. She opened her palm and the executing heaven sword appeared in her hand. Boom! A powerful sword intent suddenly shot up from the executing heaven sword. Some dark creatures that couldn't dodge in time were directly turned into ashes. Seeing this scene, the ambassador and the others in the distance had ugly expressions. This woman is also a swordsman? The white-robed woman looked at Yi Xian and placed the sword in Yi Xian's hand. "Treat it well." Yi Xian looked at the white-robed woman. "You're just a clone?" The white-robed woman nodded. "My main body encountered something along the way." Main body, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. This Qing strength was probably heaven-defying. At this moment, the ambassador suddenly said, "How should I address you, Your Excellency?" The white-robed woman turned to look at the ambassador. Without a word, she immediately threw a punch. The ambassador's expression changed. He raised his arms to block the attack. Countless black rays suddenly condensed into a shield in front of him. However, the shield instantly shattered. At the same time, he was sent flying backward. When the ambassador stopped, his physical body disappeared, leaving only his soul. Not only that, but his soul also became illusory at this moment. Seeing this, Wu Tian's face was filled with horror. His hands were trembling. Defeating the ambassador with a single punch. Who was this woman? Wu Tian suddenly looked at the imprisoned Shen Gong in the distance and roared, "Didn't you say that there's no one behind him?" Shen Gong's eyes were dull. No one knew what he was thinking. The white-robed woman, right? The ambassador who was left with only his soul was panicking. One punch, he couldn't even take a single punch from this woman. The white-robed woman looked at the ambassador. She was about to attack when Yi Xian hurriedly handed the soul-suppressing sword to the white-robed woman. Use this sword to absorb him. This ambassador was very powerful. If the soul-suppressing sword could absorb him, it might be able to improve again. The white-robed woman gripped the soul-suppressing sword and casually swung it. In the distance, the ambassador's expression changed drastically. He retreated like a madman. Trying to escape, after that punch, he knew that the woman in front of him was far stronger than him, undefeatable. Therefore, the ambassador's first thought was to retreat. However, he had underestimated the woman before him. The moment he retreated, the soul-suppressing sword stabbed into his body. It was so fast that he couldn't react. Boom! As soon as the soul-suppressing sword entered the ambassador's body, it absorbed him. Wu Tian roared furiously when he witnessed this scene. He roared, "Retreat!" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and entered the teleportation formation. As for the living beings in the surroundings, they retreated explosively as well. Suddenly, the white-robed woman punched once more. Bang! Everyone watched as the space in front of the white-robed woman started to transform into nothingness, and then countless living beings in the darkness perished. A single punch. The expressions of everyone here turned solemn when they witnessed this scene. After all, the white-robed woman's strength was extraordinarily formidable. It could be said that such an expert really possessed the ability to destroy the universe. Suddenly, the white-robed woman gazed at the teleportation formation, and then she smashed her fist forward. A moment of silence ensued before a strand of formidable force suddenly appeared within the teleportation formation. Bang! The teleportation formation suddenly exploded apart. The white-robed woman's face remained expressionless as she smashed her fist forward once more. When she punched out, a fist mark suddenly flashed out from her fist. However, in the next moment, the fist mark disappeared right in front of her. A fist suddenly flew out from a dark expanse of the starry sky in the distance. At the instant it appeared, the dark expanse of the starry sky suddenly started trembling. Meanwhile, a pitch-black hand stretched out from the depths of the starry sky, and then it smashed against the fist. Bang! The pitch-black hand shattered with a bang and transformed into nothingness, whereas the fist shot into the depths of the starry sky. After an instant, bang! The dark expanse of the starry sky suddenly exploded apart. The white-robed woman took a step forward in the sky above Shaman City. She was about to attack once more, but right at this moment, she seemed to have thought of something, and she turned around to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian asked, "What's wrong?" As he spoke, he was suddenly stunned. Because he noticed that the white-robed woman's body was becoming ethereal, the white-robed woman said softly, "When I came here, this clone of mine had to pass through countless galaxies and the dimensional barriers of numerous galaxies and galaxies to get here as soon as possible. Since I attacked just now, this clone of mine is about to disappear." Yi Xian was stunned, and then he quickly asked, "Where's your real body?" The white-robed woman pointed above her head. "A place that's rather far away. When I came here, I ran into some things." Yi Xian blinked. "What things?" The white-robed woman didn't answer Yi Xian's question. She seized the air with her right hand, and Yi Xian's world prison pagoda and study room appeared in her hand. As she looked at the study room, she frowned slightly. Yi Xian quickly asked, "What's wrong?" The white-robed woman said softly, "This thing is rather interesting. Keep it well." Yixian hesitated for a moment before he said, "You won't disappear now, right?" The white-robed woman nodded. "Why?" Yixian looked towards the study room and said in a low voice, "I want to open the study room." Open the study room. He had wanted to do this since a long time ago. He never had the chance before, but now, he felt that he had the chance. With the white-robed woman standing guard here, if he opened the study room, there shouldn't be any threat. The white-robed woman looked at Yixian and nodded. "You can try." Yixian nodded slightly. He took the World Prism Pagoda and very soon, the World Prism Pagoda shrunk under his command, then floated towards the study room. When the World Prism Pagoda landed on the mark of the study room, the entire all-creation book room shuddered violently, then it slowly floated up. At that moment, everyone was looking at the study room. In the pawnshop, Xiaodao suddenly lifted her head and looked outside the pawnshop. She frowned slightly. In the sky above Shaman City, the study room suddenly shuddered violently and a ray of white light surged out. At that moment, a voice came from within. "Host strength isn't up to standard, so the study room won't be opened for now." Everyone here was stunned when these words drifted out from within the study room. Yixian was stunned as well. "Host strength isn't up to standard? What the hell is that?" The white-robed woman gazed at Yixian. "You're not strong enough." Yixian blinked, and then he pointed at the study room. "Who's talking inside?" The white-robed woman shook her head. "I don't know." Yixian spoke in a low voice. "Can you open it?" The white-robed woman shook her head again. "If my main body was here, then perhaps I would be able to destroy it. But I can't now." "Destroy?" Yixian's face fell. The white-robed woman smiled. "Why force it when the time isn't right?" Yixian thought for a moment, and then he smiled. "That's true." The white-robed woman spoke softly. "I'm going to vanish." Yixian gazed at the white-robed woman. The white-robed woman grinned. "I'll come look for you once I'm done. Live well." As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something, and then she suddenly turned around. A middle-aged man in a luxurious robe was floating in the depths of the starry sky. The man grinned when he saw the woman look over. The white-robed woman suddenly smashed her fist forward. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his arm to block. Bang! The man instantly retreated by over 1 km. It wasn't just that, the man's entire arm split apart to the point his bones could be seen. Moreover, a trace of blood could be seen on the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the woman had vanished completely. The man glanced at his arm and said softly, "How strong?" As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Yixian who was in the distant starry sky. "Looks like we have to re-evaluate you." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. It didn't take long for the man to appear by a river. A woman in a white dress sat on the other side of the river, and she was roasting fish. The woman glanced at the man and smiled. "Has that ambassador been sacrificed?" The man said softly, "Is it within your expectations?" The woman smiled. "It has nothing to do with me." The man stared at the woman. "Do you really not care about this universe?" The white-dressed woman smiled and said, "Why should I care? Now, all living things have their own thoughts and have their own destiny. Why should I care so much?" As she spoke, she blinked. "I don't care about anything. You won't kill me too, right?" "Kill?" The man in luxurious robes fell silent. It wasn't that they didn't have this thought, but the price was too high. The woman in front of him was the supreme Tendo of the fifth dimension. Kill her. Even the higher-ups weren't confident. The man in the luxurious robe suddenly laughed and said, "You must be joking." Tendo said with smile, "I know you won't kill me." The man was curious. "Why?" Tendo gently nibbled on the grilled fish in his hand and then said with a smile, "I'm not stopping you, so why do you want to kill me?" "Look, I didn't stop you from releasing Shingon and the beings of the dark world." The man looked at the Tendo. "Why didn't you stop him?" Tendo blinked. "Why should I?" The man said in a deep voice, "You are the Tendo of this universe." Tendo smiled and said, "It's nothing. Tendo is not a Tendo. I'm just a member of this universe. Moreover, I've already said it just now. All living things have their own thoughts and have their own destiny. Why should I interfere?" As she spoke, she looked at the man and raised the grilled fish in his hand. "Want to eat grilled fish?" The man looked deeply at the tendo. Then, he turned around and disappeared. By the river, the woman shook her head and smiled, continuing to grill fish. After a while, the man came to the dark world again. At this moment, the dark world was already shattered. This place had just taken a punch from that woman. The man looked at the shattered dark world around him and his expression gradually became serious. That woman's strength was stronger than he had imagined. If the other party was in her original body, this punch was enough to destroy the entire dark world. Who was that woman? After a long silence, the man walked into the distance. Soon, the man came in front of a black tower. The man looked up at the top of the tower. The tower had already cracked and was in pieces. At this moment, a voice came from the tower. "Do you still want to target that Xian?" The man nodded. "We must get that book house." Inside the tower, the voice said, "Is it possible for us to retreat?" The man looked at the tower and smiled. "Are you afraid?" At this moment, the tower's door suddenly opened and a man in black walked out. This person was the Lord of the dark world. He had once fought with the tendo. The Lord walked in front of the man. "We have suffered heavy losses." The man said softly, "This is something we did not expect." The Lord looked at the man. "Can you really defeat him? This fellow is an out-and-out powerful second generation." The man smiled. "You seem to have underestimated us." The Lord chuckled. "No, I overestimated you." The man looked at the Lord. "Why didn't the sword sect come? Why didn't the Xiaodao come out of the pawnshop? Why didn't the tendo come out?" The Lord said with a smile, "But the fact is that Xian is still alive, and he is doing fine." The man said in a deep voice, "That woman's appearance was something we did not expect." The Lord shook his head and smiled. "We will retreat." The man looked at the Lord. "We blocked the tendo for you." The Lord looked at the man. "We have suffered heavy losses. Did you not see it?" The man was silent for a long time before saying, "Lord, what is your goal? To exterminate the tendo? To dominate the fifth dimension?" The Lord smiled. "Can't I?" The man chuckled. "The fifth dimension tribulation is coming. You will all die." The Lord narrowed his eyes. "Weren't you living well before?" The man smiled. "Don't think that you will get lucky. This fifth dimension tribulation is stronger than any of the previous ones." The Lord looked at the man. "Why?" The man said softly, "Because this universe is beyond cure. Even if it is serious, it must be treated. If you think back to the past, you will find that each fifth dimension tribulation is stronger than the last." The Lord was silent. The man smiled and said, "If we leave this universe, do you think that the tendo will still let your dark world run wild?" The Lord suddenly said, "Why not kill her?" The man asked, "Why should I kill her?" The Lord looked at the man and did not speak. The man smiled. "Lord, let's talk about how to deal with that Xian." He paused and then said, "Of course, the dark world has suffered heavy losses this time. The higher-ups have also seen it. Therefore, I have brought compensation for you." After saying so, he took out a box. Inside the box was a thumb-sized white medicinal pill. The man smiled. "This pill can not only heal your injuries, it can also help you advance further." Hearing this, the man narrowed his eyes. Advance further. Above the ruler tier was the shattering void tier. What was the shattering void tier? This world was a combination of reality and illusion. With the combination of illusion and reality, how many people could see through the maze of the world's origin? See through their own origin? Shattering void tier was to break through the boundary between reality and illusion, shatter all the barriers, and transcend. Above the shattering void tier, there was another tier, and that was return to origin breaking realm. Return to origin breaking realm, one's own cultivation level returned to the origin, breaking through the realm to be reborn. This realm was the realm of this universe. To achieve this, the number of ancient times could be counted on one's fingers. As far as he was concerned, in the entire fifth dimension, perhaps only the tendo had reached this tier. However, he did not dare to be sure, because the tendo hid too deeply, and above return to origin breaking realm was the legendary escape realm, escape from the great path, but not within the great path. This realm, in his eyes, was illusory and somewhat fake, who could escape from the great path, in front of the Lord, the man smiled. Lord, once this matter is over, before the fifth dimension tribulation comes, we will protect you and your dark world. The Lord looked at the man, and the man smiled. To tell you the truth, the higher-ups want one of their own to control this universe. The Lord suddenly asked, how should I address you? The man said, you can call me Venerable Envoy. The Lord looked directly at the Venerable Envoy. Are you from the fifth dimension or the upper realm? The Venerable Envoy smiled. I am from the fifth dimension. The Lord chuckled. But I feel that the higher-ups have ulterior motives. The Venerable Envoy chuckled. So what? At the very least, they are helping me, and also helping you. Lord, you should understand that if they did not appear, do you think the Tendo would let you come out like this? The Lord was silent. The Venerable Envoy then said, let me ask you another question. Lord, if you fight with the Tendo now, what are your chances of winning? Hearing this, the Lord slowly clenched his right hand. The Venerable Envoy handed the box to the Lord. The Lord looked at the Venerable Envoy. I can deal with Xian, but the woman behind him, the Venerable Envoy suddenly said, we will deal with her. Don't worry, we will not let you deal with someone you cannot defeat. What you need to do now is to heal your injuries. As for what happens next, wait for my orders. The Lord nodded and took the box. Then, he turned around and disappeared. The Venerable Envoy remained silent for a moment, then disappeared as well. In the sky above Shaman City. After the Dark World experts retreated, Xian looked at Shingon in front of him. As for the study room, he did not think about it for the time being, because he had tried several ways to open it but to no avail. Not strong enough. Xian really wanted to curse, not strong enough to open it. Wasn't this toying with him? He really wanted to throw the study room away. This thing was really inviting trouble. In the distance, Shingon saw Xian look over. He sneered. Xian, do you think this matter will end like this? At this moment, Amu appeared beside Xian. Did you kill him? Xian shook his head. He is useful. He knew nothing about the dark world and the righteous gods of the Tendo era. But this old man in front of him knew a lot. Here, many righteous gods had not appeared yet. Why should he not seize this opportunity? Thinking of this, the corners of Xian's mouth lifted slightly. Seeing this scene, Shingon said fiercely, Xian, what are you up to now? Old man, let me tell you, a scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Old man. Xian suddenly pressed his sword against Shingon's eyebrows. Do you want to die? As long as you say yes, I will use this sword to absorb you now. Shingon looked at Xian. After a moment, he said, I want to live. P.S. An ambulance came to the neighborhood next door. What a panic. He wanted to live. Hearing Shingon's words, Amu and the others had weird expressions. This was a god, yet he was afraid of death. Xian wasn't surprised. Even ants wanted to live. Xian directly put Shingon into soul-suppressing sword. With soul-suppressing sword, Shingon couldn't resist at all. Xian looked at soul-suppressing sword. How did it feel to absorb that soul? Little Soul's excited voice sounded, very nourishing. Very, very nourishing. If there's another one, I will break through again. Break through, Xian chuckled, there will be plenty of opportunities. With that said, he turned to look at Little Seven and the others. He walked in front of them, are you all here? Little Seven nodded. And Lanqiu glanced at Xian, rebirth? Xian nodded. And Lanqiu said softly, so fast. Xian turned to look at Amu, can you let them enter the tomb to cultivate? Amu nodded, of course. Although these women's cultivation levels were low, their combat strength was ridiculously high. They were all geniuses. If they could reach rebirth, their combat strength would be extremely strong. Xian looked at Little Seven and the others, stay in Wu Clan and let Wu Clan help you reach rebirth. And Lanqiu nodded, then the women looked at Amu. Amu smiled, follow me. With that said, she left with the women. Xian walked in front of Qian. Qian looked at Xian and didn't say anything. Xian opened his palm, and a storage ring appeared in his hand. He handed the storage ring to Qian, God Master, these are the treasures of the various clans of the Sky Clan. They are returned to their rightful owners. Qian looked at Xian. Return it to me? Xian nodded. In the past, the Tian clan was his enemy, so of course he wouldn't show any mercy. But now, the Tian clan had helped him time and time again, so he naturally had to return these treasures to their rightful owners. He had to be cruel and ruthless to his enemies, but he had to be true to his own people. If they did not betray him, he would not betray them. Qian didn't refuse and put away the storage ring. At this moment, Xian flicked his finger, and 500 wisps of purple energy appeared in front of Qian. When he saw the purple gas, Qian's expression changed. This violet qi was too pure, Xian said solemnly, all of you are heavily injured. This item has a miraculous healing effect. Qian nodded and didn't refuse. She withdrew the violet energy and asked, what are your plans now? Xian chuckled and said, I don't have any plans. There's only one thing I can do, fight. Qian looked at Xian. Are you confident? Xian smiled and said, it's not a question of whether I'm confident or not. It's just that this is the only choice we have. Qian remained silent for a long time before she nodded, and then she turned around and left. Just as Xian had said, the Wu clan and the Tian clan didn't have a choice now. They could only choose to fight. After all, the Tian clan was already standing on Xian's side. Right at this moment, Yiling suddenly said, Big brother, I want to go somewhere. Xian looked at Yiling, and Yiling pointed to the right. Xian frowned slightly. Why? Yiling said in a low voice, something over there is calling me. Xian glanced to the right, and then he said, I'll go with you. Yiling nodded. Xian led Yiling to the right, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the tomb. And in that cemetery, Xian saw the old tombkeeper again. The tombkeeper was stunned when he saw Xian, and then he said, What are you doing? Xian grinned, Greetings, senior. The tombkeeper glanced at Xian and remained silent. Obviously, he didn't welcome Xian very much. Xian smiled, and then he gazed at Yiling. Yiling was walking towards a tomb. The tombkeeper frowned when he saw this, and he was about to stop Yiling. However, the weapon in front of the tomb suddenly trembled violently, and then it transformed into a ray of dark light that shot into the center of Yiling's forehead. Bang! Yiling's figure trembled violently, and then a ray of dark light swept out from within her. Xian and the tombkeeper were both stunned at the sight of this. A short while later, the tombkeeper gazed at the tomb and spoke softly, Have you chosen her? Or? Xian gazed at the tombkeeper, Senior, what's going on? The tombkeeper fell silent for a moment before he said, The senior within the tomb has chosen her. Xian asked, Who's in the tomb? The tombkeeper glanced at Xian, Someone I don't know. Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Yiling walked over to the tomb, and there was a trace of confusion in her eyes as she gazed at the tombstone. Xian walked over to Yiling's side, What's wrong? Yiling spoke softly, Big brother, I'm going to stay here for some time. Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Here? Yiling nodded. Xian wanted to say something else, but the tombkeeper spoke abruptly, It's her fortune. Xian gazed at the tomb, and he fell silent for a moment before he said, All right. I'll come back in 2 days. Yiling nodded. Xian didn't say anything else, and he just turned around and left. Yiling gazed at the tomb in front of her, and her gaze gradually became slightly infatuated. After leaving the tomb, Xian arrived at the Kingdom of Great Desolation. As soon as he arrived at the Kingdom of Great Desolation, Xian saw 2 corpses, a woman and a birdman. On the city wall, Arrow stood silently. Xian appeared by Arrow's side and spoke softly, Did you kill them? Arrow nodded, I wanted to look for them, but it's over there. Xian smiled, Thank you. Arrow glanced at Xian, You're welcome. Xian smiled faintly, Arrow, how strong is he? He had always been curious about this point. One must know that Lu Yunxian from the sword sect was a notch weaker than Arrow. Arrow was silent. Xian smiled, I'm just curious. Arrow looked up at the sky and said softly, If it's one-on-one, I'm invincible in the ruler realm. Invincible in the ruler realm, Xian understood. Arrow looked at Xian, I'm about to break through. Break through? Xian was stunned. Arrow asked, Surprised? Xian smiled, A little. What's above the ruler realm? Arrow said, Void Breaker. She paused, then continued, I was about to break through not long ago. But I'm suppressing it. Yi Xian was puzzled, why? Arrow was silent. Yi Xian said softly, because of me? Arrow nodded, now, I can't suppress it anymore. She looked at Yi Xian, next, I may not be able to help. Yi Xian smiled, don't worry about breaking through, I will take care of myself. Arrow nodded slightly, take care of yourself. She turned and walked towards the Dahuang Kingdom's palace. Soon, Arrow disappeared from Yi Xian's sight. Yi Xian smiled, then turned and left. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the boundless underground city. Yi Xian walked into the pawnshop. In the pawnshop, apart from the Taoist, there was also an old man. This old man was none other than Xianxia. Yi Xian glanced at the old man, then smiled, is it you who stopped Miss Xiao Dao? Xianxia stood up and said softly, many apologies for the offense. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, but Xiao Dao suddenly said, let's go. Xianxia hesitated, then said, Miss Xiao Dao, young friend Yi Xian, this old man was wrong. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a storage ring flew in front of Yi Xian. My young friend, this is a dried corpse that I've refined over the years. It's equivalent to a peak sovereign realm powerhouse. I hope my young friend will accept it and end this karma. Yi Xian fell silent, but Xiao Dao put them away. Let's go. Xianxia bowed slightly, then quietly left. Xiao Dao threw the spatial ring to Yi Xian, take it. These 2 dried corpses will be of great help. Yi Xian still didn't accept them. Xiao Dao rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, just think of it as doing me a favor, alright? Yi Xian smiled bitterly, Miss Xiao Dao is too serious. He put away the storage ring after saying this. Xiao Dao said softly, this person isn't bad. In the past, he followed Tendo and fought against the dark world and the righteous gods. He paid a great price for this universe. Moreover, he has never done anything bad in his life. He came to restrain me this time because his lifespan is almost up, and he wants to live a bit longer. Yi Xian smiled, but I think he will still follow them. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian, if that's the case, I will kill him for you. Yi Xian fell silent. Xiao Dao suddenly said, why did they come to find me? Yi Xian said in a solemn voice, they're targeting the sword sect, right? Xiao Dao smiled, don't worry about the sword sect. Yi Xian was a little perplexed, why? Xiao Dao said softly, they can at most restrain the sword sect, but they don't have the strength to pose a threat to the sword sect. Unless? Yi Xian asked, unless what? Xiao Dao smiled, nothing. In any case, don't worry about the sword sect. You should worry more about yourself. Yi Xian fell silent for a long time before saying, I know about Shengong's background, but the dark world and the people behind it. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian, the dark world is a race that Tendo suppressed in the past, and they are very powerful. And behind them are the people from above. Yi Xian frowned, 6th dimension? Xiao Dao shook his head, that place is a bit special, as long as you know, they're here for the book house. Book house, Yi Xian was a little puzzled, wasn't my book house left behind by the prophet? What do they want my book house for? Xiao Dao smiled, it's because the prophet left it, that's why they're here. Yi Xian said in a solemn voice, the prophet came from above. This book house is also from above? Xiao Dao said softly, you're half right. Yi Xian asked, what do you mean? Xiao Dao said in a solemn voice, this matter has to start from the prophet. It was brought down by the prophet, and this thing is definitely related to the 5th dimension tribulation. Of course, for the people above, this thing is not simple. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao, there is also a 5th dimension tribulation up there? Xiao Dao shook his head, not up there. Yi Xian frowned, why? Xiao Dao pondered for a moment, then said, the system up there is different from here. Up there, not everyone can cultivate. They have always maintained a balance. Of course, they also have their own problems, natural disasters and man-made disasters. The 5th dimension is a natural disaster, while their place is a man-made disaster. However, it's a little better than here. Inside the pawnshop, Yi Xian was silent. At this moment, he realized that this matter was getting more and more complicated. The study room, Yi Xian opened his palm and the study room appeared in his hand. Yi Xian said softly, what exactly is inside? He was getting more and more curious about the study room left behind by the prophet. Xiao Dao looked at the study room. After a moment, she said softly, "Why didn't you open it before?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "It said that I wasn't strong enough and couldn't open it." Hearing this, Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. "It said that?" Yi Xian nodded. Xiao Dao chuckled. "It seems that this really was left behind by the prophet. You are the host of this study room." Yi Xian shook his head. "I can't open this thing." Xiao Dao smiled. "That's because the time isn't right. I believe that the prophet must have his reasons for doing this." Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. "Miss Xiao Dao, I've always been curious about you." Xiao Dao's identity, not only him, but it should be said that everyone was curious. No one was able to find out Xiao Dao's identity. No one knew who she was. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. "My identity has nothing to do with you, and it won't affect you." Yi Xian said with a smile, "I'm just curious. That's all." Xiao Dao was silent for a moment, then said, "I came here because I'm injured. Of course, there are some reasons that I can't resist. And in this world, the only one who can heal my injury is that white little fellow." Yi Xian asked, "Is it that white furry little guy?" Xiao Dao nodded, "Yes." Yi Xian asked, "You've seen her real body before, right?" Xiao Dao nodded slightly, "Yes." Yi Xian glanced at Xiao Dao. "I think he's quite easy to talk to." Xiao Dao said softly, "She's quite easy to talk to. However, when I first came to this world, I didn't care about the living beings in this universe. When I saw her, I didn't ask for her help. Instead, I took her by force." Yi Xian asked, "You didn't succeed?" Xiao Dao shook his head. "The people around her are all good at fighting." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian and said, "My goal is very simple. I hope that when you see her in person in the future, she can heal me. Only with her help can I fully recover from my injury." Yi Xian nodded. "No problem at all. Get ready," Xiao Dao said softly. Yi Xian was puzzled. "Prepare for what?" Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian and said, "Do you really think they will give up? Believe me, the next time, their attack will be even fiercer. Even the Lord of the Dark World will take action. That person had once challenged the Heavenly Tao." "Tendo," Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Do you know where Tendo is?" Xiao Dao nodded. "I know." Yi Xian asked, "Can you bring me to see her?" Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian and said, "You want to join forces with her?" Yi Xian nodded. Xiao Dao shook his head. If she wanted to make a move, she would have done it long ago. That woman must be plotting something again. Yi Xian was silent. Xiao Dao said, "I'll go see her and see what she is playing." Yi Xian hesitated and said, "Can you bring me there?" Xiao Dao nodded and said, "Let's go." With that, she led Yi Xian and disappeared from the pawnshop. Soon, the two of them appeared by a river. There was a woman squatting by the river. She had her head lowered and her black hair flowed into the river. Washing her hair, Yi Xian blinked and said, "She is Tendo?" Xiao Dao nodded. Yi Xian had a strange expression. This was different from what he had expected. Xiao Dao led Yi Xian to the woman. The woman rubbed her hair lightly and stood up. When she stood up, her hair was dry. However, Yi Xian was struck dumb. He had seen this woman before. He had seen her during the trial of the Wu clan. Tendo looked at Yi Xian and waved. She smiled and said, "We meet again." Yi Xian was speechless. Tendo looked at Xiao Dao and said, "Xiao Dao, you have recovered a lot from your injuries. Congratulations." Xiao Dao was expressionless and said, "Do you know that the seal of the Dark World has been undone?" Tendo nodded and said, "I know." Xiao Dao asked again, "Do you know that the gods that you had sealed are coming out?" Tendo nodded slightly and said, "I know." Xiao Dao looked at Tendo and said, "You don't care?" Tendo blinked and said, "I'm alone. I can't defeat them." Xiao Dao stared at Tendo and said, "Don't talk nonsense. What do you want to do?" Tendo smiled and said, "It's not that I want to do anything. I can't do anything." She pointed around and said, "Look, there is a barrier around us. It is specially used to deal with me." Xiao Dao said in a deep voice, "Can these broken things stop you?" Tendo smiled and didn't say anything. Xiao Dao wanted to say something but Tendo suddenly said, "Xiao Dao, will you protect this universe?" Xiao Dao looked at Tendo and was silent. Tendo smiled and said, "It's fine even if you don't protect this universe because you are not a person of this universe. As for me, I will always protect this universe. Most of the time, not taking action is also a kind of protection." She looked at Yixian and said, "It's just that my way is a little different from yours." Yixian said in a deep voice, "Then why don't we join forces?" Tendo smiled and said, "You see the difficulties in front of you, but I see the future." Yixian was silent and said. Tendo looked at Xiao Dao and said, "Right now, everyone and many living beings are only thinking about themselves and not this universe." Xiao Dao said softly, "I understand." Then she turned and left with Yixian. As soon as Xiao Dao and Yixian left, the envoy appeared not far from Tendo. He looked at Xiao Dao and said, "You have made a very wise decision." Tendo shook her head and smiled. "I have seen many people since ancient times. Do you know what the biggest weakness of humans is?" The envoy looked at Xiao Dao and said, "What is it?" Tendo blinked and said, "That is, most of the time, they don't know their own limits and don't know what they are worth. For example, you." Then she turned and left. In the field, the envoy clenched his fists and was thinking about something. In the starry sky, Yixian and Xiao Dao walked side by side. Xiao Dao suddenly said softly, "We have been neglecting one thing, and that is her identity." Yixian said in a low voice, "What do you mean?" Xiao Dao looked at Yixian and said, "She is Tendo. She is not human. She will protect this universe, but she will not protect the humans in this universe." Hearing this, Yixian understood. The heavenly Tao was protecting this universe, and he, Yixian, protects the people around him. His goal and Tendo's could be said to be the same, but also different. For now, their goal is the same, but Yixian knows that if the people of this universe harm this universe, then the people of this universe will be Tendo's enemy. At this time, Xiao Dao said softly, "I understand her intention. She's not doing anything, and it's very obvious that she wants to borrow your strength to deal with the higher-ups." Yixian frowned slightly. "Not the righteous gods of the Dark World prison?" Xiao Dao glanced at Yixian and said, "Do you think she cares about those people?" Yixian fell silent. Xiao Dao said, "Those people are imprisoning her because they are afraid that she will help you. Actually, she would love for nothing more than for them to target you." As she spoke, she shook her head and sighed. "Those idiots." Yixian was speechless. Xiao Dao glanced at Yixian and said, "I'm going somewhere. Take care." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished into the starry sky. Yixian fell silent for a moment and said, "Senior ninth floor, are you still there?" There was no response. Yixian was stunned. "This fellow isn't here, ninth floor hasn't spoken in a very long time." Yixian called out a few more times, but there was still no response from ninth floor. Yixian frowned slightly. Did something happen to this fellow? After a moment of silence, Yixian decided to ignore this fellow. He waved his right hand and ninth appeared in front of him. As he gazed at ninth, he'd almost forgotten about this woman when he was trying to break through to the rebirth state. Exactly how strong this woman is still a mystery. Charge her. Yixian glanced around. Soon, he disappeared from where he was. Soon, he took Jiao to a place where there was sunlight. When Jiao came into contact with the sunlight, her body suddenly started to tremble. "It's effective." Yixian's eyelids twitched. "This ninth is really trying to break through to the solar realm." Yixian sized ninth up curiously. He was extremely curious about ninth's origins. This woman hated humans, but she didn't hate him. Moreover, she was ridiculously strong. Who exactly is this woman? At this time, ninth floor's jade-like hand suddenly trembled. Gradually, her eyes opened, but she was still a bit weak. Yixian hurriedly asked, "How do you feel?" Ninth floor looked at Yixian and blinked. "It's you." Yixian smiled. "It's me. How are you? How do you feel?" Ninth floor softly said, "I'm still a bit weak, I need to charge up more." Yixian nodded. "Okay. Charge up more." Ninth floor blinked. "Is humanity extinct?" Yixian's face darkened. This woman still wants to destroy humanity. This idea is too dangerous. Ninth floor suddenly said, "No, the fifth dimension tribulation hasn't arrived yet." Yixian nodded. "It hasn't arrived yet." Ninth floor frowned. Why don't you wait for the fifth dimension tribulation to arrive before waking me up? Xian, at this time, ninth floor slowly stood up. She slowly clenched her fists and stretched her body. After a moment, ninth floor looked at Xian. Let's go kill people. With that, she turned and walked away. Xian hurriedly pulled ninth floor back. Don't. Ninth floor looked at Xian. What's the matter? Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, how long can you charge up this battery? Ninth floor blinked. I don't know. Xian's face darkened. This woman's heart is too big, Xian said in a deep voice. How about this, you charge up a bit more? Ninth floor thought about it and nodded. All right. Xian asked, you hate humans so much, why don't you hate me? Ninth floor blinked and said, because you're one of us. Xian's face darkened. Don't tell me that I was also created by someone. I'll go crazy. P.S. Recently, I don't dare to go out. I'm a bit afraid of death. Number 9 looked at Xian and said with a smile, of course you're not. I said it. You're one of us. Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean? Number 9 blinked. In any case, you're one of us. Xian was speechless. This woman didn't want to say it. Number 9 suddenly said, are we going to kill people? Xian thought for a moment and said, how about this? You've just woken up. For safety's sake, you should rest a bit more. I'll go find people, and I'll call you out when there are more people. Is that okay? Number 9 looked at Xian. You don't want me to kill people? Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said with a smile, I feel that some people deserve to die, and some people don't. We should choose to kill selectively, not indiscriminately. Number 9 thought for a long time, and then he said, fine, I'll live in your Xiao for now. If there are more people, or if you feel that there are people who deserve to be killed, call me out. Xian hurriedly said, all right. Number 9 nodded slightly, and then she entered the prison pagoda. Seeing this woman enter the prison pagoda, Xian immediately heaved a sigh of relief. If this woman really didn't listen, then he really couldn't do anything. This woman's strength was at least not inferior to Arrow. After number 9 entered the prison pagoda, Xian took out the soul-suppressing sword, and then he released Shengong. Xian looked at Shengong in front of him. You want to release those righteous gods of Buzhou Divine Mountain? Shengong looked at Xian. Yes. Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, let them out, and then go fight against the Tendo? Shengong was silent. Find the Tendo for revenge? It had to be said that he wanted to as well, but he knew that if they didn't rely on other forces, they wouldn't be enough to deal with the Tendo. That woman was so strong that they couldn't go against her at all. One had to know that so many righteous gods had failed back then. Xian suddenly smiled and said, I've seen Tendo before. Shengong looked at Xian. Xian chuckled. Do you really think that the higher-ups can trap her? Shengong frowned. What do you mean? Xian smiled and said, think about it. You came out, and the dark beings of the dark world came out. Why didn't she attack? Are you unable to make a move, or are you deliberately not making a move? Shengong's face gradually became gloomy. She didn't do it on purpose. As he spoke, he looked at Xian. That woman wants to use you to get rid of us. Xian gave him a thumbs up. Smart. Shengong's face was gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. Xian suddenly said, forgive me for being blunt, but you guys can't beat her. And you chose to believe the people from the upper realm. Tell me honestly, do you believe them? Shengong was expressionless. What can I do if I don't believe them? Without their help, how can I open that seal? Xian pointed at himself. Shengong stared at Xian. If you were willing to help, how would I end up like this? Xian sighed in a low voice. Shengong, were you looking for help back then? Think about your attitude back then? Shengong was silent. Xian continued, Shengong, I, Xian, am a straightforward person. I don't want to play tricks. I'll be frank with you. I can help you to unlock the seal of the underground well, but you guys have to help me. Shengong looked at Xian. You still want to use us? Xian shrugged. Then they can continue to stay in there. I don't care. With that, he turned around and left. At this moment, Shinggong suddenly said, let's talk. Yixian turned to look at Shinggong. Shinggong said in a low voice, let them out. We'll help you. Yixian looked at Shinggong. Can you make the decision for them? Shinggong shook his head. No. Yixian spread his hands. Then what the hell are we talking about? Shinggong said in a low voice, if they want to come out, they have to rely on you. You can make them swear. Yixian blinked. What's the use of swearing? Shinggong glanced at Yixian. What do you think? Yixian thought for a while and said, come, let's go to Mount Buzhou. I'll talk to them. With that, he kept Shinggong's soul and was about to leave. Meanwhile, a furious howl suddenly resounded. No. As soon as the voice resounded, a black shadow flew out from Yixian's arm, and it didn't take long for an enormous dragon to appear in front of Yixian. It was the true dragon. Yixian gazed at the true dragon. If you didn't come out, I would have almost forgotten about you. The true dragon stared at Yixian. Human, those righteous gods can't be released. Yixian spoke indifferently, why? The true dragon said angrily, they were sealed by Tendo. Yixian gazed at the true dragon. Did Tendo say that they can't be released? The true dragon was stunned, and then he said, in any case, they can't be released. Yixian smiled. What if I want to? The true dragon gazed at Yixian. He was just about to flare up, but he seemed to have thought of something, and his rage subsided. At this moment, he suddenly realized that this human's current strength was completely capable of killing him. After all, Yixian was currently at the second level of the mortal sword realm, and he was even at the rebirth realm. With the executing heaven sword, it wouldn't be difficult to break through his defenses. The true dragon said solemnly, human, if you release them, you'll be making an enemy out of Tendo. Yixian shook his head. You're wrong. What is Tendo's intention? It's to protect this universe. If I lead these righteous gods against the higher realm, not only will she not be angry, she'll be happy instead. The true dragon shook his head. My duty is to protect the seal of sacred mountain Buzhou. Yixian gazed at the true dragon and smiled. I've seen Tendo. You've seen it too. However, you didn't dare to come out. The true dragon fell silent. He had seen Tendo, he didn't dare to come out, he feared that woman from the bottom of his bones. Yixian smiled. Xiao Dao and I both know her. Does she really not know what we're doing? If she comes out to stop me when I open the seal, I'll give up. What do you think? After a moment of silence, the true dragon nodded. Yixian nodded and disappeared. The true dragon glanced at the end of the starry sky and disappeared as well. Before long, Yixian appeared on sacred mountain Buzhou. He went to the well and looked down from above. It was pitch black and he couldn't see anything. Yixian opened his palm and the soul-suppressing sword appeared in his hand. At this moment, Shinggong's soul flew out from the sword. Shinggong looked down. After a moment of silence, he said, is Tai here? A moment later, a voice suddenly came from within, Shinggong. Shinggong said solemnly, I brought a human king. At this moment, an illusory face suddenly appeared in front of Yixian. Tai looked at Yixian. The current human king. Yixian nodded. Tai said, tell me your conditions. Yixian looked at Tai and smiled. It's very simple. First, after you come out, you can't seek revenge on Tendo. At least not before the fifth dimension. Second, after you come out, you have to help me fight against the upper realm. Tai looked at Yixian. You know Tendo? Yixian shook his head. I've only met her twice. Tai said softly, even if you don't say it, we won't seek revenge on her. Back then, we had more than 100 people, but we were still defeated by her. Now, we only have 29 people. Aren't we looking for death if we seek revenge on her? Yixian looked at Tai. This guy understood. Tai continued, as for helping you fight against the upper realm, we owe you a favor for saving us. It's only right for us to help you. However, we can only help you twice. After that, we won't owe each other anything. What do you think? Twice, Yixian thought about it and nodded. All right. Tai nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you, my young friend. Yixian looked at Shinggong. Look at how polite he is. This is what a true god should be like. Yixian opened his palm and the man-ruler seal appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to activate it, a powerful aura suddenly came from the sky. The next moment, a man appeared not far away from Yixian. The man was the honorable envoy. Seeing the honorable envoy, Yixian's eyes narrowed. This guy actually came. Tai looked at the honorable envoy and said nothing. The honorable envoy smiled. True God Tai, we can help you get out. Tai looked at the honorable envoy. People from the upper realm? The honorable envoy nodded. Yes. Not only can we help you get out, but we can also help you get revenge. Tai looked calm. You want to help us fight against Tendo? The honorable envoy nodded. That Tendo is currently imprisoned by us. Yixian suddenly smiled, but he did not speak. The honorable envoy looked at Yixian. You don't believe me? Yixian laughed. I believe you. You're the best. Haha. The honorable envoy narrowed his eyes and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Yixian looked at Tai. Senior Tai, what do you think? Tai was silent. The honorable envoy said, Tai, if you let him save you, you'll be making an enemy of the upper realm. Moreover, this person is preventing you from getting revenge on Tendo. You can imagine his relationship with Tendo. Tai looked at Yixian and said, what do you think? Yixian smiled. I'll see what you mean, senior. If you let me save him, I'll do it. If you choose to let them save him, I won't stop you either. Whether we're enemies or friends, I'm fine with it. Tai turned to look at the honorable envoy. You said that you've imprisoned Tendo? The honorable envoy nodded. Tai asked again, why didn't you kill him? The honorable envoy smiled. It's only a matter of time. Tai shook his head. You're thinking too simply of her. There's only one reason why she allowed you to imprison him. She did it on purpose so that she could watch all of you court death. The honorable envoy looked at Tai and smiled. Tai, you have to think this through. A single choice could consign all of you to eternal damnation. At that moment, Yixian suddenly said, I won't force you, Senior Tai. I'll say it again. Senior Tai, make your own choice. Tai suddenly looked at Shinggong. Who do you think will win? Shinggong, hearing that, the honorable envoy's lips curled up slightly. Shinggong was on their side. Of course he would help them. At that moment, Shinggong suddenly pointed at Yixian. Choose him. The honorable envoy was stunned. Tai looked at Shinggong. Why? Shinggong said in a low voice, he has many backers. Yixian was speechless. The emissary's face was extremely gloomy. He hadn't expected that Shinggong would actually choose Yixian. Was this guy's brain damaged? He was about to speak when Shinggong suddenly gazed at Tai. If everyone wants to live, then choose him. Tai turned around to gaze at Yixian. Young brother, we're willing to form good karma with you. Yixian immediately pressed his fingers together and pointed forward, and a ray of light shot into the mortal ruler seal. The seal shook violently, and then Yixian gazed at the seal. Break. As soon as he finished speaking, the mortal ruler seal transformed into a ray of golden light that smashed against the seal. Bang, the entire well shook violently, and then countless blood-red talismans floated up from within it. The blood-red talismans gradually vanished one by one. The emissary's eyes narrowed slightly when he witnessed this scene, and he was about to attack. Meanwhile, Yixian smiled and said, if I were you, I would flee right now. The emissary clenched his right fist. Meanwhile, a powerful aura suddenly shot into the sky from the well below. The emissary didn't hesitate to turn around and vanish into the sky. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Yixian. The middle-aged man had long hair that hung loosely on his shoulders, and his entire body emanated a powerful aura. His aura was even stronger than the emissary from before. An expert, it was Tai who'd spoken to him just now. Tai gazed at Yixian. Thank you, young brother. Yixian smiled. I have my own selfish motives as well. Tai nodded slightly. It's my duty. Tai hesitated for a moment before he said, we've just escaped, and our bodies haven't fully recovered. So, we have to stay here for some time. Young brother, just let us know if you need anything. and we'll rush over right away. Yixian smiled, all right. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed with his finger, and 100 strands of violet energy descended before Tai Yi. Tai Yi was visibly moved when he saw those strands of violet energy. Yixian smiled, it should be useful to all of you. Tai Yi did not refuse. He cupped his fists and said, thank you. Yixian smiled, everyone, please focus on healing. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. With that, he looked at Shengong. You've regained your freedom. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon. After Yixian left, Tai Yi slowly closed his eyes. Shengong asked in a low voice, why did you choose him? Tai Yi said softly, the envoy told me that they imprisoned Tendo. As he said that, he sneered, them. How naive. Shengong nodded. Now that I think about it, I also feel that there is something fishy about this. How could the heavenly Tao be imprisoned by them so easily? If they had such strength, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to kill Yixian? That's not right either. Tai Yi looked at Shengong. Why? Is the person behind that young man stronger than the Tendo? Shengong said in a low voice, I don't know. I only know that the other party is very, very strong. There is a huge force behind him called Honorable Swordsman. They came to help him in the past. 12 swordsmen came, and each of them was an ordinary sword. Apart from that, there was a white-robed woman behind him. She only sent a clone, but she shattered my body with one punch. I couldn't fight back at all. Tai Yi frowned slightly. Couldn't fight back at all? Shengong nodded. Couldn't fight back at all. Hearing that, Tai Yi's expression gradually became solemn. Shengong continued, and there was a woman in a plain dress behind him. I don't know how strong she is. As he said that, he shook his head. He shook his head. I feel that there are still some people behind him. In short, choosing him was the right choice. Tai Yi nodded. The situation is complicated now. We have to keep a low profile. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't just be sealed. We'll be destroyed. Shengong suddenly said, aren't we going to take revenge on the Tendo? Tai Yi shook his head. We don't have that strength anymore. That woman, be it in terms of strength or means, is above us. I don't want to be enemies with her anymore. As you said, she didn't care about anything this time. There must be a big conspiracy. Shengong suddenly said, I think she wants to use Yixian to get rid of us, the dark world, and the people from the upper realm. Tai Yi looked at Shengong. Shengong said softly, her goal is to protect this universe, not the people in this universe. So, she wants both of us to suffer so that she can reap the benefits. Saying this, he paused and said, she sealed us for so many years. I don't want to accept it either. But she really makes people despair. Tai Yi nodded slightly. What we need to do now is to live well and not take revenge. Because our strength doesn't allow us to. As he spoke, he withdrew the violet energy, turned around, and entered the well. Meanwhile, Shengong fell silent for a moment before he followed Tai Yi down the well. Divine Mount Buzhou had regained its calm. Yixian suddenly stopped after he left Divine Mount Buzhou. Because he noticed that the true dragon was following him, Yixian gazed at the true dragon. You've regained your freedom as well. The true dragon glanced at Yixian. Human, I'm following you. Yixian smiled, why are you following me? The true dragon fell silent. Yixian gazed at the true dragon and asked, why are you following me? The true dragon fell silent for a moment before he said, I'm willing to follow you. Yixian shook his head and smiled. Are you joking? The true dragon stared at Yixian. I'm serious. The true dragon stared at Yixian. I'm serious. The true dragon shook its head. I have nowhere else to go. Yixian pointed behind the true dragon. Divine Mount Buzhou. The true dragon shook its head again. If I go back, I'll be beaten to death by them. Yixian smiled. So, you're following me to protect your life, right? The true dragon nodded. Yes. Yixian smiled. It's very dangerous to follow me. Do you understand what I mean? The true dragon said in a low voice, I'm willing to serve you. Yi Xian stretched out his right hand. The true dragon turned into a small dragon and attached itself to his arm. Yi Xian turned around and disappeared. Yi Xian returned to the Wu clan. At that moment, Shaman City was still under construction. Because of the previous battle, the entire Shaman City had been destroyed. Yi Xian arrived at the Wu clan's ancestral shrine. Amu and the former great priest, Lin Xian, were both there. Amu looked at Yi Xian. "You're here?" Yi Xian nodded. "I'm almost done with my task." Lin Xian cast a glance at Yi Xian. "What do you plan to do next?" Yi Xian said softly, "We can't just sit here and wait for death." Lin Xian quirked an eyebrow. "Why? You want to counterattack?" Yi Xian smiled. "Can't I?" Amu suddenly said, "Counterattack the Dark World?" Yi Xian said softly, "I'm going to investigate first." Amu immediately shook his head. "No, it's too risky." Lin Xian also nodded. "If you go alone, you'll be sending yourself to death." "It's too risky." Yi Xian smiled. "I know what I'm doing." Lin Xian looked at Yi Xian. "Do you know that if you go alone, they'll definitely do everything in their power to kill you? They'll kill you. Besides, you won't be able to do anything even if you go. If you want to gather information, I'll go alone." Yi Xian shook his head. "If you go, it'll be risky too." Lin Xian said softly, "You think you're stronger than me?" Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "Senior, you've misunderstood. What I mean is that I'm not going alone." Lin Xian furrowed her brows. "Not alone?" Yi Xian nodded. "I have a friend." Lin Xian looked at Yi Xian. "What are you going to do?" Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Let's meet that lord." Lin Xian frowned. "You want to instigate him?" Yi Xian shook his head. "That's not realistic." Lin Xian was puzzled. Just as she was about to speak, the space in front of Yi Xian suddenly trembled. A moment later, Yi Xian's face darkened. "I'm going somewhere." "Amu, gather all the experts of the Wu clan." "No, no need. I'll go myself. Wait for me here." After saying that, he had already disappeared. Amu looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said softly, "It seems that the Dark World and the Upper Realm have made a move." Then, she looked at Amu. "Get ready." Amu's face darkened. Were the Dark World and the Upper Realm really not afraid of death? Even the white-robed woman couldn't scare them? Soon, Yi Xian arrived at a starry sky. As soon as he arrived, Xiaodao appeared in front of him. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Are they going to deal with Arrow?" Xiaodao nodded. "Is Arrow preparing to break through?" Yi Xian nodded. Xiaodao said in a low voice, "It seems that they know about this. Obviously, they don't want Arrow to break through. Well, with Arrow's strength, if he breaks through, it'll be terrible." Yi Xian was silent. Arrow, obviously, the Upper Realm and the Dark World were also very afraid of Arrow. The current Arrow was already very powerful. If he broke through, ordinary people would not be able to stop him. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Xiaodao, how did you know that they are going to deal with Arrow?" The little Taoist priest said softly, "The heavenly Tao sent me a message." Tendo, Yi Xian frowned slightly. "She knows?" Xiaodao glanced at Yi Xian. "She is the Tendo of this universe. Many things can't be hidden from her. Also, don't look down on this woman. She usually looks harmless, but she is very cunning. She doesn't even need to kill people herself. Also, you can't do anything to her. Just like now, she told you this news. It seems like she is helping you, but in fact, she wants you to be prepared to fight against the Dark World and the Upper Realm." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaodao shook his head. "Fortunately, she doesn't have any evil intentions towards you now. Because you both have a common goal, which is to fight against the external enemies." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "She wants us to exhaust each other?" Xiaodao looked at Yi Xian. "You have to understand that the Upper Realm wants to deal with you, not her. So, she is not anxious at all." Yi Xian shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, Xiaodao suddenly looked up at the distant starry sky. She frowned slightly. "Go to the Great Desolation Kingdom." Hearing this, Yixian's expression changed. Without any hesitation, he turned around and turned into a sword light, disappearing into the starry sky. The sword was pointed at the Great Desolation Kingdom. P.S. Everyone, just read the book and vote. As for tipping, feel free. If you are a child or a student, don't tip. Seriously, the author is living a good life. He has wine, meat, and girls. The Kingdom of Great Desolation. At this moment, the entire Kingdom of Great Desolation was on standby. Not only that, the Kingdom of Great Desolation even activated its defensive array. The King of Great Desolation stood on the city wall and looked up at the sky with a trace of worry. Arrow had broken through. If it was any other time, this would definitely be a great thing, but now, at this moment, an invisible pressure suddenly appeared above the Kingdom of Great Desolation. The King of Great Desolation narrowed his eyes. Is he here? Soon, a man appeared above the Kingdom of Great Desolation. It was the Honorable Envoy. Beside the Honorable Envoy was Skyless. The Honorable Envoy looked down expressionlessly. Arrow, they naturally did not dare to underestimate this woman in the slightest. After all, their Black Sword Envoy had died in the hands of this woman, if Arrow broke through again. Just the thought of it was terrifying, therefore, this time, they were forced to act. They had no choice but to act. In the sky, Skyless suddenly said, Yixian is on his way. The Honorable Envoy said softly, just him? Skyless nodded. The Honorable Envoy said softly, where is Xiao Dao? Skyless said solemnly, I don't know where that woman went. But she will definitely act. We have to be on guard. The Honorable Envoy looked down and said softly, I'm on guard. Then, he looked at Skyless, make your move. Skyless nodded. He turned to look at the teleportation array behind him, sacrifice array. Boom, a powerful aura suddenly surged out from the teleportation array. In the next moment, black energy surged out from the teleportation array. Then, the black energy condensed into a giant black hand that was hundreds of meters long in the sky above the Kingdom of Great Desolation. The moment the giant black hand appeared, the entire space above the Kingdom of Great Desolation trembled as if it was going to collapse at any time. It was extremely terrifying. Skyless suddenly said softly, descend. Then, the giant black hand descended from the sky. Wherever the giant black hand passed, the space collapsed layer by layer as if it was going to destroy the world. Below, the King of Great Desolation was expressionless, out. As soon as he finished speaking, countless beams of light suddenly shot into the sky from within the Great Desolation Kingdom, and these beams of light shot towards the gigantic black hand one after another. Rumble. In the sky, countless pillars of light were destroyed, but the giant black hand was still there. Seeing this, the King of the Great Desolation Kingdom's face turned pale. At this moment, she suddenly understood something. The Great Desolate Kingdom was strong because Arrow was strong. Without Arrow, the Great Desolate Kingdom was just like an ant in front of these ancient powers. The King of the Great Wasteland Kingdom slowly closed his eyes. Fight to the death. To the current Great Desolation Kingdom, they had to fight even if they couldn't win. There was no way out. Right at this moment, a ray of light suddenly assaulted from the sky, and then it slashed directly against the enormous palm. Boom, the giant black hand shook violently, but it wasn't affected at all. At this time, Yixian appeared above the Great Wasteland Kingdom. In the sky, Skyless looked at Yixian expressionlessly. This array is activated by my dark race. Not to mention you, even Arrow can't break it. Yixian opened his palm and a golden light suddenly soared into the sky. In the next moment, a huge 8 trigrams array covered the sky above the Great Desolate Country. 8 trigrams array. The moment the array appeared, the enormous hand slammed against the 8 trigrams array. The 8 trigrams array shook violently, and the heavens and earth shook. The 8 trigrams array forcefully blocked the enormous hand. However, the enormous hand didn't disappear and continued to attack the 8 trigrams array. Below, Yixian was expressionless. He opened his palm and the executing heaven sword suddenly appeared in his hand. In the next moment, a ray of light soared into the sky and slashed against the enormous hand. Boom, the entire enormous hand shook violently. Although it didn't shatter, it became slightly illusory. However, a steady stream of dark energy continued to gush out of the spatial teleportation array and converged on the giant dark hand. Therefore, the enormous hand became stronger and stronger. Yi Xian frowned when he saw this. Yi Xian was about to attack again when the honorable envoy suddenly vanished on the spot. Below, Yi Xian's expression changed. He held the sword with both hands and slashed down. Chi, a tearing sound resounded. Boom, Yi Xian retreated hundreds of feet with his sword, and the honorable envoy was standing where he had been. Yi Xian looked at the honorable envoy. The honorable envoy opened his palm and a spear suddenly appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he vanished on the spot. In the blink of an eye, a ray of spear light appeared in front of Yi Xian's brow. Yi Xian didn't dodge the spear. The executing heaven sword in his hand flew out and pierced the honorable envoy's throat. The honorable envoy didn't retract his spear either. The spear pierced the space between Yi Xian's brows, but it couldn't pierce through because Yi Xian had already activated his immortal body. His immortal body coupled with his indestructible golden body forcefully resisted the spear. Yi Xian's sword couldn't pierce the honorable envoy either because the honorable envoy had returned to his original position at some point in time. His sword pierced thin air. As Yi Xian looked at the honorable envoy's body suddenly turned illusory. Around Yi Xian, countless afterimages suddenly appeared. Yi Xian closed his eyes. In the next moment, he stabbed his sword towards the right. Boom, the afterimages all dissipated and the honorable envoy returned to his original position. The honorable envoy looked at Yi Xian. You shouldn't be a swordsman. You should be a body cultivator. He realized that this guy in front of him was a body cultivator wearing the clothes of a swordsman. A swordsman actually had such an abnormal physical defense. Was he still human? Yi Xian didn't waste any time and suddenly disappeared on the spot. The honorable envoy could afford to delay, but Mo Wuji couldn't. One had to know that he was still activating the 8 trigrams array. Without the 8 trigrams array to defend, the entire Great Wasteland Kingdom would be destroyed. The moment Yi Xian disappeared, the venerable emissary smiled and then disappeared on the spot as well. It had to be said that although his realm was higher than Yi Xian's, he couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. However, it was also impossible for Yi Xian to kill him. Now, he could afford to delay, but Yi Xian couldn't. In the sky, although the 8 trigrams array blocked the giant black hand, it consumed a lot of Yi Xian's energy. At this moment, a powerful aura swept over from the distant sky. It was the Wu clan's former high priest, Lin Xian, and Amu. Wu Tian glanced at Lin Xian and Amu. In the next moment, several afterimages rushed towards Lin Xian and Amu. On the other side, Xiao Dao, who was flying in the sky, suddenly stopped. Not far in front of her stood a middle-aged man. Xiao Dao narrowed her eyes. Lord. The person who came was the Lord of the Dark World. The Lord nodded. Miss Xiao Dao, how have you been? Xiao Dao smiled. Is it not good to be alive? The Lord chuckled. Miss Xiao Dao, of course I want to be alive. However, I chose another path. Xiao Dao said softly. Lord, you are a smart person. You should know that the young man isn't simple. The Lord nodded. I know. However, the people of the upper realm aren't simple either, right? Xiao Dao looked at the Lord. At the end of the day, you want revenge. The Lord nodded. She caused the dark world to suffer so much. How can we not take revenge? Xiao Dao shook her head. This is not a wise move. That woman isn't someone you can handle. The Lord smiled. Therefore, I need to borrow strength. Xiao Dao looked at the Lord. After a moment of silence, she said softly, Fine, I won't care about the grudge between you two. The Lord smiled. I also have no enmity towards Miss Xiao Dao. As long as Miss Xiao Dao doesn't go to the Great Desolate Kingdom. Xiao Dao smiled. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Good luck. With that, she turned around and left. Seeing this, the Lord furrowed his brows. After a long silence, the Lord turned around and looked at the horizon. There was a trace of worry in his eyes. In the sky above the Great Desolate Kingdom, Yi Xian was still fighting with the Venerable Envoy. Yi Xian was getting more and more anxious while the Lord was getting more and more relaxed. He was dragging it out. The longer he dragged it out, the better, because Yi Xian had to maintain the formation and fight the Venerable Envoy, so Yi Xian wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly frowned, and then he instinctively flashed backwards. The Venerable Envoy was overjoyed when he saw this. He can't hold on any longer. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. A trace of panic appeared on Yi Xian's face. and he instinctively raised his sword to block. Meanwhile, the spear stabbed against Yixian's sword. Bang! As if he was powerless, Yixian retreated explosively by over 1 km. The venerable envoy was delighted when he witnessed this scene, and he vanished on the spot. When he appeared again, he was in front of Yixian. However, the corners of Yixian's mouth suddenly curled up slightly. Right at this moment, the venerable envoy was shocked, and it immediately told him that the situation wasn't good. He was about to retreat, but a woman suddenly appeared in front of Yixian at this moment. The venerable envoy's expression instantly changed when he saw this woman, and he was just about to retreat when the woman suddenly vanished. The venerable envoy was horrified, and he raised his spear to block. Meanwhile, a sword slashed against the spear. Hiss! The spear instantly broke apart. At the same time, the sword slashed down towards the venerable envoy's head. Bang! The honorable envoy's physical body crumbled in an instant, but his soul managed to escape hundreds of meters away. As soon as he stopped, the woman suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, the sword in her hand had turned into the soul-suppressing sword. The venerable envoy was horrified when he saw this sword, and he roared furiously like a wild beast. How despicable and shameless! You actually called for help. As soon as his voice resounded, the soul-subduing sword entered his body. Bang! The soul-subduing sword suddenly erupted with a powerful force of the soul, causing the space in the surroundings to seethe and crack apart. Yixian looked at the soul-subduing sword, and his heart leaped with joy. Was this sword going to improve? In the distance, when Skyless saw the venerable envoy being killed, he was completely dumbfounded. Another woman had come, and she even killed the venerable envoy with a single strike? How was he supposed to play this game? At the thought of this, there was no place for a fight. He looked at Yixian, clenched his fists, and his features were distorted. Yixian, can you not call for help? Can you not call for help? Ah! Yixian was speechless. Yixian was slightly stunned when he heard Wu Tian. Has this fellow gone mad? Right at this moment, Number suddenly gazed at Wu Tian with a hostile expression. In the next moment, she charged towards Wu Tian. Yixian's face darkened. She can't control herself anymore, and she intends to kill someone. Wu Tian's expression changed when he saw Number charge towards him, and he intended to flee. However, an afterimage suddenly flew out from the pitch-black space behind him. Bang! In an instant, Number had returned to her original position. Number looked towards a middle-aged man standing not too far away from her. The middle-aged man wore a white robe and held a silver spear in his hand. Yixian frowned slightly. Who's that? Right at this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly vanished on the spot. Number raised her hand and stabbed forward with her sword. This attack didn't contain any sword intent or sword chi, and it was just an extremely ordinary attack. This sword strike directly struck half an inch below the tip of the middle-aged man's spear. Bang! The white-robed man's expression instantly changed because he noticed that all the strength of his attack had been dispersed. In an instant, the white-robed man retreated explosively by 300 m. Meanwhile, Number suddenly appeared not too far away from the white-robed man, and she stabbed forward once more. This attack was extremely ordinary, and it was a very simple attack. On the other hand, the white-robed man's expression changed drastically. Because he noticed that he didn't know how to defend against such an ordinary attack, the white-robed man didn't hesitate at all. He tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot and retreated explosively by 300 m. However, he hadn't even stopped when that sword strike arrived once more. It was like she knew that he intended to retreat. There was nowhere to retreat to. The white-robed man suddenly stabbed forward with the spear in his right hand. This attack was aimed straight at Number's throat. Obviously, he intended to take the initiative because the spear was longer than the sword. Right at this moment, Number suddenly slashed horizontally, and then she slashed towards the white-robed man's spear. When her sword slashed onto the white-robed man's spear, hiss! The white-robed man's spear was directly split into two. An expanse of sword light flickered in front of the white-robed man. In next to no time, the white-robed man retreated 300 m away. When he stopped, there were at least a few dozen marks on his body. His white robe had become a blood-red robe. Seeing this scene, Yixian, who was far away, was stunned. Was Number 9 a swordsman? The white-robed man was also stunned. He looked at Number 9. You're a swordsman? The reason he asked this was because he noticed that there was actually not a trace of sword insight or fluctuation of sword chi on this woman before him. Ninth glanced at the white-robed man. You talk too much. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged directly at the white-robed man. In the distance, Yi Xian didn't bother watching anymore. Instead, he charged towards the giant black hand. He had to break the dark shadow race's formation first. Just as he was about to reach the giant black hand, the space behind him suddenly split open, and an afterimage suddenly appeared behind him. Yi Xian did not care about the afterimage and continued to rush towards the huge black hand. Behind him, a true dragon suddenly flew out. Boom! The true dragon directly collided with the afterimage. At this time, Yi Xian had already rushed in front of the giant hand and slashed down with his sword. Rumble! The giant hand trembled violently and became illusory. At this time, Yi Xian slashed down with his sword again. Rumble! The giant hand directly exploded and turned into nothingness. Yi Xian turned to look at the afterimage. The person who attacked was Wu Tian. Seeing that Yi Xian had broken the giant hand, Wu Tian did not dare to continue fighting. He immediately retreated to the teleportation formation and looked at the white-robed man who was fighting number 9. At this moment, the white-robed man was completely suppressed, and his entire body was covered in sword marks. He could not defeat him at all. Seeing this, Wu Tian's face instantly sank. At this moment, he had the intention to retreat. The honorable envoy was dead. Without the help of the higher-ups, if the Lord did not come out, the dark world could not do anything to Yi Xian. At this moment, the Lord was restraining Yi Xian. No, it should be said that the Lord was being restrained by Xiao Dao. Besides that, Yi Xian still had a trump card. Those ancient gods, they haven't come out yet. Thinking up to this point, Wu Tian was about to retreat. However, at this moment, a man suddenly walked out from the space behind him. Wu Tian hurriedly bowed respectfully when he saw this man. Lord. The person who had come was the Dark World's Lord. At practically the same time, Xiao Dao appeared by Yi Xian's side. Xiao Dao glanced at number 9 who was suppressing the white-robed man and said softly, "This woman is extraordinary." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, "Miss Xiao Dao, do you know her true identity?" Xiao Dao shook her head. Her appearance was very strange. It was like she appeared out of thin air. Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned slightly. Appeared out of thin air? In the distance, the Lord glanced at number 9, "Who are you?" Number 9 flew into a rage, and she glared at the Lord, "You're the human. Your entire family is human." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. A moment later, a ray of light appeared in front of the Lord. The Lord frowned slightly. What's wrong with this woman? He flicked his sleeve. Bang! A ray of black light flashed, and then number 9 instantly returned to where she stood earlier. Number 9 gazed at the execution heaven sword in her grasp, and it was trembling slightly. Number 9 looked up at the Lord and nodded slightly. She's pretty good at fighting. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot again. The Lord's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he pressed his fingers together and tapped forward lightly. The space before him instantly split apart, and then the space in an area of over 1 kilometer turned pitch black. Yi Xian was visibly moved when he witnessed this scene. The Lord's strength is quite abnormal. The sound of space being torn apart resounded from afar, and then a white figure floated out from within it and descended in front of Yi Xian and Xiao Dao. It was number 9. Number 9 gazed at the Lord and spoke softly, "He's pretty good at fighting." Yi Xian walked over to number 9's side. "Can you win?" Number 9 blinked. "It's quite difficult." Yi Xian opened his palm, and a shield appeared in front of number 9. "I'll give you this. Use it to fight him." The Tai Chi shield. Number 9 didn't hold back at all. She immediately picked up the Tai Chi shield, and then she vanished on the spot. The Lord frowned slightly, and then he suddenly stomped his right foot against the ground. Bang! In an instant, the space in the sky above Great Desolation Kingdom was completely pitch black. Space shattered. In that pitch black space, 9th retreated explosively, and he retreated for an entire 3 km. However, she was fine because the Tai Chi shield had blocked all the force of the attack for her. Number 9 suddenly walked over to Xiao Dao's side, and then she passed the execution heaven sword and Tai Chi shield to Xiao Dao. "You fight him." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Dao glanced at number 9 and said, "I can't kill him as well." Number 9 blinked. "Let's fight him together?" Xiao Dao smiled. "Can we wait?" Number 9 nodded, and then she passed the execution heaven sword and Tai Chi shield back to Yixian. Yixian put them away, and then he gazed at the Lord in the distance. At this moment, the Lord was looking at him as well. The little Taoist suddenly smiled and said, "Lord, do you still want to continue fighting?" The Lord nodded slightly, "Of course." Xiao Dao's expression gradually turned gloomy when he heard this. The Lord glanced down and spoke softly, "No matter what, we can't allow arrow to break through." Xiao Dao spoke indifferently, "But you don't seem to have the ability to stop him." The Lord gazed at Xiao Dao, "Not necessarily." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand lightly, and it didn't take long for numerous formidable auras to emerge incessantly from the teleportation formation behind him. Yixian frowned slightly when he witnessed this scene. Are even stronger people about to emerge? It didn't take long for countless experts to suddenly charge out from the teleportation formation. All of them were experts from the Dark World. Besides those top-rate experts, there was also the Dark World's army. Yixian's face fell when he saw this. In just a moment, the sky above the Great Desolation Kingdom was covered by countless beings from the Dark World. However, they didn't attack. Obviously, they were waiting for the Lord's instructions. The Lord gazed at Yixian from afar. "I have to say that you're a monstrous genius indeed. You've reached such a level at such a young age." At this moment, Yixian's combat strength was extremely formidable even without those precious treasures. Moreover, if Yixian could advance a step further and attain the ruler realm, then his strength would absolutely not be inferior to Arrow, especially when this fellow was wearing a full set of divine equipment, and his physical body was monstrous to the extreme. Xiao Dao spoke abruptly, "Lord, I'll give you one last warning. Don't even think about seeking revenge against that woman. Otherwise, your Dark World will pay an extremely painful price." The Lord chuckled, "I know. However, it's still the same as before. She trapped my Dark World for so many years, so how can I not take revenge? Moreover, my master and several brothers died at her hands." Xiao Dao suddenly spoke, "Do you know why you're not dead yet?" The Lord's eyes narrowed, "What do you mean?" Xiao Dao laughed, "Whether it's you or the righteous gods, do you really think she doesn't have the strength to kill you? Why didn't she kill you?" The Lord chuckled, "Are you trying to say that she's benevolent?" Xiao Dao shook his head, "Not benevolent. My intuition tells me that she has a reason for keeping you alive." The Lord took a deep breath and smiled, "No matter what, this time, we'll settle the score with her." Xiao Dao looked at the Lord, "You don't have the strength." The Lord pointed upwards, "Someone does." Xiao Dao fell silent. The upper realm, it was obvious that the upper realm had promised the Lord something. It could be said that Yixian's real opponent was not the Lord, but the people in the upper realm. Thinking of this, Xiao Dao looked up. She was about to speak when Yixian suddenly said, "Something's wrong." Xiao Dao looked at Yixian, "What is it?" Yixian stared at the Lord in the distance. "Logically speaking, you should be more anxious than us. But you're not anxious at all, you're still chatting with us." Hearing this, Xiao Daoist narrowed her eyes slightly. She and Yixian looked at each other, and Yixian suddenly said fiercely, "No, your target is not Aluo at all. It's the Wu clan, it's Yi Ling." The Lord looked at Yixian, whispered, "They should be here by now." Yixian stared at the Lord, "If my sister is harmed in the slightest, I will make everyone in the Dark World die with her." With that, he turned into a sword light and soared into the sky. The sky was blood red. After Yixian vanished, Xiao Dao gazed at the Lord who stood nearby. "You'll regret this." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, the Lord suddenly chuckled, "You should stay behind." As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his fist towards Xiao Dao from afar, and then a powerful force enveloped Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao suddenly stopped and turned around to look at the Lord. The Lord was about to speak when she suddenly vanished on the spot. Bang! In the distance, the High Lord suddenly retreated nearly 10,000 feet. He'd just stopped when the space behind him suddenly split apart. Number's eyes lit up when she witnessed this scene, and she was just about to act when Xiao Dao's voice resounded in her mind, "Go help him." Number hesitated for a moment, and then she turned around and vanished into the sky. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had chosen to leave the battle as well, and she took Amu with her and vanished into the sky. The Lord gazed at Xiao Dao. "Our objective isn't just her younger sister and her friends, it's Arrow as well. Xiao Dao, you can't stop us. Move aside." Xiao Dao walked slowly towards the Lord while a wisp of disdain arose on the corners of her mouth. You can't stop us? Who do you think you are? As soon as she finished speaking, two blood-red sickles suddenly appeared in her hands, and then she vanished on the spot. Hiss, hiss, the sound of something tearing resounded abruptly. The Lord's expression changed, and he suddenly clenched his right fist. A moment later, the space before him turned pitch black, a domain, however, two rays of blood-red light tore through this domain in the next moment. The Lord's pupils constricted, and he smashed his fist forward, bang, hiss, an explosion and the sound of something slicing resounded, and then the Lord retreated by over 3 kilometers. When he finally stopped moving, there were 2 deep scars on his chest, and his internal organs were visible. The Lord gazed at Xiao Dao with an extremely solemn expression on his face. Xiao Dao pointed her blood-red sickle at the Lord's group. Attack together. The void dimension. The graveyard. In front of the wordless tombstone, Yi Ling squatted on the ground with her eyes closed. In front of her was the thorn. She had been sitting there for a long, long time. Right at this moment, an emaciated old man suddenly appeared not far away from Yi Ling. The emaciated old man wore tattered clothes and had very little hair. He was very bald in front and his face was crisscrossed with wrinkles. He looked extremely old. The skinny old man slowly walked towards Yi Ling. When he was about 10 meters behind Yi Ling, he suddenly turned around and looked not far away. There stood a hunchbacked old man. That person was none other than the old man guarding the tomb. Tombkeeper looked at the skinny old man. What's the matter? The scrawny old man pointed at Yi Ling who was not far away. Take her away. Gravekeeper glanced at Yi Ling and shook his head. No. The skinny old man smiled sinisterly. What if I insist on taking it away? The gravekeeper suddenly punched out. In the distance, the skinny old man's pupils constricted, and he also punched out. Boom, in just an instant, the skinny old man had appeared over 1 kilometer away. However, Gravekeeper was still standing on the spot and hadn't moved an inch. After the skinny old man stopped moving, he stared at Gravekeeper while a trace of a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. Gravekeeper spoke softly, I don't want to get involved in such trivial matters. Leave. The skinny old man walked towards Gravekeeper. I'm taking this little girl with me today. Gravekeeper gazed at the skinny old man, and then he suddenly vanished on the spot. The skinny old man's pupils constricted, and then he suddenly opened his palms and pressed them together in front of him. Grand destruction. At the instant that his palms were about to press together, a strand of destructive energy suddenly appeared within the tomb, and the space in an area of over 100 kilometers instantly became illusory. However, his palms hadn't even closed when a fist suddenly smashed towards him. Bang, the skinny old man was instantly blasted flying. He flew for over 30 kilometers, and he just stopped when the space behind him collapsed. At the same time, a wisp of blood seeped out slowly from the corner of his mouth. The skinny old man looked up at Gravekeeper with a solemn expression in his eyes. Who are you? Gravekeeper didn't speak. He just turned around and walked over to Yi Ling's side. He gazed at Yi Ling's kneeling figure and spoke softly, I'll be free once she wakes up. Suddenly, the space above Gravekeeper split apart, and then an illusory man suddenly appeared in the air above Gravekeeper. He looked down at Gravekeeper. We must take this woman with us. Gravekeeper chuckled. Do you know who's in the tomb? The illusory man gazed at Gravekeeper. What does taking her have to do with the person in the tomb? Gravekeeper shook his head. Forget it. All of you are truly detestable. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and then a black spear suddenly appeared in his grasp. The illusory man and the skinny old man's expressions instantly changed when they held the black spear in their hands. Danger, that was their first thought at this moment. Gravekeeper spoke softly, Are both of you going to attack me together? Together. The surroundings were extremely silent. The illusory man spoke in a low voice. Who exactly are you? Gravekeeper suddenly raised his spear and stabbed forward. Bang, the illusory man instantly vanished without a trace. The skinny old man took a deep glance at Gravekeeper, and then he retreated silently. He knew that he wasn't a match for Gravekeeper at all. Gravekeeper didn't pursue him. He just turned around and walked over to stand behind Yi Ling suddenly. Yi Ling stood up, and then a ray of dark light suddenly flew out from the tomb and enveloped Yi Ling. In the next moment, Yi Ling vanished. Gravekeeper was stunned by the scene. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in the distant sky, and then Yixian suddenly appeared not too far away from Gravekeeper. Yixian's entire body emanated a faint red glow. Yixian was stunned when he noticed that the tomb was completely empty. He glanced at the signs of battle in the surroundings, clenched his fists, and then gazed at Gravekeeper as he spoke with a trembling voice, "Where's my younger sister?" Gravekeeper hesitated for a moment before he said, "She's gone." "She's gone." Bang! When he heard the tombkeeper's words, a powerful killing intent suddenly surged from Yixian's body. In the blink of an eye, Yixian was completely covered in blood. At that moment, his eyes were like a sea of blood, and his entire body exuded a monstrous killing intent. Gravekeeper was stunned by this scene, and he was just about to speak when Yixian transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon. Gravekeeper was stunned for quite some time, and then he was slightly dazed. "Did I say something?" Right at this moment, Amu and Lin Xian appeared here. Amu looked at Gravekeeper. "Senior, did you see Yixian?" Gravekeeper pointed at the sky. That young man became covered in blood, and then he left. Covered in blood? Amu frowned. "He became covered in blood?" Gravekeeper nodded. "That fellow's bloodline aura is quite familiar." At this point, his pupils constricted, and his voice trembled. "How could that be possible?" "Impossible." Amu gazed at Gravekeeper. "Senior, what's impossible?" Gravekeeper fell silent for a long time, and then he said, "I've sensed his bloodline aura on someone in the past. He's definitely related to that person. No wonder he was able to make that white bandit help him all those years ago. No wonder, they're in cahoots." Amu and Lin Xian were puzzled. Amu suddenly said, "Senior, where's Yiling?" Gravekeeper reined in his thoughts, and then he pointed at the nearby grave. "She went in." Amu looked at the grave, and after a moment, she said in a low voice, "Senior, can you explain it a little more clearly? I feel very helpless listening to you." Gravekeeper shook his head. "I don't know the specifics. All I know is that it shouldn't be a bad thing for that girl." Amu looked at the grave. "Senior, who's in the grave?" Gravekeeper shook his head once more. "I don't know who she is either. All I know is that I have to wait for her to wake up." Amu frowned slightly. "Senior, if you don't know who she is, why are you standing guard here?" Gravekeeper fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "I lost a bet." Amu asked, "What bet?" Gravekeeper sighed softly. Back then, the old man had just attained one with the heavens, and his spear technique could be said to be invincible. At that time, the old man was very arrogant. With that said, he paused, and then said, "Back then, the old man met a swordsman in a green robe, and beside the swordsman was a woman in a white robe. The woman also used a spear, and when she saw the spear user, the old man challenged her. But the woman did not fight me, and said that she was in a hurry. Seeing that, the old man did not say a word and directly attacked." Amu continued to ask, "What happened next?" Gravekeeper smiled bitterly. "I was defeated by her spear." Amu said in a low voice, "And then you stood guard here, senior?" Gravekeeper shook his head. "That woman did not make things difficult for me. They were about to leave, and at that time I was already out of my mind, so I rushed over." Amu was speechless. Gravekeeper said softly, "The woman did not kill me." At that moment, the man in green suddenly said that he wanted to make a bet with me. He said that he knew that I would not accept it, and was willing to give me a chance to attack again. Then, he asked the little girl beside him to take one of my spears. If the little girl could take one of my spears, I would do something for him. Amu asked, "Senior, did you use your spear on the little girl?" Gravekeeper nodded. "Naturally, I could tell that the little girl was not simple, but I had already been beaten to an abnormal state. Moreover, I did not think that the little girl could take one of my spears, and then I attacked. At that time I did not underestimate the enemy, and used all my strength. That spear could be said to be an extraordinary display, but..." With that said, he suddenly smiled bitterly. "The little girl did not dodge, and let me stab her in the chest." Amu frowned slightly. "Are you all right?" Gravekeeper looked at Amu. "Yes, but the one who is all right is me. My spear and my hand are both broken." Amu was speechless. Gravekeeper said softly, "At that moment, I suddenly understood. I was tricked." Amu was speechless. They had been tricked. Amu and Lin Xian's expressions turned strange. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly said, "Sir, did you just say that his entire body was blood red?" The old man nodded. Yes. It should be the power of his bloodline. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Why did he become like that? The old man said, he asked me where his sister went, and I said she was gone. Then he became like that. Oh no. Amu's expression changed instantly. Lin Xian and the old man looked at Amu. Amu said solemnly, he must have misunderstood Senior's intentions and thought that something had happened to Yi Ling. With that, she turned and disappeared into the horizon. Lin Xian also followed. The gravekeeper blinked. Are my words very ambiguous? Somewhere in the starry sky, a blood-red sword beam tore through the sky. Wherever the sword beam passed, the starry sky turned into a sea of blood. The power of bloodline. Actually, he could not control the power of bloodline. The strength of the power of bloodline was related to his anger. The angrier he was, the stronger the power of bloodline would be, and the more uncontrollable it would be. Soon, Xian arrived at the dark world. As soon as he arrived in the dark world, some dark race experts appeared in front of him. Before they could speak, a blood-red sword light flashed across the battlefield. The heads of those dark creatures flew, and blood splattered, and Xian had already disappeared at the end of the horizon. Along the way, countless dark creatures charged at Xian. Xian killed his way through, and everywhere he passed, there were corpses. Gradually, those dark creatures did not dare to look for Xian, because no one was a match for a single sword strike from Xian. Instant kill. At this moment, Xian's battle prowess had increased by at least a few times under the blessing of the bloodline power. Coupled with the executing heaven sword and the immortal body, he was practically invincible. Of course, the main reason was that the Lord and the other super powerhouses were being held back by Xiao Dao in the Great Wilderness Kingdom. Xian slaughtered his way forward. Before long, Xian had killed his way to a black Xiao Ta, and countless dark spirits had gathered around him. At the same time, the dark spirits in front of Xian stopped retreating. Because they had nowhere to retreat to. Behind them was their lair. Around him, more and more dark creatures rushed towards Xian. Ah! Xian suddenly roared furiously, and he swiftly swept the sword in his right hand horizontally, causing an expanse of blood-red sword light to ripple out from the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 dark creatures were instantly killed. Around him, the dark creatures directly rushed towards Xian, instantly drowning Xian. But soon, they despaired, because they realized that Xian's physical body was too abnormal. They could not break Xian's immortal body at all. Apart from that, Xian also had a shield in his left hand, Tai Chi shield, a sword and a shield. Was this a swordsman or a warrior? However, the dark creatures still did not retreat. One by one, they rushed towards Xian. As for Xian, the blood-red glow on his body became stronger and stronger. In a certain place, a woman was looking down. This woman was the Tendo. The Tendo looked at the situation below with a smile on her lips. After a while, she turned around. Not far behind her stood an illusory man and a skinny old man. She was the one who blocked the two of them. The two of them looked at the Tendo with fear. The Tendo. This was the fifth dimension Tendo. The illusory man looked at the Tendo and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, are you going to stop us?" The Tendo blinked and said with a smile, "I won't stop you. You can go ahead." The illusory man stared at the Tendo. "What do you mean?" The Tendo said with a smile, "Looking at your recent series of actions, I really can't bear to watch it anymore. As villains, can't you have a little bit of intelligence? After suffering once, you still don't learn from your mistakes. Look at you. After the death of the High Ambassador, you sent the Honorable Ambassador. Now, the Honorable Ambassador is dead. After the Honorable Ambassador, it's you. Look at you. You haven't even attacked the little guy below and you're already about to dissipate." As she said that, she shook her head slightly. "You're just giving him a chance to grow." Hearing that, the illusory man's face turned extremely ugly. The Tendo smiled lightly. "Don't be angry. I mean no harm. I just can't bear to watch it anymore. To be a bad guy, you need to have some brains, understand? Now, I'll give you a few sincere suggestions. You can go up and talk to them. The first suggestion, don't look down on the little guy below. His growth rate is at least 10 times more terrifying than you can imagine. Once he breaks through his realm or his swordsmanship, I estimate that if you want to kill him again, you'll have to pay at least 5 times the price. As she said that, she paused and said, the second suggestion, don't use the experts of this universe anymore. There are currently 6 people in this universe who are the best at fighting. The first one is me, the second one is Little Daoist, the third one is a Luo, the fourth one is the guy locked up in his tower, and the old man you met before. As for the last one, I won't tell you. You just need to know that among these 6 people, 4 are on his side. As for me and the other one, we won't help either side. In this case, if you want the experts of this universe to kill him, you're simply dreaming. The illusory man was silent. The Tendo continued, in addition, you've forgotten one thing. That is the Xiao Ta that the prophet created. If I'm not wrong, that Xiao Ta's Tao principles are about to be gathered. Once those Tao principles are gathered, you'll regret it. In addition, he has the help of the sword sects Tai Yi and the other righteous gods. To be honest, a few swordsmen from the sword sect can beat you until your mothers can't recognize you, not to mention that they have many, many swordsmen. The dark world that you're supporting is really not enough. So, based on what I said above, if you want to kill him, you'll have to mobilize your own strength. The illusory man looked at the Tendo. No one knew what he was thinking. The Tendo continued, also, Arrow is about to break through. Once that woman breaks through, like you, it'll be a matter of one sword. Not to mention you, even the Lord won't be a match for her. Also, that Xiao Dao, do you know her? She's very, very powerful. To be honest, even I'm somewhat afraid of her. And you've successfully angered her and made her completely stand on Yixian's side. As she spoke, she sighed in a low voice, in conclusion, after watching you for so long, you're really stupid. I really can't stand it anymore. The illusory man suddenly said fiercely, are you insulting us? The Tendo suddenly looked at the illusory man. The next moment, an invisible hand directly grabbed the illusory man's throat. The illusory man's eyes were wide open, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't have the slightest ability to resist. The Tendo looked at the illusory man, am I insulting you? I'm warning you out of goodwill. Let me tell you, many of you humans have the biggest problem, and that is that you're obviously stupid, but you don't know that you're stupid. You don't have any self-awareness at all. Just like now, you clearly know that you're not a match for me, but you still talk back to me. And you're even so fierce. Are you dreaming? As she spoke, she glanced at the emaciated old man, and the emaciated old man's expression changed, and then he said, I didn't say anything. The Tendo retracted her gaze and looked at the illusory man. The stupidest thing is that you actually wanted to imprison me in the beginning. What's even more stupid is that you actually only set up a formation and sent an envoy. TSK, I want to ask, did those fellows in the upper realm grow up eating farts? Where's their brains? They've lived for tens of thousands of years. With this kind of intelligence, even if I fed a pig and let it live for 10,000 years, it still wouldn't be so stupid. Do you believe me? The illusory man, the Tendo spoke with some enthusiasm, and she said, actually, I still understand what you're thinking. In your opinion, you're from the upper realm, and we're from the lower realm. You have a natural sense of superiority, and in your eyes, we're definitely like ants that can only be trampled on by you. But after the previous few failures, have you still not woken up? As she spoke, she pointed at Yixian who was still fighting madly below. That little fellow isn't to be trifled with. He has someone backing him up. You idiots, can you stop looking down on him? Can't you use some brains to snatch the bookstore? The illusory man looked at the Tendo, not daring to speak, much less move. The woman in front of him had the ability to kill him in seconds. The Tendo suddenly sighed heavily, trash like you won't survive more than 2 rounds in those chivalrous ancient books. The skinny old man suddenly said, Your Excellency, do you also wish for Yixian to die? The Tendo looked at the skinny old man, and said with a smile, look at what you're asking. You're making me feel a little awkward. So, you'd better die. As she spoke, she waved her right hand. Without a sound, the skinny old man directly disappeared. Seeing this scene, the illusory man's heart was filled with extreme shock. What kind of strength was this? Just how strong was this woman? The Tendo was about to speak, but a powerful blood-red sword intent suddenly arose from below, and in an instant, the entire sky had transformed into a sea of blood. a trace of surprise flashed in the Tendo's eyes, and she looked at Yixian. At this moment, the blood-red sword intent around Yixian was growing stronger and stronger. Moreover, Yixian's combat strength was increasing explosively at an extremely abnormal speed. The Tendo blinked when she saw this, and then she looked at the illusory man. Look, his bloodline power is about to break through. The illusory man was speechless. Below, Yixian, who was on the verge of breaking through, became more and more frenzied as he killed. At this moment, Yixian was like a god of death. The mad demon bloodline, the more frenzied it was, the stronger it was. The Tendo suddenly walked over to the illusory man. After you go up there, you must tell the people from the upper realm not to send any more idiots here. Especially to make them re-evaluate that little fellow. It's best if you tell them what I just said. Finally, I'll give you a final suggestion. I suggest that all of you send out all your forces to break through the universe barrier between the upper realm and the lower realm in one go, and then gather all your forces to annihilate him in one go, seize the bookstore, and embark on the beautiful path of the Great Tao. All of you have to work hard, all of you can do it. Kill Yixian and seize the bookstore, all of you can do it. As she spoke, she clenched her fists and made a cheering gesture. All the best. The illusory man was speechless. P.S. I didn't explode, but I still want tickets every day. Suddenly, I feel a little ashamed. Tendo let go of the illusory man. The illusory man took a deep look at Tendo and then disappeared. When he left, the illusory man's eyes were filled with fear. Compared to Yixian, he felt that the woman in front of him was even more terrifying. This woman killed people without spilling blood. After the illusory man disappeared, Tendo blinked and then smiled. You idiots. With that, she turned to look at Yixian, who was still crazily slaughtering below, and said softly, this bloodline is very interesting. In front of the Black Tower, corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a river. Yixian had already killed an uncountable number of dark creatures. However, those dark creatures had never retreated, because they really had nowhere to retreat to, unless they abandoned the dark world, and because Yixian had a strong physical body and the Taiji shield, none of the dark creatures could pose a fatal threat to Yixian. Exhaustion, they could only exhaust Yixian. However, because of the power of the bloodline, Yixian became stronger the more he fought. Great Desolate Kingdom. At this moment, in the sky above Great Desolate Kingdom, countless corpses fell from the sky. Xiao Dao was also killing. Even if the Lord and the super experts of the dark world attacked together, they still couldn't stop me. At this moment, the Lord regretted it. He realized that the woman in front of him was much stronger than he had imagined. At this moment, news came from the dark world. When he learned that Yixian was crazily slaughtering the dark creatures, the Lord's expression became extremely gloomy. At this moment, all the experts of the dark world were with him. It could be said that the dark world couldn't stop Yixian at all. He had to go back. The Lord suddenly said, retreat. With that, he turned and was about to leave. At this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly appeared in front of him. Xiao Dao looked at the Lord. Where do you want to go? The Lord stared at Xiao Dao. Miss Xiao Dao, we have no enmity, Xiao Dao suddenly said. I don't like the look of you, okay? A trace of darkness flashed in the Lord's eyes. Xiao Dao laughed and said, I just don't like you. With that, she disappeared on the spot. The Lord suddenly turned his head. You go back, I'll stop her. With that, he dashed toward Xiao Dao. Behind him, countless experts of the dark world fled. The King of Great Desolation instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he witnessed this scene. It would be fine as long as they retreated. After all, the current Great Desolation Kingdom did not have the power to resist these people. Dark World. Yixian was still madly slaughtering. At this moment, the aura around his body was unprecedentedly strong, because the power of his bloodline had completely erupted. Around Yixian were countless corpses of the dark spirits, at least a few 100,000. On the other hand, Yixian didn't look tired at all. On the contrary, the more he fought, the fiercer he became. However, at this moment, he had completely entered a berserk state. The executing heaven sword in his hand seemed to be condensed from blood. No, at this moment, it was a blood sword. Under the influence of Yixian, the attributes of the executing heaven sword also began to change wonderfully. In the sky, Tendo quietly looked at Yixian below. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. Because she realized that she seemed to have underestimated the power of Yixian's bloodline, it could be said that Yixian's current state was completely capable of fighting arrow. Most importantly, the power of Yixian's bloodline was getting stronger and stronger, as if there was no end to it. Tendo curiously looked at Yixian. Her eyes were filled with interest. She wanted to see how strong the power of Yixian's bloodline was. At this moment, several shadows suddenly appeared beside Tendo. The people who came were number 9, Amu, and Lin Xian. Amu glanced at Tendo, and then looked at Yixian below. When she saw Yixian's state, Amu's face instantly darkened. Lin Xian, who was at the side, suddenly wanted to make a move. Tendo suddenly said, "He's not in his right mind now. If you make a move, he'll kill you as well." The three women looked at Tendo. Lin Xian asked, "You are?" Tendo blinked. "I'm just a passerby. I'm reminding you out of goodwill. I don't mean anything else." "Passerby?" Lin Xian looked at Tendo. "You don't look like you're just passing by." Tendo smiled. "I'm just passing by. I have no ill intentions towards you. Don't be so guarded against me." Amu suddenly said, "How should I address you, sir?" Tendo blinked, and then said, "I'm Xiaodao's friend." "She knows me." "Xiaodao," Amu said in a low voice, "Sir, can you make him return to normal?" Tendo blinked, but didn't speak. Amu looked at Tendo. "Sir, can you?" Tendo smiled, and then said, "I can. However, his current state isn't a bad thing. Look, he's getting stronger and stronger. It can be said that he's stimulating his own potential." Lin Xian frowned slightly. "Stimulating his own potential?" Tendo nodded. "Look carefully. Isn't he much stronger than before?" Amu said in a low voice, "But if this goes on, he'll be in danger." Tendo shook his head. "Look at how strong his physical body is. Also, he has a shield. It can be said that at this time, numbers are not a threat to him unless the Lord personally returns." Amu looked down at Yixian. Looking at Yixian, who was covered in blood, her eyes were filled with worry. The heavenly Tao suddenly laughed and said, "Don't worry too much. If his physical body isn't strong enough, the power of the bloodline will destroy his physical body. However, his physical body is extremely strong. The power of the bloodline is still unable to destroy his physical body." Lin Xian suddenly said, "Just let him continue like this?" The Heaven Tao was just about to speak when the space in the distant horizon suddenly split open, and then countless experts from the dark world charged out. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned and disappeared from where she stood. Amu turned to look at Ninth. "Miss, please help." Ninth blinked. "All right." Finishing, she turned and disappeared not far away. While the two women were very strong, they couldn't completely block the Dark World experts. Therefore, more and more Dark World experts charged down towards Yixian. Below, Yixian was slaughtering madly with the executing heaven sword. It was as though he would never tire. Gradually, the executing heaven sword in his hand started to change. Tendo, who was next to Amu, said softly, "As expected, the swordsman's sword changes according to its master. The sword in his hand should be about to break through." "Interesting." Amu looked at Tendo. "You are friends with Miss Xiaodao?" Tendo smiled. "Yes. I am good friends with Xiaodao." Amu glanced at the heavenly way and was about to speak when the sound of a sword suddenly came from below. Amu turned his head to look and saw the executing heaven sword in Yixian's hand suddenly erupt with a blood-red sword aura. This blood-red sword aura instantly flew thousands of feet away. Wherever it passed, countless bloody heads flew. Tendo's eyes flashed with surprise. "This sword has broken through." Amu looked at Yixian. Her eyes were still filled with worry. The current Yixian was very strong. It could be said that even if he encountered someone at the level of Lord Arrow, he wouldn't be weaker. However, Yixian didn't look normal at this moment. At this time, the surrounding Dark World experts started to retreat, because they were afraid. At this moment, they were really afraid. Around Yixian, corpses piled up like a mountain. Beneath his feet, blood flowed like a river. Looking at Yixian, who was covered in blood, Amu was about to go over but was stopped by Tendo. Tendo looked at Amu. "To you, he is very dangerous right now because he has lost his mind. Amu looked down at Yixian. Yixian also stopped. In his eyes, there was a sea of blood. It was so red that it was terrifying. In his body, streams of powerful aura gushed out like waves. His surroundings had already become a sea of blood. All around, the Dark World experts kept retreating. At this time, Yixian suddenly roared. In the next moment, he charged at the Dark World experts. Pissed, a blood-red sword energy tore through the battlefield. Wherever this blood-red sword energy passed, dozens of Dark World beings were slashed into nothingness. This sword energy tore through the air and was tens of thousands of feet away in the blink of an eye. Wherever the sword energy passed, there was a pitch-black spatial rift. At this time, Tendo suddenly said softly, "He is also about to break through." Amu looked at Tendo, "About to break through?" Tendo nodded, "His bloodline has reached a critical point. He is just a little bit away from breaking through." Amu frowned slightly, "Just a little bit away?" Tendo smiled, "I still need to kill some people." As soon as she finished speaking, Yixian suddenly disappeared from where he was. Pissed, a tearing sound suddenly resounded, and then numerous shrill cries resounded incessantly. Yixian started killing again. The Dark World experts fled like madmen. However, their speed was not as fast as Yixian. Just like this, after 15 minutes, Yixian was tens of thousands of feet away. Behind him, there were corpses everywhere. At this time, the entire Dark World was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Amu looked at Yixian, who had stopped in the distance. She clenched her fists and did not conceal her nervousness. On the contrary, the Tendo next to her was very relaxed. She kept examining Yixian, her eyes filled with curiosity. Right at this moment, a ray of bloody light suddenly surged out of Yixian's body. In an instant, the blood in an area of several tens of thousands of meters suddenly converged towards Yixian like a tide. Moreover, the living beings of the dark who were still alive in the surroundings suddenly exploded, and then their blood converged towards Yixian, who was nearby. The entire starry sky was instantly dyed blood red. In the sky, Amu's expression suddenly changed, because she found that the blood in her body was trembling. Not only that, her skin started to crack, and the blood in her body was about to rush out. What was going on? Amu was shocked. At this time, Tendo put a hand on her shoulder, and Amu instantly returned to normal. Amu looked at Tendo. Tendo looked at Yixian in the distance and said softly, "His bloodline broke through." Not only that, he also used his bloodline to comprehend the blood realm. Using blood to form a realm, a bit powerful. Using blood to form a domain, Amu looked at Yixian in the distance. At this moment, Yixian was in a sea of blood. In this sea of blood, the blood of the Dark World experts rushed out of their bodies and gathered towards him. At this moment, countless Dark World beings died. When the blood gathered in Yixian's body, Yixian's blood domain became even stronger. Not only that, but his presence also became stronger. At this moment, Yixian suddenly clenched his fists. Boom! In an instant, the surrounding sea of blood suddenly exploded. The space within 100,000 feet around Yixian turned into nothingness. The aftershock of the powerful force swept out in all directions like a tidal wave. When Amu sensed the aftershock, her expression instantly changed. When she wanted to retreat, the force in front of her had already disappeared without a trace. Amu turned to look at Tendo. Tendo smiled slightly. Amu looked deeply at Tendo and then turned to look at Yixian in the distance. At this moment, the sea of blood around Yixian had disappeared, but Yixian was still covered in blood. He really looked like a person made from blood. At a glance, he was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Yixian suddenly turned to look at Amu and Tendo. Because the surrounding Dark World beings had either died or fled. The ones closest to him were Tendo and Amu. Seeing Yixian look over, Amu's expression changed because she felt a powerful murderous intent. Yixian suddenly disappeared from his spot. A sword light flashed across the battlefield. Amu frowned. Did he really not recognize her? At this moment, Tendo suddenly appeared in front of Amu. Yixian's sword stabbed towards Tendo's forehead. However, the sword stopped half a foot in front of Tendo. Yixian suddenly roared and stabbed forward. The space at the tip of the sword caved in, but it did not shatter. His sword still could not move forward. At this moment, Tendo suddenly pointed at the tip of Yixian's sword. Boom! The sword instantly returned to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, the blood on Yixian's body retreated like the tide. Soon, Yixian and the executing heaven sword returned to normal. While Yixian fell, Amu quickly supported Yixian. Tendo smiled slightly, he's fine. He was just too strong just now. He overdrew his strength and is a little weak now. Amu looked at Tendo, thank you. Tendo clapped her hands and smiled, you're welcome. It's just a small matter. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. And, you guys have to leave quickly too. If the Lord comes later, he'll definitely die of anger. After saying that, she glanced at the dark world in the field and shook her head, how tragic. Hee hee. After saying that, she turned and left. She walked very slowly, but from Amu's point of view, the woman in front of her was very far away from her. Who was this woman? Amu shook her head and withdrew her thoughts. She picked up Yixian and looked at number 9 and Lin Xian not far away. Lin Xian looked in the direction where Tendo left, is it that woman? Amu smiled, if she doesn't say, then let's not ask. Lin Xian nodded. Amu picked up Yixian and turned to leave. In the field, Lin Xian also left. However, number 9 did not leave. Amu looked at number 9, Miss, aren't you going with us? Number 9 blinked, you guys go. I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself from killing you. The two women were speechless. Number 9 suddenly said, I'm very serious. Amu blinked, you want to kill us? Number 9 nodded, I have this thought, and I want to do it. Amu was a little puzzled, why? Number 9 looked at Amu, because you're humans. Amu was stunned, are you not human? Number 9 snorted, turned and disappeared into the horizon. Amu was dumbfounded. She looked at Lin Xian, did I say something wrong? Lin Xian shrugged, and she had a dumbfounded expression as well. Amu hesitated for a moment, and then she said, she'll be fine, right? Lin Xian shook her head, she's extremely strong, and ordinary people aren't a match for her at all. Amu pointed at her head and said softly, but she doesn't seem normal to me. Lin Xian was speechless. A short while later, the two women left with Yixian. In the sky above Great Wilderness Kingdom, the Lord was still fighting Xiao Dao, and the Lord was being completely suppressed by Xiao Dao. At this moment, the Lord could be said to be covered in injuries. Hiss, suddenly, one of the Lord's arms flew off, and blood sprayed. The little Daoist was about to attack again when the Overlord suddenly roared in anger. He turned around, and as he did, the space in front of him suddenly split open. He entered that space, and the little Daoist was about to stop him. But at this moment, a woman appeared before her. The person who came was Tendo. Seeing Tendo, Xiao Dao frowned, what are you doing? Tendo glanced at Xiao Dao, if you continue to attack, your injuries will worsen. Xiao Dao was expressionless, and behind her, there were corpses everywhere. Tendo said softly, Xiao Dao, why do you want to get involved in this dispute? Xiao Dao smiled, many times, you can only get something by giving it a try. Of course, I attacked just now purely because I don't like him. I gave him some face, but he really thinks he's someone important. Tendo smiled, it's normal. After all, he doesn't know your true strength. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo, if I'm not wrong, you're using Yixian to fight against the upper realm. As for this dark world and those great gods, they're nothing to you. Tendo chuckled, you've guessed correctly. Saying so, she looked around and said softly, the enemies of this universe are not limited to the upper realm. Xiao Dao frowned, the sword sect. Tendo nodded. Xiao Dao said in a low voice, isn't the sword sect fighting against them? Xiao Dao smiled, what if they can't stop them? You should know that their sect leader is not here. Xiao Dao was silent. There are no absolutes in this world, if the sword sect can't stop them, Xiao Dao said softly, if I'm not wrong, the upper realm has joined forces with those guys over there. They're responsible for restraining the sword sect, while they're responsible for targeting Yixian. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo, what do you plan to do? Tian Dao smiled. I just want this universe to be fine. I don't want anything else. Xiao Dao was silent. She knew that the biggest conflict between Tendo and Yixian was that one wanted to protect this universe, while the other wanted to protect the people of this universe. There was a big difference between them, Xiao Dao said softly, you know, unless you kill all the living beings in this universe will eventually be destroyed. Tendo said softly, the upper realm's method is very good. Xiaodao narrowed her eyes. You want to do that? Tendo smiled. This method can be learned, can't it? Xiaodao shook her head. It's impossible. It's impossible to make them give up what they have, unless. Speaking of this, her pupils suddenly shrank. Tendo smiled. It's not just me who has this idea, the prophet also has it. Xiaodao was silent. Tendo smiled. Do you think I'm cruel? Xiaodao shook her head. There's no such thing as cruel or not. From another perspective, you've actually done nothing. On the contrary, you've helped this universe a lot. It's the living beings of this universe that are constantly seeking death. Tendo smiled, then said, in the beginning, I was very happy when many living beings appeared in this universe. This universe doesn't belong to anyone, it belongs to everyone. But later, I found out that there were more and more living beings in this universe, especially after humans appeared. They began to destroy this universe madly. Especially those powerhouses at the beginning, they were so arrogant that they kept shouting about defying the heavens, as if they weren't strong if they didn't say I control my own fate, not the heavens. As she said this, she shook her head. The funny thing is, they don't know anything about fate. Xiaodao looked at Tendo. You can join forces with him. Tendo smiled. I don't trust any humans anymore. Because from ancient times until now, the most greedy beings have always been humans. Their ambitions and desires can never be satisfied. Moreover, this youth Xian you mentioned, although his nature isn't that bad, he only has his family in his heart. He can sacrifice this universe for his family, isn't that right? Xiaodao was silent. Tendo softly said, I won't destroy them, because this universe is already punishing them. The funny thing is, the living beings of this universe still don't have the slightest intention of changing. This time's fifth dimension tribulation will be stronger than the previous ones, at least 10 times stronger. No one will be able to escape. Without these living beings, this universe will become even more beautiful. After saying this, she turned around and left. Xiaodao was silent where he stood. Tendo wouldn't deal with anyone. She only needed to watch from the side, and things would develop according to her plan. And she wouldn't offend anyone, nor would she be contaminated with any karma. She could kill all the powerhouses of this world and the higher realms. Blame her, she didn't do anything. At most, she would occasionally add fuel to the fire. In the end, this was a sin created by the living beings of this universe. In the past, Tendo helped the living beings of this universe, but now, she clearly didn't want to help. Xiaodao's expression was somewhat complicated. In fact, only she knew how kind the former Tendo was. She was truly kind. Unfortunately, Xiaodao put away her weapon and turned around to leave. Below the great desolate country, corpses were everywhere. When the Lord returned to the dark world, he was completely stunned. What happened? At this moment, the entire dark world was covered in corpses, blood flowed like a river, and everywhere was filled with the pungent smell of blood. The Lord was stunned. At this time, some of the surviving dark world powerhouses came in front of the Lord. The Lord was expressionless. Who did it? A dark world powerhouse hesitated, then said, Xian. The Lord suddenly roared, how is this possible? He is only at the rebirth realm. How could he slaughter our dark world? How is this possible? P.S. Have you all started working recently? A long time passed before the Lord calmed down. At this moment, he'd accepted the fact that Xian had done all of this. Moreover, Xian had done all of this by himself. Xian had slaughtered the entire dark world on his own. Moreover, Xian seemed to have broken through. The Lord slowly closed his eyes. The losses they'd suffered this time were too heavy. A short while passed before the Lord suddenly said, the experts from the higher dimensions didn't act? An expert from the dark world shook his head, they didn't. The Lord's expression instantly became ferocious when he heard this. They didn't act. The higher dimensions had sent him to the kingdom of great desolation to draw Xian's attention, but the higher dimensions hadn't acted when Xian had come to the dark world to slaughter him. They hadn't acted. The Lord slowly clenched his fists. At this moment, Skyless, who was beside him, suddenly said, they are using us. The Lord raised his head and glanced at them with an expressionless face. Right at this moment, the space above them suddenly split open, and then a man walked out from within. The expressions of the experts from the dark world instantly became ferocious when they saw this man. Presently, they didn't have a good impression of the higher dimensions at all. the man walked towards the Lord. His body was ethereal, and it wasn't a corpse or even a soul. It was just a simple projection. The man glanced at the surroundings and spoke softly, "I'm sorry, we didn't expect this." The Lord looked the man in the eyes, "Why didn't you act?" The man shook his head, "It wasn't that we didn't act, we were stopped by Tendo." Tendo, the Lord's eyes narrowed slightly, "Wasn't she trapped by all of you?" The man spoke softly, "She's out." "She's out." The Lord's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. Tendo, he was naturally extremely fearful of this woman. The man spoke softly, "We underestimated that young man, Xian, the people behind him, and we underestimated Tendo even more. So, we'll investigate them once more." The Lord gazed at the man, "Then what about the dark world?" Although he was very angry, he was very clear that the only way for the dark world to survive was to stick close to the upper realm. The current dark world could not compete with Xian and Tendo. The man said, "Bide your time." The Lord frowned. "Bide our time? What if Xian and the others make a move?" The man opened his palm, and a black scroll suddenly appeared in his hand. When he opened his palm, the black scroll suddenly turned into a black light and disappeared into the horizon. In the next moment, a mysterious force spread in all directions. The man looked at the High Lord. "This is an enchantment that can seal the dark world. If they want to enter, they will have to pay a huge price." With a wave of his right hand, two black-robed men appeared behind the High Lord. Both of them are at the peak of the sovereign realm. Ordinary sovereign realm experts are no match for them. From now on, they will stay here to guard the dark world with you. The Lord suddenly asked, "Can you come down?" The man said softly, "We will think of a way. In short, you just need to understand that we are determined to obtain that study room." The Lord looked at the man. "What is that study room?" The man shook his head. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Even I don't know what is inside that study room." The Lord fell silent. The man said, "Wait for our notice. This time, we have suffered a great loss. If we attack again, we must kill them in one strike. Speak." With that said, his body gradually turned illusory. In a short while, he disappeared in front of the Lord. After the man disappeared, Heavenless suddenly said, "We shouldn't have trusted them." The Lord said softly, "If we don't trust them, who should we trust? Right now, only they can fight against Xian and that Tendo." Heavenless fell silent. The Lord shook his head. "We have no other choice." Heavenless looked at the Lord. He wanted to say something but hesitated. The Lord said softly, "I know what you are thinking. You should know that Tendo had the ability to destroy us in the past, but she didn't. I don't believe that she is benevolent or kind. She must be plotting something. If we want to get rid of her control, we can only rely on the power of the upper realm." Heavenless hesitated and said, "But now it seems that the upper realm doesn't have the ability to kill Xian and Tendo." The Lord said softly, "Let's wait and see. I believe that the upper realm will not only have this little strength. Let's wait and see." With that said, he looked at the corpses around him and his face gradually became ferocious. Wu Clan. Xian was lying on a bed. Beside her was a Mu. At this moment, the murderous intent and violent aura on Xian's body had disappeared. However, he had not woken up yet. Amu looked at Xian in front of her with a complicated expression. She finally found out, don't be fooled by the guy in front of her. When it comes to his sister, Yi Ling, he is like a madman. At this moment, Xian's hand, who was lying on the bed, suddenly moved. Amu quickly held his hand and said softly, "You're awake?" Xian slowly opened his eyes. The next moment, he suddenly sat up and looked at Amu. "Where's my sister?" Amu quickly said, "Don't worry, she's fine." "She's fine." "Fine." Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, his mind was a little messy. He only knew that he had gone to the dark world. He could not remember anything else. State of madness. Amu suddenly said softly, "Can't you remember?" Xian nodded. Amu said in a deep voice, "You went to the dark world and slaughtered many dark creatures." With that, she told him what Xian had done in the dark world. After a while, Xian opened his eyes and said softly, "Did you break through?" Amu nodded. Xian opened his palm and the executing heaven sword appeared in his hand. However, the executing heaven sword was very normal, and he himself was also very normal. Yixian looked at Amu. After a moment of silence, Amu said softly, maybe it has something to do with your bloodline power. It should be that only when you activate the bloodline power will you enter that state, and in that state, your strength will increase by more than several times. State of madness, Yixian shook his head. Although that state would increase his strength, it could not be controlled. At this moment, Amu also said, although that state will increase your strength, the drawbacks are too great. Because you will even kill your own people. It's too crazy. So, it's better not to enter that state. Yixian smiled bitterly. He did not want to enter that state, but he found that as long as he was angry, he would automatically enter that state. Yixian shook his head and did not think too much. He looked at Amu, take me to see Ling-Er. Amu nodded. It didn't take long for Amu to bring Yixian to the cemetery. As soon as they entered the cemetery, the old man appeared before them. The old man sized up Yixian, you've returned to normal? Yixian nodded and smiled bitterly, Senior, you didn't make it clear at that time. The old man shook his head, you ran away before I could even finish speaking. Young man, you should be more patient. You're too impulsive. Yixian nodded, yes. The old man turned to glance at the grave and said, your sister went in. She hasn't come out yet. Yixian looked at the grave, is it dangerous? The old man shook his head, it shouldn't be. The senior inside has no ill intentions towards your sister, so it should be a huge fortuitous encounter for her. Yixian walked towards the grave, and as soon as he approached it, a powerful dark light surged out from within it. Yixian's expression changed, and he hurriedly withdrew his Taiji shield. Bang! In an instant, Yixian retreated by over 1 km. As soon as he stopped, the ground beneath him instantly collapsed. At the same time, countless cracks actually appeared on the Taiji shield in his hand. Yixian was petrified at the sight of that. Amu was stunned as well. That was the Taiji shield, a precious treasure of the human race. It cracked open just like that. What the hell? Yixian gazed at the grave with an extremely solemn expression. Who exactly is inside? Yixian and Amu looked at the old man, and the old man shrugged, I don't know who it is. In any case, someone asked me to stand guard here until she wakes up. Yixian said in a low voice, who asked you to stand guard here? The old man said softly, a man in green clothes. A man in green clothes. Yixian was stunned, and then he said, that swordsman? The old man nodded. Yixian looked at the grave, didn't he tell you who's inside? The old man shook his head, he only said that it's a very important relative of his. Also, don't try to break open the grave by force. I don't know what the little white fellow and the little girl are hiding inside, but it's definitely very dangerous. The little white fellow, Yixian's expression became slightly strange. Could that little fellow have buried Tanghulu inside? Yixian restrained his thoughts and looked at the Taiji shield. At this moment, the Taiji shield had returned to normal. Fortunately, the Taiji shield had the ability to repair itself, otherwise, it would be too damaging. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly said, don't worry about her. Yixian nodded slightly. He could still sense Yiling's aura, but he didn't dare approach the grave rashly. Obviously, the owner of the grave didn't allow outsiders to approach it, but who exactly was buried in the grave, the relative of the man in green clothes, Yixian couldn't figure it out. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, what do you plan to do next? Yixian said solemnly, has arrow broken through? Amu shook his head, not yet. Don't worry too much, Xiao Dao is secretly guarding the Great Desolation Kingdom. Hearing this, Yixian's expression relaxed slightly. The upper realm. Yixian raised his head to look at the sky, and his expression gradually turned ferocious. This time, he didn't expect the upper realm to have designs on Yiling. Fortunately, the old man was strong enough. Otherwise, Yiling would definitely be doomed, and the dark world. Yixian suddenly turned around and left. Amu hurriedly asked, where are you going? Yixian said, to the dark world. Amu was stunned and was about to speak when Yixian suddenly said fiercely, if I don't slaughter them, I won't be able to eat. Kill, I want to kill them all. Soon, Yixian arrived at the entrance of the dark world. However, the entrance of the dark world was sealed off by a powerful barrier. Yixian was expressionless. He opened his palm, and the man ruler seal appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the man-ruler seal transformed into a ray of sword light that shot towards the barrier. Boom, the barrier trembled violently, and then it became illusory. The man-ruler seal, it could break all seals and barriers in the world. Soon, the barrier shattered, and the entrance to the dark world appeared in front of Xian. At this moment, a man walked out. It was the Lord. The Lord was still injured. The arm that Xiao Dao had cut off hadn't fully recovered. The Lord looked at Xian calmly. Wu Tian, who was next to the Lord, was about to speak when Xian suddenly disappeared. A ray of sword light tore through the battlefield and instantly appeared in front of the Lord. The Lord didn't attack. Two old men suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom, with a loud explosion, Xian retreated to his original spot. The Lord looked at Xian. Are you really not going to give me a way out? Xian sneered, give you a way out? Haven't you heard of taking your life while you're down? With that, he charged out. He didn't come to the dark world to act on impulse. Now that the Lord was seriously injured, and the experts of the dark world were dead, it could be said that the dark world was at its weakest. If he didn't destroy it now, when would he? The Lord narrowed his eyes when he saw Xian charging over. His intuition told him that something was wrong. Xian couldn't destroy the dark world by himself. At this moment, the space around them suddenly split open. In the next moment, a dozen powerful auras swept over. The newcomers were Tai Yi, Shengong, and the others. There were a total of 12 principal gods. They were all super experts in the ruler realm. The Lord's expression changed drastically. Retreat. With that, he led the surrounding dark world experts back to the dark world. Xian, on the other hand, led Tai Yi and the others into the dark world. In front of the black tower, the Lord stared at the distant sky. There, Xian and the 12 others were slaughtering their way forward. No one could stop them. Soon, Xian and the others were getting closer and closer to him. Suddenly, the overlord roared, "Summon the ancestor." As soon as he finished speaking, the black pagoda behind him suddenly trembled violently, and then a ray of black light shot into the sky. Within that ray of black light, an old man suddenly appeared. The old man was dressed in a black robe. His hair and beard were all white, and he exuded an extremely powerful aura that was as vast as the starry sky, unfathomable. In the distance, Xian stopped and frowned. Why did all these powers like to summon their ancestors? Who was his ancestor? He also wanted to call his ancestor, calling him ancestor for no reason at all. It was really annoying. In the sky, the black-robed old man looked around. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes, but it gradually became clear. A moment later, the black-robed old man's gaze fell on the Lord. The Lord and the others hurriedly bowed respectfully. This was a senior from the dark world. The black-robed old man looked around, and finally, he looked at Xian in the distance. When he saw Xian, he immediately frowned. Xian gripped the executing heaven sword tightly in his right hand. Just as he was about to attack, the black-robed old man suddenly said softly, "Young man, come here for a moment." Xian blinked. He glanced at the old man, hesitated for a moment, and then walked in front of the black-robed old man. Of course, he was always on guard, afraid that the old man would play dirty. Some old men were very bad. After the black-robed old man sized up Xian, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Xian asked, "What is it?" The black-robed old man said softly, "Your fate is so strange. And the karma you carry." Xian glanced at the old man, "Are you going to fight or not?" The black-robed old man took a deep and long glance at Xian, and then he said, "May I know why you want to kill my dark world and the dark world?" Xian smiled, "I'm not the one who wants to destroy all of you, it's all of you who want to destroy me." The black-robed old man turned around to look at the Lord. "What's going on?" The expressions of the experts from the dark world became slightly strange when they heard this. What's going on? This ancestor of his seemed to be blaming him. The Lord fell silent for a moment before he said, "Ancestor, can you kill him?" The black-robed old man stared at the Lord. "Are you an idiot?" An uproar resounded here. Xian and the others were stunned. What's going on? The Lord gazed at the black-robed old man with a slightly unsightly expression. The black-robed old man looked down at the Lord. "You'll lead the dark world to destruction." The Lord spoke in a low voice, "Just because we chose him to be our enemy?" The black-robed old man shook his head. "You've lived for so many years, yet you can't even do that. You've really lived for nothing." The Lord frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" The black-robed old man's face was expressionless. The karma he carries isn't something my dark world can taint. The Lord fell silent. The black-robed old man continued, it's fine to be ambitious, but you have to possess strength that can match it. Otherwise, you'll only be courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around to gaze at Xian. Young friend, my dark world would like to end this karma with you today. May I know if that's possible? Xian smiled, no. You can fight if you want and stop if you don't. Who do you think I am? It doesn't matter who comes here today. The black-robed old man nodded slightly, I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm. In an instant, the space around him became illusory. Xian's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this, and then Tai suddenly said, he's not simple. Xian nodded. This old man's cultivation is definitely above the ruler realm, at the very least, shattering void realm. The scene here changed incessantly between illusory and real, and the space around Xian and the others gradually started to ripple violently. Xian slashed with his sword. However, it seemed like he'd slashed through the air, and the sword chi had vanished without a trace. What's going on? Xian frowned slightly. Tai spoke softly by Xian's side, this is shattering void realm. The space I'm in right now is illusory and not real. No, only he is real. The current situation is extremely disadvantageous to us. Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he took a step forward and activated his sword domain. Xian was stunned the instant the sword domain appeared. Under the sword domain, the void was the void, and the truth was the truth. Xian was stunned. At this moment, he suddenly understood what shattering void was. Void? Really? Under Xian's sword domain, the black-robed old man was like a naked woman. Everything could be seen clearly, and there were no secrets to speak of. However, even though he had seen through it, he was still unable to understand how it felt. It was like a young man who had been single for countless years looking at a naked woman. He could see everything clearly, but he still couldn't understand the primitive joy. Because he only looked and didn't delve deeper, he couldn't experience it. Hurry! At this moment, Xian was very anxious. He wanted to experience the feeling of being in between reality and illusion, but he didn't know where to start. He knew that he was only one step away from the shattering void tier, and as long as he took this step to be able to reach the shattering void tier, even though this sounded ridiculous since he was only at the rebirth state, Xian knew that it was entirely possible. In the sword domain, Xian was even more anxious. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of Xian. It was the black-robed old man. He directly threw a punch at Xian's head. Xian watched as the punch flew towards him. The punch was very slow, so slow that it seemed a little unreal. However, when the punch landed on his chest, in an instant, boom, Xian retreated several thousand feet. Outside the sword domain, Tai and the others couldn't do anything. At this moment, it was as if they were separated from this world. It was extremely strange. When Xian stopped, the black-robed old man appeared in front of him again. At this moment, Xian smiled. The black-robed old man threw a punch. Xian suddenly threw a punch. When he saw Xian's punch, the black-robed old man was instantly stunned. His eyes were filled with disbelief, but he didn't withdraw his fist. Boom! As soon as their fists collided, in an instant, the surroundings suddenly fell silent, and then the space around them trembled before shattering and turning pitch black. Meanwhile, Xian had retreated 3 kilometers. At the same time, his body cracked and blood sprayed, but he was smiling very happily. On the contrary, the black-robed old man's expression was unprecedentedly solemn as he stared fixedly at Xian. How could this be possible? At this moment, his heart was like a raging sea. Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled, why not? The black-robed old man looked at Xian, and his eyes were filled with tangible killing intent. He knew that if this young man didn't die, then the dark world would definitely perish. Comprehending a higher realm, that was too crazy. The black-robed old man slowly clenched his right hand. In an instant, the space around him became illusory. Xian sensed the black-robed old man's killing intent, and he suddenly said, retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. When Tai and the others heard Xian's words, they turned around and ran. Seeing Xian run without another word, the black-robed old man was stunned. Was this guy not going to fight anymore? While he was stunned, Xian had already disappeared into the horizon. In the same place, the black-robed old man didn't chase after him because he wouldn't exist for long. His expression was extremely ugly. Below, the Lord appeared in front of the black-robed old man. He said in a low voice, "What's wrong?" The black-robed old man turned around and glanced at the Lord. Gradually, he became more and more illusory, and in a short while, he completely disappeared. In the battlefield, the Lord's expression was extremely ugly. He knew that something must have happened, because he felt the black-robed old man's emotion. It was fear. What exactly happened that made the old man, who was already in the shattering void tear, so afraid? The Lord looked at the horizon in the distance where Xianxia had escaped, his expression becoming more and more ugly. After a long silence, the Lord looked up at the horizon. At this moment, he could only hope that the people of the higher realm would come down as soon as possible. Because the current dark world couldn't stop Xianxia. The higher realm. In a boundless void, a woman in a plain dress walked through the air. Wherever she went, the space was torn apart. After an unknown amount of time, an old man suddenly appeared thousands of feet in front of the woman in the plain dress. The old man held a sword and looked at the woman in the plain dress. "You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." As he spoke, he pulled out his sword and pointed it at the woman in the plain dress. "If you survive a blow from the old man will let you pass. P.S. I've been locked up at home for a long time. My hair has grown so long, and I want to go to a proper health shop to get my hair cut." In the starry sky, the old man stood with his sword. There was no sword wool or sword aura around him, but he stood there as if he was the master of the starry sky. Compared to him, the woman in the plain dress was frail, like a leaf in the sea. The old man pointed his sword at the woman in the plain dress. He was about to speak when the woman in the plain dress was already behind him. The old man narrowed his eyes. He was about to draw his sword when the woman in the plain dress disappeared into the starry sky. She did not even look at him. At that moment, the old man flew into a rage. How dare she look down on him? The old man drew his sword, but at that moment, his eyes suddenly widened. The next moment, his throat was torn open and blood gushed out. The old man was petrified. When did she draw her sword? What kind of sword Dao was that? He could not even take a single strike. He did not even know when she drew her sword. A series of questions flashed through the old man's mind like a flash of lightning. But there was no answer. In the starry sky, the old man just stood there. Although it was only a crack, that sword had wiped away all the old man's upgrades, even his karma. Of course, it had also cut off his path of reincarnation. That sword was not to kill, but to erase, to completely erase everything that the old man had in this world. This was 1,000 times more terrifying than killing. The swordsman's eyes were filled with confusion even in death. What kind of sword was that? At the end of the starry sky, the woman in the plain dress tore through space. Her face was expressionless, like an emotionless killer. Soon, the woman in the plain dress disappeared into the starry sky. The Wu clan. After Xianxia returned to Shaman City, he immediately went into isolation. In the room, Xianxia sat on the ground with his eyes closed. At that moment, his mind was filled with the scene of him fighting with the old man in black, shattering the void. Xianxia knew that this was his chance. Understanding beyond his level, it might sound absurd, but it was not impossible. He must have dreams, he must dare to think. Outside the door, Amu looked at Xianxia's room with curiosity. When Xianxia came back, although he was injured, he looked very happy. At this time, Priest suddenly appeared beside Amu. He glanced at Xianxia's room and asked, "What is he doing?" Amu whispered, "It looks like he's about to break through." Breakthrough, the priest blinked. "Another breakthrough?" Amu nodded. "Awesome, right?" "Divine Master," Amu looked at Qian. "Is something the matter?" Qian nodded. "I want to discuss something with him." Amu asked, "What is it?" Qian whispered, "Let's wait for him to come out." Amu nodded. "How is the situation with the Celestials?" Qian said, "Most of them are still recuperating. Fortunately, they have his purple gas. Otherwise, this injury might not recover in a short period of time." As she said that, she looked at Amu. "Someone from the upper realm has intervened. Tendo is watching from the sidelines. I think we can't just sit around and wait for death. We have to do something." Amu blinked. What should we do? Qian thought about it and said, why don't we move to the sword sect? Didn't that swordsman ask us to go to the sword sect as a guest? I think we can go play. Amu said in a deep voice, but he didn't say the address. Qian blinked. That's right. He didn't say the address, but he asked us to go play. The two women. In the room, Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, he was already meditating. About 4 hours later, Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up and displayed sword domain. In the next moment, his right hand slowly clenched, and in an instant, the space inside sword domain directly became illusory. Seeing this scene, Xian was instantly excited. Shattering void. He could now achieve shattering void, however, he could only achieve shattering void with the help of sword domain. Without sword domain, he couldn't achieve the state of shattering void. Strictly speaking, he still wasn't considered a shattering void tier elite, but he already had the ability of the shattering void tier. Xian smiled and left the room. Outside, Amu and the two women had been waiting for a long time. Xian looked at Qian. Divine Master. Qian nodded slightly. She sized up Xian. You broke through? Xian smiled. Sort of. Quite a harvest. Qian smiled. Congratulations. Xian smiled, and said, Divine Master, what brings you here? Qian nodded. This time, I came to discuss our future path with you. Xian was just about to speak when the unusual beast scripture suddenly appeared in front of Xian. Xian looked at the unusual beast scripture. The unusual beast scripture said, You speak, I'm listening. Qian said in a deep voice, the people of the higher realm definitely won't let it go. They haven't made a move now because they've already suffered twice and learned to be smart. But next time, they'll definitely be fully prepared. As she spoke, she looked at Xian. So, we have to prepare in advance. Xian nodded. But now there's a problem, and that's that we don't even know where they are. Qian said, Xiao Dao knows. Right at this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly appeared, and she glanced at them. Don't even think about counterattacking. Their place isn't somewhere you can go right now. Xian frowned slightly. Then why can they come down? Xiao Dao said indifferently, Have you seen them come down? They haven't really come down until now. Xian suddenly asked. They can't come down? Xiao Dao shook her head. No, they can come down, but they have to pay a huge price. One of the prices is that their realm will be suppressed. Xian was slightly puzzled. Why would they be suppressed? Xiao Dao smiled. The laws of the universe. In this universe, there are some laws that can't be defied. Xian asked again. The laws of the universe? Who came up with? Xiao Dao suddenly said, Stop, I can't stand you. Xian, Xiao Dao shook her head. The laws of the universe aren't created by anyone. They exist by themselves. Just like this world, there will be wind and rain, day and night, for seasons. These are the laws of the universe. Here and above, there are laws of the universe. Whether these laws exist naturally or man-made, I have never studied them, just like how you would study why there is day and night. Xian shook his head. He wasn't bored, so why would he study this? At this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly said, The prophet will study it, and he will study it thoroughly. Xian was puzzled. Why would he study this? Xiao Dao said softly, in his words, It's to pursue the truth. Xian frowned. Truth? Xiao Dao nodded. Strictly speaking, he is a scholar. Strictly speaking, he is a scholar. Xian wanted to ask something else, but Amu suddenly rolled her eyes at him. Get to the point. Xian smiled and said, Miss Xiao Dao, you just said that the people from the upper realm will have their realm suppressed when they come down? Xiao Dao nodded. The stronger the person, the harder the suppression. This is also why they don't come down personally, but use the people of this world to deal with you. It's not that they don't want to come down, but the price they have to pay is too high. However, if they don't give up on your study house, they won't stop. Xian said softly, in other words, they will continue to send people down, right? Xiao Dao nodded slightly. The worst case scenario is that they will come down personally. If they have some special method to come down without being suppressed, you will be in danger. Xian said in a low voice, is there a big difference in strength between us and the people above? Xiaodao shook her head. It's not very big. Their place is not much different than here. Of course, I'm talking about the martial arts civilization. Xian was stunned. At this time, Xiaodao said again, however, they have a lot of people, and each of them is a huge force. If you are above, your strength is really not enough to deal with them. Xian looked at Xiaodao. Miss Xiaodao understands the people above very well? Xiaodao said calmly, very well. Why, is there a problem? Xian blinked. Miss Xiaodao also comes from above? Xiaodao looked at Xian. Do you still want to ask questions? Xian, Amu rolled his eyes at Xian, and then he looked at Xiaodao. Miss Xiaodao, do you have any suggestions? Xiaodao fell silent for a moment before she said, there are only 3 things that you have to worry about now. Firstly, they will stop at nothing to send experts down to fight you to the death. If they do that, then you will be the ones that will suffer the most. Of course, they will suffer the same. Secondly, they have joined forces with the Yin spirits guarding the sword sect. No, they have already joined forces. Even though the sword sect is extremely strong, if they help those Yin spirits, then the sword sect will still be in danger. Because the sect master of the sword sect isn't here right now. Xian frowned slightly. Are those Yin spirits that strong? Xiaodao said flatly, what do you think? If they aren't strong, then would the sword sect need to guard it for so many years? The most terrifying thing about those Yin spirits is that they can transform all living beings into Yin spirits. So long as they come into contact with someone, then that person will become one of them. It can be said that one has to be at least at the rebirth realm to be able to resist them. Anyone below the rebirth realm wouldn't be able to resist them at all. Amu's beautiful brows knit together slightly. They're that strong? Xiaodao nodded. They're extraordinarily strong. That special ability of those Yin spirits is truly too terrifying. Let me tell you that not to mention this dimension, even those fellows in the immortal dimension wouldn't be able to resist those Yin spirits. No matter what race or living being it is, they'll become one of them wherever they go. The expressions of everyone here became solemn when they heard this. Such an ability was too terrifying indeed. No, it was simply abnormal. It was obvious that if they came to this universe, then wouldn't this universe be finished? How could they resist them? Meanwhile, a Qian suddenly asked, why was the sword sect able to resist them? Xiaodao fell silent for a short while before he said, because the sect master of the sword sect was very good at fighting. He killed at least 10 million Yin spirits on his own, and he made the entire spirit race stop on his own. Moreover, the patriarch of the spirit race at that time was even killed by a single swing of his sword. Her eyes rippled as she spoke, and she seemed to be recalling the past. That battle was the first time the spirit race suffered. The spirit race left this universe obediently under that man's gaze, and they didn't even dare to let out a fart. However, that man isn't in this world anymore. The green-robed man, Xian obviously knew the green-robed man, but he didn't know how strong he was, but he should be on the same level as the plain-dressed woman, and the green-robed man gave him a very strange feeling. That feeling was a bit like a relative, and to him, this feeling was a bit absurd. Amu suddenly said, why didn't he directly kill those nether spirits? Xian nodded, and also asked, yes. He has that strength, right? Xiaodao said with a smile, he does have that strength, but at that time, the nether spirits chose to retreat, and didn't fight to the death with him. They retreated to the nether spirit world, and that nether spirit world is very, very big. Apart from that, that place is very special, and ordinary people can't enter at all, because there's no spiritual qi, only endless death qi and yin qi. The space inside is also different from the space of the normal world. The space there is like a multidimensional universe, and you'll get lost if you walk inside. It can be said that even shattering void tier elites can't come out after entering. Speaking up to here, she paused, and then said, this is also the scary part about them. If they can't beat them, they can run, and others can't chase them. Of course, since ancient times, they almost have no natural enemies. Except for this sword sect. In fact, if it wasn't for the sword sect's sect leader heavily injuring them with his own strength, with the sword sect's strength, they could at most protect themselves, and couldn't stop them. Qian suddenly asked, where did they come from? Xiao Dao looked at Qian and said with a smile, you asked a good question, I really did investigate them. This nether spirit isn't from this universe, nor from the higher realm, but from another place. Amu suddenly asked, what place? Be more detailed. Xiao Dao glanced at Amu and shook his head. You've also become a curious baby. Xiao Dao was silent for a moment, and then said, fine. I'll tell you about this universe I know. In fact, this universe didn't have any 3, 4, or 5 dimensions. All living beings existed in one universe. However, everyone lives in different places. Hence, there is such a hierarchy in the universe. Yixian suddenly asked, where did the universe come from? Xiao Dao looked at Yixian. Yixian hesitated for a moment before asking, there's also life. How was the first life formed? Also, why do the stars shine? Also. Xiao Dao suddenly punched out, boom, Yixian was blasted hundreds of feet away. The moment he stopped, the space behind him cracked. The girls looked at Yixian and shook their heads. Was this guy crazy, asking such a question? However, they were actually a little curious and wanted to know. How did the universe come into being? How did life come into being? However, they wouldn't ask. In the distance, Yixian rubbed his chest. This Xiao Dao was too violent, he hit people at the drop of a hat. Xiao Dao glanced at Yixian. I haven't studied these questions you asked. The prophet has. There might be an answer in the study. You can take a look for yourself when you open it in the future. Also, I really don't know everything. Do you understand? Yixian smiled awkwardly. Understood. Xiao Dao was deep in thought. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. She took a deep breath and calmed down. Otherwise, she really wanted to kill this guy in front of her. Amu suddenly walked to Xiao Dao's side. She held Xiao Dao's hand and smiled. Miss Xiao Dao, don't be angry. Come, let's continue talking about this universe. Xiao Dao was silent for a moment before saying, strictly speaking, the upper realm is not the 6th dimension. It belongs to the boundary between the 6th dimension and the 5th dimension. However, they are related to the 6th dimension. This is because the first batch of people in the upper realm were driven out by the people of the 6th dimension. Amu frowned slightly. Driven out? Xiao Dao nodded. Qian suddenly asked, why? Xiao Dao said softly, this has to start from the system of the 6th dimension. The 6th dimension doesn't have the 5th dimension's tribulations. Why? Because they protect the 6th dimension's universe extremely well. In that universe, they strictly control the number of people who can cultivate. The population there is less than 1/10,000,000th of the population here. In addition, not everyone can cultivate there. Only those with great talent or perseverance can cultivate there. Those without talent and are unwilling to work hard will live for 60 to 70 years at most before dying. And because they can't cultivate, they can't destroy the spiritual energy there, so they can't cause any substantial damage to that universe. Hearing this, the expressions of the people in the room changed. Could it be like this? The mutated beast scripture suddenly asked. No one resisted? Xiao Dao looked at the mutated beast scripture. How? The strongest group of people joined forces to establish an orderly system. How could the people below resist? How could they resist? As for those who have the ability to resist, they would choose to join them to maintain that orderly system. Because that was the only way their universe could last forever. Besides that, they have all sorts of measures to protect the universe. For example, there's a power called the Union Hall. The Union Hall was jointly established by various top powers, and it's filled with extraordinary experts, the extremely strong kind. They're restricted by the various powers, but they don't listen to the orders of any single power. Their duty is to protect that universe. As she spoke, she paused for a moment and said, in that universe, the experts of the Union Hall patrol everywhere. Besides cultivating, they don't allow anyone to steal the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth on a large scale, let alone destroy the heavens and the earth. If you want to fight, you can. They have special battlefields there. So long as experts have attained a certain strength, they must enter those battlefields. Otherwise, once they're discovered, the Union Hall has the right to kill first and report later. The Union Hall is divided into the Martial Arts Hall and the Martial Arts Hall. The Martial Arts Hall is in charge of enforcing the law, and the Martial Arts Hall is in charge of repairing and balancing. Amu frowned slightly. Repairing and balancing? What do you mean? Xiao Dao said softly, those people from the Wen Palace are really scary. They're all scholars. They might not be very strong, but they're really knowledgeable. At first, I thought that the prophet wasn't from the Wen Palace. But after thinking about it, I don't think so. Yixian asked, why? Xiao Dao said in a low voice, the prophet is at least 10 times scarier than the people from the Wen Palace. Yixian still wanted to ask something, but Xiao Dao suddenly said, let's get back to the main topic. Let's talk about the Wen Palace. Their duty is to repair and balance. This repair is when some places become thin due to some natural reasons, they will repair it. Apart from that, they also have all sorts of array masters. These array masters have set up a lot of array formations to protect the spiritual energy in that universe. These array formations will protect the spiritual energy very well. For example, the spiritual energy in Shaman City can only be used for 10 years under normal circumstances. However, with those array formations and control, Shaman City. This chapter is not over, please continue. The spiritual energy here can be used for at least 50 years. Hearing this, the expressions of Yixian and the others changed. Xiao Dao continued, there's one more thing. They have a very strict law. No one is allowed to harm the spirits of the world. If anyone dares to harm the spirits of the world, they will receive an extremely cruel punishment. In the end, they will be thrown into bright prison and suffer the pain of being burned by the flames of karma for all eternity. Amu said in a low voice, is the status of the spirits that high there? Xiao Dao nodded. Very, very high, terrifyingly high. This is because the spirits of the world can naturally form spiritual energy and nourish the world. It can be said that without those spirits of the world, it's impossible for them to maintain the balance of the spiritual energy for a long time. As she spoke, she looked at Yixian. If that little white fellow goes to that place, she will be worshipped like a god. Based on what I know, even in the 6th dimension, there isn't a single spirit ancestor. And the 6th dimension is also doing everything it can to find a spirit ancestor. The use of a spirit ancestor is simply unimaginable, especially that little fellow. That little fellow is no longer a normal spirit ancestor. She has mutated, and her ability has never appeared even in the place I come from. Of course, it's best if the 6th dimension doesn't have any ideas about her. The people around that little fellow can defeat the 6th dimension. Yixian suddenly asked, Miss Amu, did you say the place you come from? Where did you come from? In the field, all the girls looked at little Daoist. They were also very curious about Xiao Dao's background. Xiao Dao said flatly, I come from another ancient place. Yixian blinked. What ancient place? Xiao Dao looked at Yixian. Why are you asking so many questions? Does where I come from have anything to do with you? Yixian, seeing that Xiao Dao was slightly agitated, Amu suddenly said, Come, let's talk about the 6th dimension, talk about the 6th dimension. Xiao Dao pondered for a moment, and then said, the 6th dimension attaches great importance to the protection of that world. Especially the Union Hall. This power is very tolerant because there aren't only humans there are also other living beings. For example, some demon spirits can enter. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have strength and ability. As long as you have strength and ability, they will welcome you to join. Amu said softly, in that case, the 6th dimension's universe is much better than ours? Xiao Dao said softly, it's not much better. It's just that this place can't be compared to their place. Compared to that place, this place is like a barbarian land. A Qian suddenly said, Miss Xiao Dao, just now you said that the people of the upper realm were chased down by the people of the 6th dimension? Xiao Dao nodded. Yes. A Qian was a little puzzled. Why? Xiao Dao smiled. Where there are people, there are benefits, and where there are benefits, there are conflicts. The 6th dimension is not really harmonious, there are also internal problems. Back then, there were serious internal problems. There were two forces that had serious differences, and in the end, the two forces directly fought. That time, it was really too much for the sixth dimension. Because there were some differences within the Union Hall. Both sides fought, and in the end, the losing group was forced to leave the sixth dimension, and came to the lower realm to linger on. P.S. You can do hair at the healthcare center. Why don't you believe it? Also, healthcare center is just a simple massage. Do you have any misunderstandings about this industry? End of this chapter. At this moment, everyone in the field suddenly understood. Xian finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. His enemy was not the entire sixth dimension, but the upper realm. Amu suddenly asked, their target is the bookstore, right? Xiaodao nodded, yes. And the place where this bookstore once appeared was in the sixth dimension. Amu asked again, is the prophet from the sixth dimension? Xiaodao spread her hands, I'm not sure about that. When this bookstore first appeared in the sixth dimension, I was already here. And I didn't investigate it. Amu was silent. Xian suddenly asked, Miss Xiaodao, in your opinion, what exactly is in this bookstore? Xiaodao was silent for a moment, then said, the upper realm is so desperate to snatch this thing, the thing in this thing must be very important to them. And if it's important to them, it might also be important to the sixth dimension. Hearing this, Xian's face darkened. In that case, the sixth dimension might also become his enemy. Xiaodao suddenly said, of course, your priority now is to deal with the upper realm. In order to deal with you, these guys did not hesitate to join forces with those Yin spirits. You really have to be careful. Amu said in a deep voice, Miss Xiaodao, where did these Yin spirits come from? Xiaodao was silent for a moment, then said, they were also driven out. Xian and the others, Xiaodao said softly, they came from a very, very far place, even farther than the sixth dimension. Wherever they go, they are like locusts, really barren. And their cultivation method is even more peculiar. They don't need spiritual energy, because they rely on devouring, their growth is devouring, and it is precisely because of this that they are terrifying. They can devour other people's cultivation for their own use. If it wasn't for the sword sect stopping them, this universe would have been gone. Xian suddenly said, does Tendo know? Xiaodao nodded, yes. This was also the reason why she had asked the plain-dressed woman to stay back then. She knew that the woman in the plain dress was feared by both the upper realm and the Yin spirits in this universe. But once she leaves, those fellows won't have any worries anymore. A woman in a plain dress. Xian looked up. He had no idea where she was at the moment. Little Taoist continued, actually, you and the Heavenly Tao have the same goal now. This is also why she has helped you so many times. It can be said that she is helping you and using you at the same time. Xian said in a low voice, can I also make use of her? Xiaodao looked at Xian. As long as you have the ability, you can definitely do it. She's not someone who can't afford to play. Xian nodded. Understood. Qian suddenly said, can we go to the sixth dimension? Everyone looked at Qian, and Qian hesitated for a moment before he said, I think that place is better. Xiaodao said softly, it's indeed better. But it's impossible for all of you to go there. No, it should be said that they won't allow all of you to go there. Because all of you won't abide by the rules there. For example, your Tian clan. If all of you go there, then the cultivations of countless clansmen of your Tian clan will be crippled, and they won't be able to cultivate anymore. They can only die of old age. Let me ask you, would they be willing to do that? Qian fell silent. Giving up on their cultivation and being unable to cultivate was even more painful than killing them. Xiaodao said softly, this is your home. Don't think about destroying it and looking for a new home. Perhaps there will be a new home, a better home, but it might be someone else's home as well. Instead of that, why don't you protect what you have now? Qian said softly, Miss Little Taoist is right. It's just that to change is so difficult. Xiaodao smiled, now do you know how difficult it is to be a prophet? It's because he wants to change. Trying to prove it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This is not something that can be changed with just strength. For example, if you want to change, all the cultivators in the fifth dimension will be your enemies and will oppose you. Amu suddenly said, then how did the sixth dimension do it? Xiaodao looked at Amu and said, blood. The blood of countless eras has flowed. Moreover, they have an extremely powerful guide, and this guide established this order on the corpses of countless ancestors. After saying that, she paused and then said, to be more accurate, it was two people from different eras. One person created a small spark and ignited a light of hope, while the other ignited it and turned it into a prairie fire. Their method won't work here, at least not now. Xian nodded his head. He also felt that it was unrealistic. Change, who was willing to give up their cultivation, who was willing to stop cultivating and become an ordinary person, growing old and dying. No one was willing. It could be said that if they wanted to do so, it would be equivalent to becoming enemies with all the cultivators in the fifth dimension. At this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly turned her head to look at the horizon. Her gaze pierced through the starry sky, and after a moment, she said softly, "Arrow is about to break through." The first shattering void tier elite of the Cambrian era? Arrow was about to break through. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and soon, everyone disappeared on the spot. Heading to the Great Desolation country, Arrow breaking through, that was a big deal. In the field, Xiao Dao raised her head to look at the horizon, a trace of worry in her eyes. Arrow breaking through, if the higher realms didn't stop Arrow, then Arrow would really reach the shattering void tier. For someone like Arrow to reach the shattering void tier, that wasn't an ordinary shattering void tier. It could be said that once Arrow reached the shattering void tier, at present, in the entire fifth dimension, only Tendo could beat her. She couldn't beat him, because her current strength hadn't recovered, and in the current situation, she couldn't beat Arrow who reached the shattering void tier. Only Tendo could. After the woman in the plain dress left, at present, the best fighter in the entire fifth dimension was Tendo. And how strong Tendo was, and to what extent, no one knew. It had always been a mystery. Xiao Dao withdrew her thoughts and turned to look at the horizon. Arrow, a super swordsman of the shattering void tier, that battle prowess, even in the higher realms, couldn't be said to be invincible, but it was still invincible. Would the higher realms really let Arrow break through smoothly? In the field, Xiao Dao was silent for a long time, and then turned to leave. In a certain part of the starry sky, a woman was slowly walking. In her hand, she was holding a small roasted fish. This woman was Tendo. At this moment, Tendo suddenly stopped and turned to look. After a moment, she smiled slightly. About to break through? After saying that, she shook her head and turned to leave. She walked sloppily, swinging the small fish in her hand. She didn't look like Tendo at all, but more like a problem girl. In a short while, the woman disappeared at the end of the galaxy. Great Desolate Country. After Xian and the others arrived at the Great Desolate Country, the king of the Great Desolate Country instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Arrow's breakthrough had reached a critical moment, and if someone came to disturb him at this moment, the Great Desolate Country couldn't stop them at all. Fortunately, Xian had come with some strong people. Xian looked at Xiao Dao, who wasn't far away. How much longer? Xiao Dao glanced at Arrow's direction, and said softly, 3 days at most. 3 days? Xian looked up at the horizon. 3 days, would the people of the higher realms give 3 days? No, they definitely wouldn't give Arrow these 3 days. Xian opened his palm, and a voice transmission talisman suddenly disappeared. No matter what, he had to be fully prepared. Somewhere in the void, an illusory old man looked down. His gaze pierced through the galaxy, and directly saw the Great Desolate Country. His gaze was always on the area where Arrow was. He had already sensed an extremely powerful sword aura. Arrow, the people of the higher realms knew about this woman, Swordsman. Currently, Arrow was only at the ruler realm, but his strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level. If he broke through again, thinking of this, the old man's brows deeply wrinkled. No matter what, he couldn't let Arrow break through. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared beside him. This person was the Lord of the Dark World. The old man glanced at the Lord, and the Lord looked down. What's the plan? The old man chuckled. Naturally, we can't let her break through. Once this woman breaks through, it will be extremely disadvantageous to us. The Lord pointed downwards. That little Taoist is there too. She alone can fend off countless experts. The old man softly said, that depends on what kind of expert it is. The Lord suddenly said, my dark world can't stop her. Now that he had learned his lesson, he didn't want to be cannon fodder. The old man smiled, just watch. The Lord deeply looked at the old man, but didn't say anything. In the Great Desolate Country, the aura in the area where Arrow was getting stronger and stronger. That aura was also mixed with sword aura. At this moment, All the experts of the great desolate country were looking over here. Arrow was about to break through. Arrow was the pride of the great desolate country, and the pride of the entire Cambrian era. Just like this, time passed bit by bit. About 2 days later, the aura in the area where Arrow was getting stronger and stronger. That aura spread towards the sky, causing the entire galaxy to tremble. At this moment, Amu suddenly walked to the side of Yixian, looked up at the sky, and softly said, "The fifth dimension tribulation is coming." Yixian chuckled, "Don't be afraid, if you really can't hold on, I will put you in the tower. We will hide in the tower. This tower is hard enough, it can definitely block the fifth dimension tribulation." Amu blinked, "Can I?" Yixian nodded, "Yes." Amu shook her head, "I still have my clansmen, I have to stay with them." Clansmen, Yixian was silent. His Xiaota couldn't carry so many people. Yixian turned his head to look at the sky. Speaking of Xiaota, he suddenly thought of Lianqian and Xianxia. These two said they went out to look for Dao La, but now there was no news at all. They couldn't be lost, right? At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in the sky above the great desolate country. Yixian collected his thoughts and looked up at the old man. The old man looked at Yixian and smiled, "Give us the universal library, and we will leave. We will not disturb your world, we will keep our word." Yixian opened his palm, and the universal library suddenly appeared in front of the old man. Yixian said with a smile, "Take it. I don't want it anymore." Everyone, at the side, Xiaodao glanced at Yixian. She knew that this guy was definitely playing some dirty trick. Does Yixian look like someone who would suffer a loss? Doesn't seem like it. Xiaodao looks at Yixian curiously. What is this guy planning? In the sky, the old man is stunned when he sees the book room. This is different from the script he had in mind. This doesn't seem real. The old man doesn't take the book room. Instead, he looks at Yixian. Yixian blinks and says, "You don't want it?" The old man stares at Yixian. "What are you playing at?" Yixian shakes his head. "What do you want? Didn't you ask me to hand it over? Now that I hand it over, you ask me what I'm playing at. If I don't hand it over, you want to hit me. I'm really in a difficult situation." The old man looks at Yixian. He doesn't take the book room. Even if you use your toes to think, you can tell that this is strange. At this moment, the Lord suddenly appears by the old man's side. He looks at the old man and says, "Since he handed it over, why don't we take it?" With that, he puts the book room away. However, he's still very vigilant. Obviously, he's afraid that Yixian is playing tricks. However, Yixian doesn't play any tricks. After the Lord puts the book room away, he looks at Yixian after confirming that there are no accidents. There's also that Xiaota. Yixian smiles and points with his finger. The prison pagoda flies in front of the Lord. The Lord squints his eyes and puts the prison pagoda away. There are still no accidents. The Lord stares at Yixian. Yixian smiles, "I gave it to you." The Lord suddenly turns to look at the old man. Attack. The old man squints his eyes and doesn't answer. The Lord says coldly, "This person is so talented. Aren't you afraid? There's also that arrow. Once this woman breaks through, do you still have the confidence to kill her? Even if you do, how much will it cost?" The old man is silent and hesitant. Yixian, Arrow. These two people could pose a great threat to them, especially Arrow. Once this woman broke through, her threat would be extraordinary. Thinking of this, the old man's eyes were filled with killing intent. At this moment, the Lord said, Yixian took the initiative to hand over Xiao Ta and the bookstore. He is showing weakness. He wants to buy time for Arrow. His goal is to let Arrow break through smoothly. As he spoke, he paused for a moment before he continued. If we don't eliminate the roots, the weeds will grow again with the spring breeze. The old man looked at Yixian and said with a smile, I think what he said makes sense. Yixian smiled and said, I also think that what he said makes sense. The old man looked at Yixian, then, I might have to break my promise. Yixian blinked. Sure. As soon as he spoke, the prison pagoda in the Lord's hand shook violently. A moment later, a sword flew out from within. The executing heaven sword, because the prison pagoda was in the Lord's hand. The moment the sword appeared, it was already at the center of the Lord's forehead. However, the sword ancestor's reaction was extremely fast. The moment the sword touched his forehead, his body became illusory and he wanted to dodge. However, at this moment, a mysterious force suddenly enveloped him, sword domain. The moment the sword domain enveloped the Lord, he was immediately suppressed. His body stopped for a moment, and it was this moment that allowed the executing heaven sword to pierce through his forehead. Hiss, the sword tore through the sky, and a ray of sword light remained in the Lord's head. Bang, the Lord's body collapsed, but his soul had already escaped. However, at this moment, another sword flew out from the prison pagoda. The soul-suppressing sword. The Lord's pupils constricted when he saw the soul-suppressing sword. He knew that he was done for. Hiss, the soul-suppressing sword pierced into the Lord's body. Bang, a powerful wave of soul energy suddenly surged out from the soul-suppressing sword, and the surrounding space trembled. It was like an earthquake, and it was incomparably terrifying. At this time, Xian opened his palm, and the prison pagoda and the bookhouse returned to his hand. Xian looked at the elder. The elder hadn't made a move since the beginning, nor could he. This was because Xian had killed the Lord in the blink of an eye. Of course, Xian knew very well that the main reason he was able to kill the Lord was because the Lord himself had been injured. After the Lord had been severely injured by Xiao Dao, his injuries hadn't healed at all because the time was too short. Besides that, the Lord had the prison pagoda, but the Lord didn't know that the prison pagoda could cooperate with him. Careless, in the end, the Lord was too careless. In the sky, the elder looked down at Xian with an expressionless face. His expression was calm, as if he had expected this a long time ago. They had already investigated Xian carefully, and the Lord had always been extremely wary of Xian. This was also why he did not go and fetch Xiao Ta and the bookhouse earlier. The Lord had also been wary, but he had underestimated Xian. Xian looked at the old man, and the old man smiled faintly. I heard that Xian values friendship. Xian looked at the old man. Are you going to threaten me with something now? The old man smiled and said, I've made some calculations. My people should have reached Shaman City by now. Xian smiled. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly. Xian looked at the old man. I wish them good luck. The old man lifted his head and looked at the sky. His gaze pierced through space and arrived at Shaman City. At that moment, 12 black-robed people had appeared in the sky above Shaman City at some point of time, and there were 19 people standing before them. The ones leading the group were Tai Yi and Shen Gong. All of them were rulers. In this universe, besides monsters like Xiao Dao, Arrow, and Tendo, there was no one who could instantly kill these 19 righteous gods. Of course, they had to get rid of the unique aspect of the sword sect. Tai Yi looked at the 12 black-robed people before him and said flatly, kill them. The moment he finished speaking, the 19 people charged forward. The 12 people did not retreat. They charged straight at Tai Yi and the others. Wuxia looked at the sky from below Shaman City, and by his side was Hao Tian. The Celestials had already moved to Shaman City. This was Xian's idea. This way, they would not be defeated one by one. At that moment, Wuxia suddenly said, I didn't expect that we would work together. Hao Tian said softly, for survival. If the Wu clan and the Celestials still wanted to fight against each other, then the only thing that would await them would be destruction. At that moment, both of them felt very lucky. Because they had a god tier and a great priestess. Without these two people, it would be extremely difficult for the Celestials and the Wu clan to work together. In the sky above the kingdom of Great Wilderness, the old man withdrew his gaze and looked at Xian. From what I know, there are a lot of people who care about this. Xian smiled. Are you talking about Fu Wenzong and the Worldwide Academy? The old man narrowed his eyes and turned his head to look. In the sky above Fu Wenzong. In the sky above Fu Wenzong, there were 5 black-robed people. But facing these 5 black-robed people were 5 righteous gods. They were all from Zhou Sacred Mountain, 5 against 5, all of them were peak ruler realm powerhouses, and none of them could do anything to the other. In the sky above the Worldwide Academy, there were 13 black-robed people. They were all peak ruler realm powerhouses. The reason why there were more of them than Fu Wenzong was because Zhang Wenxiu had a special relationship with Xian. Their target was Zhang Wenxiu, but in the sky above Fu Wenzong, besides the 5 righteous gods, there was also the sword sect's elder Gu and a true dragon. There was also a gigantic 8 trigrams rune in the sky above the Worldwide Academy. This rune was activated by all the people in the Worldwide Academy. so they did not have to worry about the rune running out of energy, at least they did not have to worry about it for the time being, but now, regardless of whether it was Fu Wen Zone, the Worldwide Academy, or Shaman City, they only needed to drag it out. Drag it out until Arrow broke through. Once Arrow broke through, all their problems would be solved. In the sky above Shaman City, the black-robed old man's face suddenly turned dark. He did not expect that Xian would be prepared for this. Below, Xian smiled. He was not in a hurry. What he needed to do now was to wait for Arrow to break through. Arrow was in a critical period right now, and he could not afford to make any mistakes. Xian turned his head around and cast a glance into the distance. Xiao Dao was standing in the distance. She had been standing by Arrow's side all this while. With her around, even if the Tendo attacked, it would be impossible for him to disturb Arrow for a short period of time. Based on the current situation, their situation was very stable. Xian also felt that their situation was very stable, that was why he was very calm. In the sky, the black-robed old man suddenly fell silent. He did not retreat, and neither did he attack. It was as if he was waiting for something. When he saw this, Xian frowned. His instincts told him that things were not as simple as they seemed. What was the old man waiting for? At that moment, a woman suddenly walked over from the distance. She was dressed in a white dress that was as white as snow. There was not a speck of dust on it, and in her left hand, she held a small fish that had been half-eaten. All the people in the area looked at the woman who walked over. Tendo, the black-robed old man's calm expression suddenly became solemn when he saw the woman, and it grew even more solemn. He stared fixedly at Tendo while clenching his fists as if he was fearful of something. Xian looked at Tendo and blinked. "What's this woman doing here?" Suddenly, the black-robed old man spoke in a low voice. "Didn't you say that you wouldn't interfere?" Tendo smiled. "I just came to have a look. I don't have any plans." Suddenly, Xian appeared in front of Tendo. He grabbed Tendo's hand and spoke excitedly, "You're finally here." Everyone was speechless. Qian looked at Amu. Are they very familiar with each other? Amu blinked, perhaps. Qian was speechless. In the sky, Tendo looked at Xian and blinked. "We are very familiar with each other." Before she could finish speaking, Xian suddenly snatched the small fish from her hand. He chewed on it and then gave Tendo a thumbs up. "Delicious. It's much better than the last time you made it for me. Your cooking skills have improved a lot." Everyone was speechless. In the distance, the black-robed old man's face was gloomy and scary. These two have such a good relationship. In front of Xian, Tendo looked at Xian and blinked her eyes. Xian suddenly said seriously, "Don't worry, Xian, am here." As he spoke, he turned and pointed at the black-robed old man. "I swear, as long as I still have a breath left in me, these people can forget about destroying our fifth dimension. I will use my life to guard the fifth dimension together. Whoever wants to harm, whoever wants to destroy the fifth dimension, must step over my, Xian's, dead body." As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly trembled violently. Then, tiny red runes that could be seen with the naked eye suddenly appeared on top of Xian's head and then entered Xian's body one by one. Xian was stunned. This was different from the oath he made in the past. In the distance, Xiao Dao's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He swore to Tendo. "Is this guy crazy?" Feeling those tiny runes enter his body, Xian suddenly panicked. He looked at the sky and hesitated for a moment, then said, Can't I just pretend that I didn't make an oath?" Tendo blinked her eyes. "It's too late. The karma has been formed, fate has been decided." Xian was speechless. P.S. The monthly votes are so few. Did I do something wrong? End of chapter 1135. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.